As soon as the statement was made, the Super A-level face changed, and he was silent and did not respond. He was analyzing the situation quickly in his heart, only thinking that the current situation was very difficult. The reason why they attacked the frontline stronghold was that they took advantage of the fact that the Black Star Master was not here to get rid of Hela and did not want to fight with the Black Star Master head-on. Black Star has the peak Super A-level strength, and its immortal body is extremely difficult to deal with. It has a special identity and controls evolutionary blocks. It is of great importance to the Empire. At the same time, his original body must be accompanied by cosmic treasure like space-time amber, which is very difficult to deal with. The difficulty of killing Hela in front of the Black Star Lord is unknown how many orders of magnitude have been increased. I'm afraid there is no chance, but I didn't expect him to come. Sageman stared at Han Xiao in fear, feeling a little unwilling. If it were other Super A-level mechanics, the arrival of the Lord would be a risk, but Black Star has long proved that he's a clear stream among the crispy mechanics. For a moment, everyone hesitated and looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. At the same time, Ciarayan finally stabilized his body, looked angry and looked faintly horrified, covering his broken arm and staring at Han Xiao. I am a peak Super A-level martial artist who didn't block a melee charge from a melee, and I was severely injured when I met. Thinking of the power of this attack just now, Sierra's inner shock was like a surging wave. Such a powerful single lethality is extremely rare, even in his opinion. At this moment, Sierra was shocked and puzzled, with only one thought in his mind. What kind of palm technique is this from the Black Star? He actually has such a killer move. Ciarayan's fear of Han Xiao was immediately increased by several levels. He turned his head and looked at the broken arm, controlling the contraction of muscles and blood vessels, and stopped bleeding instantly. Then he used martial arts power to catalyze the proliferation of cells. He saw a new piece of arm growing out of the broken arm. Compared with other parts, his skin color was obviously much tender and distinct. Ciarayan hit the broken arm, floating in the universe, and made an atom with one blow, leaving no trace. Then he slowly flew back to the battlefield, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. Instead of taking action immediately, he observed the expressions of everyone, thinking. Xui quietly floated aside, looking at Han Xiao without any intention of speaking. The field suddenly fell into a strange silence. Han Xiao, Ciarayan, and Sui, the three peak Super A-level players, were in a three-legged staggering position, confronting each other, while the other Super A-level eyes were all on the three. Everyone knows in their hearts that whether to fight or negotiate depends on the negotiations of the three big bosses. The Black Star Lord entered the venue and said a harsh word, and then he stopped moving for the time being. It is not surprising that many Super A-level people are there. After all, there are so many. Even if Black Star arrives, he will not dare to do anything randomly. He was alone and was reluctant to have a head-on conflict with us on a dozen Super A-level frontal conflicts, so he had to endure his anger and negotiate to resolve the problem. Thinking about this section, the Super A-level expressions present were much more relaxed. The Black Star Master is here, and they should indeed retreat. However, this is not because they are afraid of Black Star, but because the mission success rate has dropped sharply. There is no need to continue to entangle here. Although everyone is afraid of the combat power of the Black Star Lord and the treasures of the universe, there's no need to be afraid of Black Star. In the eyes of Sageman and others, Black Star is only one, and he has enough to keep himself, but he can't make trouble. While everyone was secretly guessing, Han Xiao was silently waiting for the Mechanical Legion behind to catch up with him while checking the panel. When Hela was attacked, the panel triggered an emergency mission, which was similar to the mission during the Lighthouse Star campaign, but was different. Urgent mission, Hela Rescue War. Mission introduction. Hela's superpowers aroused many Super A-level fears. His powerful talents brought disasters to fate. Su Ling and Guang decided to take action to eliminate this hidden danger. Mission requirements. Hela survived the attack. Reward. 750 E920 experience, legendary degree +1, random reward X4, unknown character card X4, blank character card X1. Extra mission requirements. Cooperate with Imperial reinforcements to capture the invading Super A-level powerhouse. Extra reward. Every time a Super A-level powerhouse is captured, you could draw abilities from him. This is the most difficult task so far. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. The number of Super A-level players present is similar to that of the Lighthouse Star Battle, but Han Xiao currently has no Imperial reinforcements, only one Hela, but he has to face more than a dozen Super A-level players. The last guy facing a similar situation is Yi Shun, and his fate is to win the 500 years of property rights of the Empire's luxury single cell. However, the mission reward is unprecedentedly generous. As long as one person is captured, the ability of that person can be drawn once. The more you catch, the more times you draw. My deity is here. Su Ling and Guanghui are not likely to kill Hela in front of me. They are probably going to retreat immediately. The Imperial reinforcements don't know when they will arrive, so they have to rely on myself to complete the additional tasks. Han Xiao was calculating on the way to come, and he was not shaken at this time. He calmed down a little and couldn't help but think of another thing. While on the way, he received a report from the Black Star Palace, saying that there was a Super A-level door-to-door challenge, and Emers had already faced it, and there was something strange everywhere. Technician Han has always maintained contact with the base camp and knew the current battle situation. The traveler showed his true strength and was making trouble. The Master Clone shared his main combat power. There can only be one at the same time. If Han Xiao is distracted from taking care of the base camp, he will be in trouble. It's interesting. I deliberately involve my energy to facilitate the action of Su Ling and Guanghui people. Well, traveler. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Travelers are neutral Super A-level on the surface, but in fact they are closely related to Super Cluster-level civilizations. Only a very few people know about this. However, for him, the identity of a traveler was not a secret, and it had been exposed in his previous life. Could it be that Su Ling and Guanghui have cooperated with superstar cluster-level civilization in this matter? No, it's not them. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he overturned the speculation. The identity of a traveler is a secret in the outside world. Even if Guanghui and Zuling cooperate with the Superstar Group civilization, the Superstar Group civilization will not let the traveler take action. Otherwise, wouldn't it reveal the identity of the traveler? It seems that there is something else behind it. Han Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't care much about the truth at this time. Anyway, he only knows one thing now. That is, the traveler takes action, and the Superstar Group civilization behind it will definitely not be related. Others don't know the origin of the traveler, but he knows it clearly and doesn't need to investigate it all. It is absolutely right to just keep this account behind the traveler's civilization, and it's simple and trouble-free. I dare to go to my house to make trouble. I am brave enough. The throne is still on the way. When I arrive at the base camp, I will go and deal with you, Han Xiao said intimately. At this time, Hela flew to Han Xiao. The other Super A-level players did not stop them, but just followed them silently, came to their respective captains, and confronted Han Xiao and the Mechanical Legion behind him. Actually, you shouldn't have come. Hyla's eyes were complicated. In her opinion, in order to save her, Han Xiao rushed here, which was equivalent to taking the initiative to break into this trap and being surrounded by more than a dozen Super A-level players, taking risks. Hela knew that compared to himself, the Black Star is the real thorn in the eye and the flesh thorn in the eye. He also carries cosmic treasures such as evolutionary blocks and space-time amber. If these enemies temporarily change their plans and take advantage of such a good opportunity to treat the Black Star as their target, will I harm him? Originally, Hela thought she would die and wanted to see Han Xiao for the last time, but when he really came over, Hela couldn't help but worry about Han Xiao's safety. Hela's motto in life has always been to move forward, and there are few times when he is swaying from side to side and worrying about gains and losses. I won't come. Who will save you? Han Xiao turned to her and showed a gentle smile. You are safe. You have to ask why, because I'm here. Hela bit her lip gently and suddenly took the initiative to hold Han Xiao's hand. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that a stream of life energy came from Hyla's hand, and a large number of gain states suddenly popped out of the panel. Aurora's ability can now increase the combat power of life bodies. I can't do much. I can only share my life energy with you. After holding it for a few seconds, Hera loosened her hand, tucked her hair on her temples, and said as if nothing had happened, "Thank you." At this moment, Sierra Ong spoke in a deep voice. "Hey Xing, since you have arrived, I will give you a face. I have a deal here. I don't know if you're interested." He felt that Han Xiao was delaying the time and waiting for reinforcements, so he didn't plan to continue confronting each other and started talking. Hearing this, Han Xiao turned around and looked at Sierra, put away his smile, and said lightly, "Tell me, it's better to make a deal. As long as you agree to unseal the scepter of the gods for Guanghui, we can not only retreat, but also turn to help you deal with the people of Zuling." Sierra lingered on Suai with malicious eyes. Han Zhao's attack just now used Charge Endless Power, and was also paired with Silver Shadow's character card, Come Tray Sliding. In fact, he had already arrived around the battlefield, and had been accumulating power by stepping. He originally wanted to get over in normal Super A level first, but he didn't expect Sierra to come up to intercept it, so Han Xiao had to pour the long-established power on this thick-skinned big muscle bull. Although the lethality of this blow is far from enough to make a peak Super A-level martial artist lose his combat power, Sierra was also afraid. Seeing that the plan was difficult to proceed, he simply gave up the hostage plan and turned around and wanted to achieve the goal through a transaction. At this time, Sierra didn't know that Suai was an actor and felt that the Black Star could not support him and needed help. Xui didn't care at all. "Then we Zuling will definitely retreat immediately so that you can't succeed. In the end, it's not a good deal." As he said, Xui suddenly blinked. "Since Guanghui has an idea, I will also propose a deal on behalf of Zuling." "You said." Han Xiao looked at him and asked calmly. "Black Star, I know that your space-time amber is magical and can imprison Super A level. Let's do this. You and I will join forces to capture these Super A levels of the Glorious Federation, and then sell them to us. Our little spirit will have chips to exchange the scepter of the gods. What do you think?" Sierra's face suddenly sank, and he glared at Suai coldly. Just as the two were competing against each other, Han Xiao took a deep breath and slowly said, "No need to be so troublesome. I refuse all your deals. Those who come to beat me still have to make a deal with me? Don't even think about it. You more than a dozen Super A levels. Let's go together." Sierra suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. Saori was also surprised by this, and this was not on the script. Not only two people, the other 10 onlookers, Guang Qi and Su Ling, who were Super A level, were all shocked and stared at Han Xiao with incredible eyes. This guy is crazy. One person plays more than a dozen Super A level players, and 2 of them are at the peak. Isn't this seeking death? After everyone was extremely surprised, anger arose. "You are too underestimating people. Do you think these Super A level people are all paper-made?" He Xing didn't understand the situation. "You came when you came. I really thought that one person was capable of competing with all of us. Are we retreating because we were afraid of you? Are you serious?" Sierra's face completely sunk. "Destroyed my frontline stronghold, tried to attack my deputy commander, and wanted to retreat in front of me so that I could do nothing. Do you think it's possible?" Boom! Han Zhao's tone was sonorous, and his energy fluctuations were rising. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes became more and more unkind. Sierra was even more furious. "You have to think clearly. With the current situation, we will never stop and turn our target into you directly." Hearing this, Hyla's face tightened and immediately stood in front of Han Xiao, and the energy of death spread out again, waiting for it. No matter what decision Han Xiao makes or what strong enemies she faces, she will fight side by side with Han Xiao without any hesitation. At this time, Han Xiao held her shoulder, pressed her behind her, and slowly spoke. "Don't be so nervous. I'm enough for myself. Before everyone could be angry, the next moment, a shocking energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from Han Xiao. Sazizi, the violent, golden mechanical force, was like thunder whips, flashing wildly, and Han Xiao's energy fluctuations seemed to soar endlessly. Facing more than a dozen Super A levels, Han Xiao did not dare to be arrogant and did not hesitate to use the character card inventory at the bottom of the box. Armed Country Advent card, Ancient Man. The Overlord's Arrival card, Extreme Flow Cell Super Relief. Dragon's Arrival card, Force Field Dragon Body. Nilo Advent card, Perfect Mechanism. The effects of multiple character cards are superimposed. At this moment, the energy fluctuations that Han Xiao burst out seemed terrifying even at the peak of Super A level, and even hurt the perception of everyone present. Sagemen and others' faces changed drastically, and the anger in their eyes turned into horror. The power Han Xiao exuded at this time was far beyond their perception of Han Xiao's strength. Even Sour, who had been calm, was moved at this moment. A faint light lit up in Han Xiao's eyes, dazzling like two small blue suns. Let me see how many of you can run away. Without waiting for the Super A-level Wang Hui and Su Ling to come back from their shock, Han Xiao was shocked, and the mechanical force shot lightning, instantly connecting to the mechanical legion, like a lightning spider web covering the sky. And at the next moment, the torrent of steel composed of the mechanical legion poured down. Sagemen and others were shocked by Han Xiao's energy fluctuations beyond the specifications, and were still immersed in shock. Unexpectedly, Black Star really did what he said, and he was shocked and hurriedly took defensive measures. Rumble. The next moment, more than a dozen Super A-level figures were instantly submerged in the vast ocean of the Mechanical Legion. As soon as they handed over, everyone's horror became more and more intense, and they felt unparalleled pressure from the Mechanical Legion. If it were the troops of ordinary super-level mechanics, they could kill 7 in and 7 out. However, Han Xiao's mechanical army made them feel like they were trapped in a quagmire, trapped in it, unable to move forward and difficult to break through the blockade. Only Su and Cierian have the ability to act freely. Not only because the scale of the mechanical legion brought by Han Xiao himself was dozens of times that of the 2 mechanics present, but also because the combat power of the mechanical forces exceeded their imagination. The combat power increase of the mechanical force given to the mechanical warriors was terrifyingly stronger, which was a whole level higher. Han Xiao already has the expertise of perfect mechanical. At this time, he uses Nilo's character card and superimposes double perfect mechanical sense, which directly elevates Han Xiao's mechanical affinity to a new field. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Guang Hui and Zuling's Super A level were not too late to think about anything else, and subconsciously joined forces to block the offensive of the Mechanical Legion. Boom! The battle broke out, and suddenly entered a fierce state, turning into a scene of a big melee. In the endless black tide of the Mechanical Legion, more than 10 light balls were floating in this ocean, and countless beams of light continued to gather towards the more than 10 light balls. These light balls were the battlefield where the Mechanical Legion besieged every super-level battlefield. How could his combat power soar to this level? Sageman's tone was shocked. The last time Black Star went all out, it was the Lighthouse Star battle. Now more than 20 years have passed. This is the second time he has gone all out, and he has become so much stronger. Taylor was surprised, panicked, and envious. More than 20 years ago, Su Ling, the gentleman who participated in the Lighthouse Star battle, still remember Han Xiao's performance. More than 20 years have passed. They know that Black Star has become powerful, but they didn't expect it to become so powerful. This level of pressure makes me feel like a military country. Saurier's face calmed down. He was also within Han Xiao's attack range. At this time, he mainly dodged and paddled. He secretly thought about the next script and did not immediately fight back with all his strength. He could understand that as the attack party, He Xing could not allow them to retreat easily and had to take a counterattack, But the combat power of Black Star bursting out at this time exceeded Suri's expectations. At this moment, Sierra Ong spoke in a deep voice, unable to hide his shock in his tone. This is the extreme flow of the cell, and the cell is super resolved. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Isn't this an explosive skill in the martial arts system? Why can Black Star also use it? He isn't a mechanic. I read that right. The momentum emitted by Black Star is the feeling of this move, which will squeeze its own potential and temporarily exchange it for higher level power. Sierra said firmly, no matter why Black Star can use this move, the principle will not change. This statement was quickly accepted, and everyone's expressions became complicated immediately. His eyes passed by the Mechanical Legion and looked at Han Xiao with surprise and shock. What does it mean? Black Star does not hesitate to burn his potential in order to keep us. We can obviously take the initiative to retreat, but as for fighting like this, in this case, it is not surprising why Black Star has this level of combat power. After all, it is only temporary. But this level of explosive power is still very scary. Seeing Han Xiao's firm attitude, many people gave in. Saori sighed secretly. He was a little unhappy when he saw Han Xiao suddenly stealing the show and planned to stop it. But seeing that He Xing had a clear and firm attitude, Sui put away his thoughts of doing his best. Since Black Star has invested a lot, he plans to give in to Black Star. After all, he has to act in the whole set, and he believes that Black Star has a sense of responsibility. On the side, Hyla was shocked and excited when she saw Han Xiao showing great power. She was shocked and excited when she heard this statement. At this moment, she was stunned. The next second, Hela's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and she was instantly filled with rage and murderous intent. She didn't expect that Black Star would burn its potential at all. At the source, wasn't the reason why Black Star did this just to save her. A burst of heartache that hurts the soul suddenly surged out, flooding the heart. Hela turned his head stiffly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Han Xiao, leaving only the regret and guilt that penetrated deep into his bones. He was in a state of turmoil. Hyla wanted to say something, but Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted her. Yin Danfeng said lightly, "No need to say anything, I'm fine." "I'm sorry." Hyla pursed her lips, clenched her fists suddenly, and rushed into the battle formation without saying a word. The energy of death was like a storm. As she rushed towards the super A level of the Void Spirit, all the rage poured out towards the enemy. Looking at Hela's uncontrollable murderous intent, Han Xiao looked helpless. The sequelae of Jidaliu, the cell's over-release limit, is to permanently increase the character and skill upgrade cost by 7%, which is equivalent to burning potential. However, what this group of people don't know is that Han Xiao uses the character advent card of the Domineer. Although he can only use it once, the character advent card will not provide side effects, which means there are no sequelae. Sierra's misjudgment caused misunderstandings to everyone. If you misunderstand, just misunderstand. It's not a bad thing, it's good for me. Han Xiao shook his head, and it was naturally impossible for him to explain. Some of these character cards can only be used once, and temporarily obtain super-spec combat power in exchange for permanent abilities, which is naturally profitable. He is now full of unprecedented strength. The domineering character card overclocked his basic attributes and ability strength, temporarily reaching the next level of advancement. The dual mechanical sense also made his mechanical forces combat power soar. The two superimposed, and the combat power has reached a terrible level. The most enhanced one is the combat power of elites, such as the apostle weapons. Brush. The Red Devil Tolian leaned back and thrilled away from Yozu's simple and unpretentious spear. The thick magic shield was cut off, and the bone-spunish chest was cut open with a deep wound, revealing the red copper sternum. Tolian hurriedly shook his tail and slapped Yozu's mechanical body with the bone spur at his tail. Yozu was calm and carried it straight down with a spear. Bang! The spear and bones attacked, and a circle of shock waves burst out. Tolian prefers to augment his own melee mage, and has superimposed a large number of augmented spells, which is very powerful. However, Yozu, who was wrapped in golden mechanical force, blocked the powerful and heavy demon tail, and compared it, he did not retreat. Help, help! His apostle weapon is too strong. Tolian screamed. With a mechanical force bonus of dual mechanical sense, being a Yozu at this time made him feel stressed. Moreover, there are not only Yozu who dealt with him, including melee factions such as Zinyanki and Zishinling, as well as long-range output players such as Silver Flash and Red Fire Group. Many apostle weapons are besieging Tolian. The plan Han Xiao adopted was to use the Mechanical Legion to restrain others, and then concentrate the elites to hit a target and break it. You are really useless. Sageman was also surrounded and was fighting with the Mechanical Legion. He couldn't help but feel annoyed when he heard this. But his own people had to help, so he had to take the time to provide help, turn his head to attack the apostle weapon besieging Tolian, and the surging light energy shot out. Buzz! At this moment, countless nanoparticles surged out in the middle and suddenly turned into a large fortress, dividing Tolian's battlefield. The surface of this large mechanical fortress slides through streams of light and quickly gathers, forming a light golden translucent arc light curtain, blocking the front of the impact of light energy. Boom, boom, boom. Sageman's attacks all hit this light golden light curtain, and the electric arc shot out in an instant, with a dazzling light. Soon, the light of the explosion disappeared, and the light curtain was still motionless, and the light flowed and flickered slightly, blocking this wave of offensive and protecting the mechanical fortress tightly. What a strong defense! Sageman was surprised. This mechanical fortress is one of Han Xiao's apostle weapons, called the Yutian Wall. This light curtain is similar to the nature of Yozu's spear. It is also the companion weapon of the apostle weapons. It is called the Wall of Defense, mainly for defense. There are more than one companion weapon in the Yutian Wall, and there is another ionic green flame with an attack nature. I saw a large number of gun barrels extending out from the fortress, spewing green light, pouring firepower towards Sageman and others. This is his unique ionic green flame. A special plasma energy not only has lethality, but also has ancillary effects with various characteristics. Oh no, I'm isolated. Seeing this, Tolian was anxious and was about to get rid of the entanglement and meet with his teammates when suddenly a sharp alert came out. In an instant, a small dark light quietly came from the gap between the surrounding mechanical forces, easily penetrated through the mana shield. Tolian hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by the light. Bang! The next moment, Tolian suddenly exploded with a huge wound that penetrated from the front and back, and was directly hit with real damage. He covered his wounds to avoid him, panic scanning the direction of the light, and saw a pitch-shaped human-shaped apostle weapon holding a special gun aimed at him. When Tolian looked over, the apostle weapon suddenly disappeared without a trace. Dark Sky Shadow, a sniper assassination apostle weapon, the accompanying weapon Shinin Painting, which has extremely powerful functions such as invisibility, stealth, camouflage, environmental obstruction, etc. The gun in your hand is also a highly powerful sniper gun with high power and high lethality against single targets. Damn it, what kind of weapon is this? The recovery power has been suppressed. Before Torian could breathe a sigh of relief, the secret energy also arrived, and a thick beam of light was blasted out from a distance. Torian could only barely expand his mana shield to resist. However, the Chaos Secret Energy also has spiritual attributes. Although Tolian blocked the attack, his soul was also impacted and interrupted the casting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hela did not hesitate at all. The energy of death was like a storm, slamming into Tolian's body, hitting him all over and covered in blood. Why are you all here to hit me? Tolian was crying without tears. Looking around the audience, he is the one who is in the worst situation at the moment. I am just a pink and tenor freshman who is super A-level. Are you bullying someone? Tolian was in danger, and Sageman and others were anxious and discussed countermeasures. There are too many mechanical legions of Black Star, and their combat power is too strong, so they cannot be restrained here. They must attack the Black Star Lord. Taylor, use the forbidden spell scroll on him. He has an immortal body. Can he hurt him? It's okay if it doesn't work now. There's no good way. Let's cooperate with the forbidden spell to concentrate fire. Sageman said angrily. When Taylor heard this, he did not hesitate to tear apart an aggressive forbidden spell scroll. Ho-ho! A series of black spell meteors shot out from the scroll, piercing the Plight shields along the way, heading straight to Han Xiao's body. This spell has extremely strong energy penetration, extremely high defense breaking ability, and strong attack power. It was originally intended to be one of the trump cards that were intended to severely damage Hela. Sageman and others were not idle. They cooperated with the forbidden spell and rushed toward Han Xiao to gather fire. They saw light energy impact, martial arts fluctuations, high-risk spells, phantom cannons, and other attacks thrown into Han Xiao's direction, forming a powerful offensive frenzy. The violent energy fluctuations here attracted the attention of Guanghui, people who were fighting not far away. They turned to look at the situation of the fire-raising situation this time, secretly shocked. If they face such an offensive in the position, most of the Super A-level present had to avoid the edge for a while. The violent energy rushed towards him, but Han Xiao was not in a hurry and did not move in the same place. With just a move of his hand, spherical mechanical discs gathered rapidly. Each disc was a piece of time and space amber, which immediately formed a double-layer shield wall in front of Han Xiao. Brush, all long-range energy attacks are like water flow encountering reefs, sliding open on the amber sphere of time and space, not hurting Han Xiao at all. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a slump and was very jealous. The existence of space-time amber is no longer a secret. The arrival of Han Xiao himself also means that this almost unsolvable universe treasure has arrived. Even the attack of the Scepter of the Gods could withstand. At this time, the threat of the long-range attack to Han Xiao's body had dropped to the lowest point, and even without the time and space amber, his fleshiness was enough to withstand the attack. It's too difficult to hurt the Black Star Lord. You can use mental attacks to deal with his body. Heidi said hurriedly. Jinghan and Heidi are both mind masters, and they have condensed the strongest mind power and attacked Han Xiao from the air. Seeing this, Sui thought about it and did it, which exerted a mental impact on Han Xiao after releasing the water. Mind Master is an expert in mental attacks. He can attack the soul of the target out of thin air and is very difficult to defend against. My shortcomings have been made up for a long time. Han Xiao remained calm and directly opened Cisco's character card, reciting the power Wall of the Heart. I saw that he remained motionless, but instead, the body of Crystal Soul and Heidi, who had taken all his strength, were shocked. Their minds suddenly became weak, and they were mentally damaged. Cisco's character card can greatly reduce the actual damage of mental attacks, and at the same time rebound some of the damage. Crystal Soul and Heidi did not hold back and took their own attacks, while Sour just pretended, but was not unlucky. The Crystal Soul is not bad. He is stronger, and he has a mind power added universe treasure like the Star Power Crown. He was very mildly injured, but Heidi was not strong enough and immediately suffered a great loss. Can he still rebound mental damage? Heidi was pale and shocked. Is this Sting Man without weakness? Why can you do anything? Each person and one crystal do not believe in evil, but the more he attacks, the more mental damage rebounds. Han Xiao maintains his calm and gentle appearance, but the two mind masters were injured by his attack. With his own spiritual resistance, Technician Han can also resist many mental damage, but taking damage is not as good as rebound. Facing more than 10 opponents, he does not miss any opportunity to weaken the enemy's combat power. After a short battle, many powerful men from Guanghui and Zuling were very passive and were trapped in the vast ocean of the Mechanical Legion. Such a huge scale of mechanical forces, combined with Han Xiao's real damage expertise, is not just a restraint. If everyone accidentally deals with it and uses their physical body to catch up with a few rounds of fire, they will be frustrated on the spot, so everyone's nerves are tense. If it were to deal with an ordinary mechanic, more than a dozen super A-level people would have already had a sudden appearance. But when facing Black Star, most people would not have the desire to rush. It's so meaty, no idea is left. However, this does not include Ciaran. As a peak super A-level martial artist, he can still rush left and right in a highly bonus mechanical legion. He has real damage immunity expertise like the Domineer, but he has the ability to ignore the gathering of the mechanical legion and is unparalleled in the mechanical pile. However, the little mechanical warrior he killed is just a drop in the ocean compared to the whole. Ciaran's arm muscles swelled, and North Korea's Xiao sprayed a martial arts wave that was enough to destroy the star, but was still reflected by the space-time amber, and could not hit Han Xiao at all. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and calm down and talk to Sui. Let's cooperate. Use your mind power to restrain the mechanical legion and help me approach Black Star. You know my explosive power, and don't ask to kill him. Try to control Black Star. Saurier, I have no energy. Upon hearing this, Sierra nearly breathed a sigh of relief. When I was fighting with me, just now, the Dragon Spirit and Tiger are fierce, and the amount of blue is the same as if I can't use it. Now you say you're impotence. Are you scammers? Ciaran was extremely angry, so he simply threw Ksui down, knocked away the mechanical warriors along the way, and charged towards Han Xiao. His four arms were wrapped with high-concentrated martial arts aura, as if they were coated with black paint. I knew you were going to make a fuss. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and had already prepared. He immediately activated his skills. Some of the mechanical warriors flew towards him and combined quickly. Just the next moment, the mechanical gods that run across the universe are coming again. The first time he appeared, the mechanical god twisted his crotch, swung his arm, and punched Ciaran. A white ball of impact light was covered with the fist, integrating the secret energy and the force field. For black fists collided with hundreds of millions of mechanical iron fists. Bang! The super giant ring shock wave exploded and spread through the universe. The outer armor of the mechanical god's arm, which was impacted, collapsed rapidly, and the range spreads toward the shoulders, and a large number of mechanical parts exploded. Due to his size disadvantage, Ciaran was slapped away by this punch, and his speed was faster than he flew over. In terms of strength competition, both sides are extremely evenly matched. If I punch, I'm afraid I can take out the Star Core. Ciaran can fight head-on and be worthy of being a peak super A-level martial artist. Han Xiao's heart moved slightly. At this moment, Francisco saw the mechanical god appear, his eyes flashed, and immediately contacted the glorious mechanical queen Morniza. He used the mechanical god. This is our opportunity. You, I, and Rama, who have long-range assistance, join forces to launch a virtual invasion on the mechanical god. Even if Han Xiao is a virtual mechanic, he has to deal with our invasion with caution. Okay. Morniza nodded solemnly. At this moment, Guanghui and Zuling's super A-level team had to temporarily join forces to show their magical powers and resist the big boss Black Star with burning potential. 3 mechanics quickly joined forces at the virtual level, and green data streams surged out to attack Han Xiao's virtual firewall. Han Xiao immediately noticed the enemy's movements and smiled playfully. Oh, want to invade me? With the advantages of virtual specialization and dual mechanical sense, Han Xiao's virtual technology bonus is extremely high at this time. Among the 3 enemies, only Rama is a virtual mechanic, and the other 2 are other specialized branches. Rama does not send a master clone here. The main intelligence is okay when defending, but the power of virtual invasion is much worse. On the virtual level, Han Xiao and the 3 immediately started a fight without gunpowder. The 3 of them kept trying to invade, but Han Xiao's defense line was as solid as a rock and tightly guarded the back door. On the contrary, the 3 of them were virtually invaded by Han Xiao following the link. There were 2 people on the Guanghui side, and the computing power of the main intelligence could barely block Han Xiao's data probe. However, Francisco was just a person with a single power, and was not specialized in virtual technology. He had a weak defense line. He was targeted by Han Xiao and was stabbed in the back door. His mechanical troops turned against each other, becoming Han Xiao's combat power supplement, and in turn attacked his teammates. I can't do it anymore. Francisco couldn't bear the weapon disaster, and even the dominant clone's actions were delayed. At this moment, a mechanical giant hand that looked like a sky curtain reached over, directly holding the clone of the Francisco whom he could not avoid, and then pinched it hard. Click! Francisco's master clone immediately turned into a pile of broken copper and iron. The carrier was broken, and the power of the arrival was automatically withdrawn. Han Xiao curled his lips and casually raised the wreckage of Francisco's clone. A little crispy. These mechanics who came with the Lord cannot grasp them. They can remove their skills at any time. If you want them to leave, just break their Lord's clone. After all, not every mechanic's master clone can be as fleshy as him. Seeing this scene, Morniza depressly gave up the idea of taking the initiative to invade and could only focus on consolidating the defense line and try her best not to let Han Xiao break through. And at this moment, the battle situation suddenly changed. Under the siege of many apostolic weapons and Hela, Tolien could not resist it at all. The output of the surrounding mechanical legion occupies a large part of the head. Tolien does not have the ability to be immune to real damage. His health has plummeted wildly in the concentrated fire of the mechanical legion, and other teammates are restrained, unable to support him. Bang, bang, bang. Tolien was once again drowned in the artillery fire. He was already at the end of his strength, and this time he finally reached his limit. He had almost no good meat on his body. His demon horns were interrupted, and his spirit was tortured by Hela and Seaning, and he fell into a state of chaos for a long time, seriously injured and lost his combat power. Hela was so murderous that she was about to kill her. Han Xiao asked the mechanical god to extend his hand and separate her. Don't kill anyone. Why, they're causing you. Hyla gritted her teeth and couldn't bear to continue talking. It's more valuable to grab it. Han Xiao shook his head, grabbed Tolien, who was almost unconscious, and sucked it into the body of the mechanical god, and carried it to his body from the inside. Han Xiao took out the space-time amber with his hands and directly sealed Tolien, who had lost his resistance. Looking at the guy's frozen, painful expression, Han Xiao showed a satisfied smile, like an old farmer checking the harvest of a year. The first one, Tolien, was arrested. Sageman was frightened and angry. He looked at the mechanical god who captured his teammates, but he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. He didn't have to think about it, and knew that Tolien must have tasted the taste of space-time amber, and couldn't help feeling sad. Due to the special fleshiness of the Black Star body, everyone cannot use the means to deal with ordinary mechanics to deal with Black Star. There's only one most laborious way in front of them. That is, the mechanical legion that wiped out Black Star. However, Black Star fights at home and also burns its potential. In conjunction with the mechanic's unique combat method, the strength that bursts out is extremely terrifying and can be divided into 3 key points of combat power. One is the mechanical god itself. The second is the elite subordinates, such as apostle weapons. And the third is the huge mechanical legion. The mechanic's late-stage power relies on the mechanism of multi-line combat, which can create the effect of one against many by distributing combat power. The mechanical gods and Sierran are evenly matched, restraining a peak Super A level, while the mechanical legion restrains many Super A level, and elites such as apostle weapons can be divided and broken. He had a long battle with He Xing, and he didn't know how many people he would lose here. In the past, Black Star only had strong recovery power, but now its frontal combat power has been improved, giving Sageman the image it is simply a desperate, crushing existence. His Excellency Sour, what should I do now? Sageman couldn't help looking at the captain. At this moment, what he trusted most was his boss, but he didn't know that the water released by Suai was enough to gather into a vast ocean. The Black Star burning potential has been exchanged for such strength. It cannot last long. If the action fails, it will be useless to continue to fight. Retreat. Sour said slowly. What should Tolion do? Do you care about it? It's not certain whether you can leave yourself or not. You still have the time to care about others. Sourier shook his head. Although he was the team leader, he didn't mind Black Star catching a few people to vent his anger. In his opinion, Black Star burned its potential and asked the cosmic civilization to give him some compensation. Anyway, it wasn't his own money. This group of super A-level attacks on Hela have offended Black Star. If he does not let him vent his anger, it will not be in line with the Jiaogua and his ideas. This 7,000-word picture is dizzy and can't write it. Asterisk, asterisk winky face. Just when the Zuling sect was dependent on the intention of retreating, Sierra, who was fighting fiercely with the mechanical gods, also received suggestions from others. His Excellency Sierran, let's retreat. The situation will become increasingly unfavorable to us. It is meaningless to fight with the Black Star with burning potential here. Heidi's tone was urgent in the group chat channel. That's right. Although more than a dozen people were forced back by Black Star alone, and their reputation was not very good, weighing the situation is the best solution at present. Since he paid such a big price, we'd better not be entangled with him anymore. Morniza also echoed. Sierran fought hard with the mechanical god for a few times, then pulled away, his face not very good-looking. Although he was too willing to admit it, the combat power of the Black Star burst out at this time was enough to compete with him, and he could not do anything to each other. The mechanical god consumes terrifyingly, just like Ultraman in 3 minutes. Ordinary mechanics can't last long, but Black Star's recovery is amazing and can be maintained for a long time, which means that even if the two can decide the winner, it will take a long time. Now Su Ling seems to have the intention of retreating. If he stays and continues to fight with He Xing, all the pressure will be transferred to Guanghui. Sierran himself is not afraid, but he is not as capable of fighting on a wide range of multi-line basis like a mechanic, unable to take care of others, and suffers from his career. Guanghui had no intention of fighting head-on with Black Star at the beginning. Since the plan to capture Hela alive failed, it would be futile to continue fighting. Sierran made a quick decision and spoke in a deep voice. Retreat, let the Galway Apocalypse teleport a guide, and warm up. After that, Sierran, no longer entangled with the mechanical gods, turned around and broke through the open road, and martial arts waves ejected out again and again, sweeping out a blank area among the thousands of troops. On the other hand, while leading his teammates to escape, Saori stopped acting. His mind was inspiring, and he opened and closed. All the mechanical troops blocking the road were swept aside. The escape routes of the two groups of people were different. Guanghui brought the fleet, and the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter was the way out. The Zuling is a rare army, and only needs to escape alone through the Super A level. As long as you leave the area of the space stabilization device, you can run away with the teleportation reel. Han Xiao immediately noticed the change in the battle target of the crowd, and the troops on both sides trekked in the dark tide of the Mechanical Legion and broke through in 2 different directions. Both Guanghui and Zuling wanted each other to restrain Black Star, so they naturally would not continue to help each other. Zuling was even more unlikely to run to take the Guanghui ride. Otherwise, they would just leave the tiger's den and enter the wolf's den. The joint force has been broken. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and the mechanical god was controlling the move, chasing the Guanghui people without saying a word. Under his command, the Mechanical Legion was divided into 2 groups, while the Apostle Weapon and Secret Power were thrown down the Super A-level Void Spirit and turned to focus on the glory. The effect of gathering combat power against a team is better. The reason for targeting Guanghui is that on the one hand, it is because of Suai's favor, and on the other hand, it is too difficult to chase and kill the Su Ling. Once Sully does not act, his ability to restrain will be incomparable. If he chases Su Ling's people at this time, it is basically impossible to keep anyone. Sully is just a clone, and he can completely sacrifice his life and end the rear. His mind is enough to stop all his troops for a while. This is how the blue lot is doing what he wants. In contrast, Sierran is just a single and powerful martial artist. He has limited methods for AoE in a large range. He is not good at protecting his teammates, and he is also the main body. He cannot miss the Guanghui shuttle bus. With various factors, the Guanghui side will naturally be better to deal with. Once he decided on the target, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly locked in a glorious super A-level and threw out his skills. Supreme Virtual. Lone Walker, Jack Goneyes was using various mechanical weapons to fight the apostle weapons. Suddenly, his body froze, and his soul was trapped by Han Xiao into the virtual world, losing his body's control. In this dangerous situation, a slight negligence is fatal, not to mention the control time of more than 10 seconds. As an armed warrior, his physical defense is not comparable to that of the martial arts master. He also has no real damage immunity expertise. The surrounding mechanical legions and apostle weapons rushed forward, which immediately caused Jack Goneyes' blood to plummet. Han Xiao chose him because he was fragile enough that the talks between the gods allowed him to master most of the super A-level abilities. Brush. The mechanical god didn't say anything. His arm crossed the sky, grabbed Jack Goneyes, and sucked it into his body. When Jack Goneyes got rid of the supreme virtual control and returned to his body, he suddenly felt a strong sense of weakness. What he left was a broken and seriously injured body, and was also controlled by the ubiquitous trap device in the body of the mechanical god. How could it be? Jack Goneyes couldn't help but be shocked, unable to believe that he had lost so quickly. Even when facing the troops of the armed country, he could hold on for a longer time. In the past, he only knew that the Black Star was a lot of meat. So why did he have such a high damage? Han Xiao is not surprised by this. His mechanical legion's output is not low at all. Legendary combat skills, as a super A-level powerhouse with no real damage resistance, as long as his mechanical legion breaks through the shield fire-harvesting body. Even with the super A-level health, it cannot withstand this terrifying blood loss rate. At this time, Jack Goneyes was transported to Han Xiao's body by the torrent of nanoparticles in the mechanical god's body. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at him and slowly said, "You can't run into my body. If you don't want to suffer too much, don't resist." As soon as he finished speaking, countless gun barrels extended out of the inner wall of the surrounding mechanical god, aiming at Jack Goneyes. Under the mecha helmet, Jack Goneyes couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Well, I can't beat Black Star at first, but now I'm still trying my best. A hero doesn't suffer any loss in front of me, so please accept it." At the same time, the glorious people from the outside world were shocked and angry. They clearly saw the whole process. They saw that Black Star easily captured Jack Goneyes like he was catching a chick. "My Excellency Cierian, this..." Wormer couldn't help speaking. "Don't worry about him. I can't save him." Cierian looked gloomy and was secretly angry. He is different from Suri. He comes from his body and has no capital to waste. If he stays behind and tries to rescue his teammates, he will not be able to catch up with the glorious teleportation. When the Imperial reinforcements arrive, he will probably have to give himself here. Even if I was angry at this moment, Cierian could only bear it. At the same time, Su Ling, who broke through from another direction, also saw the scene of glorious reduction in personnel and couldn't help but feel energetic. Originally, Torian was arrested, Sageman and others were a little depressed. Seeing that Guanghui was also unlucky, everyone immediately became balanced. As a famous person named Lu said, "When a person is in trouble, the best comfort is not that others pity him, but that he sees others as unlucky as him." Now Su Ling thinks this and feels much more comfortable. At this time, Saori's eyes flashed slightly. He thought for a while, suddenly stopped and said, "You go first, I'll stay and do something." "What are you going to do?" Sageman was curious. Saori turned his head and looked in the direction of Guanghui, raised a faint smile. Guanghui did not give up on the scepter of gods. Just teach them a lesson and take this opportunity to get some interest. Everyone suddenly realized that only Saori, who came from the clone, was convenient for doing this kind of thing. What Saori thinks is the path to restrain the glorious people and help the Black Star catch more glorious Super A levels. He hopes that Black Star will catch some prisoners to vent his anger in exchange for compensation from cosmic civilization. Of course, it is best not to sell his teammates, and glory is the best substitute. And this reason is very legitimate. As an actor, Su Ling will praise him for doing well and eliminate the losses caused by failure in missions and his teammates being captured. He can kill more than one bird, and he is obviously an old actor. Thinking of this, Sui broke away from Sageman and others without saying a word, and rushed towards the glorious people, and set up a private chat window with Han Xiao. Do you remember the deal I mentioned with you just now? Let's cooperate. Han Xiao was chasing Guanghui and entangled Guanghui. When he saw Sui rushing towards the battlefield here, he originally planned to block it, but when he heard this sentence, even he couldn't help but feel silent. Thousands of words of complaints appeared in his stomach, and all the words were merged into one sentence. I really thank you for Guanghui. With him participating in the war, the situation immediately changed. One by one, the glorious members were swept by Sauer's mind, suffered a strong mental impact. Their bodies were shocked, and they had a lot of flaws. The Mechanical Legion took advantage of the opportunity to invade, causing the opponent to fall back into a tighter siege, and the breakout speed suddenly slowed down. Seeing this scene, Sierra was furious. Sui, when I invited you to cooperate with Black Star, didn't you say you were gone? You play me. He didn't expect that the Zuling sect would be so unconventional. So he actually ran over and pulled his back to help He Xing deal with them. Don't look at me like that. Saurier said indifferently. During the Battle of Lighthouse Star, you also stabbed us in the back. The situation at that time was so similar to that now. I just did the same thing as you. During the Battle of Lighthouse Star, Su Ling fell into a passive state because of the light of light and was killed by Guanghui and snatched away the scepter of the gods. As the saying goes, don't look at the fun of today, be careful to make a list in the future, so Sui has no psychological burden on this. It is impolite to come and not go. Sierra's face turned ashen. He roared angrily, and suddenly turned back and killed him. A highly concentrated martial arts aura appeared all over his body, and he rushed to a blank area. The peak Super A-level martial artist's single-sword breakthrough ability was completely exploded, and it was invincible. There is no mechanical force to stop him. He ran away, countless mechanical warriors, killed directly to the crystal soul, hugged him, then turned around and left, regardless of the remaining teammates. Sierra knew that once Suri intervened, Guanghui would definitely leave many people behind this time, and he could only try his best to stop the loss. The crystal soul is petite. It is a crystal life, and it also has a cosmic treasure, so it has the highest priority. Sierra directly took the nearest crystal soul on his body and ran away. As for the rest, he was powerless. Seeing this, Morniza simply stopped running away. She commanded her own mechanical troops to cut off the rear. Although she was killed and retreated step by step, it also slowed down the pursuit of Han Xiao Machinery Legion. In this way, the people with the greatest pressure became Heidi and Wormer, who were behind. Damn, Heidi's blood was squirting from 7 orifices. He was also a mastermind. He had no power to fight back in front of Sui. He was shocked and dizzy and weak, unable to continue to remain calm, and his face was full of unwillingness. At this moment, the mechanical god's palm suddenly covered, and Heidi looked up at it. His vision was completely covered by the steel sky. Heidi has not been the Super A level for a long time and is not very clear about the division of the Super A level levels. When he saw this scene, he only had one thought left in his mind. This is the real power? And the next moment, the mechanical palm came to his head, and his eyes turned dark, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Third, Han Xiao sucked Heidi, seriously injured and lost consciousness, into the body of the mechanical god, and turned his head to look at Wormer. At this moment, all the apostle weapons were besieging Wormer alone. The style of this martial artist is different from that of Sierra, Ong, and Garuten. He is filled with a grand master's demeanor in his every move. He does not look strong, but is very round and natural, as if he contained some natural laws. Compared with melee combat, he seems to be better at mid-range martial arts wave attacks, and his martial arts aura is endless, as if it is not exhausted. The light blue aura was like a rotating shield, constantly bounced off the attack of the apostle weapon. His fist was neither fast nor slow, and a qigong wave was ejected from each stroke. Even in a passive state, Woolmer did not seem embarrassed, but there was no point in turning the tables, so he could only be considered stagnant. It was a matter of time before he could lose. At this time, seeing Ciarayan and Crystal Soul escape further and further away, and he was surrounded and had no way out, Woolmer simply stopped running and broke the rear here with Morniza. The mechanical god waved his arms, tearing apart large swaggers of hostile mechanical forces and the unmanned fleet sent by Guanghui, quickly blowing up Morniza's crispy master clone. Wormer was in a state of fighting alone, and not long after, he was captured alive under the siege of the apostle weapons and secret energy in Hela. And their closure is meaningless. At this time, Ciarayan and Crystal Soul have escaped into the fleet of the Glorious Federation, and the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter has been preheated. Wu-Wu, two large mechanical rings perpendicular to each other are rotating rapidly, and their speeds are getting faster and faster, turning into a phantom. The rotational trajectory of the two rings forms a sphere, wrapping the area where the fleet is located. Ciarayan turned around for the last time, glared at Sui fiercely, and turned his gaze to Han Xiao, making his teeth itchy. Heixing, wait for me. If we catch our people, Guanghui will not let it go. Buzz. The speed of the two rings suddenly stopped, and the fleet in the sphere area had disappeared without a trace, breaking through the limitations of the space stability device, being teleported away, and only the unmanned fleet and mechanical troops were left in the field. The next moment, the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter started to destroy itself, exploded one after another. The glorious person disappeared, and the scene immediately became much more purified. Guanghui only ran too. Han Xiao stopped, his eyes flashed, and he looked in the other direction. He saw that several Super A-level players from Su Ling had escaped far away. At this moment, Xui's voice sounded in his mind. What, I've captured 3 brilliant Super A-level and 1 virtual Spirit Super A-level. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing this, Han Xiao looked at Xui and saw him with a calm face. Thank you. Han Xiao calmed down, removed the mechanical god, and nodded slightly to Sui. If it weren't for Sauer's help, he would have been able to catch 3 people by himself. Now 4 super-level arrests are arrested, and the 2 mechanic clones are blown up, which is equivalent to killing half of the invading enemy. Among them, the main reason for the explosive power of using character cards is Hela's help and the role of Space-Time Amber are also important factors. Especially the Space-Time Amber, the shield wall formed by resists a large number of long-range attacks without having to worry about defending or being beaten, which means that a lot of energy is spent on the offensive end, and it also dispels the idea of attacking his body. The ceiling of the A-level is also based on it, and the tactical role is extremely important. At least 2 or 3 successful efforts belong to it. I have to say that Ravenlauder's treasure in his previous life was really easy to use. Although there are 2 freshman roosters among the 4 Super A-levels I caught, and the other 2 are not powerful players, the Super A-levels are Super A-levels after all, and they have template expertise. It depends on whether forwarding is working this time. All kind of thoughts flashed by. Seeing that Xui was staring at him, Han Xiao simply took back the mechanical army that was pursuing the Zuling people. At this time, the space stabilization device had disappeared. He directly opened the secondary dimension barracks, stuffed the intact mechanical troops in, and then used the dimensional factory to collect the full parts for repair. While doing this, Han Xiao asked casually, "What are you going to do next?" "Continue to escort Su Ling's people away. Well, when they arrive at the safe area with the teleportation scroll, I will remove my clone. You will not pursue it again." Sui smiled faintly, sighing in his heart. How long has it been since there was such a tough record in the universe? When the result of this battle spreads, I don't know how much sensation it will cause. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. By the way, I'll show you something. Han Xiao waved and called Hela in front of Sauer. Are you okay? Hela stared at Han Xiao's face, staring at him, too lazy to look at Sui. Although Sui came to help just now. In her opinion, Su Ling's people are essentially enemies, so naturally they don't know that this is a movie emperor. I'm fine. Han Xiao shook his head and said seriously. Embers was attacked in the Black Star Palace. Go back to help her and exchange Enying for it. Hylo was stunned. What does this mean? How can I go back to help her? I have a new technology that can teleport you back. Han Xiao's whole body flashed, and the Emperor Kerala left his body and automatically penetrated Hela, but it was connected to Han Xiao's mechanical force. After many private tests, Han Xiao knew the operation mechanism of the Emperor. The Emperor himself is exclusive equipment for mechanics, and the throne transmission function is for users within the mecha. However, if the mechanical force connection to the Emperor is maintained through the quantum non-distance transmission channel, even if the mecha is filled with other people, Han Xiao can still activate this function and allow the mecha wearer to teleport at a fixed location. At this time, the throne is about to arrive at the Black Star Palace, and you can return to the base camp as soon as you teleport back. Han Xiao turned his head and found that Sui was watching this scene with great interest, so he deliberately turned on the space stabilization device and once again covered the area. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and under Saori's nose, the Emperor suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xui's face suddenly changed, and he looked surprised. Is this Galway Apocalypse teleportation? When did you learn the glorious technology? It's not Galway Apocalypse. This is another technology, but the effect is similar, and it can break through the blockade of space stability anchors and disruptors. Han Xiao said lightly. Why didn't you use it early? Saurier was helpless. If he had known that you had this technology, he would have attacked Hela. I have also studied it for a while. Han Xiao nodded, looked at Suri's expression, and knew that his goal had been achieved. He deliberately showed the Emperor's teleportation ability to let others know that he had teleportation methods that ignored the space stability device. Otherwise, if the Glory and the Void Spirit Thief were undead, he might come to attack Hela in the future, and he would not have been able to hide Hela Shui all the time. This trump card is displayed at this time to let the outside world know that Hyla can escape at any time in the face of the siege, so that she can eliminate the idea of Glory and Vile Spirit and prevent what will happen today in the future. As a result, Hela's situation became much safer, and no one would hit her on the head. Brush. At this moment, the Emperor appeared again. The mecha opened, revealing a confused silver shadow on his face. Hey, Black Star, where is this? Enying looked puzzled, not yet recovering from her senses. Stop talking about it. I have limited time, and I have to borrow your body. After the matter is done, the evolution block will be used for you. Han Xiao patted Enying on the shoulder, pulled the confused Enying, and turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Saurier was suddenly surprised. The things are over. Where are you going? It's not over for me. While the ability to explode is still there, there is still another goal to solve. Who is it? Saurier was curious. Han Xiao turned around, gave Xui a side face, and said in a deep voice, Beast Ancestor Garuten. Time went back a few minutes ago. Black Star Palace Battlefield. The aggregation of evil energy comes here, gradually changing the nature of the surrounding space. The purple-green colors are shattered, and the range is still slowly expanding. In the Advent area, countless energy tentacles danced wildly, and the surrounding defense fleets kept firing at the tentacles, blowing one by one in another, as if endless. In some theory that agrees with the conservation of cosmic energy, the law of conservation of energy operates in multiple dimensions. In many experiments of interstellar civilization, examples of energy disappearing out of thin air or appearing out of thin air. Most of the cases are energy transfer between the main universe and other dimensions, which is reflected as if it happens out of thin air. There are many forms of secondary dimension arrival. The traveler adopts this, just like treating the secondary dimension as a bucket, punching a hole at the bottom, allowing the water inside to spray out and pour into the main universe, creating an erosion effect. The traveler didn't contribute much, just punched a hole, just like drilling a hole in a dam. The subsequent erosion was the power flow of the secondary dimension itself, which had already left the scope of personal power and was completely an event of another order of magnitude. So the momentum of the arrival was extremely difficult to curb. Therefore, it was difficult for the Black Star Palace fleet to quickly solve the problem of the arrival of the secondary dimension. At the center of the battlefield, Emmys was fighting fiercely with the Traveler, and the powerful force field collided with the energy aggregated by the evil energy, one after another, bursting out with strong aftermath. The force field ability is good at defense and control, and the flexible void talent, which causes the Traveler to gain the upper hand, but he cannot quickly defeat Emeth's defense line, but Emeth is not happy. The Fel energy aggregation area is his home court. He has a steady stream of energy replenishment and can consume my energy without any scruples. The protracted battle is not good for me. Emmers secretly analyzed the situation and had to admit that the Traveler still has two tricks, and he can gain the combat power of the middle and high-level people even when he goes to the three major civilizations. Although I have made some progress in the past 20 years, I still can't stand the strength to fight such a powerful enemy alone. There is no point in resisting. Losing to me is just a matter of time. As the erosion of evil energy aggregation deepens, the Traveler's evil temperament becomes stronger and stronger. Emmers turned a deaf ear and focused on manipulating the force field to deal with the ubiquitous purple-green energy tentacles. On the lookout stand outside the Black Star Palace, many cadres looked calm. With the defense measures of the Black Star Palace, I don't worry about the damage the Travelers will cause, but Emmys' situation is not optimistic. Everyone continues to command more fleets to take off to join the battle to help. Enying, who was standing beside her, had no expression on her face, but she was ready to move. Although the cadres of the Black Star Army did not let him take action, he felt that his chance to perform had come as he saw Emmys fall into a disadvantage. And at this moment, several spacecraft with the Black Star Legion logo appeared at the edge of sight and came from afar. Let these transport ships go back around the battlefield. Seeing this, Melas spoke. These returned spacecraft had already reported internally and were marked as transport ships. Everyone present was at the battlefield at this time and did not take them to heart. They just glanced at these transport ships, then looked away and continued to watch the battle between Emmys and the Traveler nervously. However, just the next moment, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! A sudden appearance of super-class energy source was detected. What? Many cadres present were shocked and hurriedly looked at the radar, seeing that the energy source was among several transport ships. Is it the enemy? Everyone's faces changed, and they immediately became nervous. But before everyone could respond, the following scene made the cadres present stunned. Buzz! The familiar death energy surged out of the transport ship like a tsunami. Hela's figure stepped on the waves and rushed towards the direction of the Black Star Palace. Deputy Commander of Hela. Sister, everyone looked stunned, and Aurora was even more stunned. Are you on the front line? How could you show up in this place? If it weren't for telepathy, Aurora would almost think that this was a fake. However, the person who was most confused was a Traveler. When he turned around and saw this scene, his crazy laughter immediately froze on his face. Damn, why is Hela here? His mission is to disperse Black Star's energy and help the troops attacking Hela to restrain Black Star. But Hela appears here. Is the people on the front line attacking the air? I'm still holding back a ghost. He was puzzled and could only attribute to Sorgen, the trick, and scrupulous seller. Failure information kills people. Since Hela appears here, it is meaningless to continue to carry out the mission. He doesn't want to continue to entangle with the Black Star Legion. The Traveler made a quick decision, immediately gave up the fight, and ran wildly into the distance. How could Emmys let him go as soon as he could, immediately turn defense into offense and output with one blow? Hela glared at the traveler fiercely, but did not join the battle immediately. She remembered Han Xiao's instructions and quickly entered the watchtower. Without having time to deal with the many confused cadres, she found Yining directly. "We're this pair of mechas. He Xing wants to see you." "Ah." Yining was confused. "I can't explain it. Get in the car." Hela said nothing and removed the Emperor, and the Emperor immediately automatically put it on Yining. The next moment, the silver shadow with a confused face disappeared in an instant, without a trace. Only after completing this matter can Hela have time to breathe a long sigh of relief. The surrounding cadres immediately surrounded him. "Why are you here, Lord Blackstar?" Hardaway asked. When he mentioned this, Hela felt ache and her face became dim. The impression she gave to the core cadres was that she was cold-faced and strong. At this time, she showed her disappointed look. Many cadres were shocked and couldn't help but guess at the bad side. Could it be the Blackstar Legion commander was killed? Sister Aurora noticed Hela's depressed mood and couldn't help but pull her hand, looking worried. "I owe him too much." Hela closed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists as if he was talking to himself. "How can I get it if you treat me like this?" At this moment, Han Xiao took Yining away from the devastated frontline stronghold. Players and other soldiers were doing the cleaning of the battlefield. He did not waste time, and while the effect of the character card was still there, he planned to trouble Garutin. When Hela was attacked, the information was leaked by Garutin. Although Hela's ability is special, and he will experience this disaster sooner or later, it does not mean that Han Xiao wants to let Garutin go, who led to this disaster. On the way to Garutin territory, Han Xiao made his own request to Yining. "Do you want to use my body?" Yining looked scared. He didn't understand the effect of the Emperor and didn't dare to ask. He was originally confused about why he was brought over by He Xing. At this time, Yining was panicked when he heard Han Xiao's words. "So you are such a black star. He actually plotted on my body. Although that's what it means, always feel like you have misunderstood something." Han Xiao said helplessly, "I just want you to do me a favor, just to trade for the right to use the evolution block. I'm so scared that I thought you wanted to catch me and transform it into a special weapon like a military country." Yining breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "Oh, it seems that it's right to think so." Han Xiaogan coughed, moved away from the topic, and said seriously, "Your body has hidden characteristics. When you wake up, you can turn yourself into a special universe treasure. I need you to transform and help me." "How do you know?" Yining was curious. He didn't know why an outsider knew his body better than him. "I still remember the first time I met you. During the competition, I controlled your body and conducted detailed detections. At that time, I discovered that there was a secret hidden in your body. It might have been mutated when it transformed into a super A-level transformation." Han Xiao immediately began to use his talent to speak lies with his eyes open. In fact, he had already stabbed Yining and struck out the other party's attribute panel. He had already seen the skill that became a cosmic treasure in Yining's skill list. However, normal characters do not have a panel and cannot know all the abilities they possess as clearly as they do as players. This is the case with Yining. He does not know that he possesses such skills. In this case, as long as he guides him and makes him notice this hidden skill, he may be able to use it directly. "Okay, what should I do?" Yining reluctantly accepted this statement. "Would you like this?" Han Xiao had no specific solution. Yining didn't think about this before, but now that he realized this, he might be able to awaken directly. It's like a person who has been exercising for a long time. If he doesn't challenge himself, he doesn't know that he can do many difficult movements. Yining was skeptical, so she had to take a tryout attitude, maintain the idea of becoming a treasure in the universe, and control her body to slowly change. The silver body quickly turned into a pool of liquid metal, constantly changing its shape, looking for a feeling. After a while, a subtle aura suddenly emanated. Yining took the initiative to cling to Han Xiao's body. The silver liquid metal wrapped Han Xiao's whole body, like a layer of patina, turning him into a silver human body. "So I really have this ability." Yining was startled by herself. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He looked at the prompts on the panel and smiled with satisfaction. I'm right. You do have special potential. At this time, the panel shows that the Silver Shadow has turned into a cosmic treasure-level equipment and is worn on himself, sharing his amazing defense and speed. At the same time, he also shared many skills, which can be used as long as he rides the Silver Shadow. Moreover, it feels very comfortable to wear Enying, just like sitting in a luxury car. The seats and interior make Han Xiao feel very comfortable. On the other hand, Enying felt this novel feeling and made a decision secretly. In the future, you should get closer to Black Star. This guy can easily detect potential that he has not discovered. His eyesight is too terrible. If Black Star can help him dig out the mysteries of his body, his growth will definitely be much faster. Enying was very happy to discover his hidden potential and did not refuse to lend his body to Han Xiao and let him control it. After the two of them worked together for a while, Han Xiao gradually became familiar with the operation method of this good car and couldn't let it go. Let's go rush. Then, without saying a word, he started directly at the 5th stage. Bang! The Silver Shadow's acceleration ability exploded, and the speed seemed to rise endlessly. Han Xiao turned into a silver meteor and quickly disappeared into the universe. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, a portal quickly formed in the universe, spitting out 3 figures. I finally ran out. Sageman's tense nerves finally relaxed, looking at the direction of the battlefield, with a complicated expression and lingering fear. Having said that, the Black Star's bursting strength was so scary, as if he would be caught and taken away by him as long as he ran a little slower. Everyone couldn't help but be glad that Black Star was chasing Guanghui and did not come to pursue Su Ling. He turned his head and looked at Tyler Dai and mechas. The 3 of them had the same emotions. It was so dangerous, and they almost entered the palace for the 2nd time. Your Excellency Saori is wise. You turn to the Black Star to deal with Guanghui. Not only does it restrain Black Star and prevent him from chasing us, but you also attacked Guanghui's troops. Although the mission failed, Your Excellency Saori has made a contribution. Taylor sighed. When the 3 of them felt relieved when they thought of the tragic situation on the side of Guanghui, they admired Saorier's decision more and more. It's just, Tolian on our side was caught by Black Star, which is also a problem. Sageman shook his head. Hey, what's the matter? It's just a little bit of hardship. When he is released, he will have a common topic with us. It makes sense. Although he lost a teammate, the 3 of them didn't care much, and the atmosphere was cheerful. And the other side of Guanghui is completely the opposite atmosphere, full of sorrow and mist. The high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter brought the glorious fleet across the star cluster back to the territory, and waited early to prepare to accept the senior officials at the teleportation site. When they saw the tragic situation of the troops, they were shocked. There are 6 super A levels. Only you 2 are back. Cierian's expression was extremely ugly when he heard the high-ranking official's horrified question. If he faced the battle head-on regardless of the consequences, he asked himself that he could fight with the Black Star in the explosive form. Unfortunately, the martial arts system is like a sharp knife, and all his combat power is condensed in his body. Protecting his teammates is not something he is good at. When Sierra was so angry that he had lost so many of his super A-level teammates under his leadership, he was beaten to death by the Black Star. It's a great shame. Now, we will definitely make the country laugh. The senior management will definitely feel that my ability to lead the team is far inferior to that of the Jiaogua, so they can only rely more on McNyson. By the way, there is also this bastard Sauer. If it weren't for him, Guanghui wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Cierian gritted his teeth. So you wait, the military country will definitely go to cause trouble for you. A fleet is fighting against a mechanical force near the Stargate station somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster. The most conspicuous thing on the battlefield is a figure shuttled back and forth, wrapped in dark brown martial arts aura, which is the beast Zigurutin. His opponent is the Apostle weapons under more than a dozen armed countries, with different shapes and strong combat power. With joint cooperation, he fought with Garutin. Since Garutin arrived at the rescue fleet, the two sides have been fighting for a long time. Armed kingdom, it's useless to stop me. Garutin spoke in a deep voice while fighting the apostle weapons. The Black Star front stand was attacked. Maybe Hela has been killed in battle now. Even if you don't let me destroy the Stargate station, the Imperial reinforcements will not be able to catch up. In this situation, Hela will definitely die. He didn't know the specific progress of the scene at this time, and his impression was still at Sorokin's report that Hela was in a desperate situation. In his opinion, destroying the surrounding Shingman station was just icing on the cake, and he still didn't think Hela had any chance to get through the desperate situation. Manison turned a deaf ear, and only the apostle weapons were still conscientiously fighting Garutin. Are you letting go? Garutin felt even more angry when he saw that the country did not respond. Manison still didn't respond. You really don't give up. Wait. The news of Hela's death in battle will come soon. Then you will know that everything you do now is in vain. Garutin was very annoyed. Manison still did not respond. But on the virtual level, he silently intercepted all the information sent by outsiders to Garutin. It's not that no one told Garutin what happened, but that he couldn't receive information from the outside world at all. The virtual mechanics methods were unaware of them. Garutin was completely hidden in the dark, and was still immersed in the pleasure of revenge, and only felt that the plan was clear. Garutin was so angry that he gritted his teeth by Manison's ignorance. Just as he was about to continue saying something, he suddenly felt a sense of intuition. He turned his head and looked into the distance, with a look of confusion. I saw a silver meteor suddenly breaking into the field of vision and approaching quickly at an incredible speed. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose in Garutin's mind. What a huge amount of energy, what is this? It seems to be coming for me. Garutin was secretly surprised. In the perceptual field of view, Han Xiao and Yingying's energy fluctuations overlap, exuding a powerful momentum that makes people tremble. The silver meteor came, obviously without good intentions. Garutin's face changed slightly. He did not sit and watch this strange thing approach him. While dealing with the entanglement of the mechanical forces of the mechanical kingdom, he freed up his hands and shot dark brown X-body fluctuations towards the silver meteor. However, this silver meteor is like a vehicle driven by an old driver, giving full play to its speed advantage and moving very coquettishly, like a racing car drifting, and it will avoid the same rapid dark brown beam. Seeing that the long-range method could not do anything to the silver meteor, and at the same time the other party locked his back, Garutin's expression was solid and suddenly burst out his strength, breaking the entangled apostle weapon, then compressing the martial arts aura, increasing the strength of his body, turning around and meeting the silver meteor. Two streamers of different colors quickly narrowed the distance, and the next moment, they collided suddenly. In an instant, the detectors of each beast ancestor spacecraft present generated movements and static movements, and the energy fluctuations displayed broke through the peak. At the position where the two collided, a dazzling and strong light suddenly lit up, as if a flashing sun halo burst out of thin air. The solid dark brown martial arts aura seemed to be a rock hit by a hammer, exploded and dispersed immediately. Garutin's figure was like a gyro, and it was spinning and shot out, and the splash blood was directly evaporated by the aftermath of the energy generated by the collision. At the moment of collision, Garutin's thoughts seemed to stop for a moment, and he felt a flash in front of him. After coming to his senses, he found that his body was uncontrolled and was knocked away. Since entering the peak of Super A level, he has rarely encountered things that cannot be stopped. However, the terrifying kinetic energy contained in this silver meteor made him unable to help but feel like he was a mantis armed in a car. Martial arts are used to withstand the recoil of frontal force, but the power of this collision is beyond Garutin's expectations. He only feels that every nerve in his body is twitching, constantly sending signals of severe pain to the brain, and his heart is trembling. What a terrible power! Who is the one who came here? Garutin was surprised and flew away to stabilize his body. He quickly checked his physical condition and found that the collision caused him to suffer a serious injury, and his mood became very serious. He looked at it carefully and saw the original appearance of the silver meteor that had stopped. His face suddenly changed. He spoke in surprise. Black Star? After knocking Garutin away, Han Xiao braked the car and asked Ying to open the car window, revealing his handsome face, staring at Garutin with a shocked face. Meet again, beast ancestor. How could it be you? Aren't you staying in the Black Star Palace? Garutin was surprised, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. Could it be that the action against Hela was unexpected? Seeing Han Xiao's strange silver shell, Garutin felt deeply confused. The progress of the situation seemed to deviate from his expectations. He wanted to know what happened at the scene. What did this guy Sorokin do? Why haven't I notified the situation yet? I know what you were doing behind the scenes. Han Xiao said slowly. Hela has escaped danger. Your plan has failed. Stop illusions. Hearing this, Garutin's brows tightened. Although he didn't know how the matter was solved, there was no need for Black Star to lie in this regard. Judging from the other party's calm appearance, he knew that the situation was 80% true. Garutin was immediately unhappy when he failed to kill Hela and felt like he was disappointed. Then are you here to find me now? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. You took the initiative to provoke and suffered losses, and then leaked information to Guanghui and Zuling through some channels, trying to kill people with a knife. Now that the matter has been exposed, you know what will happen next. Garutin's face suddenly darkened. The plan behind his back failed, and was even called out by the main owner to come to him. Even if he regarded Han Xiao as his enemy at this time, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Garutin is not a person who likes to defend himself. He does it. Since the enemy has seen it through, he has nothing to hide. He suppressed his emotions and snorted coldly. What? Are you trying to settle the score with me? I said, if you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Judging from your appearance, you're not a person who can't afford to play. So now, there's only one way to solve the problem, and I believe you know it. Han Xiao's tone was calm. In the end, I still talk with my fists. Garutin knew that fighting was inevitable, and arrogance appeared again on his body. Conspiracy and tricks are indeed not suitable for me, and it is the most straightforward thing to be honest. Although he suffered a loss just now, Garutin was not timid at all. He was all at the peak and Super A level. Whoever didn't have a killer weapon yet, who was afraid of whom? He took a deep breath of energy, used his strength to activate the cell proliferation, quickly healed the injury, and quickly replenished the lost blood. The martial artist's control over the body is at its peak, and his recovery will not be much lower than the A level. I didn't fight you last time, but today I happen to make up for it. Your deeds are rumored in the universe. Let me see your true abilities. Garutin's eyes were bright, and his tone was full of fighting spirit. He didn't know the process of the Hela Rescue War, and he knew nothing about Han Xiao's record not long ago, and his impression was on Han Xiao's former combat power standards. At this time, Garutin remembered Manison beside him and felt a little sad. If the opponent is only Black Star, Garutin is not afraid, but it would be a bad thing if the military country also participated in the war. He couldn't help but turn his head and looked at it, feeling happy. He saw that Manison's troops were not entangled anymore and were evacuating, clearly showing his unintentional intervention in the battle. Han Xiao also looked at the army troops gradually moving away from afar, muttering in his heart, Manison, send me Garutin's coordinates, but he didn't answer my phone number. This is a show of kindness and want me to take over Garutin's opponent for him, so that he can continue to stay out of the matter. Han Xiao shook his head. No matter what Director Manison's plan is, he has made up for this fight, and it is impossible for him to let the initiator go. The effect of the character card is still there and can last for a long time. With this explosive combat power, it should be no problem to deal with Garutin. Brush. The secondary dimension barracks opened, and a large number of mechanical legions flocked out, sweeping across the galaxy. Garutin was fearless and rushed into the endless army of mechanical forces alone. As soon as he fought, the pressure came over and over again, and Garutin immediately felt something was wrong. Wait, how about your combat power? Garuten stared at him with a look of surprise. He had experienced the energy level of the Black Star at zero distance and had a rough estimate of Han Xiao's combat power. But at this moment, the actual combat power displayed by Han Xiao far exceeded the level of speculation, which surprised him. It doesn't make sense. In just 1 or 2 months, why did Black Star's combat power soar to a higher level? At this moment, Han Xiao's original deity did not retreat, but advanced and did not turn on the mechanical god, and actually took the initiative to come up to fight in close combat. The fist suddenly interwept, and a huge force came along the arm, and there was a momentum of stalemate. The shock on Garuten's face became stronger and stronger. Your power is too. You have too many problems. Han Xiao's movements were as fast as if they had become vague, and he suddenly pulled Garuten out with a kick. Just as a cavalry can exert stronger combat power with the help of horsepower, Han Xiao can also obtain attribute bonuses from him when he rides on Enying. Enying itself is a martial artist, with high bonuses for strength and agility and unique defensive advantages. A steady stream of power came from Enying, and Han Xiao's original deity temporarily achieved an attribute increase that was not inferior to that of the martial artist. In addition, his own attributes, his melee ability was greatly enhanced. Although he was still not as good as that of the peak martial artist, it was enough to see it. In his previous life, martial artists like Karloff used silver shadows, which was like adding wings to the tiger. However, using silver shadows himself was more leveraging his speed and defense advantages. Melee combat was not the main output method of the deity. At the same time, the Empire support fleet drove out of the Stargate station in another direction. I finally arrived near the Black Star front stand. Come over quickly. I don't know what it is going on now. Every extra second delay. Hela is in danger of life. Raven Lauder urged. At this time, Kant closed his eyes as if he had received some news. Then he opened his eyes with a laugh and crying expression and said, "Don't rush over. The matter has been solved by the Black Star." Hearing this, Raven Lauder, who was ready to rub his hands, was stunned. How was it possible? How did he solve such a dangerous situation? Here, this is the information sent by the Black Star Army. Kant showed the news, which recorded the battle process. After reading the information, Bioni next to him looked shocked. The Black Star actually has such a killer weapon. His explosion form can actually compete with more than 10 Super A-level players. It's incredible. The main reason is that Guanghui and Zuling have to escape, and they drag each other down, giving Black Star the chance to defeat one by one. But to be honest, his record is indeed too scary to the outsiders. Kant sighed. However, burning potential is too bad for a person like him with a bright future, which will inevitably affect his growth. Alas, Black Star is wrong this time. The Empire will definitely compensate. At this time, Bioni couldn't help thinking of the joke Kant said before, and his face became strange. While on the road, Kant said that he could deal with everyone alone. It was a joke, but he didn't expect it to come true on Black Star. Awesome. Bioni admired it from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Ravenlower was froze when he saw the news. He originally wanted to turn the tide and make Haixing owe him favors, but he didn't expect that he would solve this big crisis that was almost a death-death situation without any reinforcements. Doesn't that mean I've been in vain again and didn't even get favors? Lavender lost his motivation instantly and just wanted to transform into a salted fish and slump in the corner until he was old. Since the matter has been resolved, what should we do now? Go to the Black Star stronghold to take a look, or go back directly? Kerr asked. Kant shook his head. Not either. Black Star seems to be fighting Garuten. Anyway, we've come. Let's go and see if we can help. On the other side, in the Beast Ancestor's stronghold palace, Sorokin's body held the communicator in his hand, paced back and forth, muttering to himself. It's strange. Why haven't Garuten replied to my message? Did something happen? Sorokin suddenly had a bad premonition about Garuten's situation. Bang! The silver fist collided with the dark brown fist, and a shock wave opened. Garuten was once again flew out by Han Xiao's infinite momentum. Han Xiao did not use the mechanical god, but the deity kept entangled in melee combat. When the charge of charge, endless power, cooled down, he went to the side to roam and brush the steps, accumulating the power of the iron-headed skill. Even if Garutan is determined to stop him, he will be stopped by the huge mechanical legion. Without the limitation of spatial stability anchors, Han Xiao's troops continued to emerge from the secondary dimension barracks and dimension factories. At this time, the Mechanical Legion assumed the main combat responsibilities, and under the leadership of the Apostle Weapons and Secret Envoys, he tried his best to restrain and export the enemy. The peak Super A-level martial artist has amazing single combat power. Garutan is not surrounded and cannot move forward, but he is also tangled by the Mechanical Legion, not to mention that there is a slinger man next to him from time to time, and his power is surprisingly great. His current situation is like being in a certain unparalleled game, playing a high difficulty, and then falling into the sea of people alone. The soldier has long blood bars and his damage is not low, and the apostle weapon is equivalent to a young general in the pile of soldiers. There is even a shit-scratcher like Han Xiao, who is similar to environmental attacks, next to it. Although Garutan's single combat power crushes the mechanical force, he cannot drive unparalleled as he wants, so he can only deal with it with caution. The encirclement of artillery fire, wherever Garutan went, dark brown arrogance splashed, and pieces of mechanical warriors flew away. While fighting left and right, he activated the cells to proliferate and healed the new wounds that were constantly produced. Feeling the scorching pain of the tendon healing just after being hit, Garutan was very upset. When a martial artist fights a mechanic, it is the most correct tactic to stumble on his face, but he is annoyed when he sees Han Xiao approaching. It is really charge of charge, endless power, that makes him feel uncomfortable and cannot control the rhythm of the battle. Now, as soon as you see Han Xiao wandering next to you, Garutan couldn't help but yell, "Don't come here." On the other hand, although Han Xiao had a slight advantage, he was not very optimistic. Although martial artists do not have any fancy methods, and their combat methods are pure, when they reach the peak, this purity will lead to transformation. Just like after thousands of temperings, they finally make themselves indestructible. I'm the most skilled among mechanics, mainly because of my strong recovery. However, the recovery of the peak Super A-level martial artist cannot be underestimated, and the health volume is even higher than mine. Martialists have a lot of expertise in increasing endurance bonus, and their profession also has special bonuses. At the peak Super A level, no profession can compare with martial artists, even if they are myself, and Lao Long are no exception. Moreover, the peak martial artist may not have the bug-level blood recovery ability similar to himself. He is the real heavy meat shield tank. The so-called meat and output refers to him. Sierra and had fought and ran away, and was dragged down by his teammates. Now, it was the first time Han Xiao fought with the peak martial artist who had made all his strength. Even if he was in an explosion state, it would be impossible to easily solve Garutan like he was a normal a martial artist. The two of them fought fiercely, and the scene was fierce and not far away. The Beast Ancestor's fleet was hesitating. "My father is fighting. Do we need help?" In the bridge of the command ship, the eyes of many crew members were focused on a natural disaster-level cadre among them. This man was one of Garutan's direct descendants, and served as the commander of the fleet, named Byram. "That's a Super A-level battle. We are not suitable to intervene." Byram hesitated. "He Xing is here to seek revenge, not to fight one-on-one. My father is in a tough battle. We are not suitable to watch him be beaten by the side," another natural disaster-level cadre said. "But just as people can't play any role in this kind of battlefield, just the aftermath of their fight can cause us to lose." Byram frowned. "At least we're also fighting power. If you can help a little, you will be a little more helpful. My father might need us." Byram turned his head and looked at him, and sure enough, he read a fanatic feeling from the other party's eyes. Naturally, not all descendants agree with the way Garutan cultivates descendants, and there is no unity within the camp. Although everyone's fathers are all Garutan, the mothers of many brothers and sisters are different, and their relationships are different from each other, which leads to the complexity of internal factions and undercurrents. Generally speaking, it can be divided into three categories of people. Byram himself is a neutral person, but he just abides by his duties and calls his father. In fact, he doesn't have a sense of belonging in his heart. And a cadre who kept urging him to intervene in the battlefield belonged to a hardcore loyal team. Byram was thinking about how to deal with the situation. At this time, a huge fleet arrived from a distance, with the outer armor smearing the sign of the beast ancestor. This was a long time since he could not get a response. He noticed that something was wrong, so he rushed from the stronghold to support the beast ancestor's troops. It's finally here. Seeing this, Byram was refreshed. The two sides quickly met and many cadres met. The reinforcements were all here, and it was too unreasonable to continue watching the show. Byram shook his head and changed his words. Our current combat power is qualified to intervene in this battle, and he doesn't ask for many mechanical troops to kill. Just hold up a part of it to relieve the pressure on my father. Let's do it. The fleet dispersed and gradually approached the battlefield. Han Xiao noticed this situation and turned his head to look at it, frowned slightly. In the exploration era, it is not uncommon for Super A-class to be killed by fleets. Even if Super A-class has great power, large-scale fleets cannot be regarded as air. If the Beast Ancestor's troops intervene in the battle, it can indeed cause some trouble. Even if you're a virtual mechanic, you have to gradually invade the enemy. This will distract your energy. At the same time, the Mechanical Legion needs to divide apart to fight the fleet, and Garutin's pressure will be reduced immediately. If it is an ordinary opponent, it doesn't matter, but Garutin is an opponent of the same level, and any details will be magnified. Most of the fleets at the Black Star front staff were cleaning the battlefield. When Han Xiao set out to find Garutin, he also issued an order to ask some of the fleet to come and support him. But Yining flew quickly and threw away the large army. His own fleet was still halfway. Suddenly, a magic wave suddenly burst out. Buzz! Just as the Beast Ancestor's troops were about to intervene, a huge magic portal suddenly appeared in the field, spitting out warships with the Imperial logo, blocking the Beast Ancestor's troops outside. The people from the Empire are finally here. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Although the Empire did not rush to Shanghai to launch a rescue war, it was useful now. It is better to be late than not. No matter how bad it is, it can still play the police and come out to clean the floor. Soon, all members of the Imperial Support Force arrived at the battlefield. Ravenlaud was the last one to fly out of the portal and wave his staff to remove the large teleportation spell. Seeing the situation clearly, Kant laughed. It seems that we are here at the right time. This accident was a surprise for Han Xiao and a shock to the Beast Ancestor's subordinates. Stop quickly. The spacecraft radar alarm showed several super-class energy sources. Byram was shocked and quickly stopped the fleet and did not dare to keep approaching. He just confronted the Imperial troops from afar and became hesitant again. Kant and others ignored the fleet of the Beast Ancestor and turned to look at the battle situation. Seeing the combat power Han Xiao showed at this time, they couldn't help but be amazed. It is worthy of being a black star in the explosion form, and its combat power is obviously one level higher than the conventional form. Kerr sighed. It's a pity that the price of this power is a bit too high. Kant next to him contacted Han Xiao, smiled, and asked, "How is it? Do you need help? Just help me surround the formation. Don't let him run away." Han Xiao replied quickly, "This is a personal grudge and a rare opportunity to establish authority." Han Xiao plans to deal with Garutin alone. The Empire allies are here and can just stay around, stop others from intervening, create a single-handed situation that is not disturbed, and prevent Garutin from escaping. Since we don't need to do it, we respect your meaning. Kant had no objection to this. According to Han Xiao's request, he let the troops spread out, form an encirclement, and surround the formation on the side. Seeing that he was surrounded by a powerful enemy, Garutin's face darkened, and he knew that there was no way out. Do you regret it? A little bit. But he didn't worry about it. Since the matter had been done, he would not look back and assume anything. It has come to this point, and it is useless to say more. Garutin just silently increased the attack and burst out his strength without reservation. "Let me see all your abilities, Black Star." At the same time, Byram's fleet on the side did not dare to attack the Empire's troops. He watched the Empire set up a defense line under their noses and could only watch his boss be beaten up and surrounded by the enemy from the outside. Seeing the Empire posing in such a situation, many cadres, including Byram, felt a strong sense of uneasiness and a bad premonition that the backer was about to collapse. "My father has nowhere to escape. The Empire is determined to catch him. You can't watch your father be captured by the Empire. How would it help? Several empires on the other side are super A-level. We will die in vain when we go up to help. Is there a way to solve such a situation? Who can help? Are the asylums of the interstellar black market useful? When such a big thing happened, they couldn't hide, so how could they intervene? As the asylum of the interstellar black market, Garutin himself is his backer, and he is already alone at this time. At this moment, there will naturally be no helpers like the three major civilizations that surpass A's allies to support him. At this moment, everyone, including Byram, had a panic in their hearts. It's over. The weather is about to change. Thinking of this possibility, some cadres and crew secretly had different thoughts. In addition to loyalty and neutrality, the last faction of the Beast Ancestor camp is rebellion. Some of the descendants of the Beast Ancestor hated their identities and secretly hated the father, Garutin, named descendants, but in fact they were slaves. These people have always been in vain and accepted the Beast Ancestor's orders, but in fact they wanted to kill them quickly. At this time, seeing Garutin being retaliated by a powerful enemy, this group of rebellious faction felt extremely happy, and their inner ambitions continued to expand. In a remote location in the Shining World, a portal appeared out of thin air, spitting out the figure of a traveler. I finally ran out. The traveler breathed a sigh of relief, with a serious injury on his body, and looked quite embarrassed. He flew for a long time before he left the range of the space-stable anchor of the Black Star fleet. He was chased by Emmys and Hela on the way and was injured. Fortunately, it was best to use teleportation techniques to escape from Black Star's territory. The traveler took out the communicator and contacted the person in charge of the Superstar Group Alliance. The progress of the situation was deviated, and Hela inexplicably returned to the base camp of the Black Star Palace. My action failed. We have expected that the Black Star's burning potential burst out with amazing combat power, not only forcing the troops of Guanghui and Void Spirit, but also captured several super A-level troops as prisoners. The news has not yet reached the outside world. At present, only the senior forces know the details. Traveler, as long as you're fine. So that's it. The traveler shook his head. After retracting the evil energy, the evil temperament disappeared, and he changed back to an inconspicuous image. I offended the Black Star Army this time, and wanted to travel to the secondary dimension to avoid the limelight. I guess I won't appear in the main universe for a long time. Don't ask me to do things during this time. I understand. Don't worry about taking refuge. Since we have not provoked another conflict among the three major civilizations, we will not get involved in this kind of thing in the short term. Just develop with peace of mind. Well, Black Star doesn't know my identity yet. At most, he is dissatisfied with me. It's not your fault. As long as I disappear and take refuge, he will calm down. By the way, Sorokin thought I was hired, but it's hard to guarantee that he has noticed something. This person is unreliable, so you should pay more attention. I understand. The traveler gave instructed, then he hung up the communication and sighed in his heart. This time I hid in the secondary dimension and didn't know how many years it took to come back. Momo took a last look at this universe, and the traveler casts his spell, enters the secondary dimension, and disappears without a trace. Time passes by rapidly. The two fought for a long time, and under the crowd's onlookers, the situation finally settled. The massive mechanical troops were damaged, and their quality fell by several levels. The 3 apostle weapons were completely scrapped, the 4 apostle weapons were temporarily paralyzed, the mechanical gods disintegrated once, and the blood volume of the Mount Silver Shadow fell below the dangerous line. Han Xiao paid a lot of money to make Galutin, who was fighting with all his might, run out of energy. Although the peak martial artists recover quickly, they do not have nearly infinite energy like Sui. Looking around, the whole place was filled with mechanical debris, and the Wadian factory was tirelessly recycling parts. In the middle of the battlefield, Garutin looked tired, and the wounds were slowly healing, and they were still shooting hot blood, and they no longer had the rapid recovery speed at the beginning. You are defeated, what else to say? Han Xiao faced him, turned on the mecha helmet, and stared at the other party. Although there is a reason for the explosion form bonus, this is still my first head-on victory over the peak super A-level record. Ahem. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to say. Garutin grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. What? Do you think I will beg for mercy? There is always a price to plot against others. Since you provoke others, you should think of such consequences. Don't talk about these nonsense to me. I can afford it. At least I have let you burn your potential, and the upper limit of growth will always be reduced and can never be compensated. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled in his heart. I guess the other party doesn't believe it after explaining it, and he won't explain it to outsiders. He paused, moved away from the topic, and said slowly, You were the ones who provoked me at the beginning. If you endured some losses, it would not have turned into the situation today. You have lost more than the lifespan you lost. If you endured, it would not be me. Garutin said in a deep voice, If you can't do whatever you want, what's the meaning of that person's great power? Some people pursued the power itself, and some people pursued the added value brought by the power. Every Super A level was the former, and after the conditions were met, it gradually became the latter. Not only Super A level, but the entire superpower class is like this. No matter what, I accept your body with a smile. Han Xiao raised his hand and pressed it on Garutin's chest. Take it. If you have the ability, don't let me find a chance to turn the tables. Garutin stood proudly, without any fear. Hysteria is the style of a small person, and he was mentally prepared. Even if he failed, he still maintained his final demeanor and accepted it calmly regardless of success or defeat. In the next moment, his pretended tenacious expression frozen, and the blood that ejaculated was frozen. Beast Garutin, sealed into space-time amber. I finally caught this guy. Garutin, sealed in the amber of time and space, was as if he had been made into a specimen. Looking at his stubborn expression frozen on his face, Han Xiao finally relaxed his tense nerves. The peak Super A-level players who fight life and death have endless trump cards. If it weren't for the time and space amber, the Emperor Mecha, the double mechanical sense, and the Mount Silver Shadow, they might not be able to suppress this peak big muscle bully. After all, this time, it is not like when dealing with the alien gods, which is a targeted killer weapon and can only use all means to fight head-on. Therefore, it is inevitable that the loss of its own mechanical troops will be caused, and a large number of mechanical warriors need to be returned to the factory to rebuild. Both sides are peak flesh shields, and there is no situation where one blow determines the outcome. In summary, the battle process is to polish each other, repeat it over and over again to see who will polish who will be rumbled first. If there were no allies and empire on the side, it would inevitably turn into a chase war. Then I don't know how long it will take to fight, and maybe I will be fled by the other party. But now the result is ideal. If Garutin is captured, the matter has been settled. This time the goal has been achieved. Protecting Hela, showing the functions of the Emperor, is enough to dispel others' ideas about Hela and arresting Garutin. The result of the incident is very beneficial to me. Come and fight Garutin, and venting his anger is only one aspect, mainly showing a firm attitude and setting his authority. Because his PY image is deeply rooted in people's hearts and more than 20 years of low-keyness. People have always come to test themselves recently, thinking that he has no temper. This time, without using too much power from the Empire, it was basically considered to have established its authority alone. Now that such a result has been achieved, If other forces want to provoke him in the future, they will inevitably weigh the consequences again and consider whether it is worth it to be so strong that they are super A level. The only problem is that the record of this incident is so scary and almost incredible. Although the people of Guanghui and Zuling are not fighting each other in life and death, and various factors make it impossible to exert full strength, allowing themselves to take advantage of loopholes, the outside world will not care about the twists and turns, and will only see the 1 versus 12 record. In the face of this record, he turned to Garutan and won a peak and super A-level deed, which is just a big deal. Such horrifying deeds are enough to be among the most shocking super A-level record list in history. But if everything is too much, it is not entirely a good thing to have such a record if your true combat power has not reached that level. Fortunately for Han Xiao, Sierran gave him the statement of burning potential this time. In this way, all the major high-level forces, including the 3 major civilizations, can accept such a record, and other super A-level companies will also believe this explanation. With this statement, coupled with the reason for the super A-level united front, Manison should not come to test it because he saw his amazing performance, which would eliminate a big trouble. At the same time, the statement of burning potential will not weaken your authority this time. If you want to say why, this explosion form is brought by many character cards, and some of them can only be used once, but others don't know that this is one time. Han Xiao knew the idea of those high-level forces, which would form an illusion that he would regain such combat power as long as he was willing to pay the price of burning potential again. Even if you explain it yourself, no one else will believe it. Therefore, following this idea, each force can draw a conclusion, that is, don't force Black Star to get angry. In this way, it goes without saying what impact it will have in the end. Han Xiao thought about it, and a smile appeared on his face. It has achieved the effect of establishing authority and continuing to maintain a stable development situation, which is simply a huge profit. At this moment, he only had one idea, Sierra, and is such a good comrade. Suppressing the secret joy in his heart, Han Xiao asked Philip to command the troops to clean the battlefield and put away the Garutan amber specimen. The Imperial allies and others surrounded him when they saw the battle ended. You did something amazing this time. If it spreads, it will definitely have a huge impact. Kant sighed. As a matter of being young, you are very sharp. I thought that when I became famous in the universe, I was also very young. Now I have to weigh the gains and losses and consequences of everything I do. So how can I have such courage? You are humble. Han Xiao smiled. I won't talk about it anymore. Winning Garutan is just a trivial matter. The question is, how do you plan to deal with him? Khan was not surprised by this result. The Black Star was in an explosion form, and the battlefield environment was favorable. At the same time, he was also a peak super A level and was not a weak person. Therefore, it was normal to defeat another peak super A level at this time. It was far less than a shocking record of defeating the 12 super A level ones. The 12 super A level ones. Well, Garutan has no backer, so no one will come to redeem him. I'll keep him for collection. The Beast Ancestor is one of the refugees of the interstellar black market. Without the backstage of the 3 major civilizations, there is naturally no need to hand over people. This is also one of the 3 major civilizations that attract super A-level methods. No one dares to say that they will never be defeated. Only a cosmic civilization can make people feel at ease when they are in the backstage. Kant nodded and said, this time the incident happened suddenly. We were unable to help, but fortunately the result was not bad. The Empire will help you deal with the follow-up. I guess the top leaders of the Empire will come to negotiate with you in a while. I know. At this moment, Yining left the Mount State and returned to its original state, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Han Xiao nodded to him. Thank you for your help this time. Thank you. I'll go back with me later and visit me. I'll fulfill my promise. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I'll discover this new ability. Although Yining was seriously injured, she developed a new posture, which made him feel very good. Kayle couldn't help but ask curiously, Yining, what kind of ability are you just now? Can you perform again? That's a special form discovered by Black Star for me. Inying talked enthusiastically with everyone, and Han Xiao looked at this scene and nodded secretly. Under my influence, this guy probably will start his happy life as a bus in advance. However, I have kindness to give him guidance, and the difficulty of privatization of the bus should be reduced a lot. At this time, Han Xiao turned his head to look at Raven Lauder, who had been silent. Seeing that he was eager to speak but stopped, he took the initiative to talk. How is it? Have you healed? It's almost. Raven Lauder looked a little resentful when he remembered his experience of being beaten not long ago. Ha! Thank you for not grudges this time, and come and help. Han Xiao smiled. Actually, I didn't help much. I can't say that. If I hadn't teleported, the Imperial reinforcements would not have arrived here so soon. I like to be a favor. Hearing this, Ravenlaw had a smile on his face and felt much better. Oh, although Black Star is sometimes annoying, overall, it is still quite a good person. Sorry, Xiao Baba, I may not be able to go to the Anti-Black Alliance, so you can continue to persevere. Suddenly, everyone felt it and turned their heads to look at it. The Beast Ancestor fleet that had been watching for a long time began to retreat rapidly. They actually watched their leader die on the side. They were really a group of subordinates who knew how to judge the situation. Kohler shook his head and sarcastically. Garutin is gone, and his power will probably be divided soon. Bioni snorted coldly. But it's a good thing. I've always been disgusted with what this guy did. If it weren't for the large number of female creatures of various species from the interstellar black market, how could he have created so many offspring and destroyed his power? At least the black market human trafficking business would have been reduced. It seems that you are the least qualified to talk about others. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that Bioni also had a huge harem. Can that be the same? I'm selecting for my tribe members, and I don't force others, and I won't be hungry and eat all over the universe to sow seeds. Bioni was quite proud, feeling that he was occupying the moral high ground. Among the Super A class, there are actually many people who can't stand Garutin's approach of making 100 causes and having a result. Your father is my. However, due to his strength, no one is looking for trouble. At this time, the Imperial allies present applauded when they saw Garutin falling into Han Xiao's hands. Han Xiao curled his lips secretly, ignored him, and silently opened the task panel and took a look. With Garutin, he captured a total of 5 Super A levels and had already reached the indicators for additional tasks. At this time, the task showed a completed status. The opportunity to draw abilities for 5 times must be grasped. Han Xiao was secretly excited. This time, I have to burn incense fast, wash my hands, and then settle the task rewards. Otherwise, I will lose some useless abilities. Didi, the communicator suddenly rang, and he glanced at it. This was the communication sent by Ulan Ruer. Han Xiao responded, Host of the First Nations. I know everything. The Empire will negotiate with Guanghui and Zuling. You can tell me the detailed reason for the matter first. Okay, that's it. Han Xiao said the matter and omitted some details. Does Hela actually have such ability? After listening to Han Xiao's speech, Ulan Riel pondered for a while and suddenly changed the subject. What about you? What price did you pay? Did you really burn your potential? Yes. Han Xiao's face did not change. How much damage is it? I don't know. Alas, Ulan Ruer felt a little regretful. You are still impulsive. You can completely wrap Hela with time and space amber. Our empire will redeem people again. This matter can be completely avoided. You're the most potential Superman in ancient times. It is not worth doing such an unwise move in order to breathe a sigh of relief. No, if I do this, it is equivalent to helping the enemy collapse Hela's ability to resist. The uncertainty of redeeming people is too high. Su Ling may not be willing to trade. Maybe he will hide Hela forever, and Guanghui will ask me to unseal the scepter of the gods. Besides, Hela is not an ally of the Empire, and the Empire cannot stand the support of redeeming people. Upon hearing this, Ulan Ruer frowned slightly. What you mean is that even if this happens, you still don't want Hyla to join the Empire. Hela has her own will. You said it seems like I can force her. Han Xiao called out. Joining the Empire can prevent similar things from happening again. Please persuade her. I believe she doesn't want to see you burn potential for her for the second time. Han Xiao said. I understand. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. If the Empire used this reason to persuade Hela, with Hela's temperament, he might really agree. Han Xiao reminded him. Han Xiao shook his head and hung up the communication. Suddenly, another new communication application came in. He took a look, but this time it was sent from the base camp. The scene of the Black Star Palace command room appeared in the picture. Hela stood in the front, next to it, Emmys and Aurora, and surrounded by many Legion cadres, all looking at Han Xiao on the screen with concern. Hey Xing, are you okay? I'm fine. The matter has been resolved. Garutin has been caught by me. Hela, he is the initiator who leaked intelligence and wanted to retaliate against you. You don't have to worry about him now. Han Xiao smiled slightly. Hela pursed her lips, her expression complicated. He Xing did not care about everything to protect her, and even solve the culprit. At this time, looking at Han Xiao's pretending to be relaxed and imagining how hard he had experienced, Hela's gratitude was choked in her throat and couldn't say it. The language was too light and could not bear the touching feeling in her heart at this moment. Seeing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but quip. If you have anything to say, you're not like Hela. Now, hesitant now. Hela took a deep breath, stared at Han Xiao's eyes, and spoke word by word. You will always be my Legion Commander. The words of no thanks were said to be more like a statement, a declaration, and a promise. When Han Xiao heard this, he put away his smile, looked at Hela's eyes seriously, and nodded slowly. Okay. At this time, Emmers, who was beside him, spoke softly. I heard from Hela. Have you burned your potential? Don't worry, that's all fake, but I actually have no loss. Emerson nodded slightly. In her opinion, this was obviously a kind lie Han Xiao said to comfort them. She did not expose Han Xiao's good intention, but just kept it silently in her heart. By the way, where have the traveler been? Han Xiao remembered something. He ran away, but we also injured him. Hyla interrupted. Before he left, he said that our Black Star army was not abide by the rules and actually beat the people who came to challenge him. Is he really related to this matter? This guy is quite a dramatic. Don't bother him for now. He's a messenger at most. He is not available to deal with this guy now. So let's talk about it later. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go back first, and some of us will be busy next. The whole universe is paying attention to the situation in the Shining World, and this big news suddenly broke out, breaking away from the limitations of distance and spreading wildly from various channels, like wildfires, sweeping across the country. Everyone who saw the news was stunned. Guangwei and Zuling gathered 12 super-level players and tried to kill the second in command of the Black Star Army, but were repelled by the Black Star Master and even captured several prisoners. Not only that, even the beast Zugarutin of the interstellar black market was held accountable by the Black Star for being involved in this matter and was directly caught alive. What does it mean? Black Star fights over a dozen super A-level battles by himself, and he still wins. Damn, just kidding. So far, all the news that has happened after the opening of the Shining World is probably not as good as this shocking news. The whole universe was shocked. P.S. Pure Little Dragon has opened a new book. The title is The Demons Come, and it is still very young. I read it, and it is very interesting. It is still a familiar taste. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. Introduction. There has always been a legend in this world. One day, the Demon King will descend on this world. Under the Demon King's command, there are 7 terrifying demons, and they will bring the desperate darkness of this world. The Central Star Sea, the territory of the glorious Federation, the Abyss of Stars. A small spacecraft with the Legion logo was slowly advancing among the vast galaxy rivers. This was a Black Star Legion stationed in the Abyss of Stars. This is the territory of the glorious Federation. The Black Star Army was invited to establish a branch here more than 20 years ago, but the market here has long been divided up by many forces. Coupled with the sensitive relationship between Glorious and the Empire, the branch has been developing limited in recent years, and its business share is very small. The Black Star Legion is not popular anywhere, At least there's no place to go here. The members of the outsourcing Star Abyss will not be able to feel the benefits of the Black Star Legion's influence if they cannot enjoy the reputation aura of the Legion. They are often excluded by some local super-level forces, and their lives are not good. And today, everything has changed. At this moment, in the hull of this small spacecraft, all the crew gathered together, silently looking at the virtual screen in the hull, where news was being broadcast. This station learned that an emergency broke out in the Shining World yesterday. The Zuling sect and the Glorious Federation had a total of 12 super-level attacks the Black Star Legion's frontline stronghold in the free competition zone, trying to kill the Black Star Legion's deputy commander, the Goddess of Death Hela. After the incident, the Black Star quickly arrived at the scene and fought for 12 super-level enemies, and finally expelled all invading enemies and captured 4 people, including one of the Zuling sect and 3 of the Glorious Federation, namely the Red Devil Tolian, the Chotao Wormer, the Lone Walker, Jack Gonitz, and Hydus. After that, the Black Star ran for a long distance and captured another super-level beast ancestor, Garutan, who was suspected of being involved in this matter. The performance was shocked all over the world. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers suddenly sounded in the cabin. Oh! All the crew members present raised their hands, cheered in an uproar, and their excitement and ecstasy were beyond words. Ha ha! I finally taught the glorious person a lesson. The Legion commander is invincible. Many people came to see the Black Star. At this time, when they saw their leaders showing such shocking results, they couldn't help but feel fanatical admiration. This news boosted morale and has become the hottest topic within the Legion. The crew members present were even happier. They were stationed in the abyss of stars and were usually excluded. Now the boss has captured 3 glorious super A-level leaders, among which there are leaders who excluded their forces. Everyone just felt that the Legion commander gave them a strong breath. The excitement lasted for a long time, and in this atmosphere, the spacecraft arrived at its destination. This is a transit planet. The spacecraft has been here many times before. It approached according to the instructions and safely docked in the airport. As soon as many branch members got off the spacecraft, they noticed something strange. They looked around and saw pedestrians coming and going to the pier stop at the same time. Everyone turned their heads and saluted them, the members of the Black Star Legion, with complex emotions such as surprise, fear, and curiosity in their eyes. At this time, the airport's visiting registered staff came up. Compared to the former formulaic politeness, their attitude had a big turn, and their faces were filled with enthusiasm and flattering smiles. This was a treatment that few members of the Abyss branch of the Stars rarely encountered. Look at these guys. If they don't make them afraid, they won't respect us. Feeling the change in attitudes of others, a sense of pride suddenly surged in everyone's hearts, and they just felt proud, and they were even more regretful of their choice to join the Black Star Legion. The reason for these changes is naturally the fact that the Legion commander has recently been shocking in the world. He has established his authority in the entire universe, and his prestige has suddenly risen to the peak. With such a leader, the organization has a bright future. Similar scenes are frequently performed in various regions of the universe. Now almost all players are in the world server, and players at the current stronghold have uploaded battle videos, and everyone's attention is immediately attracted by such explosive news. On the forum, this incident has been flooding the screen in the Shining World section, suppressing the popularity of all other topics, and countless people are interested in discussing it. Players don't know that the winding inside is the only thing they pay attention to as the result of this battle, which is the terrifying record of Black Star. With his highlights, Hela was directly ignored by everyone as heir and defaulted to Han Xiao as one of the 12. Even though they had known that Black Star was now a top figure, this performance was beyond the imagination of many players. They didn't know much about the division of combat power above the A-level level, and they just found it unbelievable. This is too fierce. I will ask who else. I still remember that the Lighthouse Star battle was also besieged, but at that time the Legion commander had the help of the Empire allies. This time, he had almost no helpers. He actually repelled 12 super A levels and caught 4 of them. I cracked it. Call the meat bag. Get up and make videos. Hurry up. I heard that this was the Legion commander who did not hesitate to Krypton life to protect Hela, so that he burst out with such combat power. I'm tiring. Maybe this is love. The wife-protecting maniac is a real threat. I locked this CP. The Legion commander is awesome. Many players were talking. In addition to expressing shock at Han Xiao's record this time, more people excitedly speculated about the impact of this incident. Now that the Shining World is fierce, the Black Star Legion has also suffered turmoil. When such an incident occurs at this moment, the power-setting effect is simply invincible. Even Guanghui and Zuling joint forces are educated by the Legion commander. This result is enough to scare away countless ghosts and monsters who are watching. Moreover, the commander of the Legion also showed a firm attitude of killing him even though he was far away. And he also took down Garuten, who was provoking trouble behind the scenes. In this way, the camp advantage of the Black Star Legion will climb to its peak. During the competition in the Shining World, who dares to easily stroke the Black Star's tiger beard? In the eyes of Chinese players, there is a saying that can well describe the results of Black Star's move. A punch can prevent 100 punches from coming. In contrast, the forces warned by the Black Star Legion some time ago formed a more sharp contrast. Due to the decision of these forces only being beaten and not fighting back, the innocent casual players under their command have a deeper understanding of the importance of the camp. They were already dissatisfied with their camps. At this time, when they saw the big news produced by the Black Star Army, many people's idea of changing their families became more determined. As the saying goes, if you can't beat it, you can join. The first choice for these people to change jobs is naturally the Black Star Army. Players from all over the country who have joined the Legion during this period have different feelings about this matter. In the previous versions, players from various countries were mingled in different star fields and could only watch the news about the Black Star Legion. Now that we have joined the Legion, we can finally participate and discuss Black Star together from the perspective of the members of the camp, and we immediately have a novel experience. In the past, I always saw others chasing Black Stars, but now I can finally play in person and call the commander of the Legion together to be awesome, and it feels really different. These new Legion players personally feel what kind of comfort it is to have an awesome camp leader. The league leader is awesome, is shouting more vigorously than the old players. The forum section is occupied by the Legion players who have been flooded with the screen, and it is trapped in a carnival atmosphere. When the old players saw the newcomers so excited, they only felt that these newcomers were rare and strange. They couldn't help but feel superiority, like, you are still too young, and they also gained fun. The impact of events spreads on multiple levels. The Zuling sect, many remote projectors from Super A and high-level levels gathered together to discuss the solution to the matter. Although the mission failed and Atolian was broken, there was not much heavy and serious expression on the faces of everyone present, and they were even a little happy. This operation failed and failed to kill Hela, but we are not disappointed with this result. A senior executive of the Void Spirits said, His Excellency Sully, you did a good job, destroyed Guanghui's plan, and even killed people with a knife, which made Black Star break the 3 of them Super A levels. The senior executives were very satisfied with your temporary decision. Sully remained calm. I just made a small contribution. Don't be humble. It is more important than Hela to prevent Guanghui from obtaining the bargaining of the scepter of the gods. The senior executive smiled and was in a good mood when he thought of cheating the Guanghui Federation back this time. But the scepter of gods is still in the hands of Guanghui, so it is best to negotiate with Black Star or Empire to see if we can exchange the scepter of gods from them, so that we can exchange the scepter of gods back. Saori nodded faintly. Although the action was not successful, we also offended the Black Star Legion. The success rate of negotiation is not high, but you can give it a try. Well, by the way, you said that Black Star showed a similar ability to teleport in front of you and sent Hela back to the base camp under the situation of space blockade. Is the situation true? Of course it is true. I won't read it wrong. Hearing this, the senior executive of the Void Spirit couldn't help but ponder. If this happens, we can only cancel all plans for Hela. Since Black Star has teleportation technology that ignores space blockade, it makes no sense to target Hela, and the other party can get out at any time. The functions of the Emperor Mecha displayed by Han Xiao completely dispelled all Su Ling's attempts to target Hela, and her situation is now considered safe. Seeing the reaction of the senior management, Sagemen and other former inmates looked at each other and saw complex emotions in each other's eyes, which was the helplessness of knowing that it was difficult to take revenge and the glory of escaping this time. Don't worry about Black Star's skills. Anyway, the headache is Guanghui. I just want to ask, what do you think of Black Star's strength? At this time, another senior executive of the Su Ling spoke, which was a member of a bishop's group. Many super A-level look at each other and finally looked at Thuyuai. So he pondered for a while and said, Black Star's record this time is very amazing, but we are participants. Knowing the inside story, although Black Star's combat power is not as terrifying as rumored by the outside world, it is also powerful enough. Hard power is second, and his fighting style with almost no shortcomings is the most troublesome part. The immortal body makes up for the biggest weakness of the mechanic. With the assistance of Amber in time and space, his practical ability is far beyond his own realm level, making it difficult to judge. From this incident, we must look at Black Star from a new perspective and divide him into two forms. Conventional and explosive, the latter's combat power is one level higher than the former. Although Black Star's burning potential this time, he can burn the first time and burn the second time. Among all Super A levels, few people can guarantee a steady victory over Black Star in the explosive form, so it is best not to force him to this level again. After hearing these words, the Su Ling high-level people looked at each other. The meaning of this inside and outside is to let us not provoke Black Star again. On the other hand, the Guanghui Federation also held a similar meeting, and the atmosphere was completely different from the relaxation of the Zuling sect, and it was very serious and heavy. President Bedell looked around the audience and said solemnly, the whole 3 Super A-levels fell into the hands of the Empire. Who could tell me why things turned out like this? Can anyone give me an explanation? The many Super A-level remote projectors present were speechless and couldn't help but look at the empty seats. Bedell felt as uncomfortable as if he suddenly stepped on dog Xiang on the road. Before he was dispatched, he felt that this action was pretty sure. Even if he failed to catch Hela, with the maneuverability of the 6 Super A-level and high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporters, it would be no problem to escape without losing. But he would never have expected that he would have suffered such a huge loss. This result made him wonder which link was wrong. Vader turned his head and looked at Ciarian and said in a deep voice, "You are the leader of this trip. I originally had high hopes for you. Do you have anything to say now?" Listening to the blame in the president's tone, Ciarian's face turned pale and said angrily, "It's all good things that Sui did." Hearing this, the glorious senior officials present didn't look good. During the Lighthouse Star Battle, Guanghui once took advantage of the situation and tricked Su Ling, but now he's been pitted back by Su Ling. When you come out to have sex, you always have to pay it back. Many people only feel that the feng shui turns and finally understand the feelings of Su Ling at that time. At this time, Menacin spoke lightly. Su Ling's intervention is an important reason, but at the root, Black Star had expected it and deliberately used fake whereabouts to mislead the outside world. The deity hid nearby and caught Sierra and the others off guard. In addition, they were in the enemy camp and could not fight, so they did not use their full strength, so they were defeated one by Black Star. Don't underestimate a peak Super A-level mechanic. Bedell narrowed his eyes and looked over. "I heard that you were also involved in this matter and went to fight Garutan." "Not bad." Menacin nodded and did not deny it. After looking at him deeply, Bedell did not ask questions in person anymore, changed the subject, and said coldly, "The most urgent task is to negotiate with the Empire and redeem 3 Super A-level allies. Don't provoke Black Star again during this period." After that, he went offline directly and was preparing to take a few quick-acting heart-saving pills. He didn't want to see these bad allies again today. Red Empire Mother Star, Tyron Hamel Palace Conference Room. The matter is over. Everyone knows the specific process. Let me tell you what it is. In the main position, Ulan Rue'er covered his chin with his hands, scanning the top leaders present. Everyone was silent for a while before a senior executive spoke. Heixing solved this matter very beautifully, completely beyond our expectations. Now we have super A-level prisoners in our hands and have the initiative in negotiations. Heixing showed the trump card of the explosion form, and our judgment of his strength should be improved a little more. According to my opinion, although this matter was not caused by us, we can give Heixing a certain degree of funding as compensation for his burning potential to show his importance to him. Well, it's right, Ulan Riel responded, while glancing at the hardliner Bikroti's with his eyes, but found that Bikroti's eyes were slightly closed at this time, looking like he was not going to speak. Originally, Bikroti thought that Black Star had to rely on the support of the Empire to overcome this difficulty, so he insisted that Hyla join the Empire, but now Black Star has basically solved the problem alone, and the Empire has almost no help, so this proposal is a bit untenable. Moreover, Han Xiao's record this time also surprised Bikroti secretly. The importance attached to him by the top leaders of the entire Empire has reached a higher level. In this environment, Bikroti had nothing to say and simply remained silent. Seeing that no one objected, Ulanrer continued. About compensation for Black Star, I'm going to implement a plan, temporarily open up the right to sell evolutionary totems. As soon as this statement came out, many senior officials here glared at their eyes, showing surprise. Only a few people had expected it and made an expression of as expected. Due to the evolutionary block problem, the Empire and Black Star were actually not very happy and had a crack. After this incident, seeing the Black Star's ability, the Empire finally decided to make a step back and take the initiative to make up for the relationship between the two sides. The bright starlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor and reflected on Sorokin's pupils. He stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking up at the black velvet curtain dotted with diamonds in the sky. Garutin is cold. Thinking of the fact that he was drinking and talking to Garutin in the palace of the beast ancestor a few days ago, now that his voice is still there, Sorokin couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence. Although he played more of a sound tube in this matter, he also secretly held the idea of fueling the situation. At this time, all the plans were broken by Heixing, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. It's a pity that I failed to use Hela to provoke conflicts. Sorokin shook his head, but it's not bad if there is no Garutin. Garutin is a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. On the one hand, Sorokin used the shareholder position to exchange for protection, and on the other hand, it also consolidated the transaction with the interstellar black market through Garutin's channels. Over the years, Sorokin has already used Garutin's channels to secretly penetrate the interstellar black market. Even if Garutin's channels are cut off now, it will not have any impact on his business. It's just that he cannot take the initiative to break the bridge and kick Garutin away. Now, due to this incident, one major shareholder who is indirectly missing is also cost-effective for Sorokin. Some of the business channels that had to be given to Garutin can be reclaimed and carried out normally. At the same time, it can also erode the main business and market of the beast ancestor's power. Well, the fall of Garutin is not a bad thing for me. Maybe I can use the shareholder position he left as a bargaining chip in exchange for the support of other interstellar black market asylumers, so that I can become a new interstellar black market asylumer. Sorokin narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking about what benefits he could get from it. Although he has cooperation with Garutin, in Sorokin's eyes, the business partners are not really their own people. To him, they are just partners in different projects, and their contacts are just pure interests. So Garutin is not sad at all, but he is happy for the guy who has lost one share of money. However, the combat power of the Black Starburst form is indeed a bit amazing. Sorgen pondered. After this matter, it is estimated that the Red Empire will re-evaluate the relationship between the two parties. There is a 60% possibility that the dispute over the ownership of the evolution block is temporarily put on hold, and instead used the method of opening the right totem to compensate the Black Star to win people's hearts and show the intention of winning over. Well, then I can let go of the transaction with Guanghui, Zuling, and the Imperial hardliners. It is time to stop the business vision of the Black Star Legion and take back the tentacles that stretch into the Black Star territory. The Infinite Consortium accepted different transactions from each party to target the Black Star Legion. The core reason is the issue of evolutionary totem. Guanghui and Zuling wanted to put pressure on the Empire in multiple directions to force it to open up the right totem sale. So they wanted to influence the Empire with the attitude of Black Star. The purpose of the Imperial hardliners is to try to put pressure on the Black Star so that they tend to hand over evolutionary blocks in exchange for other cosmic treasures. If the Empire opens up the right to sell totems, these two problems will be solved, and the Infinite Consortium naturally has no need to continue to put pressure. Putting aside the interests, Sorokin actually has plans to avoid the limelight. Black Star has achieved a record that is enough to be recorded in history and achieved authority. It is the time to look down on one's superiority. If the Infinite Consortium is too out of line, it will probably lead to more intense targeting for Black Star. So, it is not harmful to be low-key. Sorajin didn't want to tear her face apart. After all, Black Star is a land dragon in the Shining World. It's okay to have a small fight with each other, but if it gets a big fuss, it's not beautiful. Even he has to deal with the Black Star in the explosion form. He does not want to expose his combat power and loses the disguise of weak and vegetarian. Well, there's also this guy Traveler. Sorajin's eyes flashed. It's better to get rid of him. I didn't expect the Black Star to get rid of Garutin so decisively. It seems that there's a reason for me to remind me. Somewhere in the free competition area of the Shining World, the Secret Lord looked at the news broadcast by the communicator, and wrinkles were squeezed out on his forehead, full of colorful magic patterns. He and Garutin have been both asylums of interstellar black market for many years, and have many open and secret struggles with each other. They have a deep understanding of Garutin's strength. Ask yourself, they are not opponents, otherwise Garutin will not be Garutin as shareholders of the Infinite Consortium. At this time, seeing Garutin ended by the Black Star, the Secret Lord was surprised and afraid, and at the same time, he also felt the loss of his old opponent, and he was mixed with emotions. Of course, no matter how sentimental he is, if anyone wants to redeem Garutin, he will be the first to come to the door to kill others. After a moment, the Secret Master adjusted his mindset and thought about how to make a profit from it. The power left by the beast ancestor is a piece of fat. Just divide it up to strengthen my own power. Well, among his descendants, there are some talented guys who can be absorbed by their subordinates and do things for me. It seems quite interesting if I take them to visit the Garutin specimen at Black Star. Thinking of this, the Secret Lord couldn't help but smile. Black Star has done a big thing this time, so it's best to keep in touch with him more in the future. Black Star will take the lead in the Super A-Class United Front, and I should pay more attention to this matter. In the territory of the Red Empire, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor, an Imperial cruiser is moving leisurely. On the observation deck of the cabin, an Imperial man in a low-level non-commissioned officer uniform put his arms on the railing, holding a communicator, staring blankly, grinning and laughing silly. This man is stout and burly, looks simple and honest, and his first impression is that he is a big-headed soldier. If he doesn't look at the special position marks on his uniform, it is hard to think that he is a C-level superpower fighter in the martial arts department. At this time, several colleagues who were on daily patrol came over and caught a glimpse of the burly man. Someone shouted, "Oh, Carlot, what are you watching? You are smiling so brightly." "Ah, I'm reading the news." Carlot turned his head and smiled foolishly. This person is the Super A-level potential stock that Han Xiao has paid attention to, the peak Empire Big Muscle, in his previous life. More than 20 years ago, he was a teenager and studied at the Imperial Superpower Academy. He had not even awakened. Now 20 years have passed, and he has changed from a young silly to a middle-aged silly. His strength has barely reached sea level, and his growth rate is not fast, and he is average. Because of Han Xiao's interference, his growth trajectory was different from his previous life, but there was generally no change. After graduation, Carlot joined the imperial military and stayed in the country for more than 10 years. He was still a low-level non-commissioned combatant and had almost never been promoted. At this time, several colleagues came over and saw that the communicator screen was about Han Xiao, and they couldn't help laughing. "Hello, Haixing's news?" "Ha, I guess it." A colleague winked and joked, "Oh, it's a pity. You know Haixing, but Haixing doesn't know you, the #1 fan." "Carlotte, he knows me. When I was a child, Haixing personally recruited me, and he—" Before he finished speaking, several colleagues were already laughing and laughing. "Ha ha, it's starting again. Continue to blow, don't stop." The talented person who was recruited by the Black Star himself. "Puff, no, let me laugh for a while." Seeing this, Carlot was not angry, scratched his head, but just smiled helplessly. Since he came into contact with Han Xiao when he was a teenager, he has been following Han Xiao's news and gradually regarding him as his idol. A colleague once asked him the reason, and he told him about it. Unexpectedly, no one believed it, which made him a joke and bragging king among his colleagues. A mediocre, low-level, non-commissioned officer of the Sea-Level Empire. Will Black Star personally recruit him? Who would believe it? It sounds like bragging. Status depends on strength. Even if Han Xiao personally recruited him, 20 years later, Carlot's growth was not worthy of the word talent. This matter was also indifferent and was not written into his resume. If his colleagues don't believe his words, he doesn't mean to prove himself. He doesn't care whether others believe it or be joked about. At first, because of Black Star's attention, the college placed high hopes on him. Later, he found that his qualifications were mediocre, so he gave up on the key training. However, Carlot did not have too complicated thoughts, nor was he in a hurry to prove his mentality, but he was not impatient and slowly trained and enjoyed it. Over the years, Carlot occasionally wondered whether Black Star had missed the eye, but this kind of suspicion would not bother him. The cold eyes and disappointment of others did not have much impact on him, and he didn't think it was anything to be angry about. If you're destined to be a mediocre person, then embrace mediocrity. If you do your own things, there is no need to force others to respect yourself. This has always been Carlot's idea of dealing with things. Shaking his head helplessly, Carlot ignored his colleagues who mocked him and looked at the communicator again. Looking at Han Xiao, who was showing his sharp edge in the center of the picture, he couldn't help but smile from the heart. February 18th, 7:30, Shanghai calendar. This is a day that has been recorded in history. On this day, Black Star fought a rare battle in the Shining World. Originally, the hunting operation of Guanghui and Zuling against Hyla was likely to become the fuse for the three major civilizations to break out again. But Black Star almost suppressed the signs of this storm with his own strength, causing a sensation in the entire universe. Even this big news suppressed the limelight of the entire Shining World, forming an effect similar to the silence of thousands of horses. Even the competition has temporarily stopped. The various forces in the free competition zone have been silent for a while, waiting and watching the direction of the situation. Countless interstellar citizens know that Black Star is the top powerhouse in the universe. But as a newcomer who has only appeared for decades, Han Xiao has few deeds, and there is a gap between him and the long-standing veterans such as Manison and Sowery, who have been famous for a long time. This news has refreshed countless people's impression of him again, and his image has become taller and more mysterious, and his prestige has risen rapidly in the entire universe. The events that happened on this day were also called the Black Star Battle of Gods, which suddenly surpassed all his previous achievements, becoming the most representative super A-level deed in Han Xiao's resume, and also became the topic of conversation for countless people after dinner. At the same time, the super popular Veen card has released another announcement, stating that in the next revision, the Black Star character card will be enhanced epically, and a commemorative deck with the theme of Black Star Wars of Gods will be released, and the posture of riding on the popularity is very skillful. The other neutral super A-level performances against the Black Star were also very surprised. Thinking of the consequences of Garutin's provocation, more people firmly decided on the strategic policy of making friends without making enemies. Can something super A-level come my heart? Just as the incident was fermenting and countless people turned their attention to the Black Star Legion again, Han Xiao ignored the changes in the outside world. He went straight back to the Black Star Palace and published a public message to the outside world, saying that he was about to go into seclusion and recuperate for a period of time. In Black Star Palace, Han Xiao did not talk to many cadres after returning. He just said hello and couldn't wait to return to the exclusive private training venue, closed the door, and locked himself in alone. Among the cadres who were greeting Ferdine and Nello, Han Xiao had just crossed the two. At this time in the room, he opened the task list with a fragrant European gas in his hands and took a deep breath. Heavenly lingling, earth lingling, I hope to draw good things. After praying silently, Han Xiao calmed down and clicked on the settlement option of the Hella Rescue War mission. Hella Rescue Battle has been completed. You get 920 experience, random reward X4, blank character card X1. You get 1 point of Universe Legend, Cosmic Legend, Battle of the Gods. You have achieved a shocking record with 1 against 12, leaving a deep impression on the entire universe. From now on, your name will be recorded in history and will be mentioned together with the strongest people in history. Even if the stars change and the world changes, your name will still be passed down and become one of the symbols of personal power. Sure enough, this legend is related to this aspect. Han Xiao was not surprised, rubbed his hands, and looked at the next prompt with anticipation. There are 4 unknown character cards in the reward. There are so many strong people participating in the battle, and he doesn't know which characters he will draw. If you draw a few croakers, you will obviously not make any profit. If you draw a group of fierce people, the chance of getting a powerful character card will increase greatly. After taking a look at the prompt, Han Xiao's eyes lit up suddenly, revealing a look of surprise. You get Character Advent Card Shui. You get People Advent Card, Sierran. You get People Advent Card, Garutin. You get People Advent Card, Hella. People Advent Card, The Lord of the Void Sui. Artificial Mind Undercurrent Frenzy. Use a large-scale mental power to attack to form a long-standing aggressive mind undercurrent, which can be simple to control, which will cause multiple damage to all life targets in the enveloping area, with 3 damage judgments per second. The basic damage value of each judgment is Intellect plus Mystery, x 1.8, and it also has 170% mental resistance penetration, and the random probability is given to the target's negative mental state. The upper limit of use, 0-2, People Advent Card, Star Crusher Sierran, 16 arms, Broken Fist, single melee skill. Use rapid, continuous blows to penetrate the highly concentrated martial arts aura into the target's body in a special way, shattering the molecular structure in an instant. And the target's body will annihilate and die. The effect is to cause a one-time death judgment, and the success rate depends on the difference between the level, health, strength, endurance, and luck attributes of both sides. If the judgment fails, it will cause 50W, 80W real damage to the target, and the maximum usage limit is 0-2 People Advent Card, Beast Ancestor Garutin, Beast Ancestor's Body, within 30 minutes, Strength plus 20%, Agility plus 20%, Endurance plus 40%, Martial Arts Aura Damage plus 300%, and gain a buff that recovers 2.5% of the maximum health per second. This effect is not affected by the combat state. Number of uses, 0-2, People Advent Card, Death Goddess Hela, Death Resistance Resuscitation. When the health value reaches 0, you will be immune to the death and immediately recover 25%, 50% of the health. At the same time, refresh the state. This ability can be given to other living bodies, but the same target can only take effect once, and the number of uses, 0-6. Wow, this wave of shipments is okay. After looking at the effect of each character card, Han Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He is worthy of being the owner of peak super A-level and super high-risk abilities, and the quality is very high. The Sui character card is a pure attack skill, and its basic attack power is good. Han Xiao's intelligence and mysterious attributes at this time are nearly 30,000. Multiplying by 1.8 means more basic damage. It is determined 3 times per second, which is about 150,000 theoretical damage. 170% mental penetration can greatly weaken the target's mental barrier effect. When encountering a weaker opponent, it can even produce an effect of approximately real damage. If it is just a one-time mental attack, it doesn't matter. The power of this character card is that it forms a lethal spiritual undercurrent, and this thing will not dissipate easily. As long as it is well controlled, it means that there are more movable, large-scale poison circles in the battlefield, causing continuous mental damage. By this calculation, the damage is very explosive. Ciarian's character card is also an attack skill, which is different from Suri's AoE. It is a single attack, that is, a death judgment is not to mention. It is because of the harsh conditions, but the real damage after the judgment is failed is also very high. If you hit the highest real damage every time, you can send Cisco to see the King of Hell in just a few seconds. However, this move does not have much effect on the target of immunity. If Ciarian uses this ability to hit me, it will be similar to scratching. The single lethality of the peak martial artist is still very powerful for the serious Super A level. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Garutin's character card is a comprehensive gain, very powerful, very suitable for martial arts, and is also useful to Han Xiao. Basic attribute bonuses and recovery bonuses can help a certain extent. What surprised Han Xiao in the end was Hela's character card. This is the effect after the upgrade of his expertise. Immunity is death, which is equivalent to a chance to rebirth. Even if he has a high meat level now, this character card still gives Xiaosheng a layer of insurance. What is surprising is that you can actually give others the opportunity to resist death, so that others can be immune to death. The character card is a reflection of the character's own abilities, which means that Hela has such abilities. However, Han Xiao once looked at her panel. She had obviously not given the ability to others the immunity in death before. Is it because this battle forced her to have her potential and awakened her new uses of her supernatural powers? Han Xiao secretly guessed that based on the actual situation, it seemed that the possibility was quite large. In this battle, Hela and Aurora established an uninterrupted connection. Perhaps the emergence of this ability is related to this. It is not difficult to explain why Hela in his previous life did not have this ability. Outsiders can only accept one resurrection and cannot be resurrected by Hela without restrictions, but at least one more life is added, which is a great thing for the cadres of the Black Star Army. I use a lot of character cards this time, including Cisco, Emmers, Mechanism, Silver Shadow, and many times. All I spent were perfect mechanical and extreme fluids. The blank character cards rewarded in this mission happened to replenish the double perfect mechanical sense, so what I actually lost was only one character card of the domineering character. Now that I got these 4 character cards, I have already made a profit. Han Xiao looked happy. The character card is just an appetizer, which has already made him recover the cost of the outbreak, and the opportunity to draw the ability to obtain additional rewards is the big deal, and it is completely pure profit. He suppressed his excitement and anxiety and looked at the panel prompt. Extra mission requirements have been completed. You receive additional reward. Randomly draw 1 ability, skill expertise, on Super A-level prisoners. This time I caught 5 people, namely Tolian, Wormer, Jack Gonitz, Heidi and Garutin, covering 4 systems. Magic, machinery, martial arts, and mindfulness, and are all the objects of the draw. Although the average strength is not as good as the 4 old players in the character card, the draw ability is permanent after all. Among these 5 targets, there are 2 geniuses, but they are still Super A level, so there is still a chance to draw good abilities. The rice must be eaten at a glance, the road must be taken step by step, and the best food must be kept until the end. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to start from the best dish. He hesitated for a while between Tolian and Heidi, and finally chose Heidi. Tip: Heidi is a psychic master, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession, randomly drawn. Drawing is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Will resistance. Skill. Abnormal mind state resistance plus 35%. No consumption. Cooling 160s. 2. Choji. Specialty. Intelligence plus 200. Mystery plus 203. Energy manipulation mastery. Specialty. Power consumption. 25%. 4. Mental barrier strengthening. Specialty. Mental damage resistance plus 120%. Abnormal mind state resistance plus 50%. 5. Pressure resistance. Skill. Consumption 2W 5W points of health. Restore equal power value. And temporarily reduce 15% of power consumption. Cooldown 330s. Heidi is a mind master, and most of the things he draws out are general mental expertise, which was expected by Han Xiao. Han Xiao was not discouraged by the first hand and did not touch his powerful expertise. He treated it as a cushion. The general was drawn from the short man, and he directly chose mental barrier strengthening. In terms of effect alone, this ability is not bad, and it can be regarded as a high-level spiritual expertise. Over the years, Han Xiao has consciously made up for his spiritual shortcomings and has accumulated a lot of resistance. But when he saw the character card of Sui just now, he knew that his current mental resistance was still not enough in front of characters of Sui. Now he has obtained a new spiritual resistance expertise with excellent results, which is a gap for him. After calming down, Han Xiao then took the power of the next brother. Tip: Tolian is a magician, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession, randomly drawn. The extraction is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Advanced Energy Perception. Features: greatly improve the perception ability of various energy. You can see more details that others cannot find. 2. Magic Insulation. Skills: when you withstand magic attacks, the actual damage you suffer is reduced by 22%, and the duration of magic control skills to you is reduced by 17%. 3. Superload. Features: your body can withstand stronger loads, and some gain skills are extended on you, and at the same time, the endurance plus 1,500, the health limit plus 15%. 4. Proficient Melee Skills. Expertise: you have mastered a lot of melee skills. Your attacks can occasionally cause a smooth, striking effect. Melee damage plus 34%, critical strike rate plus 20%, block rate plus 28%, dodge rate plus 23%, agility plus 305. Thunder and Lightning Mastery. Skills: greatly improve lightning, electromagnetic affinity. As a matter of fact, the demons who do not have melee are not serious magicians. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Among these 5 options, Advanced Energy Perception is basically a necessary ability for super A-level magicians, and any abnormal fluctuations in energy cannot escape their eyes. Magic Insulation and Superload are the abilities of Tolian, Augmented Mage. His body has to bear a large amount of enchantment load to maintain the effect of the augmented spell. Without much hesitation, Han Xiao directly chose Superload. Only this one is the most suitable for him, and the gain amplitude is quite considerable. These 1,500 points of endurance fill the gap. As long as you take out a part of the free attribute points and throw them into the endurance attribute, you can exceed the 1W5 mark. Every time you advance, you will get an extra divine transformation point. After this battle, Han Xiao discovered that the important factor that widens the strength gap between the peak Super A level is the degree of divine transformation. Although his upgrade method is different from that of others, the divine transformation points are still the better. Han Xiao chose to draw a Wormer the 3rd time, but this time it was a good product. Cell Activity Expansion. Expertise. After a long period of hard work, you have strengthened your cell activity and improved the capacity and transformation efficiency of cells towards strength. As the character's total level increases, your strength will gradually increase. LV1 LV100, the upper limit of every 10 level plus 0.5%, the strength consumption minus 1%, The efficiency of physical strength conversion plus 2%. LV100, LV200, the upper limit of every 10 level plus 0.8%. The strength consumption minus 1.5%. The efficiency of physical strength conversion plus 4%. LV200 or above, the upper limit of every 10 level plus 1.2%. The strength consumption minus 2%. The efficiency of physical strength conversion plus 6%. Currently, the total bonus of level 320. The upper limit of level plus 27.4%. The strength consumption minus 49%. The efficiency of physical strength conversion plus 132%. Han Xiao fell in love with this ability at a glance, mainly because he was attracted by the effect of increasing the upper limit of strength. My current strength is about 180,000 yuan. With this increase, I can immediately increase my strength by tens of thousands, which is one of the very scarce abilities. Not only does it increase the limit of blood blue conversion, it also at least upgrades your own strength level to obtain a new level of strength bonus, which is equivalent to thousands of attribute points. This expertise is a percentage increase. The better the foundation, the better the effect. It is a growth expertise. In his opinion, the bonus to himself is enough to catch up with half of the template expertise. Moreover, cell activity is related to lifespan, and this expertise may also have a hidden effect of plus 1s. The fourth object is Jack Gonitz, whose profession is consistent and has more drawable abilities. Both mechanical systems, mechanical warriors tend to use mechanical combat and are proficient in the skills of using tools and have many exclusive specialties. The average quality of the 5 specialties drawn this time has improved a lot, most of which have increased mechanical affinity. Han Xiao hesitated for a while and chose another specialty. Mechanical Control Master. The mechanic that gets the bonus of your mechanical force will have melee lethality plus 120%, long-range lethality plus 24%, and performance efficiency of mecha equipment plus 35%. Although this expertise is a mechanical professional ability, under normal circumstances, only mechanical warriors can awaken. At this time, because they are both mechanical expertise, they were pulled out by Han Xiao. Many of the abilities of mechanical warriors are directly improved by directly improving their utilization rate of machinery. Getting this ability will increase their own strength by a huge increase, which will directly increase the melee lethality of the Mechanical Legion. Moreover, Han Xiao once tested that the Mechanical God is a special fusion machine, but because the core of the fusion must be the original or the dominant clone, the props that are reflected on the panel are mecha-like, which means that the bonus of mecha-type equipment can be shared. In this way, the actual combat power of the Mechanical God will be terrifyingly bonus, and its power will surge across the board, increasing to a higher level. Under normal conditions, the Mechanical God will have combat power similar to the dual mechanical mode. Good thing, if I could get the unique expertise of the weapon warriors and gunmen, my Mechanical Legion's combat power would probably have soared by several levels. Han Xiao rubbed his hands, feeling itchy. After sorting out his emotions, he took a deep breath, and Zheng Qian chose the last person to draw. Tip: Garutin is a martial artist, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession, randomly drawn. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as a reward one. Power Shock. Skill: use force to shock the opponent. Let the opponent fall into a brief stalemate. 2. Microscopic Molting. Skill: refresh yourself, drive away all negative states, and cool down for 400s. 3. Power Reflux. Feature: each melee hits the target and causes damage normally. You can recover 40% of the power consumed by this attack. 4. Blocking and Penetration. Feat Dash. Even if the target blocks your melee attack, it will bear 30%, 80% of the damage. 5. Jidao Flow. Blood Chi. Furious. Skill: burn health points, turn them into special blood energy, improve basic attributes, attack power, critical strike rate, and ability strength. The specific amplitude depends on the amount of blood burned at each judgment. The state duration is equal to the burning time. After termination of the skill, you will fall into a weak state, and the weak time is 3 times the long term of the violent time. Seeing the 5 abilities Garuten pulled out, Han Xiao was slightly stunned. Ji Daolu. There's a martial arts school with the Ganges sands in the universe. Most of the martial arts skills of Ji Daolu are explosive types, reflecting the harsh public security environment of times. Of course, it may also be that the founder of Ji Daolu has a special liking for the fighting style of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and self-damaging. Higher martial artists are all masters who learn from other strengths, and it is not surprising that they know the supernatural skills. The ability of the former dominant character card is Shidao Flow, Cell Super Resolve Limit. At this time, the blood and energy that were drawn from Garuten was violent. The effects of the two were quite similar. However, the former used potential to exchange combat power, and the latter burned the current health. Compared with ordinary people, although the outbreak of Cell Super Resolving Limit damages potential, it has no immediate negative effects and only adds and does not weaken the current combat power. The blood and energy crazily need to burn health points continuously. If the recovery power cannot keep up, it will be seriously injured after driving for a long time. It is not suitable for a protracted battle. It may be deliberately delayed by the enemy's detection of the flaws. Han Xiao guessed that Garuten didn't use this trick on him because this is why he was a new mechanic, after all, is famous for his lasting endurance. However, this ability is just right for me. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. His recovery power is a perpetual motion machine, and the beast ancestor cannot compare with it. Burning health is a piece of cake for him. If used properly, it can be regarded as a stable explosion ability in his hands. In contrast, although microscopic molting and blocking and penetration are also good, they are not as valuable as the violent blood. There is no single-time character card without the Cell Super Resolving Limit, but it has been exchanged for a long-term stable burst ability. TSK, it feels comfortable. Han Xiao smacked his lips, feeling overjoyed. Even if the explosion effect of the violent blood energy is lower than the Cell Super Resolving Limit, he can accept it, which is simply a bloody profit. At this moment, Han Xiao just wanted to raise his hands and praise Fording. Oh, and Nilo, you have obtained Shidao Flow, Blood Chi Furious. The new abilities drawn from the 5 Super A-level bodies immediately act on Han Xiao's body, changing every cell of his body. Call. A strong pain swept across the body, and it took a while to gradually fade. Han Xiao had adapted to the pain of rapid evolution, exhaled, and felt the changes in his body. While the strength is obviously much more abundant. This is the effect of Woomer cell activity expansion, and his body is much stronger. It is like taking off the invisible load. It should be the influence of Tolian superload, and his willpower has been slightly enhanced. It comes from Heidi mental barrier strengthening, and the mechanical force in his body is more sensitive and the manipulation power is more meticulous. It is Jack Gonnet's mechanical control master at work. Han Xiao sorted out the changes in his body and felt refreshed. A new prompt popped up on the panel. Hello Rescue War has generated a new dungeon. Han Xiao doesn't need to look at it. Everyone knows that the challenge level of this thing is probably higher than that of the Lighthouse Star Battle. For players, they can only watch from afar and not play. After reading the prompt, Han Xiao looked at the task list. At this time, the mission Hello Rescue War has disappeared, which means that the reward settlement has been completed. Han Xiao was curious to try the effect of Jidao Flow Blood Chi Furious. This ability can customize the amount of blood burned. The upper limit is not displayed, but it cannot be less than 0.1% of the maximum health value per second. So he activates the skill to the minimum limit. Bang! The position of Han Xiao's heart suddenly opened a blood-colored halo, standing in front of him, spreading like ripples. The next moment, he felt as if his blood suddenly boiled. Bright red blood steam gushed out from his body, and the reaction was very violent, looking like a burning blood flame wrapping around his body. When you look roughly, People who don't know might mistakenly think that this is the red martial arts aura. This blood-red steam is the blood and energy worth burning life. In Han Xiao's perception, it is like an arm instructed, and a stream of new powers are constantly generated in his body with the explosion of blood and energy. He summoned him to look at it in the mirror, and saw that his appearance was very different from his usual calm and masculine temperament. Against the backdrop of the bloody steam, he added a fierce aura to his whole body, looking evil and violent, but his emotions were not affected. After taking a look at the feedback on the panel, Han Xiao pondered, the explosion bonus of blood and energy violently is mainly based on attack power and ability strength, and is biased towards attack. It is somewhat different from the comprehensive bonus of cell super release limit. When the blood and energy violently closed, a sense of weakness suddenly emerged and disappeared after a while. In order to re-understand his combat power, Han Xiao tested various new abilities from different angles, then stopped and nodded with satisfaction. Big wave of experience for random rewards, 1 blank character card, for powerful character cards, and 5 good abilities obtained. They are fatter. Han Xiao was in a good mood. The mission is very difficult, and the gains are quite good. My combat power has been greatly improved, and I have also added a few new trump cards. Suppressing his excitement, Han Xiao put away his smile and pondered the actual impact of the matter. The change in the views of major forces on him was nothing more than paying more attention and fear. During the time he rushed back, more forces had already sent out their intentions to show goodwill, and some forces that were secretly causing trouble stopped small actions, and the Infinite Consortium showed such signs. Overall, the effectiveness of establishing authority is very good. The Black Star Legion's position in the entire universe has consolidated a wave, dominated the headlines, and its prestige is unparalleled. It has achieved the goal envisioned by Han Xiao, including players. More people have submitted applications to join the Black Star Legion. The cadres in charge of this area have been working overtime day and night to deal with recruitment matters. It can be foreseen that the size of the Legion will usher in a surge in growth in the future. It is estimated that Guanghui and Zuling are considering exchanging prisoners, and they can return for a large amount of resources soon. Han Xiao nodded secretly. He naturally had no intention of keeping those 4 super ill-level allies of a universe-level civilization. He could not eat or use them in his hands. He just had a few hot potatoes and the best way to take them out for profits. But this time, he would not hand over the person easily, and he would have to take some action no matter what, so that Guanghui and Zuling felt embarrassed and publicly apologized. Otherwise, he would not want to take the person away. By the way, Saori's proposal is not impossible to consider, selling the Guanghui people to Zuling and letting the 2 families stab each other. Han Xiao scratched his chin and rolled his eyes. Garutan didn't have this treatment, and Han Xiao was about to collect him. He also paid attention to the power of the beast ancestor. After the boss fell, the power became chaotic and split into several factions, intending to divide the family. There was a big fuss inside, and there were many forces outside who were eyeing the legacy left by the beast ancestor and were always ready to divide this piece of fat. Don't want to gin and kick it in? After all, I was the one who killed the beast ancestor, and there is no reason for me to kill pigs and let others eat meat. Han Xiao pondered and thought. The possible reactions of various forces emerged one after another in his mind, and were quickly analyzed by the overall perspective. At this time, a light of inspiration flashed by, and an idea suddenly emerged. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt. Han Xiao's eyes slowly lit up, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the Red Empire's reaction is really as I thought, then in a while, I seem to be able to find Sorokin and knock him off. Han Xiao previously announced to the outside world that he was about to go into seclusion and recuperate. On the one hand, it is to make his statement of burning potential more credible, and, on the other hand, it is to leave free time to do some things. There are several things that need to be done. The first is to deal with the subsequent impact of this matter, dealing with prisoners, dealing with the Empire, dividing the legacy of the beast ancestors, etc. are all listed here. The second is to use the rest time to repair the mechanical legion that was lost in this battle. The project volume is quite large. By the way, the robe of the Emperor must be created and the carrier of the secret energy must be optimized. Third, it was to respond to the kindness of Manison and Thuyui this time. And with the help of the huge forces of the Black Star Legion in the Shining World, it began to establish a communication platform for the Super A-level United Front. The last thing is to take Emeth to the secondary dimension and catch the holy light particles, the old gay friend of Chaos secret energy. It seems that there are a lot of things to be busy with, Han Xiao said intimately, but after this battle, I didn't have to worry about the development of the Black Star Legion for a long time. I have a lot of time to do my own thing. After planning in my mind, Han Xiao then put away his mood and walked out of the room. After returning to touching, he went straight to the training ground to settle the rewards. Before he had a good greeting with many cadres, he went straight to the office and asked Philip to convene core cadres. Han Xiao walked into the office. Everyone was waiting here, and Emers followed. Logically speaking, this is an internal affairs of the Legion, and idle people cannot enter, but Emmy's relationship is unusual, and no one present can open his eyes to stop her from watching. You are finally willing to come back? You really know how to instruct others. Emmys leaned against the wall, tilted his head to look at Han Xiao, smiling. Ahem, I'm having trouble. Han Xiao was helpless. He invited Emmys to take charge of the Black Star Palace, just for insurance. But unexpectedly it came in handy and defeated the traveler. Don't forget what you promised me. Emers raised her eyebrows slightly. When I finish handling what I have at hand, I will go on a trip with you. Han Xiao nodded. Well, then I won't bother you now. Emmys glanced at Hela for the last time and turned around and left the room. Although no one drove her, she was also tactful and would not be here to listen to the internal affairs of the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao returned his seat and sat down. He first looked at Hela. After a while, you will continue to be responsible for the frontline exploration. I will create a new thing for you. That is the mecha you sent back this time. If you take it with you, you won't be afraid that someone will besiege you again. Okay. Hela had no objection. Has the Empire contacted you recently? Hela shook her head. No. Then I'll remind you first. If they use me as an excuse to ask you to join the Empire, you come and discuss with me first, and don't agree rashly. Don't worry, I know. Han Xiao nodded and asked curiously. By the way, how is your connection with Aurora? It's already stable. Hela paused and said, but I can still sense the existence of that special secondary dimension. Can I take me to travel to the secondary dimension this time? I want to go and see it, by the way. I'm afraid it won't work this time. After I go out, someone must be in the Legion. Han Xiao shook his head and added, I'll go with you next time. Hearing this, Hela nodded to show that he knew. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and seemed to be in a good mood. After chatting for a few words, Han Xiao looked at the other cadres and swept at Fording with admiration. After seeing him feeling uncomfortable, he then put away his smile and asked everyone to report on his work. Sivia, Melos, Renard, and others summarized the work situation during this period. During the report, many natural disaster-level cadres couldn't help but secretly look at Han Xiao at this time. This wave of achievements also shocked many cadres, and many people's admiration, awe, and loyalty toward Han Xiao became more and more profound. After listening to everyone's report, Han Xiao nodded and said, The situation is very good now. After this incident, the Black Star Legion will be more smooth in the Shining World. No one will test us casually. Next, you will expand your enrollment. In a while, the Legion may usher in some huge business opportunities. Be prepared. Han Xiao instructed some precautions for the development of the Legion. Seeing everyone nodding repeatedly, he suddenly remembered Evans. Evans also came back with a spaceship transporting the throne. Han Xiao asked Philip to arrange a place for him and hid it. Until Evans's secret weapon grew to a certain extent, Han Xiao would not let him be exposed to others. Having put away this idea, Han Xiao leaned back, leaned on the chair, and asked, That's all the specific matters. If you have no doubts, you can go back. Zaiwia said, "By the way, there's one thing you need to deal with. A great director wants to meet you." Han Xiao was stunned. Big director? Who, Manison? Seeing Han Xiao's confusing expression, Zaiwia explained, "He is Benny Traval, a famous master director of the Red Empire. He wants to get your authorization to shoot a documentary about you. This is novel." Han Xiao was interested. In the interstellar society where supplies are not scarce, the entertainment industry has a great influence. A well-known interstellar star may be sought after by countless civilized people. Fording was once a regional star. Interstellar directors like Benny Travarol have a very high reputation and influence, enjoy an extraordinary position in the industry, and are considered a well-known figure in the whole universe. However, the entertainment industry and an armed warlord giant like me are people from two worlds, and they have nothing to do with each other. I don't know why this person asked me to make a movie on a whim. Could it be that it is the role of the legend of the universe? Han Xiao thought for a while and replied, "Okay, let's make an appointment with him to meet." "Okay, I will contact him in person." Zaiwia nodded. Han Xiao nodded, glanced at everyone, and saw that no one spoke, and said, "Is there anything else? If you have nothing to do, let's go." At this moment, Hella suddenly remembered something, took out a small box from her arms, put it on the table, and pushed it to Han Xiao with two slender and fair fingers. Han Xiao looked down and saw that it was a red box with a ribbon tied on it, like a gift. He couldn't help but look up at Hella in confusion. Today is your birthday. This is a birthday gift for you, a talisman. Remember to wear it close to your body." Hyla said softly. Han Xiao was stunned. "It's only February. My birthday is not today. It's obviously October." "Oh, I understand. This should be the birthday of the original body. At the beginning of the time of Hylan Star, Mignon must have investigated me, and Hella probably saw the birth files of the original body." Thinking about this section, Han Xiao swallowed the words on his lips, put away the gift, and smiled and said, "Thank you. I didn't expect you to remember." "I remember everything about you." Hyla lowered her eyes, and after saying this, she said goodbye without waiting for Han Xiao to reply. The eyes of the cadres around him shot back and forth on the two of them, showing meaningful eyes, and also retreated one after another. Han Xiao was the only one left in the room. He played with the gift box in a daze for a while before gently dismantling it, revealing the things inside. A small dark gold coin lay quietly in the box, and a thin silver chain passed through the coin and made into a necklace ornament. Han Xiao picked up the coin and suddenly felt a special energy on it, which not only contained the aura of the power of the dead, but also contained the smell of Aurora's life power. Han Xiao flashed his spirit, opened the panel, and took a look at Hyla's character card. If you guessed correctly, this coin is the carrier of some ability, and this ability is probably Hela's new awakening recovery skill. No wonder it is called Amulet. She gave me a resurrection coin. The character card does not reflect the limitations and consumption of Hela's use of this ability, but Han Xiao estimated that Hela could not give the opportunity to recover to outsiders casually, and it should be consumed a lot. Han Xiao put the amulet around his neck, stood up, and walked to the window, staring at the view of the Black Star Palace outside the window in a daze. If Hela hadn't suddenly mentioned it, he had no idea at all. It seemed that this was the first time that someone had celebrated his birthday for so many years. Although his original birthday was not the same as his birthday, Han Xiao still felt inexplicably melancholy and sighing. Once the memories are opened, they can't be stopped. The past scenes come one after another, as if they were a different life. Birthday, a soft sigh rang out of the room. P.S. Originally, there were still many characters' star glory points in the past 2 days before the birthday event was held. Thank you for your repeated efforts. The boss donated generously yesterday, so that Han Xiao celebrated his birthday this year. I would like to thank you for your brothers who have been giving gifts to Han Xiao. There are many big guys who have been rewarded recently, but my production capacity is limited, and it is normal to only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per day. Even if I whip me with a whip, I can't ride it too quickly because our models are different. Some people can easily make updates, keep the quality and quantity, and once some people make updates, it is difficult to ensure the direction of the plot. I belong to the later type. As the novel has been written so far, it is not possible to make updates if I want to make updates. If it is at the beginning, there are infinite possibilities and directions, and my own condition is good. It will be written faster, but the plot has developed to the point where it has developed. To a certain extent, too many clues are entangled, and I have to consider the daily writing rhythm. In addition, my uncle who visits from time to time, my type of author has to slow down. Although my brothers often say that I am a bit miserable, each picture has basically different points. It's just that the people who get it every time are different. Just like some people like to read data, some people don't like to read it. It's hard to talk about it. I can't really make the outline. I can only say that I'll take more responsibility. Finally, I'll thank the big guys for their kindness. Emerald Star Cluster, the stronghold planet of the Beast Ancestor. 2 fleets, which also had the emblem of the Beast Ancestor's power, were confronting each other in outer space, and the atmosphere was tense. The situation was clear at a glance, and the smaller troops wanted to leave the stronghold and were blocked by the defense fleet. In the command ship of the defense fleet, Byram looked at the defective fleet in front of him who was ready for combat. He was in a complicated mood and opened the wide area channel and shouted, "Jatina, do you know what you're doing? You are defecting." As he finished speaking, a female creature appeared on the screen in front of him, with wheat-colored skin, a charming face, black animal patterns on the center of his eyebrows and corners of his eyes, which gave him a sense of déjà vu. There were several white patterns on both sides of his cheeks, just like the beard of a cat. She was wearing wild clothes, showing her amazing figure curves and exuding a wild beauty. At this moment, the woman looked determined and said with a decisive tone, "Garutin has fallen. We have decided to leave. If you want to stop it, you can come and try it." Looking at the woman in the picture, Byram sighed secretly. This person is named Jatina and has a certain beast bloodline. He is one of the 4 major war generals under the Beast Ancestor. He is positioned as a guard officer similar to the vanguard officer in Han Xiao. He is an ace fighter. Her combat power ranks among the top among many brothers and sisters. She is a super A-level seed. In addition to her fierce personality, many brothers and sisters are afraid of her. However, many people know that Jatina's position is a rebellious faction and has always hated Garutin deeply. On the contrary, Garutin does not care that his children hate him. His descendants are just tools for him. As long as he lives, he is not afraid that others will escape from control. He relied on his own strength to maintain control of the power. After his fall, the inside immediately split and the trees fell and the money scattered. Today, Jatina brought in a large number of members of the rebellious faction and decided to leave the power of the Beast Ancestor, which triggered a confrontation at this time. Byram is a neutral faction and does not have any fanatical loyalty to Garutin. He sighed, "We are all brothers and sisters. Why should we kill each other? Now that my father is just captured, he may return in the future, so why not stay and let us overcome this difficulty together?" Jodina shouted, "Shut up. I have been looking forward to this day for too long. If you don't let us leave today, don't blame me for being ruthless." Byram was silent, turned his head and looked at the loyal party's indignant expression, shook his head secretly, and ordered, "Let them go." There was no overwhelming force to restrain so many strong people. At this time, the power of the Beast Ancestor was already in a mess, and people were panicked. Byram was unwilling to fight with Jodina and others. However, the loyal party quit. In their opinion, when his father was in trouble, Jatina and others immediately jumped out to separate the family. They were simply ungrateful wolves who were not well-skilled and should be punished severely. Although Byram served as the commander, many cadres from other factions disobeyed him and suddenly opened fire without authorization, starting a melee. Warships were broken, fireworks lit up in the universe, and the figures of natural disaster-level powerful men shuttled through them, fighting fiercely. After a long time, the battle ended, and a large number of wreckage of warships floated in the outer space of the planet. After paying a terrible price, The defected fleet finally broke through successfully. The loyal party of the Beast Ancestor also suffered heavy losses, and several cadres were killed by Jataina on the spot, so they did not continue to pursue them. My father is gone, and there will be other super A-level forces to recruit us. These loyal parties will be liquidated sooner or later. I'd better find a way out as soon as possible. Byram looked at the mess everywhere and sighed secretly, knowing that the Beast Ancestor's power is about to become history. On the other side, finally escaped, it didn't catch up. In the command ship full of battle traces, Jataina leaned against the wall, looking tired, covered in scars, and blood flowed, gathering under her body into a pool of blood. Around her, there were many defecting cadres sitting around her. They had just experienced a fierce battle, and everyone was wearing injuries and bandaging each other's wounds. Sister, where are we going next? A natural disaster-level cadre helped his companion sew the wound of the broken limb and turned his head to look at Jataina. Because Jataina is the initiator and has the strongest strength, she is the recognized leader of this defection force. Escape is only the first step. Don't forget our goal. We can't do it alone. We must seek a big force. Jataina gasped. Which family should we join? Whoever fights Garutan will join us. Jataina struggled to stand up, turned her head and looked out of the porthole, muttering to herself, Black Star is a person worth entrusting. A few days later, Black Star Palace Airport Pier. I have disturbed you for a lot of days. It's time to leave today. Thank you for your help. Inying stood in front of the spaceship cabin door, nodded, and expressed her gratitude to Han Xiao in front of her. He used the evolution block some time ago, and then he was a guest in the Black Star Army. He kept in touch with Han Xiao. The relationship between the two has heated up a lot, and they have upgraded from acquaintances who have met several times to good friends. After staying for several days, he still had something to do, so he said goodbye today and left, and Han Xiao came here to see him off. Okay, I won't keep you anymore. The days ahead are still long. Come to me to play when you have time. Han Xiao smilet. Inying nodded without much greeting, shook hands with Han Xiao, then led a group of little brothers onto the boat and closed the hatch door. The thruster sprays out the tail flame, and the spacecraft accelerates in the blink of an eye, rushes out of the airport orbit, turns into flowing light, and quickly disappears between the universe. Han Xiao watched the spaceship go away and nodded with satisfaction. During this period of private time, the progress of the strategy Inying has increased a lot. With the degree of favor the other party owe him, he can borrow at least 3 more times. After lifting his robe, Han Xiao turned around and left the dock, returned to the office, calling out Philip. Have the 3 major civilizations heard about it? Not buzzing yet. How many days have passed? And they should contact me too. Han Xiao shook his head. He's been waiting for Guanghui and Zuling to contact him these days. It seems that the 2 families are still considering how to contact him with him. No one has called yet. During the Battle of Lighthouse Star, he handed over the prisoners to the Empire, and the Empire came to negotiate. This time, the prisoners were basically arrested alone, and their own strength also met new standards. So Han Xiao told the Empire that he would negotiate with Guanghui and Zuling in person. At this moment, Philip suddenly paused and reported, Master, there is a new communication application. It is from the Zuling sect. Yo, saying that Cao Cao was here. Han Xiao was so energetic that he asked Philip to connect. Soon, a remote projection appeared in the room. This was a high-ranking official in charge of diplomacy. As soon as he appeared, he saluted Han Xiao with a submissive attitude. His Excellency Haixing, I am a diplomat of the Zuling sect. First of all, I apologize for this action on behalf of Zuling. Well, there's no need to talk about gossip. Just talk about the serious matter. Han Xiao put his hands on his nose, staring at the Zuling diplomat in front of him, and said in a deep voice, If you want to change to Torian, it depends on how sincere you are. I emphasize one premise. That is, the compensation clause must include the conditions for your public apology. Zuling diplomat blinked and whispered, These are easy to say, but Torian's affairs. We can let go first. I want to talk about the glorious captive. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It's amazing. Zuling's sect is not in a hurry to redeem its own Tor Yen, but instead wants to replace it with a glorious prisoner first. Although it is understandable to Su Ling's approach, Han Xiao still couldn't help but complain in his heart. Tolian is too difficult. Shaking his head, Han Xiao asked, "You Zuling want to buy a glorious, super, A-level prisoner? Not only one, but the more the better. I believe your Excellency Suai also told you that Zuling wants to obtain the bargaining chips for the exchange of the scepter of the gods. Heixing, we are very sincere this time and are willing to give a very high price." "How high is it?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "This is the conditions we have preliminarily formulated." The diplomat brought up a list and showed it. Han Xiao quickly glanced at it, and not only had massive resources to compensate in the terms, but Su Ling was also willing to take out non-strategic universe treasures to exchange for prisoners, and the conditions were quite generous. But he would not agree easily, so he pretended to ponder for a while, and slowly said, "I will sell you the prisoners of glory, and I will bear the pressure of glory. That's all. It seems not enough. It's better to take the initiative to make the conditions. Let's—" Han Xiao snorted, interrupted the other party's words, and said lightly, "You think about it yourself. Change the terms until I am satisfied." He did not take the initiative to make the conditions, but he just wanted to grasp glory in Su Ling and polish the other party. Otherwise, he would be afraid that others would not increase their memory, and it would not be conducive to external public opinion. "Okay, let's go back and change the terms. Then are you a prisoner who refuses to sell glory?" asked the Zuling diplomat. "It depends on your mood." Han Xiao's attitude was ambiguous. Seeing that Han Xiao was not in trouble, Su Ling's diplomat had no choice but to say goodbye and go back to report to the top management. As soon as he left, Guanghui's communication application came. Why is it so coincidental that this pair of brothers and brothers are quite destined to be? Han Xiao murmured and then connected Guanghui's communication. "Hello, Mr. Heixing and Guanghui. Okay, I know who you are. Stop talking nonsense. Show me the terms of your redeem for the captives." Guanghui's diplomat was choked, and all the lines he had thought were put back into his stomach, so he had to show the terms timidly. After taking a look at the list, Han Xiao shook his head secretly. The price given by Guanghui is not as good as the Zuling sect. After all, they're just a normal redeem. Xiao Yang, Guanghui is still as thief as ever. He broke 3 people and didn't want to bleed heavily. He is so ugly and beautiful. A toad wants to eat swan legs. Just one word, Ba. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, knocked on the table with his fingers, and said slowly, Just now, the people from the Zuling sect contacted me and proposed an interesting condition." "What conditions?" "They want to buy your glorious super A-level prisoners from me. They are very willing to pay." Han Xiao glanced at the other party meaningfully. The Guanghui diplomat was shocked and hurriedly said, "Didn't agree to him, right?" "Well, I'm still thinking, but the price of Zuling made me very moved. You can't make a decision privately and sell Guanghui's important allies to Zuling otherwise." The Guanghui diplomat originally wanted to threaten, but was shocked. Realizing that he was facing the Black Star who had just caused him to suffer, he quickly changed his words and said weakly, "Anyway, as long as you don't agree to Zuling's request, we will definitely express it. That depends on your sincerity. How much is your willingness to pay for me to reject Zuling's proposal?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. I understand. I will convey your meaning to the senior management immediately and change the compensation clause immediately." Guanghui diplomat wiped his sweat and hurriedly said goodbye and went offline. He knew that Black Star was starting the price, but there was no way. Even if he saw through it, he could only do it obediently, and he felt helpless and depressed. After sending out the 2 stinky brothers, Han Xiao sat up and smiled. If it were the past, it would be very risky to do so. But after this battle, I showed strong enough strength, and my fist was big enough to allow Guanghui and Su Ling to sit down and negotiate with peace of mind instead of continuing to think badly. Several prisoners were in hand, and there was room for the lion to open their mouths. Even if it was clear that Guanghui and Zuling were going to bid for each other, they had to pinch their noses and recognize them. This feeling of taking dominance is indeed a mistake. Han Xiao smiled secretly. While thinking, the communicator rang again. Han Xiao took a look, and it was Zai Wei's call. Legislative Commander, the Interstellar Director I told you a few days ago has arrived at the Black Star Palace. So quickly. They were already collecting folks in the Shining World. I have sent someone to receive them. Will you take them directly to the reception room later? Well, I'll go see him. Han Xiao stood up. A civilian spacecraft docked at the outer pier of the Black Star Palace, and the group walked off the spacecraft. Leading is an old bearded man with a round head, rich appearance, and a long, unrestrained hair with an artist-like temperament, like a braised egg with hair. This person is the Interstellar Director of the Red Empire, Benny Travel. As soon as they got off the spaceship, everyone looked around with a restrained look and whispering. This is the base of the Black Star Legion. Are these people around them all mercenaries? They're all looking at us, just a little less. Listening to a group of assistants behind him chattering, Benny Travel frowned and shouted in a low voice. This is not another place. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise you will think about the consequences if you hit the Black Star people. Hearing this, everyone quickly stopped talking, looking cautious. They followed Benny Traverall for a long time and were also seniors in the entertainment industry. I don't know how many people flatter them. Although they're not arrogant, they're also arrogant and casual. If they face the juniors in the entertainment industry, they will be even more arrogant and ignorant. However, these people dare not put on airs here. The Black Star Army is a super warlord at the top level, a figure at another level. When they come to the armed warlord's nest, everyone naturally feels scared. They were very sure that their influence was nothing in front of such a big man who had real power and armed forces. Everyone put away their usual style and acted as a human being with his tail between his legs. Not long after, a Legion receptionist came over and smiled. Hello, Director Benny Traver. Please come with me. The Legion commander is already waiting for you. Okay, please lead the way. Benny Traver smiled. Seeing this, the assistants around were secretly surprised. They knew their boss so well and had always been arrogant and rarely showed such a warm and pleasing smile. The group came to the reception room and walked into the room. When they saw Han Xiao sitting in the main seat, they were busy and greeted each other. Benny Traver took 2 steps at a time, hurriedly reached out to Han Xiao and said warmly, Hello, Lord He Xing. Thank you for your willingness to meet me. No need to be so much courtesy, just sit down. Han Xiao shook his hand and invited everyone to sit down. The group sat down one after another, straightened their backs, and their butts were next to the edge of the chair, and they did not dare to sit down, and they were extremely restrained. At the same time, everyone stared at Han Xiao in awe and obediently, showing a stiff and pleasing smile. Many of them were people with identities and could only smile on the side. Han Xiao shook his head. Status is a halo, and even if he did nothing, others couldn't help but be nervous. He turned to look at Benny Travel and asked with a smile, Director Benny, I heard you want to shoot a documentary about me. That's right. I've seen your archives, which started in the end and rose to the sea of stars. You are a completely alive legend. Those deeds have inspired my desire to create. It would be my honor to shoot adapted biopics for big names like you. Benny Travel did not go through the program, but started blowing and explained his creative motivation. Speaking of the excitement, he even stood up and gestured with his hands excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Han Xiao observed for a while and found that this great director was not here to flatter. It seemed that he really inspired the desire to create. The idea of adapting his deeds should be the effect of the accumulation of legends. It's not surprising. To outsiders, their own deeds are indeed legendary, and it's normal for the director to be taken aback. There are many films that are adapted from real-life stories, and it's common for directors to come over to seek permission for the prototype of the story. After being licked by him for a while, Han Xiao felt quite comfortable. He waved his hand, interrupted the director's speech with spitting splashes, and said, So, you just want me to authorize you to allow you to shoot movies about me? It's not just that. Benny Travers suddenly became nervous. I have another request. I hope you can appear as an Easter egg in the film. It takes courage to say this, because he is very clear that Black Star status is too high, and the warlord's level is too high to a certain extent, and he becomes a politician. This is like asking the head of state to make a cameo appearance in a video, which is called no forced counting performance. Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and slowly lit the table with his fingers, without answering immediately. As his expression changed, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone's hearts beating faster and faster, and they didn't dare to let out the atmosphere. The room suddenly became as slightest. Han Xiao was about to speak, but at this moment, a task prompt popped up on the panel. Director's invitation, task introduction. A great director who is famous in the universe has taken a fancy to you and hopes to ask you to participate in the shooting of a film. Task requirements. Star in the film. Reward. 1 ADW experience. The popularity of each star field increases randomly. Special reward. Star effect. Expertise. Star effect. Others are more likely to have a good impression of you and are more likely to forgive you. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Why is it that I have to debut? Han Xiao does not reject the proposal of cameo film. Anyway, he is not allowed to be the starring actor, so it will not take much time. Moreover, interstellar technology is well developed. The cycle of making a film is not long now, and there are many ways to watch. You can not only watch from a third-party perspective in traditional ways, but also immersively watch movies in the first person. You can even apply to the perspective of the movie characters and follow him. With the changes in technology, the film's expression has become more and more abundant. Star effect. The expertise is not quantitatively introduced, but Ferdine has this ability, which is related to the charm attribute. It is not only easier to show goodwill, but even if you do something offensive, it will not easily reduce the favorable feeling of the object. It is a name that suits this expertise. It seems that the expertise is vague, but Han Xiao knows that this thing is actually very useful and can come in handy in both business negotiations and daily communication. It is an extremely suitable skill for PY. Even if the task reward factor is aside, this thing itself is beneficial. At present, my prestige is unparalleled, but the popularity of news will decline with time. With such an amazing record, it is difficult for some ordinary deeds to continue to increase their influence and popularity. It is a feasible way to continue to increase its popularity with the entertainment industry. After all, the entertainment industry has unique advantages in attention, which does not damage its image and can even enhance the outside world's understanding of itself. And this seems to be very suitable for missionary preaching. That old man Manison, must be as sexy as me. Could this be a curved way to save the country? Under the nervous gaze of Benny Traverall, Han Xiao pretended to be pondered for a while and finally nodded. Okay, that's great. Benny Traverall was overjoyed. He thought he would probably be rejected, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to be so friendly. The tense atmosphere disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, followed by excitement and excitement. He actually invited a big man of the Black Star level, which was like dreaming. When are you going to establish a project? Han Xiao asked. We have to start with the script first, because this is adapting your real experience. If possible, I hope you can provide some detailed information. Maybe you will have to organize a few more interviews. You can see. Benny Traver asked in a low voice. This is simple. As long as I have time, it's fine. Han Xiao smiled. Okay, when we get the script out, we will leave it to you for review. We will only start filming officially after your consent. Yes. Han Xiao nodded, suddenly remembered something, and asked, Do you have any problems with the funds? Don't worry. I still have a certain influence in the entertainment industry. In addition, this time I filmed your story, there will definitely be many people rushing to invest. Maybe the Ministry of Culture of the Red Empire will also invest money. Benny Traverall was quite confident. Okay, if there's any funding problem, come to me and I will sponsor you. Han Xiao waved his hand and took a photo together with China and the United States. Oh no, red and black co-shots. Upon hearing this, Benny Traver was deeply moved. Look, you are worthy of being a warlord, and you are generous when you take action. He secretly made up his mind to make this video well. not only taking into account the artistic connotation, but also selling it. Being a director for many years, Vinnie Traver has had fine works and failed works. He took the money from investors and called it pursuing art. In the end, he could not recover the cost and cheated many people. It doesn't matter if the films of ordinary investors are not good at shooting well. At most, they will lose some reputation and money. However, if the films sponsored by the Black Star Army are not good at shooting well, even if they lose their lives, he dare not be careless. Under the huge population base of the interstellar era, the money-making efficiency of the entertainment industry is beyond imagination. Even movies with a lot of popularity in the universe occasionally appear. The income of one movie can match the total assets of several small consortiums. It is extremely terrifying. Han Xiao has no reason not to make a profit. At this moment, his heart suddenly moved, and he said, "By the way, I'm going to put someone in the crew." "You said." Han Xiao recalled the portrait of Fording and smiled. "It's this person. He's my guard officer, a disaster-level Superman. He used to be a regional star. Just arrange for him to play a role." This person, Vinnie Traver widened his eyes. He didn't mind Black Star stuffing people. He had seen this kind of thing for a long time, but he didn't expect that the one who stuffed it this time was a treasure. This figure, this temperament, he is simply a natural superstar. After glanced at the dull expressions of everyone, Han Xiao smiled secretly in his heart. He had a deep understanding of Fording's charm aura, and letting Fording participate in the movie was enough to attract a lot of attention and make the publicity work more effective with half the effort. Moreover, Han Xiao did not forget the deeds of Fording in his previous life, Legend of the Singer, and calmed the war with his thoughtful singing. So, in order to maintain the love and peace of the universe, he decided to make Fording remade his idol. It's not a whim, but taking advantage of the opportunity to turn Fording into the image ambassador of the Black Star Legion to gain greater attention and perhaps attract more talents, and at the same time raise the stock price of mechas Consortium. After years of operation, mechas Consortium has successfully listed with the support of the Legion, and its assets are now very large. All kinds of thoughts flashed by. Han Xiao did not show it, kept smiling, chatted, and collaborated with the group, and had a great time. Finally, everyone decided to stay in the Black Star Palace for a while to draw materials. Vinnie Traver and others said goodbye and left, and everyone was filled with joy. After seeing off the group, Han Xiao asked Suiya to be responsible for the subsequent contact, and then ran to chat with Emmys for a long time to avoid neglecting his old friend. Emmys understood Han Xiao and knew that he had a lot of things to deal with during this period, so he didn't urge him. Anyway, Han Xiao and Hyla have come back, and it is very comfortable to stay here and have someone to accompany her. She's almost happy here and will no longer miss Shu. Besides, I have nothing to do all day long in Lontan, and I feel so idle. So what should I do when I go back? What you said, Jenny? Who is that? I haven't heard of it. I don't know. Han Xiao returned to the room, took a habitual shower, and his body was steaming hot. He didn't wipe it dry, but wrapped himself in his bathrobe and lay on the bed with humming a small song. The water droplets slipped down his hair, dyeing the pillow wet. The ultra-level unscalmed body naturally doesn't need to take a bath, but Han Xiao mainly enjoys this feeling. At the same time, by adjusting the somatosensory temperature, he can restore the temperature perception of a normal person, so that he can take a hot bath. Otherwise, even the magma will be cold for him. Several mechanical pets climbed up and surrounded Han Xiao, constantly urging him with their bodies. They were very clingy, including cats and dogs, and even mechanical snakes. They were all mechanical lives with independent thinking. The metal body has removed edges and is very round and smooth, and does not need to eat or excrete, so is worry-free to maintain it. Since Hela gave her birthday gift, Han Xiao suddenly had the idea of raising a pet, which gave the usually deserted bedroom a little more lifelike atmosphere. After a few pets that were acting coquettishly, Han Xiao held the back of his head with one hand, leaned back on the bed, opened the player forum, and browsed the posts. Now the topic of Black Star Battle of the Gods has not yet declined, but has become more and more enthusiastic, and the Shining World sector is still being flooded with the screen. Not only discussion, Many players left their original camp and came to join the Black Star Legion, which brought new players of the Legion to a wave of new growth. The unilateral camp war has been going on for some time. Due to the surrender of the enemy camps, the Legion's opponents have no power to fight back. The secret moves of those foreign clubs not only did not take effect, but also shot themselves in the foot, causing the camp to lose a large number of ordinary players, which in turn enhanced the cohesion of Legion players and eliminated the barriers created by the new and old Legion players to a certain extent. Nowadays, the atmosphere inside the Black Star Legion has improved. Although players from all over the world are not harmonious, they can be considered as accepting each other. On the forum, there was another thing that caused discussion. After Han Xiao formed the Dungeon Crystal of Hella Rescue War, he put on the camp store. In the past few days, a large number of players have purchased Dungeon Crystals and used their lives to admire the style of the Legion commander. After unremitting efforts, the famous Dungeon Strategy team has increased its survival record to 29 seconds, gaining the admiration of countless players. Hella Rescue War is also officially as famous as Lighthouse Star Battle, and is known as the two major CG-type dungeons of the Legion. To explain it, it is, play with you, and you will be finished. Han Xiao happily browsed the forum for a while, and suddenly he had a thought and found that Philip had sent a new message. Master, there is a fleet that rebels from the Beast Ancestors' forces to visit the frontline stronghold in the free competition zone, including 7 natural disaster-level cadres under the Beast Ancestor. The leader is Claude Jataina, one of the 4 major war generals under Garutin. She named her name and wanted to see you. See me? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, closed the player forum, and recalled Jataina's information and read it quickly, thinking secretly. He didn't know much about Garutin's men. Most of them were tool people, and only a few left an impression on him in his previous life. Jataina was one of them, but it was not because of her achievements. In his previous life, Jataina secretly colluded with other forces and issued a mission to the players, hoping to destroy all descendants of the Beast Ancestor camp while Garutin is not at home, and liberate all the mothers imprisoned as fertility machines. Although the operation was not successful, it also caused huge losses to the Beast Ancestor. She originally wanted to use a phantom bomb to die with Garutin, but failed. The final outcome was that she was tortured alive by Garutin in public. Thinking of this, Han Xiao probably guessed the purpose of this big skin girl. Okay, then let's see her. The Emerald Star Cluster, the Black Star front stand, has repaired the damage caused by the Hella Rescue War, and the fleet patrols step by step. At this moment, Jataina and her group of spacecraft were welcomed into the airport dock. Due to the external armored Beast Ancestor's power emblem, they attracted the attention of all the members of the Legion on the way. The spacecraft was docked steadily, and the cabin door opened with a sound of browsing. Jataina took her companions off the spacecraft, ignored the strange gazes of the surrounding Legion members, and followed the mechanical receptionist who came to greet him to the reception room. It's finally here. I don't know if Black Star will take us in. After all, we were enemies with him not long ago. Haystar is not a person without a belly fat. I'm afraid he won't like us. Jataina did not participate in the discussion and followed the receptionist into the reception room with a tight face. The room was empty. Buzz. At this time, Han Xiao's long-distance projection was generated in the room, with his hands behind his back, scanning everyone. His eyes were filled with scrutiny and coldness, and he slowly spoke. Is it you want to see me? Yes, we are all cadres of the Beast Ancestor, and we have long been dissatisfied with him, but we are powerless to resist. Now that you have defeated him, we will come to join you, hoping to serve the Black Star Army. Jataina was not polite and stared at Han Xiao, obviously a straight ball girl. Although Han Xiao had some speculations, an idiom still couldn't help but come to his mind at this moment. Is this a recognition of a thief as his father? Bah, I am not a thief. I am obviously abandoning the darkness and turning to the light. Han Xiao did not intend to refuse. After all, there were 7 natural disaster-level cadres, which was a considerable force. Moreover, Jatina was a rare super A-level seed with extraordinary potential and could fight against his subordinates Hardaway and Rodhell. Han Xiao was of course happy to see the result of high-quality leaks being pulled up and inserted himself into his field, but he couldn't agree too easily, so he still had to ask routine questions. Why are you dissatisfied with Garutin? Hearing this, Jodina took a deep breath, and a look of grief and anger appeared on her face. In order to cultivate high-quality offspring, Garutin acquired countless female creatures of various races from the black market. They did not even have the freedom to die, and could only act as mothers. My mother is one of them. I watched her with my own eyes give birth to one offspring after another in the past years, and finally died of decay. The high-quality offspring is focused on cultivating, and the inferior offspring acts as slaves. Although they are related to each other, most people have a weak relationship. It is like a cold grave. Everyone can only please Garutin. I have no day to hate it. Jodina closed her eyes, as if immersed in those sad memories. After a while, she opened it again and said in a deep voice, "My companion has the same experience as me. We hate everything that Garutin creates, but we can only be manipulated by him and help him do evil. We live in suffering every day. We are not afraid of death. Only by enduring this pain and leaving it to a useful body can we have the opportunity to change everything. Until you defeat him, we are finally relieved." As he said that, Jatina crawled on the ground, and her companions behind her followed suit, lying down a bunch of people and giving a big gift to Han Xiao. "I hope you can take us in." Jatina touched the ground with her forehead, screaming in a deep voice, and was excited. "Please take us in." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices deafeningly, and the echoes in the room were buzzing. Seeing this, Han Xiao pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I accept you as a member of the Black Star Army." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and stood up one after another. Jatina got up, smiled again on her face. Her expression changed from heavy to relaxation, as if the rain had washed away the dust, looking beautiful and charming. Just like her wild temperament, her emotions are also exposed. Han Xiao nodded, his tone became kind, and he smiled. "Then we are all family now. Come to the Black Star Palace. I want to see you with my own eyes and arrange positions for you, by the way. Also, if you want to visit Garutin's specimens, too." At this time, Jatina interrupted Han Xiao, put away her smile, and said seriously, "Her High Star, I have a gift and a request." "Tell me." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Jatina nodded. Now the power of the beast ancestor is in a mess. It is a good opportunity to divide him. I am willing to help you get the legacy of the beast ancestor. This is my gift. What about the request? I hope you can destroy the beast ancestor's base camp, completely destroy all descendants of all descendants, liberate all mothers, and adopt all young beast ancestors' descendants. This is both my request and a gift. Although I hate Garutin, these young descendants are innocent. Their thoughts have not yet been formed, and they are plastic. If they are well trained, they can become the fresh blood of the Legion. Jatina said firmly, then stared at Han Xiao, as if she wanted to see the answer she was looking forward to in his eyes. Han Xiao's heart moved. He opened the panel and took a look. Sure enough, the task was triggered, but it was not one, but two. The first mission is liberate the beast ancestor power. The content is the same as Jatina said. He needs to liberate the beast ancestor base camp to reward Jatina's favorability and her character card. But the second mission surprised him secretly. The End of Darkness. Task introduction. Human trafficking is the source of countless tragedies. Jatina hates it deeply. Destroying this phenomenon has always been her lifelong wish. Task content. Ending the population trade phenomenon in the Star Sea. Reward. E-experience. Random reward X15, Cosmic Legend Degree X3, Blank Character Card X5. Special reward. Slave Liberator. Milestone. Slave Liberator. Your relationship in all order camps is forever. Respect. 1 trillion experience. Han Xiao was stunned. This is the most exaggerated reward task he has ever seen so far. But the difficulty is also beyond the sky. To eliminate population trade in the entire universe? Judging from a population base of the entire sea of stars, this is an impossible task. As the saying goes, there is no killing without transactions, there is no market without demand, and even the three major civilizations cannot do it. Who can do it? No wonder Jatina just asked him to liberate the beast ancestor's power. She probably knew in her heart that this wish was impossible to achieve. Han Xiao naturally would not take the initiative to scream. He shook his head, put this matter in his heart, no longer mentioned it, and slowly said, I promise you the request of liberating the beast ancestor's power. Then, I'm willing to serve you until the end of time. Jatina lowered her head, and her eyes showed admiration. Since Han Xiao solved Garutan, she has regarded Black Star as an idol. Before she came into contact with Black Star today, she was also nervous, fearing that the true face of her idol would disappoint her. She was also afraid that He Xing would mistakenly think that she was a fence bet who was greedy for life and death, and regarded her behavior as betraying the old master and joining the winner. So she would be very sad. At this time, she felt that meeting was far better than being famous. He Xing deserved to be the one who got rid of Garutan, and she admired him for nothing. A palpitation surged, like an electric current penetrated her whole body. She was a direct person and was easily excited. At this moment, she felt moved. Retrieving the remote projection, Han Xiao in the base camp opened his eyes and was in a happy mood. 7 natural disaster-level cadres joined, and one of them was a super A-level seed. This wave of talents is of good quality. He was just interested in the resources accumulated by the beast ancestor and didn't have much thought about the descendants because both sides were enemies after all, and even if they forced the troops to force all the descendants of the beast ancestor to serve him, they would definitely be resistant. Whether to work or not is the second step. Those loyal parties will also pollute the purity of the Legion and form a new faction, which may one day become a time bomb. The forced melon is not sweet, but it is not worth the loss. Besides, the Black Star Legion is an orderly camp on the surface, and some things cannot be done too clearly. At the same time, the Legion is not short of manpower, so he is not interested in accepting all the old subordinates of the beast ancestor. It seems to be to enhance the strength on paper, but in fact it is to lay hidden dangers. Of course, if Jatina abandons the beast and voluntarily joins him, then he will naturally accept everyone, and the more he will be better. Most of the rebellious factions are still waiting and watching. Jatina is only the first batch of attempters. There will definitely be the second and third batches in the future. I wonder how many people want to come to me. Han Xiao pondered. He didn't think of capturing all these people in one go. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Some people rebel from the power of the beast ancestor and may not necessarily defect to others. Some may want to retire and live in hiding their own names. Shaking his head, Han Xiao put this matter aside for the time being and summoned Philip. Notify Melas and Sivia to mobilize the troops of the Broken Star Ring headquarters. Send a long-distance fleet to the Beast Ancestor base camp. Liberate all slaves and destroy his descendants' cultivation assembly line. The end of darkness. The difficulty is too high and there is no way to start, and another mission is not difficult for him. Since he agreed to the other party, Han Xiao took action, and with Jatina as his endorsement, he was also famous for his master. Moreover, Garutan brought out a large number of elite soldiers, and his nest was quite empty, which also reduced the difficulty. As long as the fleet brought his own dominant clone as a guarantee, there would be no accident. These guys who turned to the dark and turned to the light brought good news, but Han Xiao cared about it in one detail. He always felt that Jatina looked at her with something wrong, and she seemed a little too eager. It felt like she was looking at fording. The stronghold of the Emerald Star Cluster Beast Ancestor. Since Jatina and her group broke through, the atmosphere here has become strange, silent, and cold, and fewer people are talking. They are obviously brothers and sisters, but there are more and more vigilant guards in their eyes when they look at each other. Behind each expressionless face, there are more and more thoughts. People's hearts change and undercurrents surge. Jatina was the first defector, and there were more cautious rebel factions watching the situation. Seeing that she had a good start, more and more people were ready to move. In a secret room, a group of rebel factions gathered quietly. The leader was a disaster-level cadre who had always been famous, Big Python Snack. Although he was not at the level of 4 major war generals, he was also an elite fighter. He integrated martial arts skills with his own toxin talents. His combat power was very good, and he was one of the commanders of the fleet. I believe everyone knows the purpose of the meeting this time. Snook looked around, his eyes stopped on several powerful cadres, and said slowly, "Sister John has sent a message. Black Star has accepted them, and they have found a good home." Everyone present did not say anything, staring at him and waiting for the following text. Seeing this, Snick continued, "The loyal party fought with Jatina and suffered heavy losses. I guess he didn't want to waste his power to deal with the defectors anymore. We have been waiting for a long time. It's time for us to leave. I know that some people present are unwilling to defect to others and want to set up their own business. If we join hands and rebel, we will go our separate ways from now on. If we meet again in the universe, we may still remember the friendship between brothers and sisters." After the words fell, the room was silent for a while before someone spoke. "Yes, it's time for us to leave. It's my turn to patrol in a few days. This is an opportunity. It's best to avoid conflicts with the loyal party." As soon as we started talking, everyone spoke out. Everyone had real power, and they all offered suggestions for the rebellion plan and brainstormed. On the other side, some loyal parties also gathered quietly in another secret room to discuss another matter. "Have you heard that Jotina's traders joined the Black Star Legion? Where did the news come from? Is it reliable?" Many people witnessed their spaceship sailing towards the Black Star Legion stronghold, but they never came out again. And a lot of intelligence has been circulated among the group of ulterior motives, which should be reliable. Someone's eyes flashed and said in a deep voice, "If the situation is true, we can implement a bold plan to let our people pretend to defect and enter the Black Star Legion to find an opportunity to rescue my father. But Black Star is a super A-level mechanic, and it is difficult to steal people under his nose. Moreover, it is said that the time and space amber is unsolvable, and even the 3 major civilizations are helpless. My father cultivates us and is the parents we respect. Now he is dead. Only we can help him. Even if the hope is slim, we have to try it." Someone said firmly, "Okay, but there's another problem. Those defectors must know our background. We loyal ministers pretend to join us will definitely be seen through. This is a problem. After being together for so long, we all know each other well. Our people cannot invade into the rebel group." Everyone fell into hesitation. The Jatina incident has inspired these loyal parties, and some people want to stage a lurking and take the risk of rescuing Garutan, who was made into specimens. After all, my father was just imprisoned and had not died yet. The loyal party always held hope. At this time, the sound of a communicator sounded in the room, breaking the quiet atmosphere, like a thunderclap that pulled everyone back from the entanglement. The leader opened his eyes and said, "Baram convened all the cadres to hold a meeting to discuss our future plans." Everyone was not surprised by this. After Garutan's fall, such meetings had been held many times. Without decision-makers, the organization's affairs can only be decided by many cadres. Everyone has their own abacus. Most of the time, they cannot form a unified opinion, but they must not go. A group of loyalists stood up and left the room and rushed to the large conference room. At this time, the conference room was full of people, all of whom could be called out in the stronghold. The scene was as noisy as a vegetable market. The seats of the 3 factions of the loyal party, the neutral faction, and the rebel faction were clearly divided, and they looked at each other coldly. The loyalists saw Snack at a glance, glared at him, and then found a seat to sit down. Snick didn't care about the loyal party's attitude. They also received news of the meeting when they were gathering in the secret room and rushed over. After waiting for a while, all the cadres finally arrived. Byram walked in the last time, closed the door of the conference room, and walked straight to the podium in front of the front, scanning everyone below. "What happened? Are we going to call us again?" A cadre below spoke, and this person was also one of the 4 major war generals. The last issue has not been finished. Today we have to continue discussing the future of the organization. Byram showed a calm smile, suddenly changed his tone, and said with a smile, "But before this, I want to introduce a character to you first." Everyone frowned, and from Byram's attitude, they noticed something was wrong. At this moment, a magic wave suddenly appeared in the room, and a circle of blue portals unfolded next to Byram. Buzz, a foot slowly stepped out of the portal, and a strong sense of oppression came, and the air in the room seemed to instantly condense to freezing point. The secret master walked out, closed the portal casually with his hands on his back, and glanced at everyone present with indifferent expression. The whole audience was silent. At this time, Byram's smile broke the silence. I believe everyone is familiar with it. This is the secret master who is the guardian of the interstellar black market with his father. Bayram, what do you mean? A loyal general stood up, suppressed his anger, and asked in a deep voice. In fact, everyone understood that Byram, a neutral cadre, had already joined forces with the secret master, gathering all the cadres in the name of a meeting so that the secret master could catch them all and control them all. He wanted to present this stronghold and the cadres present to the secret master as a gift for promotion. Byram smiled without saying a word. His eyes turned to the secret lord and said with a smile, "My father fell down. Now countless forces are eyeing us. If we don't have a super A-level organization, we are always a mess." The secret lord is an old friend of my father. He decided to provide us with shelter and help us overcome difficulties. Edit. You continue to edit. Everyone cursed in their hearts. The neutrals were surprised, the rebels were heavy, and the loyal party was furious. The secret lord took all the faces of everyone and said lightly, "This is the situation. Garutan and I are like brothers. I can't watch his descendants fall apart, so I temporarily take over the power of the beast ancestor until the situation stabilizes, and I will return the jurisdiction to you. Go away your mothers like brothers." Do you think we all have amnesia? Everyone gritted their teeth. The secret master is not as big as the Black Star Legion, and the general under the beast ancestor is also one of the resources he wants to occupy. Because he is not a direct enemy like Black Star, he is not worried about revenge. As a refugee from the interstellar black market, it is more reasonable for him to accept the beast ancestor. Moreover, his power is already mixed with dragons and snakes and belongs to the Grey Camp, so he is not worried about indigestion after eating the beast ancestor's troops. This is just an excuse for the secret lord to embezzle the beast ancestor's power. But even if the loyal party is so angry, he dare not stand up and oppose it. The secret master said this: "If you are ungrateful, you will be done if you are a super A-level or not." Therefore, after the secret lord finished speaking, no one refuted, as if they had all agreed. At this moment, Snack slowly stood up and attracted everyone's eyes, including the secret lord. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke in a respectful tone. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Your protection is what we urgently need. I highly agree with you taking over the power of your father for the time being." "Well, it's not bad." The secret lord nodded, feeling that this kid was quite good. However, Snick suddenly changed his subject. "But I am tired of this kind of life and don't want to continue to fight in the universe with my courage. Now I just want to live an ordinary life. My secret lord, I am not against you, but everyone has their own ambitions. Please allow me to retire." The secret lord didn't care and said casually, "You have natural disaster level combat power. It's a pity to retire like this. Keep your spare time in your post. I'm optimistic about you. Don't talk about resignation anymore." Snick gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage. "Secret Lord, I hope to take a leave. My sister joined the Black Star Legion. I want to say to her so that she doesn't have to worry about family affairs." As soon as this statement was made, it was already clear. The subtext was that he didn't want to serve the Secret Lord, but wanted to join the Black Star. The Secret Master narrowed his eyes and looked at him deeply. After a while of silence, the feeling of oppression in the room became stronger and stronger. It was not until Snick shed a cold sweat that the Secret Master slowly replied, "I don't think it's necessary. When I officially take over, the outside world will naturally receive the news, so there's no need to do anything extra. Hearing this, the rebellious faction including Snick's sighed in their hearts. The Secret Lord's attitude was already very clear. Even if he knew that they wanted to defect to Black Star, he would still detain everyone, not allowing any cadres to leave, and he didn't know when they would control them. Snick sighed and sat down, feeling quite regretful. I would have been a little radical if I had known it. I acted with Jatina, and now I'm one step late, so I'm afraid I will not be able to leave. The rebellious faction's faces were not very good-looking, and only being in Xiao's camp and Hard and Han could describe their mood at this time. The Secret Lord publicly put a magic mark on each cadre to monitor every move, and then set a series of high-sounding scenes, emphasizing how deep the relationship between Garutin and himself is, how strong the relationship is, and how happy the time they have spent together. Just say that the two are brothers. Everyone was flipping their eyes and listening to the Secret Master's bang. When he announced the end of the meeting, everyone couldn't wait to get up and squeeze out of the room as if they were fleeing. Only Bairam and the Secret Lord were left in the conference room. Bairam came to the Secret Lord and smiled. Secret Master, congratulations on accepting the Beast Ancestor's troops. This is just the first step. The Beast Ancestor has many people in the base camp and other starfields. I understand, but these people he brought to Shining World are important cadres. After controlling them, they could basically control half of the Beast Ancestors organization. Well, you did a good job. When things are finished, I will reward your achievements. The Secret Master nodded. When Bairam heard this, his smile became more sincere. After Jatina defected, Bairam decided to find a way out. The Secret Lord was also planning the Beast Ancestors' troops, so the two sides formed a line and hit it off. He decided to assist the Secret Lord. The reason why he did not look for Black Star is, on the one hand, because the members of the organization are resistant to the party and the loyal party will inevitably be divided. On the other hand, if he dedicates his power to the enemy, he will not be able to mess around if he spreads it out. In contrast, the Secret Master is a more suitable choice. With excitement, Bairam said goodbye and left. The Secret Master watched him go away and curled his lips. Fence-bearing. Shaking his head, the Secret Master took out the communicator and dialed Sorokin's number. After 3 sounds, the communication was connected, and Sorokin's big basin appeared on the screen with a playful smile. Secret Lord, have you conquered the Beast Ancestors' troops? It's initially completed. The Secret Master nodded and said in a deep voice, but Black Star seems to have intervened, and someone wants to join him. Sorgen smiled and said, don't worry, the fierce generals under Black Star will definitely look down on the Beast Ancestors' troops. Anyway, he doesn't want it, and you don't have to be afraid of offending him. If you still feel unstable, then after the incorporation is completed, give Black Star enough resources to compensate, and he will not pursue it. Let's talk about it then. The Secret Master did not comment. He is an adult. He wants to make friends with He Xing and also recruit the troops of the Beast Ancestor. I want them all for short. Anyway, He Xing doesn't like these criticisms, and it's not considered picking fruits. Sorokin paused, changed his subject, and asked, so, what do you think about my proposal? The Secret Master narrowed his eyes and said, you want to use the position of the shareholder of the Infinite Consortium vacated by Garutin to exchange for the identity of the asylum of the interstellar black market. You have a good plan. I'm a businessman, and I'm doing business. Since Garutin has fallen, I need a new partner. Sorokin smiled. During the years of cooperation with Garutin, Sorokin has penetrated many industries into the interstellar black market. If he has the identity of a refugee, he can open up his business legitimately. If the interstellar black market can also be included in the business empire of the Infinite Consortium, it will be a huge profit that cannot be calculated. Even Sorokin, who has astronomical digital assets, was moved. So not long ago, he and the Secret Master set up a line and proposed a transaction where the wolf was surrounded and annihilated. The shareholder position was given to the Secret Master, and the other party helped him deal with it and helped him obtain the identity of the asylum of the interstellar black market. After he proposed the deal, the secret master did not directly refuse, but did not agree immediately. From the perspective of the secret lord, if one Garutan is missing, he can finally seize more black market share. If he introduces another commercial giant as a shelter, it is equivalent to attracting a wolf into the house. After all, Sorokin's heart is known to everyone. But if you become a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium, you will be involved in more serious business, and the profits seem to be greater, so the secret master has been hesitating. At this time, when hearing Sorjin mention this again, the secret master snorted and said lightly, "I am frank. Although the access conditions are super A-level, with your strength, you seem to be unable to assume the identity of a protector. Isn't this better for you?" Sorjin smiled inexplicably. The secret master was silent. It seemed that it was true. He pondered for a while before slowly speaking. "I could try to deal with you, try to convince the other two asylums, and all the black market managers." Sorjin's eyes lit up and knew that this had reached a preliminary cooperation intention. He smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Then, I will keep the position of shareholder of the Infinite Consortium for you." "Yes." The secret master responded lightly and hung up the communication. Karakara, the sound of mechanical assembly echoes in the private workshop, and the flashing mechanical force of the electric light is like flexible blue tentacles, controlling the robotic arm to create a new royal mecha. Han Xiao was fully focused and watched the details of the mecha improve step by step in his hands. The last outer armor plate was embedded in the Emperor's chest, and the panel suddenly twitched, and a prompt popped up. "You have created golden quality equipment, cosmic treasure." Oh. Han Xiao relaxed his tense expression and slowly breathed out. "This is the second golden quality Emperor mecha." Even with the experience of the last time and the bonus of God's Artifact and Cosmic Treasure Maker, he tried it 5 times before he finally succeeded, but it was a little less than the first time. Han Xiao intends to throw this new Emperor mecha to Hela. Although it is exclusive equipment for mechanics, and Hela cannot enjoy the bonus, Han Xiao only needs its directional transmission function to provide safety guarantees for Hela. Moreover, 2 pieces are not enough. Han Xiao also has to create several sets of spare kings for himself. Maybe he has to prepare one for Emmers. The project volume is second, mainly because of the large expenses. A king is equivalent to the cost of a fleet. If it does not reach the golden quality, it will undoubtedly be a loss. At present, he cannot guarantee that he will create a cosmic treasure-level emperor every time. It will inevitably waste several times the Einel. Even if the Black Star Legion is rich and powerful, this part of the expense will hurt him. "Oh, as a mechanic, you can't be bad at making money." Han Xiao. He glanced at the attribute panel. Because it was the second time to create the Emperor, the Divine Artifact did not provide feedback on new Divine Transformation points, nor did he unlock a new layer of bonus, but only provided a washing effect. Because it is the same drawing, the washing efficiency of this time has decreased from 200 points to 160 points. Unfortunately, I didn't wash my luck this time, and my expectation of a free ticket failed, but I just washed my charm attributes, which is pretty good. Anyway, I've always been shameless. I don't care about my face. The 160-point free attribute continued to be saved. Han Xiao stuffed the second set of Emperors into the maintenance box for mechas and found a mechanical guard and the box to send it to Hela. It is worth mentioning that this special mecha maintenance box is also orange equipment, which can warm up the mecha. After being kept for a long time, it will improve a certain basic attribute of the mecha. As a peak super A-level mechanic, Han Xiao now wears all the good things. Having done all this, Han Xiao rubbed his eyes and stretched his body. He was not doing anything when he stayed in the base camp. These days, he had been in the workshop for many days and had been working on daily affairs. Relax for a while and watch people play cards. Han Xiao knocked on his back and was about to open the door and walk out when suddenly the communicator rang out, indicating that it was a call from a senior official of the Red Empire. The Empire finally called. Has it finally finalized the solution to me? Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and the communication was connected. A remote projection of a senior official appeared in front of him. This is the person in charge who has been in contact with Super A-level for many years, and he's also familiar with Han Xiao. Hello, Black Star. The senior official of the Empire nodded and said, "Long time no see." Hello. Han Xiao nodded, pretending to be ignorant of his question. Is there anything you need to ask me? Well, I know you like to be more direct, so I won't waste your time. It is the senior executive of the Empire who is preparing to release a plan related to you. I want to ask your opinions and discuss it. What plan? The Empire plans to temporarily disclose the right to purchase evolutionary totem, which is no longer limited to subscriptions by allies, but is freely sold to the entire universe because the evolutionary block is the source of energy and is in your hands, so the Empire wants to know your attitude. The senior official of the Empire smiled. Han Xiao's heart hopped suddenly, and a surge of ecstasy surged. Although he had guessed this possibility, he was still very excited at the moment of confirmation. The Red Empire has always controlled the sales channels of evolutionary totems and is not allowed to be invested in the free market, but can only be sold to ally civilizations. This is the agreement between Han Xiao and the Empire. If sales restrictions are lifted, then every civilization in the universe will become a customer and will bring immeasurable huge profits. And this is not a one-time transaction. The evolutionary totem can last for up to 20 years. After consuming energy, it needs to be recharged with evolution blocks, just like refueling. Therefore, the subsequent maintenance costs are a continuous huge profit, which is completely a treasure-sized, super profitable business opportunity. The Red Empire was stuck in the open right of purchase, so it wanted to control this profit, that is, to obtain the energy source evolution block from Han Xiao, and was unwilling to let a non-direct ally control such an important strategic treasure. So the two sides have been arguing about this issue, and the relationship has created certain rifts. The Empire was willing to open up the purchasing channels for evolutionary totems at this time, so it finally made concessions and took the initiative to ease the relationship between the two parties. The reason was undoubtedly the impact of the Black Star's battle for the gods, and was willing to temporarily hand over the huge profits to Han Xiao. Although he was very excited, Han Xiao still caught a word. Open for the time being? How long will it take? The senior official of the Empire shook his head. I don't know this, and there shouldn't be a date for the end. In other words, if he did something bad, it could end at any time, right? Han Xiao knew that the Empire's move was both a means of whining and indirect control. When he got used to huge profits, or the expanded legion could not live without the capital flow brought by this business, the Empire had a new channel to grasp itself. He understood this. After all, it was a cosmic civilization. Never think about letting others bow down. This is completely impossible. It is good enough for others to give in and respect you and pay attention to you. Okay, I have no objection. When will it be opened? Han Xiao responded. The time has not been decided yet. If it is officially implemented, it will probably take half a year to a year to prepare, but within 3 days to half a month, the preview of this decree will be issued to the entire universe. So we need to discuss the profit distribution plan as soon as possible. The senior official of the imperial government replied, because the previous plan was mainly to deal with the Empire and allied forces, there were many discounts. For the whole universe, whether it was Han Xiao or the Empire, they wanted to significantly raise the price to make money from outsiders, so they had to redevelop the distribution plan. That's it. Then I'll let my business team contact you and try to reach a suitable result as soon as possible. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, the Berry Consortium affiliated with the Legion has raised a group of business negotiation experts, which can come in handy in this matter, and Intel's, as a consortium executive, is a good player in this regard. Since they have mastered the evolutionary block, the profit is definitely on their own side, but the Empire also has some money. After all, they have been helping with pressure for so long, so they can't be treated as nothing has happened. Moreover, the Red Empire will also need to provide assistance in logistics, transportation, and raw materials in the future. After all, the entire universe market is too big. The current Black Star army alone cannot cover the entire universe. After the two discussed, Han Xiao hung up the communication. When he thought that the army was about to get a channel for huge profits that kept making money, he was in a great mood. Suddenly, a long-standing thought came to my mind. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and a joking sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. When the Red Empire announces this decree, I can go to the Infinite Consortium. Humph! I thought that if I take back the commercial suppression of me now, I could think that the past has not happened. How could such a good thing be done? Emerald Star Cluster, Beast Ancestor Stronghold, and Practical Training Ground. Bang! And the fist curved like a leopard claw wrapped around the light black channel flame, hitting the abdomen of a flesh. The skin and muscles in the hit area formed a circle of ripples under the huge force, and the air shock wave burst out. A burly figure was knocked away by the blow, and its momentum was like a shell hitting heavily on the walls of the training ground, making a bang and smoke and dust. Snick withdrew his fist, and the toxic light black aura dissipated, and he said lightly, "I won't fight anymore. Let's stop here today." After that, he didn't even look at the loyal party cadre, who took the initiative to ask for a trial, but was easily defeated by himself. He put on the windbreaker thrown aside and walked out of the training ground. If Snack was usually too lazy to respond to other people's challenges, but he was in a bad mood recently and was about to vent his vent by fighting. Snack lamented when he thought that everyone was confined by the Secret Lord and was not allowed to leave this stronghold. Didi. At this moment, the communicator rang. Snick took a look, and it was a call from his always respected elder sister, Jatina. As soon as it was connected, Jatina shouted and said, dissatisfied, "I invite you to leave the Beast Ancestor organization together. You said you should wait and see." I agreed, but for so long, you haven't taken your brothers and sisters away yet? What's wrong with you? Snack looked helpless and whispered, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's just that something happened to me." "What accident?" Jatina frowned. "It's the Secret Lord." Snick thought of the magic mark used for surveillance on his body, and suddenly paused for a moment, had a psychological struggle, and then he decided to tell the truth. He said he wanted to take over the Beast Ancestor's troops and let all of us serve him. Now no one can leave the Beast Ancestor's stronghold, and I am trapped here too. Jatina was furious and hated her. "I want you to leave early." "You don't listen. Now it's really a waste. Trash. To embarrass me." She cursed. Snick was timid, unable to refute, and dared not retaliate. The hatred of the rebel faction against Garutan is basically due to the miserable experience of the biological mother, so it is more humane than the other two factions. Some people have a true brother-sister friendship. Snack and Jatina grew up together and have been afraid of this elder sister since childhood, and they still have the shadow of childhood. Jatina scolded for a while, and saw Snick's depressed look on her face, and couldn't bear it. She asked, "If you are unwilling to serve the Secret Lord all the time, you can run away in the future if you find an opportunity." Snick shook his head and sighed. The Secret Lord said that escaping without permission is regarded as betrayal. He left a magic mark on us. Even if we dare to escape privately, how can we escape the pursuit of super A-level killing? Jatina was enthusiastic about her brothers and sisters whom she recognized, and couldn't bear to see Snick being forced to loyal to the Secret Lord. She was entangled for a while, and suddenly said, "I ask you, are you willing to join the Black Star Legion?" "Of course I do it, but now there's no chance." Snick sighed. Upon hearing this, Jatina gritted her teeth and said decisively, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to ask the commander of the Legion." After that, she hung up the call without waiting for Snack's answer. Snick held the communicator of busy voice, looking helpless. "Please help from Haitian? How is that possible?" He sighed, not expecting it all. "Just think about it, and you will know that these people are subordinates of the Beast Ancestor, but they verbally mean to seek refuge. They are not from the Black Star Army's own members. How could Black Star offend another peak Super A level for their sakes? The former palace of the Beast Ancestor has become the place where the Secret Lord is settled. Garutan's huge throne had been put into an alchemy storage bottle by the Secret Lord and collected as a spoil. The throne he brought replaced Garutan's seat. At this moment, the Secret Master sat upright on the throne, flipping through the information of the Beast Ancestor cadre, and Baramhu was by the side, answering questions at any time. At this moment, the secret master's communicator rang. He glanced at it, and his expression suddenly became serious. This expression of being facing a great enemy immediately made Byram stunned, and he secretly guessed whose call was this that changed the expression of the Secret Lord. At this time, the Secret Lord waved his hand and said coldly, "You go out first." Hearing this, although Byram was curious, he could only leave. Although he thought he was the Secret Lord's new confidant, he did not dare to go beyond the rules. Only the only one left in the room was left, and the Secret Master then connected the communication with a solemn expression. "Hey Xing, what are you asking me for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao's hearty laughter came from the communicator. "Ha ha, Secret Master, you seem a little nervous. You're thinking too much." The Secret Master's brain was running rapidly. Although he wanted to make friends with He Xing, he couldn't help feeling guilty when he received the other party's active communication at this moment. Han Xiao smiled. Although we had a conflict on the issue of chaos secret energy, the matter has been resolved, and there is no grudge between us. You said yes. I also help you a lot. What kind of help? I have to ask. It must be the beast ancestor. You reminded me, at the beginning, just to make things difficult for Garutan. He and you are both black market refugees, and there must be some conflict of interest. I helped you solve him and allow you to seize his market. Wouldn't it be a big favor? Indeed, you helped me indirectly. The Secret Master did not deny it. Since I have done you a favor, I just need you to do me a favor. Han Xiao blinked and said with a meaningful smile, "I heard that you're taking over the army of the beast ancestor. Don't worry, I have no interest in the group of wicked gourds who regard me as my enemy. You won't accept it, but there are some good people inside that want to abandon the darkness and turn to the light and join me. Don't stop these people." The Secret Master's eyes changed slightly, and he felt a little reluctant to let these natural disaster-level cadres go. And if this opening is made, some cadres will always appear, and they will use the excuse of joining He Xing. So will he let go or not? In this way, the gains of taking over the Beast Ancestors' troops were suddenly reduced, and many natural disaster-level talents would inevitably be lost. But since Black Star called, he knew what he was trying to get. If he didn't agree, he might offend Black Star. Moreover, Black Star must be very tough recently, and it may intensify the conflict. He also wants to make friends with others, but he is unwilling to lose the big picture because of the small. Although the Secret Master felt a pity, he did not hesitate at this time. He was unwilling to offend the popular He Xing for some natural disaster-level cadres. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, as long as someone wants to join you, I will let it go." "That's great." Han Xiao laughed sincerely. The two of them suppressed their inner emotions and pretended to be good brothers and chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. As soon as he put down the communicator, the Secret Master's face collapsed. It was not very good looking. He called Byram and ordered, "Take Snack and other people." Byram was a little confused, but he still did it. Soon, Snack and other cadres from the rebellious faction gathered in the palace and stared at the Secret Master on the throne with complex, helpless, and unhappy eyes. The Secret Lord had no expression on his face and asked slowly, "Who do you want to join the Black Star Legion?" A slight commotion occurred in the crowd, and everyone looked at each other, wondering what the Secret Lord was doing. Could it be that this is a test, trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and completely dispel our idea of seeking others? Everyone became alert and felt that they had guessed the truth, so they immediately expressed their loyalty. How was it possible? We all voluntarily accept the protection of the Secret Lord. Everyone here is brother, and they speak nicely. I like people here very much. How could they join others? Seeing this scene, the Secret Lord felt so painful. If he treats other people, he can use this method to make excuses, saying that no one is willing to defect to him. But the Secret Master does not intend to play tricks in perfunctory Black Star, and he is very depressed. The situation at this time can be simply summarized as, "Everyone, Secret Lord Dad, we really don't want to defect to Black Star." Secret Lord, "No, you think, get out and recognize your father." Taking a deep breath, the Secret Lord calmed down suddenly released his momentum and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Those who want to defect to Black Star, I won't stop you. I didn't joke with you. Those who want to leave are getting out quickly." Everyone who was expressing their loyalty felt the strong pressure and found that the secret lord did not seem to be a temptation, and they were stunned. What's going on? Didn't we still be confined some time ago? Why did we suddenly let us go? Is the secret lord so fickle? Byram's eyes changed, and he thought of the call just now. Now that he thought about it, the caller must be Black Star. The secret master compromised in just a few words. The secret master was so afraid of Black Star. Byram was secretly shocked, and in the crowd, Snack suddenly thought of the call with Jatina 2 hours ago and took a sudden breath. You can't make a mistake. It must be the work of He Xing, otherwise there would be no explanation. He found that the secret lord's face was not good-looking and must be reluctant to this decision. Snack swallowed secretly, and a storm broke out in his heart. In his opinion, Jatina had just joined the Legion and could not have a right to speak. So Black Star did not hesitate to offend the secret lord. 80% of it was out of their importance. Although I didn't know if I guessed correctly, Snick couldn't help but feel moved, and he felt a sense of urge to die for his confidant. It seems that Jatina is right. Black Star is indeed a person worth seeking off. Because it was a private transaction, Snack and others' departure did not cause any storm. However, 7 or 8 days later, a decree issued by the Red Empire without warning ignited the enthusiasm of the entire universe and shocked countless people. The content of the government order is very simple. The Empire decided to open the right to purchase evolutionary totems to the entire universe 1 year later. The 3 major civilizations have been fighting around evolutionary totems for more than a day or two. Once this statement was released, a stone caused 1,000 waves and caused an uproar. Countless civilizations were excited and crazy. After dying for a young age, the Empire finally got to know it. The whole universe knows that the Red Empire will not be aimless, and suddenly making such a decision is definitely inseparable from the recent events. As we all know, the only battle of the Black Star gods that has happened recently. Even ordinary people can understand the causal relationship between the two events. The Empire suddenly opened up the right to purchase Evolution Totem, which was shocked by Black Star's record. So he compromised with Black Star, took the initiative to make concessions, and allowed Black Star, who had evolution blocks, to control the Evolution Totem business. The cosmic civilization, especially the stubborn style of the Red Empire, actually made concessions to a super A level. This is a scene I haven't seen in many years. After figuring this out, countless interstellar citizens and civilized forces were shocked. On the other hand, Guanghui and Zuling were not surprised but happy. The Black Star established its authority, thus impressing the Red Empire's opening up evolutionary totem. For this reason, we have bought several super A-level products, and it seems that it is worth it. We are taking the wrong path. If I had known it, I wouldn't have put pressure on the Empire and Black Star. I would have sent a bunch of heads to Black Star early to give him a super god performance. Isn't the plan to evolve the totem a long time ago? A decree from the Empire set off a public opinion frenzy in the entire universe. Han Xiao's record was not diminished, but it surged again at this moment. His personal prestige suddenly leaped to a shocking level. Before the heat of this matter dropped, he alone overwhelmed all other super-level lights. While the outside world was in full swing, the Infinite Consortium quietly welcomed an uninvited guest in its branch of the Shining World. This is a large commercial planet located in the Morningstar cluster. Anti-gravity flight vehicles are shuttled from the sky, like steel rivers hanging obliquely in the air. There are high-rise buildings in the center of the core city of the planet, one of which is very conspicuous, towering into the clouds, and cranes stand out from the crowd. The overall structure is like a vertical gene chain, which resembles a twisted 8. The exterior walls of the building are pure white, and the corners are flashing with a faint blue light every once in a while, with a certain sense of technology and art. At the top of the building, there are 8 anti-gravity suspended aprons in a circle, like a floating island, guarding the infinity-shaped building sign in the middle. This is the emblem of the Infinite Consortium. The entire building is a branch funded by the Infinite Consortium. Without special circumstances, commercial organizations will not build armed bases everywhere like warlords. A small aircraft in the atmosphere slowly landed on the apron on the top floor of the Infinite Consortium branch. Han Xiao walked out of the cabin and stepped onto the platform. "Welcome to Mr. Blackstar." The reception staff, who had been waiting for a long time, came immediately. Blackstar had already informed of visiting the Infinite Consortium, and the consortium arranged the reception staff early. Han Xiao nodded, expressionless, and said, "Where is Sorajin?" "His Excellency Sorajin is already waiting in the reception room. Please come with me." The receptionist responded respectfully and led the way in front. Han Xiao followed him into the Infinite Consortium branch, took a private elevator, and parked on one floor. The elevator door opened, and a spacious space jumped into the eyes. There were sofas and tables in the center of the room, and there were unknown varieties of blue-green plants in the corners. All the surrounding walls were floor-to-ceiling windows. Apart from this, there was no extra furniture, which looked very empty. The entire floor was a reception room. Sorokin sat on the sofa waiting and stood up to greet him with a smile on his face. "Grandstar, please sit down." The elevator door closed, and there were only two people left in the room. Han Xiao came to sit opposite Sorajin, and Sorajin sat down again and said with a smile, "A rare guest. When you came to visit me, I didn't believe it. How could a busy person like you suddenly come to me?" "What? Don't you welcome me?" Han Xiao tilted his head. "Haha, you're joking. Of course I'm welcome." Sorajin kept smiling and looked at Han Xiao secretly, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything. On the surface, he looked warm and hospitable, but in fact, Sorokin was full of doubts and secretly speculated that Blackstar would come to visit the door without warning. Recently, the rumors of the Empire's concessions to the Blackstar have been rumored to the outside world, so Sorajin naturally heard of it. Although he was surprised, he was not shocked. After all, when Han Xiaojing solved the Hella Rescue War, he guessed this possibility. His surprise came more from the fact that the Empire really did this. Now Blackstar is the most popular in the universe. At this moment, this guy suddenly ran over to find him. He didn't know what plans he had. Could it be that he wanted to cooperate on the issue of evolutionary totem? Well, it's not like the Empire has no reason to let outsiders intervene, and in recent years, the Infinite Consortium and the Blackstar Legion have been in business struggles. Although he kept silent, he never forgot it. Sorokin was secretly alert at this time. Han Xiao acted very relaxed, as if he was just coming to reminisce about the past, and smiled softly. "This is the first time I have been to your guest. It's really prosperous. It seems that the Infinite Consortium is developing very well in the Shining World. It's all thanks to my partners." Sorajin picked up the wine bottle on the table, opened the cap, and poured a glass for Han Xiao himself. "Well, good wine. This seems to be a brilliant high-end product, specially provided." Han Xiao picked up the wine glass and swayed the amber wine inside. He listened to the crisp jingle of the ice hitting the cup and smiled casually. "Speaking of it, we are also partners in some areas." "Yes." Sorokin nodded. Han Xiao did not go straight to the point, but began a chat. Sorokin couldn't tell what he wanted, so he had to follow the conversation. After taking a sip of wine, the clear and mellow wine flowed down his throat. Han Xiao smacked his lips, savored it, and suddenly sighed. "Ah, until today I still feel sorry for the Infinite Consortium that almost became closer partners with us, but unfortunately you finally chose the war field." "Ah, business things are always impossible to do. Compared with the Blackstar Legion, the Infinite Consortium is more willing to invest in a force with a huge scale but difficult to realize. It is not that the Blackstar Legion is not excellent, but that the war field requires us more. I also feel deeply sorry for the cooperation that was not reached at the beginning." Sorokin said a series of scenes, but he muttered in his heart. He invested in the war field to support his rivals in the commercial arena with the Blackstar Army and to seize the Legion business. Blackstar has no reason not to know. When he mentioned this matter at this time, he kept silent about the business struggle and didn't know what he was selling. Let me let this person be silly and slander, Sorgen thought to himself. But at this moment, Han Xiao looked up at him and smiled slightly. Actually, this is what I am here today. Today is different from the past. I want to represent the Legion and provide an opportunity for cooperation for the Infinite Consortium. Hearing this, Sorgen narrowed his eyes, quickly calculated, and suddenly realized. I understand. It turns out that Black Star's plan like this. After the evolutionary totem is opened, the Infinite Consortium does not need to continue to put pressure on the Black Star Legion business. The obstacles between the two sides have disappeared. Now, commercial cooperation can be carried out normally. With the size of the Infinite Consortium and the Black Star Legion, if it is a cooperation, it is indeed a win-win situation of mutual benefit. To this end, Black Star no longer pursues the contradictions of the business struggle over the past 20 years and takes the initiative to propose a vision of cooperation. This practice of abandoning past grudges and making money together is very compatible with Sorgen's appetite. He thought that he guessed Han Xiao's purpose, so he immediately relaxed a lot. The smile on his face was no longer formalized, and finally he had a little real smile. The proposal of His Excellency Haixing is just my wish. Now there are opportunities everywhere in the world. If our two families work together, they will be invincible and occupy the big part of the shining world market. Since Your Excellency Sorgen thinks so, things will be easy. Han Xiao slapped his thigh, then set the date for me to officially become a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room immediately solidified. Sorokin's smile froze on his face. What? The position of shareholder? Are we talking about normal business cooperation between the two companies? How come we are going around here? However, seeing the playful look flashing in Han Xiao's eyes, Sorgen's heart suddenly skipped a beat and found that he seemed to have a misunderstanding of Han Xiao's purpose. His Excellency Haixing, please forgive me for taking the liberty. What you're talking about is, the cooperation opportunity one provide to the Infinite Consortium is to let me become a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. Didn't you just come out in a vacant position? Han Xiao's smile was meaningful. This was his real purpose. Sorgen narrowed his eyes slightly and finally confirmed that Han Xiao's visitor was not good. Taking advantage of Garutin's position being empty, Black Star wants to come and replace him? Haha. I really think the position of the shareholder of the Infinite Consortium is a spoil. Whether I can be the one, I have to make a decision. Focusing on this position as a shareholder, Sorokin has formulated a detailed strategy to enter the interstellar black market. This is a bargaining chip for trading with the secret master. Naturally, he will not hand over this position to others. This is related to the blueprint of the business empire in his heart. Becoming a shelter from the interstellar black market is an extremely critical step and cannot be missed. Sorokin's smile faded and said slowly, I'm sorry. Although Garutin encountered an accident, since he was still alive, he is still a shareholder. If he dies by accident, according to the terms he signed with me, the shares will be taken back by the consortium. I have no plans to establish a new shareholder for the time being. If you want to discuss other cooperation, I am willing to accompany you, and the shareholder position will be exempted. Han Xiao didn't care and chuckled. If you remember correctly, this is the second time you have rejected my request to be a shareholder. Hearing this, Sorokin couldn't help but think about it. It seemed that when the two met for the first time more than 20 years ago, Haixing proposed it. Yes, I had rejected you at that time, and I still answer the same today. Sorgen said lightly. The consortium's foundation is huge. Any changes in any shareholder must be asked for the consent of all shareholders. At the same time, each of the three cosmic civilizations has only one shareholder in the Infinite Consortium, and the three parties have checks and balances. Now, there is Kant among the shareholders. Guanghui and Zuling will not allow the second imperial ally to enter the shareholders' meeting of the Infinite Consortium. Han Xiao blinked and said meaningfully, Sorgen, 20 years have passed, and the times have changed. I will give you a condition that cannot be refused. Oh, haha. First of all, ask for the consent of all shareholders. Do you think others will support me or reject me? Sorokin was slightly stunned and his brow frowned. He suddenly realized that this problem seemed to be no obstacle to Black Star. Black Star is different from the past. Its status in the universe far exceeds 20 years ago. He was also responsible for building a super-level united front exchange platform. With this alone, he could get the support of Manison and Thwiller, and Kant, a colleague of Black Star, was even more unlikely to object. Sorokin suddenly had a bad premonition. At this time, Han Xiao smiled and said slowly, "As for the checks and balances of the three major civilizations, do you think that Guanghui and Zuling will allow the Second Imperial Ally to be shareholders for the sake of evolutionary totems? Or do you think they will clearly oppose me at this moment?" The picture is exhausted. This is Sorokin's only thought at the moment. His face completely sank. Yes, the Empire opened up the evolutionary totem, temporarily resolving the hostility of Guanghui and Zuling. In order to ensure that the Empire successfully implements this decree, Guanghui and Zuling may also turn into dogs who care about their well-being. Not only will they ease their relationship with the Empire, but they will also in turn please the Black Star who controls the evolutionary bloc. What's more, Black Star has their captives in its hands and sufficient bargaining chips to compromise with Guanghui and Zuling. If he insists on writing the conditions for becoming a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium into the redemption clause, Guanghui and Zuling will not only not stop him, but will also in turn help Black Star become a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. At this moment, Sorokin finally noticed a detail that made him faintly uneasy but had been ignored as soon as the evolutionary totem problem was solved. Although he completed the transaction between Guanghui and Zuling and gained benefits as he wished, he also lost these two amulets at the same time. This means that if Black Star wants to be a shareholder, his consortium leader will not be qualified to reject it. Either let Black Star be a shareholder with his nose and let this guy eat astronomical dividends for free, or wait for the three major civilizations to help Black Star sanction unlimited consortiums in the business field and force itself to submit. It's okay if you don't want to give it to you. Thinking of this, Sorokin glanced at Han Xiao deeply. Good means to completely utilize its own power. Has Black Star already reached this point? Han Xiao just smiled, slowly savoring the wine, looking fearless, waiting for an answer. Seeing this, Sorokin's expression continued to change. After a while of silence, he spoke again and slowly said, "Hey Xing, your move is very beautiful. Then what are you planning to choose?" Han Xiao's expression was fun. "Do I have any choice?" Hearing this, Han Xiao laughed, put down his wine glass, and stretched out his palm to Sorokin. "Then, I wish us a happy cooperation." Looking at the palm handed over by Han Xiao, Sorokin took a deep breath, suppressed the mood that was as if he was shitty, squeezed out a smile on his face, and reached out to hold Han Xiao's hand. Happy cooperation. The palms were clenched tightly, and the eyes of the two collided in the air, as if they could spark electric sparks. Seeing the joke in Han Xiao's eyes, Sorokin couldn't help but feel the urge to act, but this thought just rose and was extinguished by him. He realized the reality. Since he could not resist, he could only enjoy it. He took the least of both harms. Even if he felt so painful, he decisively compromised and surrendered to Han Xiao. Han Xiao was keen to notice the murderous intent that Sorokin exuded in an instant. The feeling at this moment seemed to have seen a sea of corpses and blood. The murderous aura was even stronger than Hyla. He didn't believe it if he didn't have tens of billions of lives in his hand. This old guy used to be a murderer without blinking, but Han Xiao didn't care and withdrew his hand with a smile. He knew that Sorokin was used to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and he just bullied the other party and didn't dare to take action. After years, Han Xiao has quite understood Sorokin's style, and this person does not care about his personal reputation at all. If you take the initiative, then you dare to take action. Sorokin dares to be defeated, and then use propaganda tools to add fuel to the fire, which will make the whole universe known. If you don't take any action, the position of shareholders will be ruined, your positive reputation plummeted, and a large number of cooperative consortiums will be lost. Although there is no support from Guanghui and Zuling, the identity of the head of the Infinite Consortium is also a talisman. This is not a cat or a dog of a grave force, but the leader of a legal interstellar commercial organization. Using violent means on such people will have a huge negative impact. It is like a person named Ma who beats another person surnamed Ma. If you can make the headlines, just think about it. After getting what he wanted, Han Xiao stopped teasing Sorgen, put away his smile, and said lightly, "Since we have reached a consensus, please announce this to the outside world as soon as possible, and I won't disturb you much." "Okay, go slowly." Sorgen smiled and said he would give him a look. When Han Xiao left the room, Sorgen's face completely smelled. "This time I fell. Although it seems that the shareholders have changed from Garuten to Blackstar, this has destroyed the business strategy formulated by Sorokin and missed the great opportunity to take the opportunity to enter the interstellar black market. As a businessman, watching the important business opportunities that could have been obtained slip away from the gaps of his fingers, the pain that cannot be described in words is simply unforgettable. Moreover, with Black Star's vigilance against itself, it will not sincerely cooperate with the Infinite Consortium. So it is estimated that the Infinite Consortium will find any feedback from the shareholder. It can only give Black Star dividends for free, and maybe it will have to deal with Black Star's reverse penetration. Just thinking about it, Sorokin is terrible. For a long time, the Infinite Consortium has been using commercial means to hinder the development of the Black Star Legion, and has only recently restrained it. But this time, it was suppressed by Han Xiao. Click! The wine glass was crushed and fragments fell all over the floor. Sorokin didn't wipe his hands, letting the amber wine drip from the cracks of his fists. His face looked very ugly, and he murmured to himself, "I hate Super A-level. PY's book, This Account is Poisonous." Author, the top leader of the kindergarten. Introduction. Lu Sun, who had just created a small account, traveled to the fairy tale game Tianxin. He was obviously a player, but he had inexplicably brought the NPC template. As for the real player, it will come in 3 years. Now, the first thing he has to face is a female devil who wants to capture him as a furnace. The spaceship left the Infinite Consortium branch. Seeing the Consortium branch building outside the side window becoming smaller and smaller, Han Xiao then withdrew his gaze and smiled. The timing is well seized. Sorokin compromised. In his estimate, the success rate of negotiations was about 70%. Even if he had the right time, place, and people, he would not dare to say that he was 100% sure to let Sorokin surrender. Fortunately, I did not make any mistakes in my judgment of Sorokin's personality, and the result was not bad. If it were other Super A-level players with a strong temper, they would have fallen into the trap with me. However, Sorokin is good at forbearance, and it is probably not the first time that he has encountered such a thing. After measuring the pros and cons, he chose to compromise with the overall situation. Speaking of this, there are probably many tricks to Sorgen's ability to show his real power so much. Han Xiao touched his chin and muttered secretly. This guy is not like other Super A-level organizations that rely on their personal power to develop their forces. He has almost no record worth mentioning. The huge foundation of the consortium is now Sorokin's business is well managed and is both normal and legal. Advanced civilizations have always been very alert to the Super A-level forces of non-alliance. As the top super chable in the universe, Sorgen is the stronger he is, the more he is afraid of. Commercial organizations are not warlords, but have their own industry rules. Once targeted by the 3 major civilizations, it will be difficult for the consortium to operate safely. Moreover, if others suddenly know that he's been hiding his strength, this fear will be doubled. And this is only one reason. Han Xiao still remembers some of the information displayed in Soro Golden Panel. This guy probably changed his vest many times and lived in a universe with different identities. No matter how many times Sorokin changed his vest, his ability would not change, so he avoided taking action with all his might and might not want to be recognized by someone with a heart. Or perhaps he had committed something big, so he deliberately hid his name. This guy is full of mystery. Han Xiao shook his head. These are all speculations. Perhaps Sorokin has other plans. But no matter what the secret is, I have defeated Sorokin this time and have avenged the suppression of 20 years. Shareholders can get huge dividends from the Infinite Consortium every year, which is not a small amount. Although it will not be possible for Sorokin to vomit out all the food he has eaten, it can also make up for the losses of the Legion and recover some interest. Generally speaking, huge dividends are not for nothing. Every shareholder position given by the Infinite Consortium is targeted and has additional commercial cooperation with shareholders above A, which is mutually beneficial. But Han Xiao naturally would not let the Infinite Consortium share the Legion's business and channels. Otherwise, he would have to give Sorokin money. He had already made up his mind to be a corpse and eat a meal, just take money and not do anything, occupy the pit and don't poop, and specifically make trouble for Sorokin. The evolutionary totem is open, and I will get the position of shareholder of the Unlimited Consortium. The Legion can make 2 big profits. The abundant funds just support the Legion to continue to expand, and the share price of the budding consortium will definitely soar. Han Xiao thought happily and took out the communicator to send a message to the contacts of the 3 major civilizations. He reached a consensus with Sorokin only the first step. He also had a file with the 3 major civilizations in exchange for support and completely finalized the matter. Because there was an issue of evolutionary totem and captives, this was not a difficult task. After sending the message, Han Xiao breathed out. Now, Empire, Guanghui, and Zuling have all expressed their opinions, and Sorokin has also been defeated, which means that the follow-up affairs of the Battle of the Black Star Conquest of Gods are basically over. If you want to say that there is nothing left, there is only the liquidation of the Traveler and the Superstar Group civilization behind it. The Traveler had already hidden, but Han Xiao knew which Superstar Group civilization he belonged to. But after careful consideration, Han Xiao did not intend to deal with the behind-the-scenes civilization for the time being. On the one hand, the Superstar Group alliance is now developing in groups and expanding steadily in the free competition zone, not making trouble easily, and there is no chance to start. On the other hand, the 3 major civilizations will not sit idly by and watch the Superstar Group alliance develop in the Shining World and will inevitably take action, and it is probably still brewing now. So Han Xiao decided to wait for the opportunity and cooperate with the 3 major civilizations to give a head-on blow to the Superstar Group alliance. It will be twice the result with half the effort, much better than the Legion alone. The matter is almost done, and building a super A-level United Front platform must be put on the agenda. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. Manison and Sowery, one of them is director and the other is the best actor, did not urge him after the incident. No matter what rifts had in the past, at least in the rescue war of Hela, he owed each other favors, so he still had to worry about the United Front. The purpose of this platform is to take advantage of the opportunity to shine in the world, integrate all the forces above A, and give everyone a reasonable communication platform, and become a bridge to bond the Super A class. You cannot be secretly formed without hiding the secrets of the 3 major civilizations. Nor can you make too much fanfare. Well, the United Front, etc. United Front. Han Xiao suddenly shuddered and quickly recited a few 16-character mantras in his mind before suppressing some subtle ideas. It cannot be said. It cannot be said. It's better to go back and think about it. At the same time, the secret master who was far away in the Beast Ancestor's stronghold received a communication application from Sorokin. Sorokin, is there anything else? Secret Lord, I have some bad news to tell you. Sorokin sighed. Say. The Secret Lord frowned. There was something wrong with the transaction we discussed before. The secret master was puzzled. What happened? I agreed to keep the position of shareholder for you, but just now, Black Star came over and used the general trend to threaten me. You also know that due to the evolutionary totem, the 3 major civilizations will definitely support him. In order to reduce losses, I can only agree to his request. What do you mean is Black Star robbed the shareholder seat I booked? The secret master's face changed. Oh, that's true. I can get another seat for major shareholders. It's just that I need to dilute other people's equity, which is quite troublesome. I have to spend a lot of time doing some commercial operations to complete capital increase. Otherwise, other shareholders over A level will not be happy. Sorokin couldn't take out his own shares. Otherwise, it would be a pity for losing the dominance of the consortium. Okay, let's trade after you finish it. The secret master was helpless and said that he would cooperate again in the future. In fact, he had already planned to cancel the transaction. Sorokin is too unreliable. It was obviously me who came first. The secret master had no temper with Han Xiao's behavior of snatching his lollipop. After all, in his opinion, Haixing didn't know that this private transaction was not specifically targeted at him. A few days later, Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation. In the office of the commander of the Black Star Palace Legion, Suiya couldn't help but look surprised when she looked at the prototype of a plan handed over by Han Xiao. Han Xiao put his hands on the table, put his legs on the table, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Is there any problem?" "The problem is big, and the Empire will not agree." Suiya looked helpless. Blatantly joining Super A-level forces, isn't this an initiative to cause trouble for the three major civilizations? What are you saying? The Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation is a non-governmental organization that aims to deal with the conflicts between Super A-Level forces in the expansion of the Shining World and avoid the outbreak of Super A-Level conflicts in Super A-Level forces, and jointly maintain the public security of the Shining World. This is a good thing that benefits the entire star domain, and it is also the idea that I have naturally developed after experiencing this incident, which is to worry that I will be caught by me if I try to die. Han Xiao looked righteous. Suiya was speechless and raised the document in her hand. Do you know that these nonsense can't fool the three major civilizations? Hearing this, Han Xiao put away the expression of a gentleman and rolled his eyes. Nonsense, what else can I do? If I want to unite with the Super A class, I always have to find an excuse and put on a layer of skin. Whether it believes it or not, we have to take out a buffering step. Suiya looked worried. Will it be too conspicuous with our Black Star Legion, especially in the Empire? So, this is just a draft. I have to recruit some people to establish the Union first. Those who have participated in the talks of the gods will naturally join in tacitly. Han Xiao shook his head. Although there are all kinds of alliances in Super A, there has never been an overall union, such as the Mercenary Association, the Pharmacist Association, the Superhero Association, and other organizations. Although the name of this organization is the Development Federation, in the eyes of discerning people, this is the Super A-level association that has explored the universe. As long as most Super A-level members join this organization, they can drive future new Super A-level members to join the association, with a wider range of members than the ancients, covering the entire Super A-level. If we use the appeal of Super A-level to continue to expand the scope of members, and may even evolve into a superpower association in the entire universe, the nature will be terrifying, because such associations are generally led by the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations of this kind of non-governmental organization are absolutely uneasy and will inevitably make a request to let official personnel settle in. At that time, Suiya wanted to speak, but stopped. I know what you mean. Super A-level meaning is special. The three major civilizations do not want associations of this nature. However, because we are Super A-level, they can only not want and cannot not allow. Han Xiao said. He knew very well that once such an organization was established, the Super A class would no longer be a mess, and its nature would change, and the three major civilizations would inevitably be vigilant. But at present, the establishment of a Super A-level association is just to facilitate communication, not really doing anything bad. So even if the three major civilizations are afraid, they will not take any measures immediately. But I can't say it in the future. The problem that the United Front cannot be avoided is the ownership of each camp of the Super A level. These are shackles created by the three major civilizations and will not allow the Super A level class to be escaped. Moreover, The Machinery Kingdom wants to unite with Super A-level forces, while Han Xiao himself wants to reduce Super A-level casualties and accumulate high-end combat power that has explored the universe. The goals of the two are biased, and they may have differences at some point. At the same time, Super A-level is not a one-point mind itself, and there are many problems. Lead Commander, you're playing with fire. Zaiwia looked worried, and her mind was full of information about the Peak Sorrow. Now that the Black Star Legion is booming, she doesn't want to see the three major civilized clearance Super A-level forces. If this is the case, the Black Star Legion may also be included in the liquidation list. Why the three major civilizations have unbreakable dominance is precisely because the three joined forces are enough to fight the entire explored universe. She had no doubt that in order to maintain her dominance, the three major civilizations were willing to pay the price to kill all the disobedient Super A-levels in the universe, even if they were allies. Without a cosmic civilization backer, Super A-level is still Super A-level, and vice versa. Without Super A-level allies, cosmic civilization is still a cosmic civilization. You think too much. Everyone has a sense of responsibility. If you don't go to that point, it's just a pilot now. Han Xiao exhaled. The existence of Super A-level is too sensitive. It will move the whole body. Now you can only take one step at a time and observe the reactions of the three major civilizations. Okay, then I'll improve the plan. Shiwei had no choice but to agree. After all, Han Xiao is the boss. She stood up and opened the door, but found Fording standing outside the door, also coming to look for Han Xiao. The two of them passed by one after another. When he raised his head and saw Fording, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and smiled. Don't you practice singing today? Why do you come to me if you have time? I know everything. You actually want me to act. Fording looked helpless. Can you discuss it with me in advance? It's just a star, your old job, and the army needs you. You can't refuse. Han Xiao smiled. Okay, forget it, but why am I the protagonist? Fording was speechless. That director actually asked me to play you. The role played by Fording in the film was Black Star. Lucky people must be the protagonist in acting. This arrangement is very appropriate. Only if you play me so handsomely, it is true. Look, if we stop at that time, I may think we are twins. 40. Han Xiao smiled for a while and waved his hand. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The main reason is that no one dares to play me and dares not bear the consequences of the performance. You are mine, and you were also a star before, so that director arranged this way. But how long has it been since I acted? Will it be too naughty? Fording hesitated. Haha, you can only make a big fuss when you play the leading role. Moreover, you are a natural disaster level and are still a master of thoughts. How difficult can acting be for you? Han Xiao said with a smile. Han Xiao persuaded him for a while before he persuaded Fording, who was skeptical. He shook his head and smiled, and took out his communicator to check the latest news. After browsing the news for a while, he was suddenly stunned, and his eyes were fixed on one of the internal news from the Empire. The Dark Emperor has resigned. Dark Emperor Claudi temporarily resigned from his post as head of Empire's personal guard captain, and the Quantum Demon Spirit Judith temporarily took his post. Han Xiao cheered up and browsed the information about the internal personnel changes and couldn't help but look thoughtful. The three major civilizations each have their own peaks and Super A-level personal guards as the leader of civilization. The Red Empire is Dark Emperor Claudi, the Glorious Federation is Golden Ring, Lu, and the Void Spirit Sect is Selector, Ernos, all of which are direct Super A-level. In the Imperial Super A-level circle, the Dark Emperor has a transcendent status and is also famously unsociable. After years of contact and memories of his previous life, Han Xiao already has a very good understanding of Claudi's personality. This guy is loyal to the Empire and would not have stepped down as the captain of the personal guard without a special reason. Moreover, this plot did not happen in the same period of previous life, so the possibility of private matters can be basically ruled out, which must be something special mission Claudi accepted. I'm afraid it's the butterfly effect I brought again. Maybe it's related to the evolutionary totem or the Hella rescue or Han Xiao said intimately. To be honest, he was a little worried about it. According to previous life, some direct super A-level civilizations are loyal and dedicated, and put civilization above their super A-level identity. The Dark Emperor is one of them. These people are not the target of winning over the super A-level United Front, and may even be opponents. Letting this monster move freely outside the world, not knowing what variables will happen, may hinder the plan of the Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation. But it's useless to think so much now. Now, due to my existence, the fate lines of many characters have changed, so I can only adapt to the situation. Han Xiao was helpless. As for the Quantum Demon Spirit, Judith, who replaced Claudia's position, he is a direct super A-level virtual mechanic in the Empire. He is the main intelligent hero soul, who guards and maintains the Empire for many years, and his strength is also good. Speaking of this, the Empire's direct super A-level contact with our allies is not much. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In the Imperial super A-level circle, the one who likes the water group the most is a group of allies, and the Imperial direct people seem to be accustomed to diving. Unlike allies, the Imperial direct powers all have formal positions. Some guard the secondary dimension outpost, some serve as instructors of the entire Imperial army, and some lead special fleets to guard the border. They are not as free as allies. Only semi-direct idle people like Kohler are a little more relaxed. Of course, it may be that the Empire thinks he is too naughty. While thinking, virtual particles appeared out of thin air in front of me, condensing into the image of Philip. Master, Jatina and her group have arrived. It's time to go and review. Philip blinked his big eyes. This was the itinerary set by Han Xiao. Oh, have you arrived? Take them to the lobby of the Inner Ring base, and then summon Hela and other natural disaster-level cadres to meet the newcomers together. Han Xiao stood up, put on the cloak coat of the commander of the army, and walked out of the room. Jatina and her group followed the receptionist all the way to the lobby of the Inner Ring base. Many core cadres also arrived one after another, looking at these future colleagues curiously. Without the approval of the core commander, no one went up to talk for the time being. This group not only had 7 natural disaster-level people who Jatina first changed jobs, but also had a second group of people including Sneak, with a total of 11 people. They were waiting in the center of the hall, and also looking at the cadres of the army. Both sides stared at each other, and after a while, Han Xiaokai and Hyla arrived late. I have met the Black Star Army Commander and Deputy Commander of Hela. Jatina and her group saluted immediately. Han Xiao smiled. Everyone is here. Welcome everyone to abandon the darkness and turn to the light and join the Black Star Army. From now on, everyone will be their own people. Well, welcome. In front of others, Hela was serious and concise. The 11 natural disaster levels are a very powerful force, enough to occupy one side in the universe. Now that they join together, the Legion's advanced combat power has been greatly enhanced, and there are elites like Jatina and Snack. Han Xiao had to inspect every advanced combat force himself when he joined the gang. This is why these original Beast Ancestor cadres came to the Black Star Palace. I have not arranged your position yet. If you have any requirements, you can tell me and I will consider it at my discretion. Han Xiao smiled. Upon hearing this, everyone said it didn't matter. As long as they could play for the Legion, only Jatina made different opinions. His Excellency Haixing, if I can, I hope to be your personal guard. Oh, Han Xiao looked at her curiously. What are your thoughts? Jatina raised her head and looked at Han Xiao with her eyes fiery, without hiding her thoughts. The body will not lie. I have a lot of feelings for you, so I hope to be with you all the time. If I can, I hope something will happen to you. As the words fell, the air instantly silenced. Hela's eyes suddenly narrowed, and she was originally a little careless, and now she looked at Jatina from head to toe. The cadres around the army thought they had heard it wrong and looked incredible. They didn't expect this woman to be so fierce and speak so explicitly. Even Snack's group of brothers and sisters were shocked and stared at his elder sister with a calm face. Damn, we just joined the Legion, so you hint to a super A-level mating in public? He is too brave. Even if you have a good impression of Black Star, you should proceed step by step. It's so direct. It's worthy of being you. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, laughing and crying, and waved his hand and said, Okay, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I will try my best to consider your requirements for your position. Let me be serious. I need to understand your strength in advance. You will come to me one by one and take me a punch so that I can judge your abilities. He gently exposed this topic, and Jatina did not bother her. The topic has returned to normal, but there is still a strange atmosphere. From time to time, everyone glanced back and forth between Han Xiao and Jatina with strange eyes. Some even moved carefully and quietly moved away from Hela, whose eyes were firmly locked on Jatina, for fear that she would be covered in blood. A group of natural disaster-level people walked to Han Xiao in a queue. Nanoparticles surged from Han Xiao's back, fusing into a silver-black human-shaped mechanical body, floating beside Han Xiao, looking like a substitute messenger. This human-shaped mechanical body gave each original beast ancestor cadre, who came up with a powerful iron fist, causing damage. Each natural disaster-level attribute was displayed in the battle information. Han Xiao quickly scanned everyone's abilities and quickly knew it. Among this group of people, the most powerful one is naturally the Super A-level seed, Claw Girl, Jatina, who is a hero in the natural disaster martial arts. She is proficient in the martial arts of the beast ancestor, good at using claw techniques, and has agility to point, is fast and strong, and tends to attack and explode. She has a high output and is not brittle in physique. She is an all-round warrior and ranks among the forefront of the natural disaster-level cadres of the Legion. She is either third or fourth, and is a fierce general. Big Python Snack is an elite natural disaster level. Among these people, there are two who have almost the same combat power as him. They are both very strong and stand alone. Among the 11 people, 9 are martial artists, and the remaining 2 are psychics. The power of the beast ancestor is also a crowd of big muscles with poor brains. Basically, no one likes to learn, and basically no one can see the magic system and the mechanical system. Han Xiao planned to let all of this group of people act as combatants. A small part of them were charged into the guard squad, and most of them were commanded by mechas as senior guards of different fleets. After encouraging her, Han Xiao left with Hyla, leaving the army cadres to exchange feelings with this group of new colleagues. The two left the hall and were walking in the corridor. The members of the Legion they met nodded and saluted. Hela looked at him without squinting while Han Xiao smiled. You are quite popular. After walking for a while, Hela suddenly spoke. You mean Jatina? Han Xiao blew. After all, I'm the pinnacle of my personal power. It is normal for someone to regard me as an idol. Don't you admire me too? Nonsense. When will I admire you? Hela snorted coldly and looked away. Haha. When you were surrounded, you personally admitted that you admired me for decades, and it was useless to deny me. I still have videos. Damn it. Do you want to fight? Hylo was angry and embarrassed. A little bit. Hela's forehead veins swelled up, and he took a few deep breaths to calm down. She was interrupted by Han Xiao, and she was no longer depressed. She frowned and asked, How are you going to arrange for Jatina? You won't really want her to become a guard officer. She's so strong, why not? Are you still afraid that a natural disaster level will do anything to me? I am Super A level. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Hela turned his head. Although she doesn't like the unrestrained Jatina, Hela will not use her position to make trouble. She is not a person who makes such a small trick and will not interfere with Han Xiao's decision. Seeing that Hela didn't say anything, Han Xiao thought for a while and suddenly said, Speaking of all, the Legion is expanding very quickly now, and there are a group of newcomers every now and then, which makes the Legion members not very familiar with each other and do not understand the senior cadres. They have a sense of distance, which is not conducive to the unity of the Legion. I think large-scale events should be held to promote mutual understanding. Hela turned his head and looked over. What do you want to do? I want to hold some internal competitions within the Legion, such as a military parade, a competition. As he said, Han Xiao's eyes gradually shining. Nowadays, the Black Star Army has a large number of talents and has sufficient resources to hold large-scale internal activities. Let the members of the army participate in such grand events after work, which is conducive to increasing the sense of belonging to the camp and promoting the camp culture. Han Xiao's idea is to set up a league, and the professional league is an event within the players, and he is planning to create a large-scale event organized by NPC in the name of the Legion, which not only allows players to participate, but also allows all Legion members to participate. The competition is the focus. He feels that it can be divided into different competition circles according to the level, from C-level group, B-level group, and all the disaster level group, to select elites from each level and promote and praise the entire Legion. And at the same time, members of the low-level position can also see the high-level cadres showing their combat power. In addition to competitions, various competitive events can be set up, such as driving, command, etc., or sports events exclusive to the superpowers of each series, and even entertainment activities like Veen cards can be used as a separate leisure event. In Han Xiao's vision, this event can be made into the form of the Legion Olympics, held once a few years as a celebration event for the camp, and can also show its strength to the outside world, killing multiple goals at one fell swoop. If it is done, the scale is many times larger than that of the players' professional league. It will definitely be a carnival for the entire Legion, not limited to players. Just thinking about it, Han Xiao became a little excited. It seems like it will cost a lot of money to hold such an event. Hela hesitated. Hey, what's this? Are we the ones who have that little money? He will start selling evolutionary totems soon and become shareholders of the Infinite Consortium. Currently, Technician Han is quite inflated in terms of money and has completely entered the dad level of having no money better than having money. If he could spend money to improve cohesion and camp attractiveness, it would be quite profitable for him. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that he was having trouble. After he returned from the secondary dimension and solved the matter of the Super A-level association, there was a lot of time to hold such celebrations. And now, we could put forward a prototype to make Sivia perfect. Anyway, there are dedicated people to handle chores, so there's no need to suppress too much. So it has become Han Xiao's habit to squeeze his own chief affairs officer. There's no way. Whoever asks Sivia to look good and use it, he has already made it easy. Sivia is very efficient in her work, and she improved the draft of the Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation in a day later. Han Xiao revised it and then sent it to Manison to discuss the matter together. Although the two had a conflict of interest, they needed to cooperate on this matter. The Development Federation, this form is pretty good. Although it is an excuse, it is reasonable and can pass the three major civilizations. In the encrypted channel, Manison made suggestions while browsing the draft. Well, this is just a cover. On the surface, the scope of cooperation is limited to the Shining World. In fact, as long as this association is built, the conflicts between Super A-level and other star domains can be resolved on this platform. At the same time, the Super A-level forces in each star domain form a network of interest throughout the universe, providing each member with a platform for communication and cooperation, which achieves the goal of uniting power. Han Xiao said. Manison pondered. Well, this is similar to the enhanced version of the Ancients organization. If this is just to achieve this, most Super A-level forces need to voluntarily accept this cooperation method and make their own forces a link in the network of interests. But if there is no benefit, most people are unwilling to cooperate, and there are obstacles to the ownership of their respective camps. Han Xiao interrupted. So, we have to declare that this association is a neutral communication nature, just a loose organization similar to the Ancients, which weakens the opposing impact of the ownership of the camps as much as possible. And if it is beneficial, larger Super A-level forces need to set an example, that is, become the leader of the network of interests and take the initiative to take out the share of cooperation, so that some Super A-level forces will be willing to join. Who is the leader now? Only me and you. Han Xiao shook his head and said, Our power is also a behemoth in the Super A-level, and it is enough to be a model. If we are willing to come up with some cooperative projects, it will indeed attract a lot of people, but relying on us alone is not enough. We need more leaders, preferably a peak Super A-level, Otherwise, we can't suppress others. I understand what you mean. Madison agreed. We need forces with enough influence in various fields. I could try to lobby all the ancients. The asylums of the interstellar black market are also best to pull over and take the lead. At the same time, we can't forget those neutral super A-level leaders. By the way, there's also Sorokin, who has the Infinite Consortium. His money is also very important. In the super A-level circle, Sorokin is a recognized big dog dealer and has one of the best assets. Although most people don't care about his combat power, no one looks down on his money ability. At this time, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. I have a question. So many leaders. Who will serve as president? Hearing this, Madison narrowed his eyes. Since we want to form an association, we cannot avoid this problem. The president of the Super A-Level Association is of great significance, which is equivalent to the position of the leader of the martial arts world, which is equivalent to being deemed as the chief by the Super A-Level Association. Therefore, both strength and power must be convinced. The peak of Super A-Level is the premise. McNyson will undoubtedly become a popular candidate. Now Han Xiao is also qualified to compete for the president. There are risks in the position of the president, and it will become the main target of high-level civilizations to attract firepower, but the benefits are also huge. Madison stared at this position, naturally for the sake of interests, and Han Xiao, as the main leader, had no reason to take the initiative to give in. After a while of silence, Madison slowly spoke to avoid this sensitive topic. There are only two of us now, and there are not all of us. It's too early to discuss this matter. Let's convince the people mentioned just now. Okay. Han Xiao nodded slightly, hung up the communication, and then slowly let out a breath, frowning slightly. Because this is a Super A-Level association, everyone is a big shot, so it is impossible to have a one-man show. So now convincing other Super A-Level players to join is equivalent to attracting supporters for yourself. Only with enough Super A-Level players can you just become the president of the shining World Super A-Level Development Federation. Simply put, this is a matter of competing for the fruits of face, and having strength alone is not enough. I have a wide range of connections, but compared to Madison, Han Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. He has confidence in PY, but Madison has lived for too long, so his friendship with his friends is naturally much deeper than him, and it is difficult for him to fight for it. If you want this position, you can only start with benefits, such as letting others see who will serve as the president, which will bring greater benefits. There are so many difficulties. I'm afraid it's another open and secret battle. Han Xiao said inwardly. After confirming that the plan was feasible, the two of them led the team separately. Han Xiao is more familiar with the peak A-level, and only 3 old men in the Empire. Most of the others have made friendships. In comparison, Madison has more acquaintances, including Guanghui, Zuling, Interstellar Black Market, and Neutral Peak Super A-level, all of which are lobbying. Since his connections are indeed inferior to the other party, Han Xiao did not stop Madison from doing more work, and he had made up his mind to compete in other directions. Only Han Xiao was in charge of the empire. He sent the Development Federation's plan to Lao Long and Kant, and invited the two to participate in the grand event. As for the Dark Emperor, Han Xiao did not invite him. Thanks to the consensus reached by the Gods talks, most of the peak Super A-level agreed readily, agreeing to build a Super A-level platform in the form of the Development Federation. Some people were also hesitant and worried about the reaction of the 3 major civilizations, but overall it went smoothly. The Advanced Civilization Direct, Super A-Level Direct, is not among the invitations of the leader. Only when the Development Federation is fully established will an invitation be issued to this group of people. After all, most of these direct powerhouses place civilizations on their personal interests. Although respectable, everyone is not the same person. Kant and Lao Long are both ally, and while agreeing to Han Xiao's invitation, they also raise concerns. Black Star, your relationship with the Empire has finally eased a little. Now you take the lead in forming a Super A-level association. The Empire will be dissatisfied with you. No ruler wants to see the unstable factors in the jurisdiction, but there is no way. Everyone has different positions and can't do things as they wish. Han Xiao nodded. Kant reminded, you must be careful. Manison's goal is to seek benefits. He wants to tie the Super A class together as a bargaining chip for his negotiations. You are still young, so don't be used by him. These peak Super A class actually know that Manison intends to use them, but because he sees longer-term benefits, he does not reject this plan. I know his intention, but doing so is beneficial to the Super A class. If the concept can be realized, it can reduce the self-killing incidents caused by the faction belonging to the Super A class. Han Xiao preserved his vitality on the one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to intervene in the super disaster as a chess player. I want me to tell you, Kant said nothing and lowered his voice. If the Super A-level association is fully formed, it can solve the problem of excessive individual power by itself. Whenever the Super A-level class grows to a certain extent, we will settle internally, kill some guys from the non-order camp, and actively balance the ratio between individuals and collectives. This is better than the three major civilizations taking action personally. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but look at him more. This is to take the liquidation right from the hands of the three major civilizations and use some ordinary Super A-level as the price to maintain the peak Super A-level status. If the development continues normally, the Super A-level association is indeed likely to evolve into this form. After the Super A-level association is strong enough and successfully upgrades its status, the association will actively control the number of Super A-level to prevent the class from growing too much, which will lead to the bloodshed of the three major civilizations. The Super A-level association will take action to prune the branches and keep the number of Super A-level to a certain threat to the three major civilizations, but not to force the other party to take action. In this way, you can decide who to kill and how much to kill, and take the initiative. The losses will naturally be much smaller than the three major civilizations. It is estimated that among the peak A-level super level, there are many people who have the same ideas as Kant. The behavior of climbing up the wall to draw ladders is nothing new. After all, after the number of super level A reaches a certain level, it will gradually become more centered. For most super level A, the risk is far greater than the benefits. Sure enough, although these peak Super A-level players agreed to join, their plans were different. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Overall, there were no twists and turns to recruit people, and the action was soon implemented. The forces of many leaders cooperated and mobilized materials, intending to select a site in Shining World to build the base of the Development Federation. And such a big news naturally cannot be concealed from other forces, and many leaders themselves did not want to conceal it. After all, the nature of the organization is not a secret association, and the three major civilizations must know it. Naturally, the news also reached the ears of the Empire. Bang! Black Star is getting more and more flawed. In the head of state's office, Beccarotti slapped the table with an angry face. He pulled several hardline senior officials and angrily scolded Han Xiao in front of Ulan Real. His tone was very fierce. Look at Black Star's recent actions. He didn't take the Empire seriously. He just eased relations with the Empire and dared to take the lead in doing such a thing. Did he regard the goodwill of the Empire's opening of evolutionary totem as a weakness? Ulan Real rubbed his eyebrows and said, "What do you think you should do?" Beccarotti shouted, "I think I should warn Black Star. If he insisted on doing it alone, the Empire will take back the government order to open evolutionary totem as a blow to him." Ulan Real did not comment. "If we cancel this government order, what do you think Guanghui and Zuling would do?" Their two families have been coveting the evolutionary totem for a long time, but it is more important to know what is more important. On this issue, evolutionary totem must also stand aside. Guanghui and Zuling will never talk to Black Star. Beccarotti had a confident tone and was very sure of this judgment. Ulan Riel knocked on the table and said slowly, "You are right, but after the meeting of the gods, we had long anticipated this situation. It is useless to hit Black Star alone, which is the general trend. When she found that Black Star and others had the intention to integrate Super A-class, they knew that the hardliners would come to attack. To be fair, Ulan Riel doesn't like to see signs of Super A-level alliances, but the issues in this area are very sensitive and have a wide range of connections, so you cannot make decisions at will. So she could not easily withdraw the government orders of the evolutionary totem opening and knock on the Black Star, as Bekroti said. The suggestion was rejected, but Bekroti was not angry. He knew that the head of state would do this, so he just expressed the attitude of the hardliner, pretended to snort, and took everyone away. Only Ulan Riel was left in the room. She shook her head, opened the star map of the Shining World, and analyzed the situation. Opening the Shining World will impact the original cosmic force pattern, and the Empire would have known this before. First, there was the Superstar League, and now it is a Super A-level group, and the impact is gradually emerging. The price of exploration and expansion is turmoil, and every class wants to redistribute interests. Ulan Riel sighed secretly. At present, the Development Federation is still a grassroots team, and only a group of peak and Super A-level forces are making preliminary preparations. During this period, there will be disputes with the three major civilizations, and it will take at least a few months to officially establish it. This matter does not require full investment. Han Xiao has a lot of free time and has been busy repairing, strengthening the mechanical army, and creating new equipment. After many failures, he finally made a golden quality robe of the Emperor in the workshop. This is the second type of cosmic treasure equipment created by yourself. Divine Artifact unlocks the second layer of effect and also provides feedback on a new divine transformation point. The second layer bonus also improves the basic success rate of golden drawing manufacturing and research and development. The improvement range is the same as that of the first layer, both 2.5% and 1.2%, but the second layer has an additional new attribute, which increases the 0.2% cosmic wonder mutation rate. Han Xiao read it and introduced that this is the basic probability bonus for producing benign mutations in the process of manufacturing cosmic treasures. Treasures of universe miracle type are generally stronger than normal golden equipment and may have some unsolvable adjunct abilities. Han Xiao threw this divine transformation point into the mechanical route, and divine transformation mechanical unlocked the third level of effect. Stage 3. Apostle Mechanical Master. The following profession stages have mechanical skills level +3, assembly line production efficiency +50%, assembly line product quality +10%, material cost -25%, additional 1,500 intellectual attributes, 30 potential points. The levels of basic mechanical skills have been added. A wave of mass production speed has been improved, and I also gave me some intellectual attributes and potential points, which is okay. Han Xiao pondered. He has various skills that convert intelligence into mechanical affinity. 1,500 points brings about 400% mechanical affinity bonus, and 30 potential points can at least upgrade the branch's ultimate knowledge to a higher level. Although the effects of the third level seem a little mixed, they seem to be quite good, especially the basic mechanical skills +3, which brings considerable bonuses. After all, there are many mechanical affinity skills in the low-level profession stage. This time, the object of the washing point was drawn with agility attributes. Due to the project quantity, it is more difficult to create the robe of the Emperor than the Emperor, and the washing point is 375 points, which are all converted into free attributes. I finally knocked out this piece of equipment. After solving the backlog of work, Han Xiao was refreshed and put away the Emperor's robe. All the things that should be made are created, and you can go to the secondary dimension. The Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation is still preparing. This is not a matter of overnight. The three major civilizations must have the intention of accountability and opposition. You can guess what the Empire is going to say, and just go out to avoid the Empire's deadly series of calls and hide in peace. And Emmys has been staying for a long time, so it is not easy to let her wait too long. On the other side, the territory of the Red Empire, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor. This is a large interstellar military fortress. A giant space-time gate that is several times larger than the normal Stargate lies across the center of the base. It is dormant at this time and looks like an elliptical arch. A figure floated in front of this giant space-time gate. It was the Dark Emperor Claudi. At this time, he took off the uniform of the head of state's personal guard and replaced it with a special lightweight mecha. The base chief's respectful voice came from the communication channel of the helmet. His Excellency Claudi, this set of mechas is specially used for secondary dimension shuttles. It can anchor the main cosmic coordinates. There are spare portable anchoring equipment inside. Never damage or discard it, otherwise you may get lost in the overlapping secondary dimensions. No need to introduce it. This is not the first time I have gone to the secondary dimension. Claudi said calmly. Okay, we are about to open the secondary dimension portal. Your Excellency Guzer, who is in the outpost, will welcome you. As he finished speaking, the giant space-time gate in front of him gradually started, and bright lights emerged inside the door, quickly turning into vortexes. This is a variant of the Stargate technology, specially used to shuttle through the secondary dimensions of large transmission equipment. Watching the space-time gate start, Claudi called out the built-in secondary dimension database of the mecha, which stored the secondary dimension overview that the Empire has explored over the years, which records the spatial coordinates and energy frequency records. The secondary dimension is very different from the situation in the main universe. This database is equivalent to a map and can be remotely marked using tracking devices, which is equivalent to a pathfinding system. Claudi browsed the database and screened it for a while, and his eyes quickly locked on one of the secondary dimensions, silently marking it as the target location. This secondary dimension is called Fel Aggregation. The secondary dimension space is a bizarre world composed of a variety of planes. The physical rules of many secondary dimensions are very different from the main universe. Most of them are not suitable for the survival of the main universe creatures. Some are formed naturally, and some are from the fantasy of the collapse of the advanced mage. The main universe is like the branches and roots of a tree, and these secondary dimensions are like leaves and fruits with nutrients, energy, connections to each other. Researchers in the universe have created worldview models for secondary dimension space, such as the world form of countless bubbles stacked. Each bubble represents a secondary dimension. The space wall is much weaker than the main universe and can frequently jump and shuttle. Advanced civilizations have always been keen on exploring secondary dimensions. They can not only obtain special resources, but also develop various new technologies by studying phenomena in different secondary dimensions. The research results of the three major civilizations in this regard are very fruitful, and the technological power that is the best in the universe comes from this to a large extent. Therefore, the three major civilizations have set up a large number of outposts, research stations, and collection stations in the secondary dimension space, and are stationed in legions to protect scholars and workers. In most cases, they're dealing with the attacks of secondary dimension creatures. Outpost A000 is the largest secondary dimension military camp in the Empire. It is set up in a subdimensional suitable for survival. The Empire's exploration of the place has been completed. It has completely controlled and transformed this secondary dimension, hoarded heavy troops, and used it as the base camp for the Imperial Army to station in the secondary dimension, and acted as the gateway for the Empire to enter the secondary dimension world. As soon as Claudi stepped into this place, the magnificent scene jumped into his eyes. This secondary dimension separates the world, and the reddish-brown land extends all the way to the end of the site without any bending. The endless Imperial base group is located here, like a forest made of steel, and it also cannot see the end at first sight. There are no stars in the sky, only gradual colors, just like the blood clouds when the sunset falls. A series of magnificent, lonely lights flow like wind and clouds, scattering a scene like light and mist, forming different shapes. At the same time, in the distant sky, it seems that some invisible light source is hanging, forming a Dingal effect, radiating a series of hazy and dreamy light paths. Claudia was very familiar with this dreamy scene, but she hadn't seen it for many years, so she couldn't help but stop and appreciate it. At this moment, a thunderous laugh suddenly sounded in the space around him. "Ha ha, Claudia, are you finally on vacation?" Before he finished speaking, a blue and green lightning flashed out from the ground-based group. In the blink of an eye, he stopped in front of Claudia, revealing a burly and stout figure wearing the uniform of a senior general of the Empire. Seeing this person, Claudia, who had always been serious, couldn't help but smile faintly. "User, long time no see. Haha, I didn't expect you to come to me as soon as you take a vacation. It's true that you are a good brother." The burly figure laughed. This person is a mixed race between the Imperial humans and the Silver Spirit Man, but from the appearance, there is no way to see the elegant temperament of the Silver Spirit Man. He looks rough and masculine, with a wild beard and braid, and his aura is eye-catching. If Han Xiao had definitely mistakenly recognized him as Zhang Fei here. Thunder, Guzer, an Imperial Direct Super A-level, super-powered person, has the ability to control plasma current and serve as the guardian of the Secondary Dimension Legion for many years. The two have similar qualifications. The time between Claudia and Guzer enlisted in the army is less than 5 years apart. They have met each other when they were weak and have always had a good relationship. Claudia shook his head. "I'm not here for vacation this time. I have a task." "No wonder you won't be the head of the head for the time being." Guzer nodded and curiously said, "Is this the head of state, the secret command? What does she want you to do?" "Hunting the Super A level. The first goal is to hide in the secondary dimension called the Traveler. He is suspected to have participated in the war in the Shining World not long ago." "Do you know that?" "Haha, of course I know. There are no entertainment activities here. I have Red Empire news every period. I heard that Black Star has repelled 12 Super A-level commands, including Sui and Sierran. It's really amazing. I want to compete with such a strong man, but unfortunately, I haven't seen him with my own eyes." Guzer's tone is a pity. He guards the secondary dimension and cannot leave his post. There will be a chance in the future. Claudia comforted. Guzer was not confused and smiled and said, "Black Star is a good guy. When you are discharged from the army, it is probably him who will be here to deter the stars on your behalf. It's a pity that he is not the direct line of the Empire." Claudia did not comment and moved away from the topic and said, "The secondary dimension is your territory. I need your help to track the travelers." "No problem." A cold light flashed in Guzer's eyes. In recent years, more and more rats have been hidden in the subdimensional world, and it's time to teach them a lesson. In a certain secondary dimension, the traveler wrapped in a magic light was flying like a meteor. Suddenly, his speed paused, and hesitation appeared on his face. "Strange, why are you suddenly restless?" The magician did not ignore his intuition, so the traveler simply stopped, took out a crystal ball, and cast divination spell. Holding the crystal ball in both hands, the light of stars floated out from the palm of your hand and merged into the crystal ball. Soon, the crystal ball rippled and showed a mirror-like image. Claudia's appearance quickly showed up and quickly dissipated. "Dark Emperor, happy to have sex with me." The traveler's face changed slightly. His behavior in the rescue war in Hela was just pretending to go out to discuss and put pressure on him indirectly, and did not directly participate in the siege. In his opinion, even if the Black Star Army was suspicious of him, as long as he hid in the secondary dimension to take refuge, the other party would not waste his energy and make great efforts. However, he did not expect that the Empire would sacrifice the Dark Emperor's killing weapon, which gave him the feeling that he was a knives. In front of the Dark Emperor, he had to admit that he was a chicken. "If I meet the Dark Emperor, I will definitely not be his opponent." The traveler was in a serious mood. Even if he mastered the aggregation of evil energy, he did not think he could beat the Dark Emperor. He was the peak Super A-level who controlled dark energy and dark matter. Golden Ring Ulu, who once controlled the secondary dimension, was defeated by the Dark Emperor. He did not think he was better than Ulu. After thinking for a while, the traveler's eyes flashed. I have shown the aggregation of evil energy. The Empire will definitely use this as a clue and follow it. If I don't show up, they will definitely do something about the aggregation of evil energy. It seems that I can only find some helper to ambush the Dark Emperor. He has been in the secondary dimension for so many years, but it is not a waste of time. Not only does he maintain a good relationship with some powerful creatures in the secondary dimension, but he also knows many super A-level powerhouses who stay in the secondary dimension. Some of them are not even on the super A-level list recorded in the main universe. On the other side, a portal suddenly appeared in a hidden secondary dimension, and several small warships flew out. The outer armor had no sign of power. The model was a top-notch high-warp spacecraft and was equipped with a complete set of components for secondary dimension navigation, so the overall looked a bit thick and bloated. In the main ship command room, many operators were busy attentively in their positions, each wearing a full set of mechas and unable to see their appearance. In front of the front porthole, two figures stood, wearing masked hoods and robes, covering their appearance with special equipment. Only the difference in their body shapes was seen. One was a man and one was a woman. The man was short and solid, and the woman was tall and slender. These two people are the commanders of this trip, belonging to the same organization, and this trip shoulders a special mission. Please, Your Excellency Fei, we have arrived at our destination. Please instruct the next action. An operator like the chief reported to the two. These two people are called Luo and Fei. This is not the real name, but the code name in the organization. The short and solid man was Luo. He nodded and said slowly, "According to the plan, divination shows that Black Star will enter the secondary dimension with chaos secret energy in the near future and enable the cross-plane detection radar of all the life bodies in the secret bases of the secondary dimension. The detection range is maximized, and the target life intensity is set to the peak of the super A level." Fei's cold voice also sounded at the right time. The secondary dimension is our home field, and our mission is to seize chaos secret energy. The Black Star has strong combat power, and we need to avoid head-on conflicts. The leader of this trip has allowed us to carry many technical products, which is enough to temporarily trap Black Star. After that, she paused and added, "If the conventional detection methods cannot be found, the leader allows us to use the Son of Destiny's superpower body once." In the Black Star Palace practical training room, Han Xiao called Emeth to the room. "Busy man, do you finally have time?" Emmers raised her eyebrows and teased her tone. "It's all over the business. There's no way." Han Xiao blew, took out a compression ball, and threw it to Emmers, and said, "This is a special mecha suitable for secondary dimension survival. I made it myself, so I'll try it." Z. With the mechanical force, the compression ball spread out and turned into a pair of ink-black mechas, which clinged to Emmers, and the style was light and close to the body. She moved twice, without any delay or discomfort, and said, "It's very suitable. It seems that you know my figure very well and have a sharp observation ability." "That's because I touched it." Han Xiao coughed. "Besides, it clearly has the function of nanodeformation, and it can match perfectly no matter what body shape it is. What's the fuss about?" He complained in his heart that he was not slow in his hands and used the improved secret energy. "Hey Xing, are you ready to set off?" Seeing this scene, Chaos Secret can get excited and can't wait to meet with your old gay friend. Han Xiao nodded and explained to Emmys. The Chaos Secret can have the ability to shuttle through secondary dimensions. With him leading the way, we can save a lot of energy. Among the 5 major profession systems, only magicians and mechanics can enter and exit the secondary dimension world stably and step into the secondary plane with different technical systems. The superpowers are random factors. In contrast, the dimensional shuttle ability provided by the Chaos Secret energy is more convenient, and it is necessary to help find holy light particles. This is not the first time Emmys has gone to the secondary dimension. The normal process is very troublesome, and with Chaos Secret and Black Star helping, things are much simpler. I can't help but wonder, then where will we go in the first stop? The Empire has many outposts in the secondary dimension, but I don't want to disturb them. Since you also have Void Bloodline, Let's go in from the void dimension. Han Xiao reached out and grabbed the secret intelligence arm and signaled Emmys to do it. Okay. Emmys had no objection, but he didn't grasp the secret, but put his hand on Han Xiao's shoulder. Normal people need to do a good job when going to the secondary dimension, but the two of them are super A-level, so there's basically no need to prepare anything. As for traveling, they need to feel like they're just leaving. The next moment, the chaos secret energy activated its ability, and red energy surged out, covering the bodies of the two people along their arms. Brush! The light flashed, and the three disappeared without a trace. The sight faintly flashed, and the scene in front of the two men had changed drastically. They were no longer in the Black Star Palace, but came to the familiar void dimension. So fast. Emmers was surprised. This is its innate ability. For it, returning to the secondary dimension is like going home, just like a fish in the water. Han Xiao smiled. The secret can make the frontal combat power grade, and it also has a variety of convenient superpower effects. It is truly a useful tool. Emmys took a deep breath of the void energy, felt the excitement of the cells, and felt a lot more happy. He chuckled. Do you have any travel plans? Do you have a serious business first, and then we have time to stroll around? After Han Xiao finished speaking, he turned his head and knocked on the secret energy and asked, do you know what the secondary dimension of the holy light particle is called? I don't know what you call it outside, but I recognize its energy fluctuations so it can be tracked. Chaos secret energy explains. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. He had previously checked the Empire's exploration records of the secondary dimensions based on the description of chaos secret energy, but did not find similar secondary dimensions. It means that the place where the holy light particles are located should have not been discovered yet. Just think about it. If the old layer is removed by a high-level civilization, the holy light particles will not be comfortable to be a home, so at present, they can only rely on the secret ability of chaos to lead the way. Go away quickly. I can't wait to teach it a lesson. Chaos Secret was eager to try, but instead urged it. It could not control the carrier itself, and it must have Han Xiao's approval. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help laughing. It was estimated that the holy light particles had teared the hearts of his old gay friend. Is it you, boy, who led the enemy here? He shook his head with a smile. Han Xiao was about to speak when his face suddenly changed slightly. Boom! At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the surrounding void energy suddenly rioted. Emmys also felt the same way, suddenly narrowed his eyes, looked into the distance, and his tone sank slightly. It seems that something is coming. P.S. P.Y. recommends a book, The Author of Escape, a new book with the first love as bright as summer flowers, an old author, and his level is guaranteed. Introduction, a story about the great devil in another world who ran out of the novel, asking the protagonist to modify his attributes, but he ended up being tamed by love and justice. The void dimension is a chaotic and hazy world, with the tones mainly gray and blue, and the space is filled with rich and sticky void energy. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to be thrown into a mixer, and the void energy around them formed a large vortex, and Han Xiao and Emmys were in the center of the vortex. Han Xiao raised his vigilance and made a fighting posture. At the next moment, a spiritual fluctuation suddenly spread out, sweeping through the bodies of the two people, and an ancient solemn voice sounded in his mind. Where did the creatures from different dimensions come from, dare to invade my territory? As the words fell, a powerful aura emerged out of thin air in the perception of the two, and light flashed around them, and countless figures appeared out of thin air, surrounding them in endless sight. These creatures have strange appearances, but they all have the characteristics of void species and are wearing special armor. Han Xiao glanced at him and suddenly felt a sense of affection. He is not unfamiliar with these strange-looking creatures. The Void Depilator and Chaos Observer who acted as a scout, the Void Hunter, the Void Star Chaser, the Void Walker, the Void Disciple, the Void Execution Officer, the Magamoto Blade, the Void Whisperer who acted as a ranged unit, the Void Witch Spirit, the Chaos Mystery Body. These are all racial options he encountered when he advanced. In the center of the Legion is the giant beast army, with 10 huge Magora Void beasts, covered with armor, carrying countless void creatures, including 3 young void dragons, riding by 3 powerful void creatures. The leader is a void lord, about hundreds of meters tall, and his body seems to be solid blue-purple energy, wearing huge black heavy armor, holding the reins of the void dragon under his crotch with one hand and a huge black longsword in the other, full of momentum. The void lord can change his body shape, and at this time he maintains a humanoid form. This is a void legion. It seems that we accidentally broke into the territory of a void lord. Seeing the visitor, Emmys frowned slightly. She is an experienced driver in the secondary dimension, and it is not the first time she has encountered such a scene. The void dimension is a subdimensional dimension formed naturally, with a wide range of dimensions that are very different from the main universe, which has spawned countless void species. In addition to natural growth, they can also enhance themselves by devouring each other, thus forming a situation where the weak will fight endlessly. Higher void creatures separate the territory, form legions, and fight against each other. The Void Lord is one of the top void creatures. Each Void Lord gathers a powerful army under his command. The goal of the war is to devour other void kings or lords. Not only does it support the war, but it also engages in construction. It uses the unique properties of the void dimension to develop special technologies applied to the void dimension. The void creatures not only fight each other, but are also hostile to foreign creatures. On the one hand, invaders occasionally kill them to collect materials, and on the other hand, they can use the void bloodline to corrode outsiders to replenish the source of troops. Therefore, when encountering visitors from different dimensions, the void creatures will not be ruthless. They treat us as prey. Countless unconcealed malice enveloped the two of them. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly released super ill-level energy fluctuations, which swept away suddenly. Boom! The powerful aura erupted, and the void army stagnated. The Void Lord led by the head slid his sword and released a shocking and suspicious spiritual message. Super A-level creatures in the main universe? The reputation of Super A-level also resounded throughout the secondary dimension world. Han Xiao reported to his family, "I am an ally of the Red Empire, the leader of the Black Star Army, nicknamed Black Star." Black Star? I have never heard of this name. The information exchange between the main universe and the void dimension is limited, and most void creatures do not care about the news about the main universe. However, this Void Lord still knows the name of the Red Empire. The reputation of the 3 major civilizations has spread throughout the secondary dimension world. The higher lives in the void dimension have considerable wisdom, and even the Void Lord is unwilling to provoke the 3 major civilizations. External, I am Kirkman, the Lord of the Void, and leave my territory immediately. He pointed at the sword and expressed his intention to expel. Super A-level creatures from the main universe are not easy to mess with. Although the void dimension has successfully killed some invading Super A-level, they're all the deeds done by the most powerful void warlord at that time, with heavy casualties. They were later defeated and eroded by other void lords. Kirkman is just a medium-level warlord, and he does not want to have conflicts with the Super A-level in the main universe. Seeing this, Emmys didn't want to make trouble, so he patted Han Xiao on the waist. "Let's go. Don't get entangled with them." Han Xiao glanced at the vigilant look of the surrounding void army, and suddenly had an idea, switched to the void form, and his whole aura changed completely. Seeing this, Kirkman was shocked. "You are also void." "Hey, I'm not a creature of different dimensions, but you're kind." After Han Xiao entered the Super A-level, he had transformed into an exclusive race, but the void bloodline did not disappear, but was just integrated with it. According to the degree of evolution, Han Xiao's current void creature rank is very high, and he has reached the level of the Void God Envoy, and his level is comparable to that of the Void Lord. Kirkman's attitude changed immediately, both fearful and greedy, and at the same time, he had the intention of being pleased. If he encounters an ordinary Super A-level, even if he kills the opponent, it will not be beneficial to him. But if he is a void creature, He could devour the opponent's bloodline and evolve again. However, this also means that the difficulty of killing is greatly increased. The void dimension is the home field of the void creature. The higher the void creature, the higher the level of control of the void energy, the higher the level of control of the void energy. He is like a fish in water here and can use the endless void energy to suppress the opponent. But now the opponent is also a void life, and the advantage of the environment no longer exists. The power system of the void dimension is different from the main universe. Void creatures have various talents. They use continuous evolution to stimulate the abilities of their own species to exert their powerful combat power. They are of the type that cannot be copied by other species, so they cannot be called superpowers. They can only be considered powerful special creatures and are not included in the 5 superpower systems. However, the void creatures can actively learn the superpower system of the main universe, and the representative characters are well known. Do you know Thuyi? Kirkman couldn't help asking. I'm quite familiar with him. Han Xiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Kirkman was refreshed. Xiao is a super celebrity in the void dimension and is recognized as the most powerful void creature. He once created a large number of amazing battle records here, conquered a large number of void lords and void kings, and ruled the large territory in the center of the void dimension, and no one can compete with it. Although he usually operates in the main universe, his reputation in the void dimension is unmatched. Now that he encountered a new super A-level void creature and new Thuyi, Kirkman immediately developed an interest in getting to know him. After all, he could not get to Thuyi. Blackstar, go to my place to be a guest. Kirkman directly sent an invitation, not so much politeness in the void dimension, and he spoke straightforwardly. Okay, just go and have a look. Han Xiao also had the same meaning. Since he met this void lord, he happened to exchange some information. Anyway, there are still tourism goals on this trip, so he is not afraid of delaying this time. Moreover, there are good things in the void dimension. The core of the Void King, given by Austin, made him purify his bloodline. Although he is already at the peak of Super A level, maybe there is something that can enhance the Void talent and try his luck. Speaking of luck, Han Xiao couldn't help but think of the Star's Benefiter Halo on Emmy's. Although I didn't bring Ferdine, Emmy's luck seemed to be bad, so I could do it. This is a signpost. Come with me. Kirkman shook his finger and shot out a ball of Void energy, which contained coordinate information, and sent it to Han Xiao. The next moment, the surrounding Void Lord flashed and disappeared in an instant. In the Void dimension, no creatures flew normally, and they all mastered the traditional craft of Void Shuttle. Seeing this, Emmy shook his head helplessly. You actually exposed the identity of the Void creature. Hela and I were not afraid to do this when we were training in the secondary dimension. Otherwise, we would not be able to come back. You are very skilled and brave. Han Xiao called out. The secondary dimension is still dangerous for normal Super A level, and you won't be afraid of peak Super A level. The two followed the signposts and shuttled through the void, and soon arrived at Kirkman's base camp. This is a magnificent city suspended in space, with crystal texture all over the body, and the base is translucent. You can see the bright energy core inside, and surrounded by rich gray-blue void energy. In the void dimension, natural matter is scarce, and generally, special technology is used to extract void energy and convert crystals into them. To build such a city, the expense is very huge. The giant city was filled with bases, which was more like a large barracks than a city. The two came to the hall in the center of the city, and Kirkman welcomed the two in. He shrank his body and became the same size as Han Xiao. After sitting down, he couldn't wait to ask, Hey Xing, where were you born? This is Pandower. He thought Han Xiao was a native void life, and Han Xiao did not hide it, explaining that he was an acquired void species and had been active in the main universe. The two of them started chatting with each other, exchanging information with each other. Han Xiao introduced the situation of the main universe, and Kirkman told the situation of the void dimension. In the past life, players had a limited understanding of the secondary dimension, and they only came into contact with this situation in the late stage. Moreover, Many secondary dimensions do not have the habit of recording history, and Han Xiao also lacks information on the void dimension in the current era. After communicating, Han Xiao had a general understanding of the current pattern of the void dimension, which can be simply called one super, many strong. The Suri family dominated the central area, but had no intention of unifying the void dimension, nor did they have this ability. The other powerful void lords kept popping up like mushrooms after a rain, separating the territory and fighting each other. In addition, there were a large number of chaotic areas like wild forests without order and constantly breeding new void creatures and hunting each other freely. After chatting, Kirkman finally asked Han Xiao what he wanted. "I don't have any goals. I just plan to travel in the secondary dimension world. The first stop is the void dimension. I happen to meet you." Han Xiao spread his hands. Upon hearing this, Kirkman thought for a while and said, "Since you have nothing to do, then do me a favor." The void dimension is not polite. Although it was the first time we met, Kirkman was not polite. "What do you want me to do for you?" Han Xiao was curious. "I have always wanted to kill Bagdora. He is also a void lord. The territory is next to me. I have fought hundreds of wars with him. If you have help, I can completely solve him, devour his core, and accept his legion." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Then what reward can you give me?" "I will divide half of the void life core left on the battlefield. I will find you any specialties from the void dimension." Kirkman waved his hand. There was no negotiating skills here. He directly gave the bottom line price. "And you can get my friendship. If you need help in the main universe, you can open the void channel. I will take my legion to help you fight." Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes moved. When he evolved into the Void Extrader before, he obtained a talent called Void Channel, which was the effect of temporarily opening the door to the void dimension. He has rarely used this ability, because the summoned void creatures are not distinguished from their enemies and friends. If he reaches an agreement with Kirkman, he can use this ability to summon the Void Legion that fights for himself. The same is true for Sour. He can use his innate ability to summon the Void Legion under his command. This is how the nickname Void Lord comes from it, but he rarely uses this ability now because his body is too strong, and in most cases he does not have to summon his younger brother. Although I am not a summoner, this talent can achieve the effect of summoning. And at this moment, a prompt popped up in Han Xiao's panel. "You trigger the mission, Void Lord's War Higher." Mission Introduction. The Void Lord Kirkman has taken a fancy to your combat power and hopes to hire you to fight for him and eliminate his old enemies. Mission requirements. Defeat the Void Lord Bagdora's Legion. Reward: 120 experience. Faction Kirkman's favorability plus 3,000. Character card X1. Outline reward: start the milestone mission dash Void Conqueror. Void Conqueror. Milestone completion conditions. Destroy 8 Void Lord forces. All void creatures of the same level can be, and at the same time, at least 4 Void Lords camps have a respectful favorability, 3,000 camps, and get rewards after completion. Milestone reward: if you have void ability, the basic effect will slightly increase, and you'll get 502,000 free attribute points to make up legendary degree plus 1. Void creatures initially like you plus 20. Divine transformation points plus 1. Activate the Divine Transformation feat. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. "Wow, this reward is okay. It can actually get a Divine Transformation point. We thought that after creating the treasures of the universe, we had to wait until we advanced to get new points." According to this introduction, only if you reach the Super A level of Divine Transformation level will this additional point reward be triggered. If others accept this task, they will not be able to see this message. Han Xiao was delighted. Not only do you have a task, but you can also get a large number of void specialties promised by Kirkman. This transaction can be done. For Han Xiao, it is just a matter of picking up his old business and acting as a war mercenary. "Okay, I promise you." Han Xiao nodded and smiled, "But don't do it now. I still have some things to do. Let's act when I come back." He decided to accept this employment, but the focus of this trip was on the holy light particles. He planned to get it first, and then come back to help Kirkman fight after the main business. This is not unrelated, and in his eyes, the primary and secondary are clear. No problem. Kirkman was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Anyway, he has been fighting for so many years, so he is not in a hurry. On the other hand, Emmys was not interested in the topics of the two, and listened on the side, took out the resurrection coins, and played with them in her hands. She also received such a gift from Hela. At this moment, Kirkman subconsciously glanced at her, suddenly paused, staring at the resurrection coin. Huh. Emmys raised his brow, closed his 5 fingers, and grabbed the resurrection coin. What are you looking at? Well, can you show me what you have in your hand? I feel the familiar breath. Kirkman was not polite at all. His tone was puzzled. Han Xiao's heart moved, took out his resurrection coin, and asked, I have exactly the same thing. Do you have a familiar breath on it? Yes, but it's very weak. Can you show it to me? Let me identify it carefully. Kirkman nodded. Han Xiao thought about it, and threw the resurrection coins to Kirkman. Kirkman's palm deformed and turned into energy to wrap the resurrection coin. He sensed it carefully for a while and said uncertainly, I seem to have felt similar energy in a secondary dimension. Han Xiao's face changed. The resurrection coin solidifies the effect of death resistance resuscitation. According to his inference, this is a new ability developed by Hela. With her delicate supernatural control power, it combines Aurora's life energy with her own power of the dead. Hela once said that when she established an infinite life connection with Aurora, the difficulties she encountered came from a special secondary dimension, which absorbed most of the energy transmitted between the two. Hela originally planned to conduct a field investigation, but this time she did not come. So, by chance, I encountered the target Hela was looking for. Han Xiao couldn't help but turn his head to look at Emmys. Compared to touching you seems to be good. I just entered the secondary dimension and encounter clue. I had no luck anymore. I guess Emmys' star's favorites. Halo is shining brightly. I'm afraid that the goddess of luck has changed her sexual orientation. Speaking of which, the luck of taking advantage of Fordine is called touching. What should I call Emmetha's luck? Could be called Panlong? Since he was lucky enough to meet the clue that Hela was looking for, Han Xiao had no reason to let it go and asked, Do you remember what secondary dimension it is? Kirkman thought for a while and nodded. I have some impression that the secondary dimension seems to be known to many people. It was quite famous at a certain period. It was once closed by a certain force, and occasionally emitted a strong vitality, which could stimulate the potential of various creatures. Later, the blockade of that dimension was lifted by itself. Many curious secondary dimensions went to explore, but found that it was already dead silent, and there was nothing. The entire space seemed to lack energy maintenance and began to decline and shrink. In recent years, the secondary dimension had signs of collapse and collapse, which might completely disappear at any time. Hearing this, Han Xiao felt moved. Most secondary dimensions do not exist permanently, but collapse and disappear like withered fruits and leaves. The world of secondary dimensions is disordered and chaotic, and new secondary dimensions are often born. Most of them are as short-lived as real bubbles, but they are just a flash in the pan, and only a small part can be stable and long-lasting. Advanced civilizations and advanced magicians occasionally create artificial secondary dimensions. This form of artificial secondary dimension has a very big difference from the naturally occurring super-large stable planes of the void dimension. There are several possibilities for the secondary dimension to be closed, and the most likely is that the secondary dimension is the creation of some powerful life. For example, the dimension factories of some advanced mechanics are attached spaces of similar nature, closed to the outside world, and cannot easily enter outsiders. If this secondary dimension is an auxiliary space of super A level, the reason for its decline should be the death that created it, causing the dimension to lose its energy supply and gradually shrink and collapse. Han Xiao guessed. I don't know. Kirkman threw the resurrection coin back to Han Xiao's hand. I call it the Dead Silent Land. If you want to go, I can give you the dimension anchor coordinates. Please trouble you. I'm a little interested in there. Han Xiao smiled. Kirkman didn't care, so he pinched a ball of void energy, burned the information of the dead land, and threw it to Han Xiao, adding, "The space wall of that dimension is already full of holes, and countless space turbulences are raging in it, and the plane will collapse and disappear at any time. Be careful. If it is swept away by the space turbulence, you might be lost in the endless secondary dimension world." Han Xiao took the energy, read the information, then stood up, nodded, and said, "Okay, then I'll go first." This is an unexpected gain from this trip. He's going to go and help Hela explore the way after finishing his business. "I'll wait for you to come back and start the war." Kirkman nodded. After reaching an employment agreement, Han Xiao did not delay and once again took advantage of the secret body. "Let's go, lead the way, and find your old friend." Chaos Secret can get the command and conduct a dimensional shuttle again, and disappear with Han Xiao and Emmy's flashing. On the other side, Luo and Fei's small fleet slowly paraded in a vast white subdimensionality. The main ship bridge command platform, the virtual map of the secondary dimension world, is suspended in midair, and its appearance is very different from the detailed three-dimensional star map of the main universe. It is like a model of countless bubbles, which has a very good sense of déjà vu. Each bubble represents a recorded secondary dimension. Since new secondary dimensions are often born, the terrain of the secondary dimension changes at every moment. The map can only be used as a reference, and the anchor coordinates of different dimensions are the guide pointers. Luo and Fei stood next to the secondary dimension map model, silently observing. At this moment, a red dot suddenly lit up inside one of the bubbles, and a circle of red ripples bloomed in the model to indicate a reminder. The cross-plane detection radar has found the target, and the object is at its peak, and the target is super A-level. The target is separated from us by 13 secondary dimensions. The route simulation is completed, and it is expected to meet the target after 8 jumps. 2. Please instruct the action. Listening to his subordinate's report, Luo hummed and said in a deep voice, "Lock the anchor point and start the dimension jump." The command was issued, and these warships immediately activated the secondary dimension engine, turned into several streamers, accelerating wildly. The secondary dimension shuttle device loaded on the ship began to operate, oscillating the space wall at a special frequency. The moment the speed reaches its peak, the space wall with a honeycomb structure suddenly appears in front of it, and a gap is quickly cracked, and the other end of the gap is the scene of the next dimension. Several spacecraft flew straight in, and everyone inside the ship heard a crisp pop, as if the external space shock caused a chain of vibrations in the air inside the spacecraft. Everyone's eyes were blurred, and they had already arrived at another secondary dimension. In the next second, the cracked passage of the space wall behind them closed and disappeared without a trace. This is a conventional way of moving between secondary dimensions. The scenes of secondary dimensions are rapidly changing outside the porthole. The small fleet jumped many times and finally stopped. The rapid jump brings extremely high load to the vehicle. Every time it passes through the space wall, it will withstand the tear of space turbulence. At this time, several spacecraft are shrouded in violent space energy, and the surrounding environment is slightly distorted, like an overload and hot, as if it is emitting invisible steam. On the secondary dimension map, the fleet finally lived in the same bubble as the target red dot, and the distance was getting closer. Seeing this, Luo quickly walked to the front porthole, looked in the direction where the red dot was moving, and shouted, "Prepare for combat! Prepare for the dimension to exile bullets." The two of them stared at the window, and finally, a figure approached quickly. Just as he was about to give an order, Luo suddenly saw the figure clearly and quickly changed his words. "Wait, don't fire first. This person doesn't look like a black star, and his aura is different from that in the information." Claudia was wearing a mecha, covering her appearance, but did not hide her energy fluctuations. The abilities of the supernatural beings are completely different from those of the mechanic. After experiencing them closely, he discovered a significant difference in energy fluctuations. Claudia sensed this group of people from a distance, slowed down slowly, stopped in front of the fleet, opened wide area communication, and spoke coldly. Who are you? Why are you intercepting me? We are just a secondary dimension exploration team. Not intercepting you, but just encountered by chance. Luo sent a reply. Claudia observed the space distortion caused by the rapid jump of this fleet, and knew that the group of people were lying, but he did not expose it, and asked, What force do you explore team belong to? It's just a private organization's troops who want to collect some specialties from a secondary dimension. By the way, you actually shuttled through the secondary dimension alone, probably the famous Super A level. I wonder if we are honored to know your name. Luo Zi lowered his posture. I'm just an ordinary Super A level, Claudia said lightly. Luo cursed in his heart. I'm going to be a peak level Super A level. You pretend to be a horse. Luo and Fei were secretly furious. They were also Super A level. If the detection radar had not reflected the opponent's combat power, the two of them would not have put their posture so low. The interplanar detection radar of living organisms is a large device dedicated to the secondary dimension world, but is not accurate enough. The search conditions were obviously harsh enough, but the two of them didn't expect that they were so unlucky, and they actually met another peak Super A level who had no idea of their origin. The two of them didn't know Claudia's identity at this time and didn't want to make trouble, so they were unwilling to use force and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. This Super A level excellency, if we accidentally offend you and cause you to misunderstand, then I apologize. If nothing is wrong, we will leave first. As he said that, he did not wait for Claudia to reply and quickly asked the fleet to turn around and run away. Looking back, the two of them found that Claudia was not chasing him, but just stayed there and watched them leave. It seems that he doesn't plan to attack us. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I'm not interested in us. Fei was also secretly grateful. Hurry out of this secondary dimension first. Luo turned his head and instructed the crew, tag this target, don't hit him again, redebug the interplane detection radar, and find the second peak Super A-level signal. The two were not interested in Claudia's identity at all. The world of the secondary dimension was crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and the two did not want to cause trouble. Everything was put first. On the other side, Claudia watched the fleet go away without chasing. The secondary dimension hides many forces from the main universe. They operate secretly here, hide from the east and west, and try to avoid the rule of the three major civilizations. In the eyes of the three major civilizations, they are all a group of mice. In Claudia's opinion, this group of people is probably the same force. They found the wrong prey and accidentally bumped into themselves. His target for this trip was a traveler. Since this group of people were so sensible, he was too lazy to make trouble. After taking a look at the direction of the fleet's departure, Claudia moved in the other direction, constantly jumping. Not long after, Claudia arrived at his destination and entered the secondary dimension of fell aggregation. He looked around and saw that there was only the squirming, corrosive purple-green energy in his sight, like the layered, wrinkled stomach walls, constantly setting off waves of tsunamis and bubbling with purple-green bubbles, like flooding gastric juice, just like the stomach bag of some strange creature. Just as Claudia was observing the surroundings, one of the inner walls of the fell energy gathered, squeezed out a male upper body, covered with purple-green mucus, which was the traveler. His skin was pale at this time, and his whole body exuded an evil temperament, and he entered a manic mode where he could not keep calm. The traveler's lower body was swallowed, and a series of energy waves that were visible to the naked eye were constantly spreading out, which were transmitted on the purple-green inner wall and absorbed by the aggregation of fell energy. Claudia frowned slightly. With his knowledge, it is not difficult to see that the traveler is spreading his own genetic essence and complicating with this secondary dimension that seems to be alive. Dark Emperor Claudia, I don't know what you were looking for me to do. Do you want to join us? I don't mind. The traveler laughed hoarsely. Claudia remained indifferent and said lightly, You participated in the battle to encircle and suppress the allies of the Empire, committing crimes, and I am your verdict. So you are here to kill me? The traveler curled his lips and raised a playful smile. At this moment, countless figures emerge from the inner wall of the evil energy gathering, forming an endless army. Most of them are dangerous creatures of different void dimensions, and 3 figures exuded a super ill-level aura, all of which were helpers called by the Traveler. When the divination was about to come, the Traveler used his connections in the secondary dimension to wait for the rabbit to set up an ambush. Is this the Dark Emperor of the main universe? At this time, a super A-level who came to help stood up with his arms and said casually, "It doesn't seem to be so uncautious." Another super A-level looked at the Traveler below and said in a deep voice, "Remember our agreement. This time, I will only help you drive out the strong enemies and will not be responsible for killing the Dark Emperor. Otherwise, the Red Empire will definitely chase me like crazy." Hearing this, Clody glanced at the 3 super A-levels, all of which were strangers I had never seen before, and immediately realized the 3 major civilizations cannot monitor the birth of each super A-level. There are always some people who are unwilling to be recorded by the 3 major civilizations. As long as they keep hiding their identity and strength, do not form forces, and do not do any deeds, the 3 major civilizations will have no way of knowing their existence. A considerable number of people hid in the secondary dimension and never appeared in the main universe. There are neutrals who are worried about persecution, and there are secret combat powers affiliated to other high-level civilizations, such as the Superstar Cluster civilization. After the peak of the tragedy, they did not dare to show any super A-level on the surface, so they sent some secret allies into the secondary dimension to hide them, so they did not let the 3 major civilizations know their existence. At this time, the Traveler opened his arms and looked up at Clody, laughing wildly. "Ha! Dark Emperor, you do have amazing combat power in the main universe, but this is my home court. If you want to kill me, can you do it?" Clody's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with dark black light. He raised his arms slightly, dark energy gathered, and slowly spoke. "Since that's the case, I have to break you in your home court." Han Xiao and Emmys followed the chaos secret energy to shuttle through the secondary dimensions and witnessed all kinds of bizarre scenes. After a long time, the 2 stopped shuttle. "We're here. This is the old nest of the holy light particles." Chaos Secret Nung was excited. Han Xiaoyu looked around and saw that this was a dazzling world, with endless land, mountains, forests, and rivers. However, what constituted all of this was the real light and colorful. The towering mountain peaks are like giant gems, and the river flows with a sticky liquid light like milk. Every leaf standing in the forest is like a mirror reflecting colorful light. Everything is so pure and flawless, like a country of light, like a dreamy fairy tale. It's pretty. This is the first time I've come to this secondary dimension. Emmys couldn't help rubbing his eyes and said helplessly, "It's just a bit hurting his eyes. It's a little dazzling." Han Xiao grinned and withdrew his gaze. "How should I find it?" Chaos Seeing smiled and said, "Hee, it either sleeps deeply or deliberately hides from the missing person. Leave it to me. It is very sensitive to my energy. As long as it comes into contact with me, it will become manic, so as long as I release my breath, it can arouse its natural reaction and let it come out on its own initiative." Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but glance at Seeing with a strange glance. "This is too strange. It sounds like you trained it." The space contains abundant light energy. From the perspective of a magician, it is filled with super high concentrations of light elements. Han Xiao took Emmys to land on a shallow river. The soil was colorful light sand, and it was no different from the beach when stepped on it. Emmys squatted down, twisted up a grain of light sand, and observed the irregular solid curiously. His fingers pressed slightly to crush it. The grain of light sand cracked, turning into mist-like light dust, and slowly took off. Looking up, a vast sea of clouds covers the sky, all composed of gaseous light and dust like a dream. From time to time, light dust will rise from various places and merge into the sea of clouds. When it accumulates to a certain extent, rainfall will occur in this sea of clouds, allowing the dust to fall to the earth, forming a new landform and repeating in this cycle. So beautiful, Emmys exclaimed. Han Xiao came to the river and scooped up a handful of liquid light. He watched the golden liquid flowing through his fingers and couldn't help but mutter, "The light pollution here is very serious. Do you have to destroy the atmosphere?" Embers was helpless. To be honest, Han Xiao curled his lips, called out several industrial collection equipment, and said casually, "The phenomenon here is very strange and has great research value. It just so happens to collect some materials and go back to do experiments." As he said that, he anchored the coordinates of this secondary dimension and recorded it in the database to facilitate the next time he came back. After thinking about it, he named this secondary dimension the Kingdom of Light. Having done all this, Han Xiao arranged some space-stable anchors with fixed time and space coefficients to prevent the holy light particles from escaping. Then he patted the secret energy and said, "Force the holy light particles out." The chaos secret energy had been impatient and received the instruction. Without saying a word, he released red energy, sank into the earth, forming a huge spider web, spreading rapidly. When Han Xiaoma counted to 221, the chaos secret cannon finally reacted and said with malicious intentions, "I found it. It is indeed sleeping. See me to wake it up." After the words came, Han Xiao and Emeth noticed that the earth under their feet suddenly shook, and in the next moment, the entire space vibrated and the earth shook. Boom! Before the two of them could observe, a huge fountain of light suddenly spewed out from the distant earth, rushed straight into the sky, turning into a platinum with a sense of holiness. At the core was a sphere as dazzling as a star, as if there was a sun in the air. At this time, in this platinum light ball, there were red energy of chaotic secret energy visible to the naked eye, just like hot oil encountering cold water, and the reaction was extremely fierce. As the light ball appeared, a manic mental fluctuation of anger instantly swept across. "Mothaniel, you sneak attacked me while I was sleeping. I must kill you today. Narusis, is my energy delicious? Do you miss it?" Chaos Secret smiled, his tone with an aftertaste that was still unsatisfactory. Hearing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "I always feel that this is a lot of information, and it sounds like this is not the first time I've done this. Hiss, your superpower circle is really messy." Chaos Secret Inner turned his head and looked at Han Xiao, and smiled and said, "This is what you were talking about. It is a little irritated. I will leave it to you next. The original supernatural body is very ancient and has its own names. Chaos secret energies and holy light particles are just the names of them outside. The holy light particles moved over quickly, and then they found the traces of the group. Seeing the secret energy, they turned from anger to joy and gloated and said, "Huh? You were made into a puppet again? Ha ha, you deserve it. Don't be proud. You're about to go too." Chaos secret energy sneered, "Xiao, it's your turn next." The holy light particle turned her head and looked at Han Xiao and Emmys and said dissatisfiedly, "Humph, you are still so despicable. You two little guys from the main universe, no matter how it bewitches you, I am not interested in playing with you now. Go back to the main universe, don't bother me." Han Xiao didn't care, so he took out a canned storage device and tilted his head. "Are you coming in by yourself? Or am I helping you?" Hearing this, the holy light particle's body shone brightly, and it burst out with a wave-like energy fluctuation as if the aura was fully opened, causing the whole space to vibrate slightly, and his tone was extremely confident and arrogant. "I'm not a weak person like Mothaniel. Are you mentally prepared to catch me?" 30 seconds later. "It hurts, so hurts, don't hit it, I admit defeat." The holy light particles that were too arrogant just now have shrunk countless times and were packed in a jar, like a pool of golden liquid, and the electromagnetic constraint field of the storage device was sizzling with electricity. Han Xiao shook the storage device and staggered the holy light particles a few times. That's it. Embers looked speechless. She thought the holy light particles were so powerful. She was ready for battle just now, but she didn't expect that Han Xiao slapped her and the holy light particles stopped. "This is too, younger brother." Han Xiao was not surprised at all. In front of the peak Super A level, the original superpower body could not cause any storm. He was just wondering where the holy light particles came from. Seeing that his old gay friend was in trouble, it was Chaos Secret who was gloating. He came to the storage device and said, "Welcome to be with me, so I won't be lonely. Mothaniel, I will kill you sooner or later." The holy light particle was heartbroken. "It's okay if you are unlucky. You have to drag him into the water." It's simply a model of careless friendship. At this time, Han Xiao bounced the glass of the storage device with his finger and interrupted, "You have time to communicate in the future. Answer my question first. What abilities do you have?" The holy light particle said furiously, "I tell you, I am not as easy to surrender as Mozaniel. Even if you torture me, I will." 30 seconds later, the holy light particle, which was fucked by Chaos Secret, was lying at the bottom of the containment device, tremblingly introducing his abilities. "My most basic ability is to enhance physical fitness, fly at speed, and shuttle dimensionally. It can also grant the power of holy light to others. It is also aggressive. The host can use me to punish evil." There are two standards for judging evil. One is determined by the host's own beliefs, and the other is based on the punishment target's inner understanding of the crime committed. The more serious the target's crime, the stronger the punishment of the damage. In addition, I can purify the filth, help the target expel relevant negative states, and heal the wound to a certain extent. The holy light particle expounded all the details like a bamboo tube of beans. Han Xiao nodded and listened, secretly despising the holy light particles. Just listening to the name, he thought this guy was pure and innocent, but he didn't expect to be honest after a fight. He was as honest as the Chaos Secret can. Could it be like this after living too long? The ability of the holy light particles to judge sins and purify evil spirits does have a sacred style, but the standards are more idealistic. Only when you meet a righteous man with firm beliefs as the host can you exert your maximum power. Compared to these, what Han Xiao cares more about is the ability of the holy light particles to give others the holy light. After asking carefully, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Holy light itself is a type of multidimensional energy and is not a rare existence. It can be used by both advanced mechanics and magicians, and has the characteristics of spiritual power. However, although the holy light is not rare, it is not something that ordinary people can use. The holy light particles can give any intelligent life body holy light seed. As long as the target trains itself, nourishes the seeds with faith, and makes them blossom and bear fruit, they can master the holy light energy and can be enhanced with the exercise. This means that the holy light particles can bring an additional growth system, allowing ordinary people to have power from scratch, and even superpowers can obtain this ability. However, since the premise is to obtain the holy light seed, and the energy given can be reclaimed by the holy light particles, the universality is limited and does not belong to the 5 superpower systems that can awaken by themselves, and it is more like a secondary profession. Han Xiao learned from the holy light particles that when the holy light particles were following the host, they used this method to reversely enhance the host's strength, to reclaim the mature, holy light seeds cultivated by others, which can enhance itself. This is equivalent to seizing the fruits of other people's labor and letting others work for him in vain. After listening to its experience, Han Xiao's eyes, when he looked at the holy light particles, became much more friendly. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to be a peer in the leak capital industry." Han Xiaoxin believed that seeing was true, and let the unwilling holy light particles use this ability on him. A warm golden light surged into his body, and the panel immediately gave a prompt. You obtain a new skill, Holy Light Seed. Holy Light Seed. Passive ability. This is the foundation of the power of the holy light, and it needs to be nourished by faith. After maturity, you can awaken the deputy profession, Holy Light Messenger, requiring a belief value of 05000. The belief value can be increased through meditation, sacrifice, spiritual exercise, killing criminals, etc. So that's it. This ability is very strategic. If it is not taken back, many ordinary people without superpower qualifications can be trained into warriors who master the holy light. In this way, the grassroots combat power of the Legion will be greatly improved. Han Xiao pondered secretly. This is an unexpected surprise. Perhaps you can also sell this opportunity to players, which seems to be very marketable. However, Evans did not show this ability in his previous life, so he probably had any restrictions. After cross-examination, Han Xiao got the answer. As expected, every holy light seed is the essence of the original shared by the holy light particles, and the original power is recovered very slowly. If used too much, the vitality will be severely damaged, and the host will be deficient in kidney. It will be useless to force it to extract it at that time, and it will be useless. It will be gone in a drop. If I quickly restore the origin, I seem to have a way. Han Xiao thought. He had a vague idea, but it was not the time to test it, so he had to put away the containment device. Han Xiao asked the holy light particles to take away the holy light seeds on his body. He just tested it and did not need this secondary profession. According to his original idea, he was to make the holy light particles into secret energy, but now it seems that perhaps making it into a secret energy tool is not the best choice. Han Xiao looked at the panel and said that the Chaos Secret Energy's ancient enemy mission has been shown to be completed. Starting with the 2040 experience, I also got 2 character cards. As expected, they're the Chaos Secret Energy and the Holy Light Particles. Their abilities are not surprising, namely the extraction of Star Core Energy and the Holy Flame Judgment. With the original in hand, these 2 character cards are better than nothing. Han Xiao is more concerned about the new milestone mission that has been opened by the mission, Original Power Collector. Original Power Collector, not activated. Activation conditions have at least 4 original power bodies, currently 24. Ability. When you fight with power bodies, your full attributes will slightly increase, and the damage caused by power bodies to you dash 12-20%. Reward. Third Sanctuary, Skill Fragment X1. Han Xiao was slightly surprised. The Third Sanctuary? What's this? I remember the skill fragments in my hand, which seemed to be the first sanctuary. Is there any connection here? What the hell is this? Han Xiao muttered secretly. This problem has troubled him for a long time, but unfortunately, he can't find a clue. He suppressed his curiosity and looked at the milestone ability with targeted effects and specialized in restraining superpowers, which is of some use. The mission requirements are 4 original psychotropic bodies, which means that there are still 2 less, and the difficulty is still relatively high. It is mainly difficult to find the target, so try it as much as possible. As expected at the beginning, it is not difficult to solve the holy light particles. After completing the main work, Han Xiao accompanied Emeth to visit the Kingdom of Light, waiting to collect enough sample materials, and then the 2 left this secondary dimension and headed to the next deadly place. The light flashed, and the Chaos Secret can bring Han Xiao and the others to a dead place according to the coordinates given by Kirkman. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Han Xiao couldn't help but scream. Wow, it's really scary here. This secondary dimension was deeply colored. The space wall was full of holes, and violent space turbulence continued to invade and rage. The sky was an endless space storm, flashing with blue and purple light, and below was a black desert. However, many places were swallowed by the space turbulence, turning into nothingness. The land was torn apart and turned into broken floating islands. Han Xiao's eyes moved. He took out the resurrection coin he was wearing with his close body, and found that the resurrection coin was heating up, and he did react. So, the dead land is indeed related to Hela. Han Xiao let go of his perception and searched for the entire secondary dimension, but he found nothing and could not feel anything special. Just like Kirkman said, this secondary dimension is on the verge of dying and nothing is there. At this time, Emmer shook his head and said, "It seems that only Hela comes here in person can find the clues." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded in agreement. It is estimated that Hellas' ability can resonate with the Deadland and activate certain special events. Although his strength is stronger, it obviously does not meet the conditions. At least, I helped her explore the way. It will be convenient for her to come next time. Han Xiao anchored the coordinates of this dimension in the database. The two were about to leave, when suddenly, a powerful energy source of life form appeared out of thin air and broke into their perception range. The two of them turned to look and saw a figure covered in bruises falling out of a space turbulent stream, just falling into a hole in the space wall of the deadly place. Emmys blinked, looking puzzled. Hey, this person seems a little familiar. At the same time, to your excellencies, the interplane detection radar has locked the target. In the spacecraft command room, Luo and Fei hurriedly checked the map. It's not the person we met before, right? No, he is in another secondary dimension, and now he detects the second peak super A-level signal. Confirm that he is not wrong. Luo decisively ordered, Okay, lock in the new target and move forward at full speed. On the other side, the fell energy aggregation. The space wall was treated rudely, like a balloon, cracking from the inside, causing this secondary dimension to lose all protection. The originally active purple-green evil energy seemed to have lost all its vitality and was swept away by the space turbulence along with all the corpses here and disappeared without a trace. This special secondary dimension that gave birth to life has become a wreckage, leaving only dead silence, and is rapidly dying. Claudia crushed the last head that helped the Super A-level team, looked up at the raging space storm around, frowned, a little dissatisfied with his performance. I haven't taken action for too long, and I have indeed regressed. I accidentally used too much force and was actually fled by him in the space turbulence. I escaped. In the thunderous cloud-like space storm, a green ball of light floated and sank, and it was the traveler who wrapped his body with a magic shield. At this moment, he was no longer in a crazy mode where evil energy aggregation affects his mind. Although his skin color was still pale, his evil temperament had disappeared and his expression had returned to normal, leaving only his face full of fear and reluctance. In order to ambush Claudia, the traveler found friends he had met in the secondary dimension over the years. He thought that with him a total of 4 Super A levels, he could force the Dark Emperor to retreat even if he was not good. However, reality gave him a big mouth. Claudia is too strong, and he is a super high-risk superpower. The development level has reached a very high level. The attack power is so strong that it is explosive. Through dark energy simulation, it simulates a phenomenon similar to a miniature cosmic explosion and overturns the entire secondary dimension of the fell energy aggregation and bloats the space wall from the inside. If it's just a person who is strong, it's fine. Although they are defeated by the Super A level, they still have a chance to run. However, what makes travelers most desperate is that Claudia has cosmic treasures in his hands, and there are several. As the direct line of the Empire and the head of state, Claudia never lacks cosmic treasures and does not need to be redeemed. In order to facilitate his mission, the Empire took the initiative to take out different cosmic treasures from the warehouse and handed them over to Claudia for use, just like a rationed ordnance. This time, when he went to the secondary dimension to perform a mission, Claudia brought 5 cosmic treasures from the Empire's warehouse, which was of great benefit to his combat power. He took all his strength and directly killed 3 assisted Super A-level players who had not yet reached the energy level limit. Only the Traveler took advantage of his wife's explosion and used the invading space turbulence to randomly shuttle and escape from the heaven of birth because of his relationship with the secondary dimension. The evil energy gathered away, and he could not summon it in the future, causing his combat power to plummet, and he turned back to the original level of Super A level. Years of hard work became useless, and his heart was so heartbreaking that it seemed as if his heart was wrinkled. But it is also a blessing in disguise. The enemy can no longer track themselves through evil aggregation. As long as they hide it well, it will be safe. Living means there is still a chance. The traveler's heart is filled with glory for surviving the disaster. and it's not without hope of making a comeback. The traveler lowered his head and spread his palms, and an irregularly shaped purple-green fragment lay quietly in his palm, with a texture like glass. This is the source energy fragment of Fel energy aggregation. As long as you plant it in the secondary dimension world by special methods, you have a chance to grow a new Fel energy aggregation again, which only takes a long time. As long as I avoid the pursuit of the Red Empire, when they give up, I will have enough time to recover my strength. It seems that I have to hide in the secondary dimension world for dozens or hundreds of years. Fortunately, my lifespan is still very long. The traveler secretly breathed a sigh of relief, got rid of the haze of failure, and cheered himself up again. If you survive a great disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. At this moment, 3 space wall cracks suddenly appeared in the space storm, and I don't know which secondary dimensions it leads to. Inside the space storm, encountering a crack in the space wall is equivalent to encountering an exit. Otherwise, you can only be lost in the space turbulence. I actually encountered the exit so soon. It seems that I am going to transfer the fortune. The traveler's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he directly chose one of the cracks and flew straight in. The next moment, the world in front of me changed into a secondary dimension full of holes, with countless broken black floating islands inside, dead silent. The traveler walked through the space wall and fell into this secondary dimension. Before he could be happy that he had escaped, he saw at a glance that a man and a woman in the dimension were looking up at him blankly, not wearing a mecha helmet. Seeing the two of them clearly, the traveler's smile froze on his face and suddenly became shocked. Black Star and Dragon. Damn, why are they here? I just dodged one ruthless person. Why did I bump into another one? The traveler's eyes almost popped out. Before he could think about the reason, he immediately stopped his falling body and quickly returned along the original path, rushing towards the turbulent space above. Don't run. Emmys immediately reacted, reached out and pulled hard, and a powerful force field grabbed the traveler's body that was trying to escape and pulled him towards him. The traveler was in a serious state of injury, and he lost his evil energy aggregation and suffered backlash. His condition was extremely bad at this time, and he could not escape Emetha's position. I can't fall here. The traveler was secretly fierce, and he used secret techniques to stimulate the tired spirit regardless of the consequences, allowing the magic to run at high speed and cast spells quickly. The prototype of a portal quickly formed around him and took shape quickly. However, before he could complete the casting, a sudden imprisonment force field interrupted his spell. Below, Emmy's usual lazy eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at the traveler from afar, and a circle of force ripples burst out from the middle of her eyebrows. Buzz! Force field, dragon's gaze. The traveler's body was instantly fixed in midair. Before he could respond, a flash of flowers appeared in front of him. Emmers flashed through the void, raised his palm, and gently pressed it on his forehead. The next moment, a violent force field gushed out from Emetha's palm and poured into the traveler's body. Force field stress tear. The force field in the traveler's body suddenly pulled in all directions, with different directions, forming countless interactive forces. Crack rub. The sound of countless bones and tendons in the traveler's ears sounded in his ears, and a violent pain burst out, sweeping through every nerve of his body, making him unable to control his pain to the twisted facial expression. Puff! Blood flowers exploded in all parts of the traveler's body, dyeing him into a bloody man, and opened his mouth and let out a silent scream. The already serious injury suddenly became worse. At this time, Emmer's eyes shone with a cold light, and she raised her long leg high. The concentrated force field condensed into an extremely sharp cutting force on her calf, and she slashed down suddenly. Force field dragon axe. Brush. Emmy's long legs slashed in from the traveler's right shoulder like a hot knife slashing through butter, directly slashing the traveler's arm. She did not give the traveler any chance to resist, and took advantage of the opportunity to step on the traveler's neck and landed on a broken black floating island below, trampling the dying traveler tightly under her feet. At this time, Han Xiao flew over slowly and looked at Emmys, who was acting fierce. "Why are you suddenly so cruel? You are not like you." Emmys didn't look back, but just stared at the traveler under his feet and said lightly, "He came to attack the Black Star Palace when Hela was besieged. I didn't understand it at that time, and later I guessed that he wanted to lure out your master clone and share your energy to rescue Hela. But you have the foresight and asked me to stay in the Black Star Palace, which did not let him succeed." Facing the traveler, Emmy was not ruthless, not only because he was in the same group as those enemies who tried to kill Hela, but also because of these people that forced Han Xiao to pay the price of burning potential. In her opinion, Han Xiao kept silent about this because she didn't want Hyla to feel guilty. Emmers understood Han Xiao's approach, but she would not really forget it and kept it in her heart. "This time I came to the secondary dimension world for a trip, mainly to accompany Han Xiao to relax, in her opinion. But I had the intention to settle the score with the traveler." At this time, new and old hatreds broke out together, and Emmys was thunderous as soon as he made a move, without any hesitation. Han Xiao stuttered twice, squatted down to look at the seriously injured traveler, and said happily, "Oh, what day is today? Your luck is so smooth. I originally wanted to settle the score with you, but I didn't expect you to come to your door." The traveler's face turned red. His blue veins were exposed, and he felt a sense of grievance and resentment. After finally escaping from the Dark Emperor's clutch, he actually hit the gun of Black Star again. Just after he left the tiger's den, he entered the wolf's den again. His mentality fluctuates greatly, and the traveler is now depressed, and he doesn't even have the energy to scold his unfair fate. He had no words to say when he was not lucky, and could only sigh in his heart. "This is luck, and it is God who will destroy me." Han Xiao looked at the injury caused by the Dark Emperor on the traveler, and said curiously, "Who did you meet?" "He was seriously injured." The traveler kept silent, looking at death. He was quite normal when he was not affected by the aggregation of evil energy. Since he knew that he was unlucky, he would not beg for mercy. "Oh, I'm pretty strong." Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he laughed softly. "I just don't know what the Star Arc civilization will react when you die. You don't need to deny it. Since I can accurately call out the civilization you serve, there is naturally ironclad evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the traveler suddenly changed his expression, looking at Han Xiao in horror. When he was in the outside world, he used the neutral camp as a disguise and accepted employment from different civilizations to cover up the fact that he belonged to a certain superstar cluster civilization. His true identity has always been his secret, and the Star Arc civilization is the superstar cluster civilization he secretly played for, and the outside world does not know about this. In this way, no matter what he does, he will not be affected by civilization, which is also the reason why he can make trouble with confidence. But now, the identity that had been hidden has been suddenly shattered by Han Xiao, and the traveler was shocked and in a mess. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but listening to Han Xiao's determined expression and tone, he obviously controlled the evidence and was not cheating on him. Why are you? Why do I know?" Han Xiao took the conversation, showed a wicked smile, and joked, "This is all told by Sorgen." He was just used to shirking the blame, but the traveler's reaction was beyond his expectations. "It's him." The traveler gritted his teeth. He noticed the flaw, and the senior management shouldn't have cooperated with him. "Huh, is there really something about Sorokin in this?" Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. He also thought it was the Superstar Group civilization that made its own decision and wanted to take advantage of the troubled waters to intensify the contradictions among the three major civilizations. But he did not know that the traveler came to attack the Black Star Palace, which was really related to Sorgen. It seemed like he accidentally discovered an interesting inside story. Han Xiao's thoughts were heard, and he smiled and said, "Since I know your origin, you should just explain the process obediently. Otherwise, you will know the consequences, and your account will be counted on the Xingu civilization, and I may be able to help you. If the traveler is alone, he can die generously, but according to the information in his previous life, the traveler is loyal to the Xingu civilization, and now he has exposed his concerns, and is immediately caught by Han Xiao. Moreover, the traveler deeply hated Sorokin to tell Black Star about this, and was even more worried that he would tell more people, so he would simply confess Sorokin's cooperation agreement. This is not only a compromise, but he also tried to use this method to arouse the hatred of Black Star against Sorokin. Maybe he could use a knife to kill someone and get rid of Sorokin. The traveler said it all the time, and Han Xiao understood the hidden truth behind the incident. His eyes flashed continuously. He pinched his chin and pondered in a low voice. Sorokin. It turns out that the person in the Superstar Group Alliance is you. You are the guy who wants to take advantage of the situation, and you are standing on the opposite side of the Super A-level United Front. Contacting the inside story exposed by the traveler, coupled with the limited information in his previous life, Han Xiao sneered secretly, probably understanding Sorokin's true intentions. What maintains the balance of the universe, what should be content with Super A-level, and what should be seen from the perspective of the group are all high-sounding bullshits. But they're just the banner of ambitious people. There are two ways to go up. One is to develop to a higher level, and the other is to reduce competitors. Sorokin is the latter. In Han Xiao's opinion, this guy wishes that only single-digit Super A-level left in the entire universe is just to gain exclusive privileges. The less advanced combat power, the smaller the obstacles he will have, so it is natural that he wants to reduce the number of Super A-levels. So he uses the camp differences set by advanced civilizations to provoke conflicts between Super A-levels. Han Xiao was actually always alert to Sorokin, but he was not sure about his plan. Now that he officially knew Sorokin's goal, it was equivalent to exposing a powerful enemy hiding in the dark to plan a conspiracy, and he could make targeted preparations in the future. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. After putting away these plans, Han Xiao pointed to the traveler's wound and asked, "Then what's going on with your injury? Who is chasing you?" The traveler glared at Han Xiao in grief and gritted his teeth and said, "It's the Dark Emperor of your Red Empire." "Hey, is he here too?" Han Xiao was surprised. Thinking of the information that the Dark Emperor stepped down as the head of State Guard, he suddenly realized. It seems that the head of the empire was dissatisfied with the recooperation between Guanghui and Su Ling, coupled with the problem of the Shining World and evolutionary totem. So he wanted to establish his authority in advanced combat power. So he asked the Dark Emperor to take action and chase the enemy, to warn organizations that were ill-hearted. Speaking of which, for the peak A-level, Super A-level position of the Dark Emperor, the position of the personal guard is actually a shackle. Han Xiao couldn't help but secretly exclaimed when he heard that Claudia easily solved the traveler's ambush. "I am worthy of being a member of the Shadow Guy group of the three major civilization aces, and it is indeed sharp." Han Xiao thought about it, activated the communication system of the Imperial Mecha, found the outpost of the Red Empire, 000, and dialed it over. The secondary dimension is no better than the main universe, without quantum network coverage, and many places are signal-free zones. However, Han Xiao has a very large-scale quantum base station, and the secondary dimension mech worn by Claudia is a special model for the Empire, equipped with specially made directional communication equipment, which can be contacted with the Empire outpost to prevent disappearance. So Han Xiao simply called the Empire's base in the secondary dimension to use this as a repeater to transfer it to Claudia. Because the traveler is the mission target of the Dark Emperor, Han Xiao felt it was necessary to notify Claudia. Otherwise, he would mistakenly think that the traveler had escaped and would waste his energy in the secondary dimension world and look for someone stupidly. After waiting for a while, the communication finally connected, and a remote projection of Claudia appeared in front of him, and he was frowning. "Black Star? What are you asking me for?" They are both pillars of the Empire, but due to the differences in responsibilities and identities, the two have had very limited communication over the past decades, and their relationships are average, and they have no other friendships, but only their interactions are limited to colleagues at work. "The traveler is here. I'm caught by me." Han Xiao briefly said the matter. After hearing this, Claudia replied concisely, "I'll go there immediately and confirm with my own eyes." "Okay." Han Xiao paused and sent the coordinates to the Dark Emperor. Claudia nodded and said slowly, By the way, when the traveler ran away, he took away a piece of the source energy fragment of the evil energy aggregate. If you look carefully, it should still be in his hands. After that, his remote projection disappeared. He hung up the communication, without any intention of greetings. "So cold," Han Xiao murmured, then turned his head to look at the traveler, and reached out to say, "Power energy fragments, take them out." The traveler gritted his teeth, unwilling to do so, took out the source energy fragments aggregated by evil energy, just like handing over his wife. His face turned ugly and green. Han Xiao took it in his hand and played with it carefully. This is the key to the traveler summoning the fell energy aggregation, just like the wick of the shadow lantern. Through the medium of source energy fragments, the special energy in the secondary dimension is exerted. Unfortunately, the evil energy has disappeared now, and this source energy fragment can only serve as a fire seed. However, thinking of the crazy state after the traveler possessed, he did not intend to become the groom of the evil energy aggregation. Han Xiao put away the spoil and secretly thought about how to deal with the traveler. According to his opinion, of course it is best to seal the amber of time and space, but the Dark Emperor's mission is to kill him, and Emeth doesn't seem to want to give up. Buzz! While he was thinking, the three people present moved at the same time and noticed a strange signal. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a wall of space blooming in the distance, spitting out a small fleet. Before Han Xiao and the other two were confused, the fleet identified the position a little and turned around and rushed towards the three of them. They were full of momentum, and the arrival was not good. In the main ship command room, Luo stared at Han Xiao with an inexplicable look on the screen and shouted in a deep voice, "This time, that's right, that's Black Star." The whole ship obeys the order, locks the target, and prepares to fire. Are this group of people passing by, or coming to us? Who are they? Han Xiao looked at the fleet that was approaching rapidly. The other party spacecraft had no power sign and did not know what organization it belonged to. He couldn't help but look puzzled. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Han Xiao was also ready for battle, and his mechanical force rushed in his body. But just as he was about to take action, the space wall, not far away, burst into cracks again, and Claudia finally arrived. And the next moment, the fleet braked instantly, stopped halfway, motionless. What's going on with this fleet? Han Xiao glanced at the fleet for no reason. At this time, Claudia flew over, and he had to turn around and greet him. "Hello, Dark Emperor." "Well, Black Star." Claudia nodded slightly, turned his eyes to the dying traveler at Emmy's feet, and asked, "How did you meet him?" "It just happened." Han Xiao briefly said the process. After hearing this, Claudia's expressionless face twitched slightly on the corners of his eyes and whispered, "This is really unlucky." He broke up the aggregation of evil energy and lost the clues to find the traveler. He was still thinking about how to continue tracking, but he didn't expect that the traveler was so unlucky, so he turned around and ran into the Black Star. He was not curious about why Han Xiao was here, and Claudia generally didn't care about other super A-level private matters. "I heard that your mission is to kill him?" Han Xiao asked. Claudia nodded. "The traveler is just one of the targets. The head of state's order is to kill if you cannot be captured alive. If you catch it, a public trial will be held, and these super A-level death sentences will be executed and live broadcast to the entire universe. Oh, by the way, I will also interrogate who his employer is. Do you have other hunting targets?" Claudia glanced at him. "It's just a few neutral super A-level who likes to be mercenaries. Do they have anything to do with the Hela rescue war?" Han Xiao was curious. The Empire has the final say. Claudia said indifferently and didn't care. Han Xiao was silent and had nothing to say. Those neutral super A-level who were regarded as targets were probably innocent in this matter, but they were unlucky to be used as a tool for establishing power by the Empire. The Dark Emperor is worthy of being a loyal emperor in the Empire and doesn't care about this. Some neutral and super A-level harsh living environments can be seen. Han Xiao immediately thought of the Superstar Group civilization and knew that the several targets the Empire chose were probably the guys hired by the Superstar Group Alliance, using the Hella Rescue War as an excuse to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey, and kill the wings of the Superstar Group Alliance. Perhaps we can also follow the example of the Peak of the Peak and use conflict as an excuse to reduce the number of A-levels. Han Xiao shook his head, moved away from the topic, and said, I have interrogated just now, and I have pried out the identity of the mastermind behind him. Who is it? The communication between the two did not block the traveler. When the traveler heard this, his face changed suddenly, and he stared at Han Xiao nervously, for fear that he would reveal the existence of the Star Ark civilization. However, he saw Han Xiao throwing a look at him. The traveler immediately understood and hurriedly interrupted. Sorokin, he hired me to attack the Black Star Palace, involving Black Star's energy, and indirectly help the encirclement of Guanghui and Zuling. It turned out to be him. Isn't he a pure businessman? Claudia frowned, a little surprised, and couldn't help looking at Han Xiao. Do you think it's trustworthy? I think it's quite reliable. The traveler is just a neutral mercenary and will not attack me for no reason. Han Xiao smiled. Sorojin is indeed related, but Han Xiao signaled the traveler to conceal the identity of the Star Ark civilization and threw the blame on Sorojin. In this way, the Empire's hatred will not be shared, but will be attracted by Sorojin. Anyway, Sorokin is really not clean, so he is not afraid of not being able to find evidence. Although Technician Han is an upcoming shareholder of the Infinite Consortium, he will not really help Sorojin develop for the sake of dividends. Not to mention that he just learned that the other party was secretly plotting against him. It just so happened that it would be better to use the Red Empire to trick Sorokin into making the senior management alert to this guy. I will tell head of state, but I still need to take the traveler back for interrogation. Claudia pondered. Han Xiao nodded, turned around and patted Emmer's thigh, signaling her to lift her feet, and then took out the time and space amber to seal the traveler, who was unable to resist. While doing this, Han Xiao pointed to the strange fleet that was motionless and pretending to be air not far away. By the way, I just wanted to ask, are they your troops? Hearing this, Claudia was stunned. I thought they were your people. As soon as he came, he discovered that this fleet was the one he met not long ago. Seeing Han Xiao staying with the fleet, he thought they were in the same group, and thought he had misunderstood before, so he didn't care. In Han Xiao's opinion, he only gave the coordinates to the Dark Emperor, and the fleet and the Dark Emperor were here, so he mistakenly thought that this army was a subordinate of the Dark Emperor. Both of them thought that this fleet was related to the other party, but when they made it clear, they realized that it was a third-party force. Realizing this, Claudia opened the wide-area channel and shouted, "Who are you, and why are you following me?" In his opinion, he met the other party twice, and it was only possible that the other party was following him. At this moment, Luo and Fei were already crazy in the command room of the fleet. Originally locked in Black Star, he was ready to take action, but the two of them did not expect that the first peak super A-level marked on the map would move at the critical moment and also come to this secondary dimension. The emergency disrupted the plan, and the two quickly asked the fleet to break and did not dare to fire rashly. Seeing that Black Star and another peak super A-level team were in the same group, both of them felt it was difficult. If they took action in this situation, the difficulty would increase sharply and there would be many variables. They just want to wait until Han Xiao is alone before taking action. At this time, they just want to make excuses, evacuate here, and find another opportunity. Hearing Claudia's inquiry, Luo had to take out the first meeting. "Dear Super A-Class, you didn't expect us to meet again. We just detected special energy fluctuations here, so we rushed over to explore. Unexpectedly, it was you again. Let's leave now." After that, Rod was about to make the fleet turn around and leave, but this time, Claudia stopped them, and his tone was cold. "Forget it once. It's the second time now. It's still this excuse. Do you think I believe it?" Claudia didn't believe this coincidence. He had doubted the origin of this fleet, but he was thinking about carrying out missions before, so he didn't want to cause trouble. Now that the traveler has been solved, he is not going to let go of this mysterious fleet that hid his hand. But this is really just a coincidence. We are just a folk exploration team. Luo could only defend himself and continue to pretend. That's easy to solve. You stop the boat and let's go up and search. If it's really okay, I'll let you go, Claudia said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Luo and Fei looked at each other and exchanged spirits. What should I do now? They won't let us leave easily. Do you really want them to get on our boat? You know it's impossible. It seems that I can only force you. Both of them were in a bad mood and didn't want to take action under such circumstances. But now he has revealed his strength and cannot give up, and it is impossible to let the other party get on the boat. Luo gritted his teeth and clenched his fist and smashed the table. Fire! After Claudia made a request to board the ship for inspection, the mysterious fleet suddenly stopped moving and no longer responded. After waiting for a few seconds, Claudia couldn't help but increase his tone when he saw the other party pretending to be dead and silent, and he couldn't help but increase his tone. This is an ultimatum. There is no reply within 10 seconds, so I will destroy you. On the side, Han Xiao was watching Claudia communicate with this mysterious fleet. He thought the other party was coming for the Dark Emperor, so he was eating melons and watching the show. At this time, when he heard Claudia's ultimatum, Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "There is no need to do anything. I can virtually invade those spacecraft, check their database, and see their origins." Claudia pondered for 2 seconds after hearing this, nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll trouble you." Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The warships suddenly opened fire, and a sharp conical solid warhead fired out, dragging its long tail flames and shooting towards the people. Solid projectile? Although conventional weapons are basically dark energy cannons and phantom cannons, Han Xiao will not underestimate the physical warhead, because since the opponent has the ability to shuttle in a secondary dimension, the ammunition loaded in the physical warhead must be not simple. Seeing this, Embers raised her hand and waved her strength field, setting all the bullets in midair, unable to make an inch. Seeing that the other party had taken action, Han Xiao was not vague and started a virtual invasion to invade the database of these spacecraft. However, just as Han Xiao's data probe penetrated the spacecraft's intelligence, an invisible force flowed into his mind along the link of the quantum network. Boom! A strong shock exploded in consciousness, and the built memory palace suddenly collapsed, and countless papers representing memory turned into tornadoes, spinning rapidly. All this is reflected in Han Xiao's main perspective, which is that countless memory fragments flashed through his mind without control, as if they had turned into garbled codes, making it difficult to maintain normal thinking. At the same time, a prompt popped up in the panel. You were invaded by Format Memory Virus Quantum Network. Detected that your profession is virtual mechanic. Format Memory Virus Quantum Network causes 200% additional damage to you. Is this? Han Xiao was shocked and felt dizzy. This virus entrenched in his quantum soul. It was not a simple negative state. It was crazy about messing up his consciousness on the virtual level, just like a naughty child coming to his house, rummaging through boxes and cabinets, throwing the neatly placed things around. Han Xiao had to cheer up and compete with it. Seeing his situation, Claudia's eyes narrowed, dark energy gathered, and he took action boldly. However, the next moment, a large group of dimensional exile bombs, fixed by embers in the air, exploded actively, releasing an expanded space turbulence, swallowing Claudia's attack, and was transferred to somewhere. Not only that, these released space turbulences are also crazily tearing the space walls of the deadly land, creating more gaps. Seeing this, Embers immediately controlled the force field and prepared to crush the spacecraft. At this time, Fei and the main ship took action. The misty white protective cover bounced away with her as the center, protecting the fleet, blocking Embers' force field outside, comparing with each other, making Embers unable to destroy the spacecraft immediately. The next moment, the main ship, which had been prepared, had a special disc-shaped device on the bow, which looked like a radar of some kind of amplified band. Suddenly, it shocked and released a special circle of fluctuations. Buzz! The wave swept through Clot. Han Xiao, and Emmys. The three of them suddenly stiffened. The power normally directed by their arms suddenly became uncontrollable, causing the difficulty of the three of them to control their bodies, as if every cell was against consciousness. You are affected by Advanced Life Power Disorder Wave Super Level Frequency Type. Your total level is detected to be 320. Advanced Life Power Disorder Wave Super Level Frequency Type has increased the effect of confinement on you by 320%. It has taken effect. We don't have much time. Seeing this, Luo suddenly raised his arm. His sleeve slid down, revealing an arm guard metal device on his wrist. This is a special equipment specially used to capture the original supernatural body, pulling towards the secret energy and a distance away. Click! Chaos secret energy seems to have taken some big tonic and suddenly expands, making the secret energy crack from the inside out and instantly get out of trouble. However, before it could move, an invisible traction grabbed its energy body, allowing him to fly in the direction of the fleet without control. On the other hand, the spacecraft was not idle either. The second wave of dimensions exiled the ejection at the three people who were struggling with difficulty. Claudia barely controlled his superpowers and formed a shield to cover his body. However, the space turbulence swallowed Claudia and the shell and the people directly, disappearing without a trace, and I don't know where he was exiled. At the critical moment, Han Xiao barely suppressed the overwhelming virus in his mind, pulled out his mind, raised his hand and grabbed Emmy's shoulder with difficulty, and a virtual shuttle escaped from the strike range of the dimensional exile bomb. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand to release the binding force field and grabbed the body of the chaos secret energy from the other side, preventing it from being captured. Wow! The chaos secret energy is like a cloth pulled by both sides, which is tightened directly. Luo's tone was anxious. The Black Star state is recovering, and we can't delay any more, otherwise we will die, and we can grab as much as we can. As he said that, his gesture changed and activated another function of the special arm guard storage device. He saw that a small part of the body of the chaos secret energy was directly cut off. This part of the energy was absorbed by a black hole and rushed into Luo's arm guard quickly. Go away. After completing this step, the fleet shot out a dimensional banishing bomb, and it exploded as soon as it was out of the borehole. The space turbulence directly swallowed the fleet, allowing all the spacecraft to disappear on the spot. After a few dozen seconds of slowing down, the effect of body control disorder slowly faded. Emmers took a breath. Her chest fluttered, and her expression was shocked and suspicious. What are the methods? These are special technologies developed through the original supernatural body. Without external interference, Han Xiao had almost wiped out the formatted memory virus with virtual technology and reorganized the memory palace, with a serious expression at this time. From beginning to end, this fleet only used technological weapons, but it could beat the three of them very passively. Han Xiao had a deep impression of these special technologies because they also appeared in his previous life. Whether it is formatted memory viruses, dimensional exile bombs, or advanced life force disorder waves, they're all special technologies derived from reverse engineering of different primitive psychotropes, and their uses are different. Among them, the Dimension Exile Bomb cannot take effect in the main universe, because the spatial structure of the main universe is completely different from the secondary dimension, and can be in the secondary dimension world. This technology is a powerful weapon that integrates the functions of dividing battlefields, escaping, expulsion, and destroying secondary dimensions. The formatted memory virus is a technical product that acts on the soul. It also comes from a certain primitive psychotropy body. It is a trap specially set for Han Xiao's virtual invasion. It took effect successfully without Han Xiao's preparation. The power disorder wave of advanced life bodies is specifically targeted at the strong. The higher the energy level of the body, the greater the impact it will be, which is equivalent to using your energy to deal with yourself. However, Super A-level life has strong adaptability. Every time you withstand the disorder wave, the basic effect of the next time will be reduced, and the cells will continue to adapt to this impact. The enemy specializes in studying primitive superpower bodies, and its containment technology is more advanced. By stimulating the secret energy of the chaotic energy, it breaks the carrier of the secret energy and snatches away part of the energy of the secret energy of the chaotic energy. No matter how strong a superpower is, he is still a living body. Since he is a living body, there's a way to target it, which is far from being invincible. Although the technology trees of the three major civilizations are different, they all have targeted technologies dedicated to higher life forms. For example, the Scepter of the Gods is an example. Even the old dragon with a peak super A level cannot stand a few strokes. With the development of advanced civilization, there will only be more and more similar technologies. If you fight head-on, both yourself and the Dark Emperor can easily crush this fleet. However, the other party is mentally aware and is paired with various targeted special technologies to launch a sneak attack, which caught the three people off guard. Even Claudia, who had a strong combat power, was exiled to the turbulence of space, and I don't know when it will come out. But the opponent can control the three people at most, and there is no enough attacking means to hurt the three people. The target of this group of people is not Claudia, they are coming for me. Han Xiao re-inhibited chaos, secret energy, and frowned. Do you know their identities? Emmys asked curiously when he captured the information in Han Xiao's speech. I do know. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said slowly, this is a group of guys who shouldn't have appeared in this era. Don't belong to this era? Emmys tilted his head with a strange expression. Then how do you know? Han Xiao paused, did not answer this question, moved away from the topic, and whispered, this is a secret organization specializing in the development of supernatural technology and is also a mysterious arms dealer. The products of their organization occasionally appear on the black market, but now they are eyeing the chaos secret energy. A lot of information is inconvenient to reveal to Emmys. Han Xiao didn't tell her too much, but was secretly surprised in his heart. The time when this organization first appeared publicly was at the stage of the World Tree War. As a member of the explored universe, they participated in the war, resisted the invasion of the World Tree civilization, and applied these supernatural technologies to the war. Now, it is 4.0 Shining World, which is several versions separated from the later drama World Tree War in the previous life. In Han Xiao's impression, this group of people should not have appeared in this era, so they were amazed. The name of this organization is called Covenant. Even in the late version of the previous life, it is extremely mysterious. I only know that most of the members of the organization are descendants of different super-level survivors. In addition to these superpower technologies, a large number of historical Super A-level players who have been confirmed to die, as if they have recovered, have returned to this universe, with a considerable number of famous firsts. Such a powerful reinforcement that coexists with black technology and advanced combat power injected vitality into the decaying battle situation at that time and caused great damage to the advanced combat power of the World Tree. These historical Super A-level recovery is very exciting, but the reason for the recovery is a mystery for players. Advanced civilization blocked the news, and players did not have any channels to learn the relevant inside story. And Han Xiao, in his previous life, naturally had no way to know the truth. However, although the Covenant organization first appeared in the World Tree War, the original ones were not like this. As early as the Super Disaster version, another group of the original ones woke up and became one of the fuses of Super Disaster. At that time, the initials explained to the outside world that they pretended to die in battle in the exploration period, entered a special high-level living pod dormant, tried to avoid the tragic exploration period, and were unwilling to die in vain, hoping to wake up in the future and fight for the universe in the new era with this great power. But it seemed that something went wrong. The place where they were sleeping was in war. The survival pod drifted in the universe and landed on a deserted planet. At the same time, the survival pod had a malfunction and could not wake up at the set time. He could only survive in a deep sleep. Countless years have passed. Although the specially made survival pod can slow down the decline of the body and soul, it still gradually goes to nirvana. It happened that when they were dying, a scientific expedition team dug them out and reactivated the survival pole. Only then did they wake up from their sleep and take a long time to return to their full state. At that time, the outside world only knew that the recovery of these initials was a fact. Although there were loopholes in this statement, such as how could the Super A level be restricted by a small survival pod, the truth cannot be verified, and the public could only believe it and think that this is the truth. So to summarize, in the previous version, the original one appeared twice, one in the Super Disaster and the other in the World Tree War, and the two groups of people were different. The first batch of the originals that appeared in the Super Disaster version seemed to be in the same group as the Covenant organization. But it doesn't matter whether it really is. Players in the previous life have no way to know. So Han Xiao doesn't know the relationship between the two. If it is related, then the initials who woke up from the Super Disaster may have lied, and they may not have returned through a life-saving pod sleep. Covenant organization. Han Xiao pondered secretly, guessing the other party's intentions. This organization already exists now. It is obvious that the well water does not interfere with the river, but the other party suddenly attacks him, which means that the Chaos Secret is extremely important to the Covenant organization and even offends a big man standing at the peak of the universe. According to the Covenant organization's nature, is it necessary to develop any shameful new technology based on the Chaos Secret? That was the previous life's Covenant organization should have done similar actions. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. If we infer this way, the Covenant organization in the previous life might have secretly cooperated with the alien gods. They would divide other primitive superpower bodies in exchange for the resources in the alien gods' hands, so as to obtain the Chaos Secret energy, cut its chicken in half, and half with the alien gods. In this case, some of the super high-risk abilities in the middle and late stages of the alien gods may be provided by the Covenant organization. I didn't know it, but now Han Xiao discovered that the Covenant organization had existed in this era and couldn't help but develop a strong interest. The Covenant organization ran away with a shot. I thought it would not be exposed, but I didn't know that I had known their origin for a long time. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and became beautiful again. Compared to this century's great discovery, it's nothing to suffer a small loss in their hands. At this time, Emmys asked curiously, Claudia of your empire was swept away by the space turbulence. It won't be a problem, right? Don't worry, he was just lost. With his abilities and the cosmic treasures in his hand, it doesn't take much time to get out of trouble. Han Xiao was not worried about the Dark Emperor at all. No matter where he fell, for creatures in that secondary dimension, Claudia was the more dangerous top of the food chain. However, the space turbulence could not be tracked, and he could not fish out Claudia, and the Covenant fleet used dimension-banishing bombs to send himself into the space turbulence, which was also to prevent being pursued. Because the virtual invasion was interrupted by the formatted memory virus, Han Xiao did not leave hidden data in the other party spacecraft. It was like stabbing it in without any defense, and then he found that there was a needle hidden inside, and he was stabbed hard. And next time he was prepared, he would just wear a thick layer of data cover as a buffer and remove the virus before it was back-propagated, and this trap would be difficult for him to take effect. At this time, Han Xiao looked at the storage device of Chaos Secret Energy and found that this guy was very manic. He was rushing wildly against the inner wall of the container and kept screaming, "Oh, it hurts me so much." Seeing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but observe silently. In his previous life, it was torn apart by someone. He thought that this time he had dealt with the strange god, and the Chaos Secret would not repeat the same mistake. Unexpectedly, it was still pulled away by someone, and it was destined to have such a disaster. And maybe the treatment was even worse. The strange gods in the previous life only used their abilities and did not abuse them. The Covenant organization must conduct research, which means that the Chaos Secret can feel the torture of various torture from that part of the body. Han Xiao felt even more sympathetic and asked, "What did you feel just now? Can't you control your body?" "Yes, they don't know what method to use to stimulate my core and make me lose control of my body. Then they pulled me over with an irresistible force field. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. Then can you still feel the position of that part of the body? Before the chaos secret could finish speaking, he suddenly seemed to be stimulated, and his whole body frowned suddenly and said in horror, the sensation is blocked. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, but was not surprised. They are experts in studying primitive psychotropic bodies, and it is impossible to leave such obvious clues for others to pursue. However, does this mean that the body part of chaos secret energy has been cut off and completely turned into a chicken-free story, leaving only the phantom pain? The holy light particles rolled in laughter. Retribution, you have today, too. The chaos secret cannon was like a cat who had just been sterilized, flipping through the empty and indifference parts, and was distraught. Black Star, you want to help me grab my body back? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like Evan Scene was taken away by me? But I don't want to participate in the chicken battle. At this moment, the panel popped up prompts as always. You trigger the mission, Chaos Secret Energy's help. Task Introduction. A mysterious organization has taken away part of the core energy of the Chaos Secret Energy from you. Chaos Secret Energy hopes you can help him regain. Task requirements. Retrieve the core energy part that the Chaos Secret Energy is missing. Reward. 150 experience. Random reward X1. Chaos Secret Energy has a good impression plus 60. Holy Light Particle has a good impression plus 1. Expertise. Primary affinity of the original affinity. Primary affinity of the original affinity. The original affinity of the original affinity. The original affinity of the original affinity is easier to accept. Note, this task may have an unknown impact. Please choose carefully. Sure enough, there is a mission. Han Xiao took a look and thought about it. The rewards for this mission are average, and he doesn't pay much attention to it. But dealing with the Covenant seems to be an opportunity to complete the primary power collector. If he had the chance to find the unparalleled primitive superpower, he didn't know when he would get 4 places together. Now he had met the Covenant organization, which specialized in superpower technology, and he would definitely have a lot of inventory in his hands. If he could grab it, this milestone mission could be easily completed. Han Xiao was sure and replied, Okay, I promise you. But the other party was elusive, and it was not that easy to find. As long as you are willing to help me, Chaos Secret can be very happy. Black Star is not its host. It just treats it as a tool. It has no capital to ask the other party for help. Even if it lacks a body part, it can also play a role, so it was really afraid that Han Xiao would not agree just now. Han Xiao comforted it a few words, then took out the spare secret energy carrier and stuffed the Chaos Secret Energy into it again, not giving it time to recover its psychological trauma, and continued to squeeze it and let it work. At this time, Emmys looked at the raging space turbulent around him and frowned. The space turbulent released by the group of people has caused serious damage to the dead Silent Land. If you don't care, maybe this secondary dimension will disappear before Hyla comes next time. Hearing this, Han Xiao also looked around. The already broken space wall of the dead Silent Land is now like it is being eaten by insects, with more and more small gaps appearing. This dimension is related to Hela, and the two of them couldn't let go, so Han Xiao had to summon a large section of space-type devices to manage the environment. The thickness of the space wall depends on the core source energy of the secondary dimension. Only when the source energy is sufficient can the space wall repair itself, and the dimension area continues to extend and expand. At this time, Han Xiao can only try his best to delimit the space turbulence released by the dimension-banishing bomb from the dead place to reduce pollution. This was a difficult project. The two of them stayed in a dead place for a long time before they could discharge the spatial turbulence inside the dimension. At this moment, the two of them felt it and found that the temperature of the resurrection coin worn on their bodies suddenly surged. At the same time, a golden-orange glow suddenly appeared on a broken black, floating island in the distance. Han Xiao immediately turned his head and looked at it, slightly stunned. I saw a golden and orange phantom emerge from the black desert, looking like a spiritual body. The appearance of this phantom is a human-shaped female creature with a gentle and beautiful appearance, wearing gorgeous clothes, looking extremely young, but her eyes are very deep and vicissitudes, exuding a grandmother-like kindness and temperament, and she is silently looking at the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them were slightly shocked. When they first came, they checked the entire secondary dimension. They clearly did not sense any existence, but a strange phantom appeared out of thin air. I don't know what it was, but they actually avoided the perception of the two of them. After the attack from the Covenant organization, just now, Han Xiao's vigilance had not subsided, and he was secretly ready for battle. At this moment, the resurrection coins on the two of them actually showed signs of floating. The phantom pointed to the two resurrection coins and released a spiritual fluctuation. Can you tell me what is your relationship with the maker of these two coins? In the turbulent space, the Covenant fleet with shields open was floating and sinking. In the command room, Luo held the storage device and observed the fragments of the chaotic secret energy he had seized. He was not satisfied inside. Oh, Black Star's recovery is too strong. The products provided by the organization have limited effect on him. If you don't have enough time, you can only get a small part of the chaos secret energy. Be content. At least you have met the minimum requirements. After making up for the synthetic materials, you can submit them. If you are a little greedy and do not escape decisively, our spacecraft may be controlled by the rescued Black Star invasion. Faye whispered. Although the operation achieved the minimum goal, the two of them knew the dangers of this trip and were still extremely afraid of Han Xiao, and they almost wiped out the entire army. This sneak attack was successful, but it also gave him a precaution. If he encounters it again next time, he will not achieve today's results. Moreover, he should report to the Empire the technology we have, which will bring some risks to the organization. Luo was worried. Faye was quite optimistic. Fortunately, the mission has been completed, and even if Black Star is prepared, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't have to deal with him again in the future, and there will be no next time. That's right. After talking for a few words, Luo put away the containment device, suddenly remembered something, and said, "By the way, I remember the information of chaos secret energy shows that it and the holy light particles are a pair of enemies, and their energy conflicts have a conflicting reaction. Perhaps through this feature, a special sensing detection device can be developed to find the holy light particles." Hearing this, Faye agreed. "Well, you are right. The holy light particles have disappeared for many years. I don't know where they are hidden, and there are no clues. It is also an important synthetic material. The organization should pay attention to your proposal and regard the holy light particles as the next target." In the deadly land, the two looked at each other with a golden and orange spiritual figure that appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao held the resurrection coin and asked curiously while sensing its vibration, "What are you?" "I am the consciousness body of the underworld. Simply put, I am the butler of this secondary dimension. You can call me my name, Onisila." It turned out to be a dimensional consciousness body. I thought that even the consciousness body of this secondary dimension, even if there is a consciousness body, has been destroyed. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Only a very small number of secondary dimensions will produce dimensional consciousness, which is equivalent to having life, from dead objects to living objects, and the aggregation of evil energy is an example. The dimensional consciousness body has a higher level, which means that the secondary dimension has successfully ignited the spark of wisdom. In contrast, the aggregation of evil energy is just a wild beast. This dimensional consciousness body can coordinate the manipulation of all the energy of the secondary dimension. In the eyes of some people, it is similar to the existence of gods. Some sects regard the appearance of the dimensional consciousness body as a statue for sacrifice and worship. This is one of the mainstream gods in the main universe. According to Han Xiao's understanding, the functions of the dimensional consciousness body can basically be equated with the landmark, which makes the explanation much simpler. No wonder we cannot sense the other party's existence. Although this is a decaying secondary dimension, it is also the territory of others. The dimensional consciousness is this space itself. If it is unwilling to show up, others will not be able to discover it. What's that in the underworld? Han Xiao had a vague guess in his heart. Sure enough, the dimensional consciousness that claimed to be Omnisla looked down at the black floating island under his feet and said calmly, "As you can see, this secondary dimension towards decline is the underworld." Han Xiao knew it in his heart. The Deadland is the name of the Void Lord Kirkman, and it seems that the underworld is the official name of this secondary dimension. He raised the resurrection coin in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Then, you have discovered us long ago. Since you have reacted to the energy in this coin, why did you not appear until now?" Just to confirm your purpose. Onisalu's mental fluctuations were very gentle. As soon as Han Xiao and the others entered the underworld dimension, Onisalu discovered them and observed silently until they helped her manage the internal environment. She confirmed that the two of them had no malice and decided to show up. On the other hand, Onisalu also needs to judge whether these two guys carrying resurrection coins are enemies or friends with the Maker, which is very important to her. Han Xiao wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Onisalu and said slowly, "I know you have many questions, but I have answered enough questions. I will not answer any questions you have before you tell me about your relationship with the maker of these two coins." Hearing this, Han Xiao kept silent and secretly considered the pros and cons. It is already strange that the two Hela sisters have an energy relationship with this secondary dimension, but now that this dimension is conscious, it is even more sensitive. Because according to Hela, this dimension is an obstacle to the connection between her and Aurora, and has been silently absorbing the energy they convey. So, it is difficult to determine the other party's intentions for the time being. He doesn't know whether he should be honest or not. But then again, since there is a dimensional consciousness, you must know the whole story of all this. Hela doesn't need to think about it yourself. The only problem is to confirm that the other party is not lying. Just as Han Xiao was thinking, Emmers, who was listening silently, suddenly spoke. "She is my student." Onisalu turned her head and looked over. "Can you prove it?" Emmers looked at Han Xiao and signaled with her eyes. "Well, you said it all. I don't have to think about it anymore." Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and used virtual technology to release part of Hyla's information. It's indeed the power of the dead. Onisalu's mental fluctuations seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and she showed a kind smile. She has a sister or sister. She has the ability to live, and they should be related to each other. That's right. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Onisalu glanced at the two of them deeply, folded her hands together, and her tone became serious. "I have a request. I hope you will bring them to me as soon as possible. The underworld needs a new heir." "Heir?" Han Xiao and Emmys looked at each other, and their eyes were full of doubt. "What the hell is going on? Tell me everything you know, and I will tell them. But if you don't say it, I can only doubt your intentions and stop them from coming." Han Xiao said in a deep voice. "The title of the heir sounds good, but the technician Honda was afraid that this was a similar existence to the Wu Miao King, and was worried that he would cheat Hela. So he had to ask clearly. Since I have decided to show up, I don't intend to hide it from you." Onisalu shared a memory through mental fluctuations, revealing an atmosphere of listening to my mother telling the story of the past. Things will start with the exploration history. In the Long War, the first batch of super levels were born, and history was called the Originals. Among the Originals, there were a pair of sisters who were not related by blood, but complementary and compatible with supernatural abilities, namely, and I guess, the mother of all things, and Aruz. They used their own abilities to create this dark dimension. Initially, the dark dimension was just a cage to imprison Ni Guess's restrained souls and store the followers whom Iron subdued. However, as the abilities of the two founders continued to grow, the dark dimension was born, which was to serve as a requiem, providing a world of consciousness for the dead creatures. Since you are a mechanic, in your words, you can understand it as those who die in the body convert their memories and spirit into data, upload them to the virtual world, and achieve alternative eternal life. The dimension of the underworld is like a server, storing the souls of countless living bodies. Many powerful people who explore the history of exploration chose the underworld and sleep here after death. Therefore, and I guess and arrows created me, allowing me to manage the underworld and become the tomb keeper of the underworld. The two founders were amazing and did not stop growing. And I guess ability prevented the soul from decaying in the underworld. Aros used his ability to create a temporary physical container so that the soul could regain the body of life. Then he used the special energy of the two to temporarily restore the target's combat power until the vitality fuel was exhausted. Even if the physical containers died again, their souls could still return to the underworld. The two used this ability to build a powerful legion. The dimension of the underworld is still a huge barracks for them. Listening to Onisalu's explanation, Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and a strong sense of deja sensation arose. Damn, is Jie the reincarnation of the filthy land plus the palace of heroes? The two sisters can play. Emmy's previously mentioned that the abilities of the two sisters of Hela are quite similar to those of these two original ones. So Han Xiao once checked their information and knew that the mother of all things is not as weak as Aurora. She has a huge following and has methods similar to that of summoners. Now it is the first time Han Xiao has learned about their abilities. In this way, the underworld stores the souls of countless powerful people. Through life energy, death energy, and the recovery energy of the two fusion, they can undergo reincarnation of the impurity land and transform it into a huge legion. According to this dimension consciousness, the two sisters of Hela seem to be able to become the heirs of the underworld. Doesn't it mean that they have received the inheritance of the two original people and have wealth from the sky? It turns out that good things will happen if you stay with Ferdinand often. Just when he was surprised, Onis revolted around and his tone became sad. It's a pity that after the deaths of the two founders, the underworld dimension lost its energy supply and gradually withered. All souls were silent, and even I fell into a long sleep. How did they die? Han Xiao was curious. The information did not write about the cause of the two people's deaths, but said that they disappeared without a trace. A lot of conspiracy theories popped up in his mind, but Onisalu's answer was beyond expectations. They committed suicide. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. This is living well, why? Onisalu sighed. They kept developing their abilities, and one day, they suddenly had an epiphany. They have always claimed to be the controllers of life and death, but they have never felt what true death and rebirth are. In their opinion, only by walking this path can the superpowers move to a higher level. So they decided to take the initiative toward nirvana and find the true meaning of life and death. Before death, they told me not to be sad. Destruction is just the beginning of rebirth, and this is their destination. On that day, I watched them leave their fleshy remains, and naturally their nature fleeces and their lives. Han Xiao looked black with a look of question mark. No, if everyone is dead, can you still understand a hammer? Could it be that these two people are the ultimate seekers of the Tao, and they will die when they hear the Tao in the morning? Perhaps only by having this mentality can one become the first great men in the universe to break through the limits of Super A level. Perhaps this is what the original one means. As if I understood Han Xiao's expression, Onisalu shook her head and said softly, I know your doubts. Before their consciousness was completely destroyed, there was a brief moment in the superposition of life and death. At that time, I received the last message they left behind, and they said that they had finally found the true meaning of life and death. What is it? Han Xiao's curiosity was aroused again. Inheritance, Onisalu said in a gentle tone. They said that the passing on the torch is the real endless life, forming a complete cycle of reincarnation in the huge life system. Han Xiao was speechless. Isn't this truth known to everyone? You have understood this after seeking death. It's vain. However, although he wanted to complain, he also understood that it was one thing to know the truth, and it was another thing to understand it personally. Many times, The key to a higher level is the sudden flash of inspiration, like a sudden opening of the Run and Du meridians. This is the origin of sudden enlightenment. Especially the stronger one is, the more important this feeling is. Onisalu continued, their deaths were not in vain. They passed on this deepest insight to the next generation. Han Xiao was shocked and couldn't believe it. Are Hela and Aurora really the reincarnations of those two original ones? Upon hearing this, Emmys, who was standing beside him, also looked surprised. However, Onisalu shook her head. Reincarnation? Not that. They are dead, completely dead. Their souls are gone, and their body remains are broken down by me. The source energy used to supplement the dimensions is nothing left except this underworld. They leave all their experience in the supernatural powers, and they're the supernatural powers being passed on. I still don't understand. Emmys was puzzled. Onisalu patiently explained, after they died, they left the seeds of life and death power. This is neither a material entity nor an energy body, but a higher dimensional information state. I don't know why this situation occurs, but I know that if I keep them, there will never be anyone in the universe awakens the life and death powers. Therefore, in order to fulfill the instructions of the two founders and to save myself, I sent these two seeds of information entanglement to the main universe. I know that one day in the future, they will bear fruit on two new life bodies. Speaking of this, Onisalu paused and smiled. Do you really think it's a coincidence that a pair of sisters with life and death powers appeared in the entire universe? Hearing this secret, Technician Han felt that his young mind was impacted. In this way, Hela and Aurora have no direct relationship with the original sisters, but are just selected by the supernatural seeds of the information state and become the supernatural powers of this generation. The two sisters at the beginning integrated their own perception into the seeds of the supernatural powers of the information state, so the later awakened people gained the inheritance of experience and memory in a subtle way, which was equivalent to improving the talents of the younger generation in disguise. No wonder Hela is so easy to understand new skills and expertise. The predecessors planted trees and later took advantage of the cool air. Her Meow's superpower comes with a development strategy. What's the source? Information state. Han Xiao couldn't help but have more associations. He still remembers that a species sublimation appeared when an evolutionary option of multidimensional shadow appeared, which seemed to be related to the information state. Before he could savor it, Onisalu spoke again and whispered, "This is everything I know." After the death of the two founders, the underworld gradually withered and could not maintain its closure to the outside world. The area was shrinking, the space wall was shattering, and one soul after another fell asleep. I could only store them all in the core of the dimension to prevent them from being silent, but I also became weaker and weaker and fell into a deep sleep. When the underworld completely disappeared, these souls would also disappear together. The source energy of the underworld is the energy of life and death powers. Not long ago, I finally got replenished, unconsciously absorbing the energy of this generation of sisters, barely allowing me to wake up from a long sleep, and then I took the initiative to stop absorbing. Han Xiao thought to himself, not long ago, it should be when Hela and Aurora developed a life connection. No wonder the energy they transmitted was sucked away, so it matched. So, the dimension of the underworld is actually the medium of the connection between the two sisters, and it is transiting their energy. At this time, Onisalu shook her head and said calmly, "The legacy of the two original people has allowed me to hold on for a long time, and it has been used up. The underworld urgently needs long-term and stable source energy suppliers. Please bring them here as soon as possible. I don't know how long I can hold on." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao received a task prompt. You trigger the mission air of the underworld. Task introduction. The underworld is the legacy of the previous generation of life and death psychics. The dimension consciousness body, Onisalu senses that she is declining. She hopes that Hela and Aurora will become the new successors. Task requirement. Help Hela and Aurora inherit the dimension of the underworld. Reward: 5,000 W experience. Onisla favor plus 20. Character card X1. Extra task requirement: restore the dimension of the underworld to its heyday. Extra reward: Onislu favor plus 40. Brave of the underworld. The mission is out. Han Xiao glanced at the panel and knew it immediately. Based on the basic reward, it can be judged that there should be no difficulty for Hela to take over the dimension of the underworld, and only the additional requirements are more difficult. If you want to restore this dilapidated underworld to its original appearance, you don't know how much energy it will cost. It is estimated that it will not be enough to squeeze Hela out. But since it is the legacy of the predecessors, there is naturally no reason to refuse, so at most you can spend some time. Blackland brand, Han Xiao, was quite jealous, and the effect was to obtain the qualification to manipulate the energy of the secondary dimension to a certain extent. This thing is equivalent to an operational authority, which is similar to the nature of the evil energy aggregation mark on the Traveler. It is both a key to open the secondary dimension and can provide some strength bonus. Moreover, when he kills the enemy, he can also drag the opponent's soul into the underworld and add members of the heroic temple, which is equivalent to gaining some of the powers of Hela and becoming a part-time soul detention envoy. If you contact the favorability of this task reward, could the subtext be that it has helped Onisilu a lot, so she's willing to give her body to us? Thinking about it this way, it seems quite exciting. Han Xiao recalled that in his previous life, Hela did not show the ability related to the dimension of the underworld. It is estimated that the underworld had disappeared before she discovered it. After all, the opportunity for Hela to discover the dimension of the underworld is to establish a life link with Aurora. As a transit medium, Underworld intercepts most of the energy transmitted by the two. Without this wave of charging, Onisilu would not be able to wake up. In her previous life, Aurora became cold early in the morning, and Hela was only one person. Since there was no energy transmission behavior between the two sisters, she was likely not to discover the existence of the underworld dimension and miss the legacy. At the same time, without Aurora, the powerful man in the underworld who is similar to the reincarnation of the filthy land cannot be summoned, and the recovery energy of the two of them does not exist. Then even if Hela obtains the underworld dimension, he can only play the role of the castrated version. So after all, the budding leader is the real Neopai. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, and finally calmed down and nodded at Onisu. Okay, I'll bring them right away and meet you. It's all up to you. Onisila smiled. After saying that, her figure disappeared and hid the dimensional consciousness again. All that should be said is done. Now that the dimension energy is exhausted, she can save 1 point if she can. There were only 2 people left in the spot. Han Xiao turned to look at Emmys and saw her face full of contemplative expressions. He was obviously shocked and had not recovered. This is understandable. The 2 of them just wanted to come over to help Hyla to sprint, but they didn't expect to encounter a series of accidents. First he met a traveler and beat him up. Then he was raided by an unknown force. Claudia disappeared, and the chaos secret energy became a disabled person. Finally, he met the dimensional consciousness body of the underworld. After learning such an amazing secret, too much information needs to be digested. It is said that every lucky guy seems to have a physical condition that is prone to trouble. How come I haven't seen Emmys have potential in this area before? But overall, Han Xiao's surprise was greater than his shock. He captured the holy light particles, triggered many new tasks, and obtained some secret information, which made a lot of gains. Although part of the chaos secret energy was taken away, it can still exert its abilities. Thinking of this, I didn't seem to lose much. As for the pain of the chaos secret energy, Han Xiao actually didn't care much. Luzi really said this time that the joys and sorrows of people are not connected, let alone people and supernatural bodies. To deal with the Covenant organization, we have to make a long-term plan. The first priority now is to help Hela inherit the underworld. Thinking of this, Han Xiao patted Emmers on the shoulder and said, "Don't be idle. It's time to leave here." Emers came to his senses and smiled happily. I didn't expect that Hela and Aurora would have such an adventure. They are worthy of being my students. Yes, your students are great. Seeing Emers entering the apprentice control mode again, Han Xiao interrupted her helplessly and said, when encountering such a thing, we have to interrupt the itinerary first. I'll let Chaos Secret take you back to the Black Star Palace and bring Hela here. Do you have no objection? This is a great thing. How can I have any objection? Emers chuckled. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. The command's secret energy can capture Emers and disappear without a trace with a flash. The dimensional shuttle ability of the Chaos Secret energy is much more convenient than that of the mechanical device, and it doesn't take much time to go back and forth. Leaving himself alone to wait here, he thought for a while, opened the communication channel, and called the Empire's secondary dimension outpost. This time he contacted the Empire's guardians here. After a while, the communication finally connected and Gyuzer's face appeared in front of him. The moment he saw this face, Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. Hey, Zhang Fei. Oh, I saw it wrong, and I was shocked. It was too similar, it was just like it. At this time, Gyuzer's loud voice sounded. His tone was anxious. Black Star, I suddenly lost the position of the Dark Emperor. Where did others go? We were attacked by a mysterious fleet, and he was exiled to the space turbulence. Han Xiao briefly said the process and emphasized the technology of the Covenant organization. This group of little fish actually made him suffer. Claudia is really getting back to life. Gyuzer muttered dissatisfiedly. It's understandable. Han Xiaogan coughed, trying to change the subject. Gyuzer shook his beard and murmured, but the technology of this group is indeed a bit unique. If I am not prepared, I might be the result of this when I meet them. Hey, Black Star, do you know their origin? I don't know. If I want to track them down, I suggest that the Empire start with the record of the birth of the primitive supernatural body. This organization must control more than one primitive supernatural power, and I don't know the others. This time, it was not deliberately concealed. Han Xiao really had limited understanding of the Covenant organization of this era. It only exposes the name of the organization, which is of little use, and it will also provoke suspicion for himself. I understand. I will upload your information. This group of people dare to attack the Empire. They must dig them out and teach them a lesson. Gyuzer said in a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Let the Empire investigate the Covenant organization, at least cause some trouble to the other party. With the power of high-level civilization, maybe I can really discover something, and I can only take advantage of the situation. Gyuzer cursed a few words and vented his anger. Then he calmed down. He looked up and down at Han Xiao's figure and couldn't help but send out a warm invitation. Hey, Xing, I always want to meet you. If you have time to come to me, let's get close to you. If you have a chance. Han Xiao agreed with a smile on his face, and he felt secretly moved in his heart. A powerful super A-level initiative to make friends with me proves that we have been practicing PY magic skills for so many years and are finally going to achieve great success. He had an impression of Gyuzer, an imperial powerhouse who has been guarding the secondary dimension for many years and has never personally contacted him before. In the memory of Honda Technician, this guy seemed to be very good at fighting, but unfortunately he died a little early and he was no longer able to reach the World Tree version. Speaking of which, the secondary dimension world is also one of the front lines of the World Tree War. The tragic level here is no less than that of the main universe. The research institutes and outposts of the three major civilizations in the secondary dimension are almost completely destroyed, compared with the stable time and space and painting style of the main universe. The bizarre secondary dimension world front is more dangerous in the eyes of many people because of the endless changes. After chatting for a while, the two sides were still in love, leaving a good impression on each other. Han Xiao hung up the communication, and the space around him fluctuated again, and the secret could bring Emmys and Hela back to Han Xiao. He turned around and said hello. Oh, you are here. Why don't you bring your sister with you? There is no need to bring such a dangerous place that Aurora brings. It requires her ability. I'll just let her transmit it to me remotely. Hyla explained, then looked around, curiously looking at the dimension of the underworld, and said skeptically, "Didn't you really united to lie to me? This secondary dimension is the legacy of the original. Let her explain it to you myself." Han Xiao snapped his fingers and almost subconsciously called the old man in the land. Onisalu appeared again, first smiled at Han Xiao, as if admiring his efficiency in doing things, and then started to communicate with Hela, who looked suspicious. Seeing this, Han Xiao called Hyla and said, "Okay, you can chat with her slowly. Emmys and I will not be here to accompany you. Leave a mechanical force for you. If you have any questions, please notify me. Anyway, you have the Emperor Mecha. If you encounter danger, call me and I will teleport you back." Hyla turned her head and looked over, hesitated for a moment, nodded. "Okay, go play with the teacher." Han Xiao smiled at her, and then let the secret energy lead the two of them to disappear. He is not worried about Hela's safety. After all, he is a super A-level person, and his own troops are taking care of him. He has enough self-protection in the secondary dimension world. Looking at the direction where the two disappeared, complex emotions emerged in Hyla's eyes. There is both joy and loss. The legacy of the original is an opportunity to improve her strength, so she was naturally surprised. But when Hela thought that the secondary dimension two-person trip he agreed with Black Star would be invalidated, he felt a little disappointed. Although she doesn't say it normally, she actually wants to go out and play with Black Star. Void Dimension. The red light flashed slightly, and the figures of the two appeared in Kirkman's territory in an instant. After solving the important tasks of the Holy Light Particle and the Underworld Dimension, Han Xiao planned to complete the milestone mission of Void Conqueror, so he thought about the agreement with Kirkman and rushed back. But at this moment, the two of them looked around and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I saw that the Void Crystal Floating City, which was originally crowded, was empty at this time, and all the Void Core stationed here were gone. Strange. Where are they all going? Have you gone out of practice? Embers looked around. Just find a Void creature and ask. Han Xiao brought Emmys to Kirkman's palace. There were indeed some Void attendants with no combat power. When they saw two distinguished guests who had been treated by the Lord, they all came to greet them. Han Xiao was not polite and asked directly, "Where has Kirkman been going?" Lord has brought the Legion to fight. Didn't he ask him to wait for us to come back and start a war? Can't he even wait for this little time?" Han Xiao was puzzled. The Void attendant said helplessly, "It was not the war that Lord Kirkman took the initiative to provoke, but the other Void Lords invaded us. Lord Kirkman was just forced to fight. Give me the coordinates of the battlefield." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and whispered, "It seems that we were at the right time." At the same time, in a certain area of the Void Dimension, two huge Void legions were fighting fiercely. In the middle of the battlefield, the Void Lords led by both sides fought each other. One was riding the young Void Dragon clan, holding a giant Void crystal shield, holding a black sword, and the other was riding a Void Worm, transforming into more than 20 arms, all holding a bronze short spear. Every time the weapons of both sides collided, a blue-purple Void energy aftermath burst out, and a large area was empty around, and no one came to intervene in the single fight between the two Void Lords. Among them is Kirkman, who is faintly at a disadvantage in a single challenge. His control over the Void energy is not as profound as the opponent, and his ability strength is much worse than that of the opponent. He fights quite passively, with less attack and more defense. The enemy he faced was his old enemy who had always been against him, and was also Han Xiao's mission target, Void Lord Bagdora. Because everyone is a Void creature and has high resistance to Void energy, resulting in limited ranged attack effects, most Void creatures tend to be close combat when dealing with similar people. Clang! More than a dozen short guns slashed down at the same time. Kirkman hurriedly raised his shield to block the collision, and a series of circular shock waves exploded at the collision position, and the two sides stalemate. "Did you feel the power of my growth? You are no longer my opponent." Bagdora laughed. "You killed another Void Lord." Kirkman was furious and furious. At their level, The growth of every point of power is very important. Only by swallowing existences of the same level or higher level can the ability grow significantly. For many years, both of them have been playing chess opponents. But now Bagdora's power is obviously one level higher, which can only be explained by the fact that he has devoured the core of another Void Lord. It happened that a Void Lord who was not long ago was born past by my territory, and I turned him into my nutrients. This is fate, and I am destined to defeat you. Damn it, Kirkman suddenly became sour. Why can't we encounter such a good thing? Bagdora poked the afterimage of the short gun, and her mental fluctuations brought a rush to the point. She had already treated Kirkman as a nutritious meal, and she wanted to eat it the next moment. As long as I eat you again, I can join the ranks of lords. Resistance is useless. Please be my food. Kirkman could not withstand the enemies rushing, and the resistance was getting more and more difficult, and the surrounding legions also showed signs of decline. He knew that he would definitely lose if this continued, and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Don't be proud. I still have reinforcements." "So what about reinforcements? Do you think I will be scared away by you?" Bagdora laughed wildly and used a shotgun to cut off a small piece of Kirkman's body. "I just took your so-called reinforcements. Just treat it as the tonic you gave me." At this moment, Han Xiao's figure jumped and appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Void Lord, and his brows trembled. A wide-area spiritual message was released by him, and suddenly swept the whole audience. "You try?" Along with Han Xiao, there was also the super ill-level energy fluctuation emitted by him. The whole person became an energy source that released a strong, dangerous aura, which immediately attracted the attention of all the void creatures present. My helper is here." Kirkman was energetic and his whole body surged. While Bagdora was stunned, he activated the mount under his crotch and swept across his opponent with a horizontal knife. A flash of black light, and several of Bagdora's energy arms were cut off and evaporated instantly. Bagdora hurriedly retreated, away from Kirkman, grew a few more arms, and then looked at Han Xiao solemnly, losing the pride that she had just won. The Super A-level powerhouse in the main universe is not easy to mess with. This is the consensus of the secondary dimension world. He did not expect Kirkman to join the line with a strange Super A-level powerhouse. "Who are you?" "Remind you, don't interfere in the void dimension. I am the subordinate of Lord Suai." Bagdora pulled the banner without saying a word. Among the main characters he knew, Suai was the most famous. He is not. He just wants to scare you. Kirkman ruthlessly exposes it. Don't believe him. Kirkman is a liar. He must be using you. You are a liar. Kirkman was furious. You are. At this moment, the two did not stop quarreling. Han Xiao had no intention of quarreling with the other party. A flash of lightning in his eyes, and countless mechanical troops rushed out. Then a large net composed of mechanical forces grabbed all the individuals, pulled them towards him, and quickly merged. The huge movement caused the void creatures in the battlefield to stop fighting, and all looked over. A mechanical god was formed rapidly because his opponent was just a void lord. He did not summon too many mechanical troops, resulting in the mechanical god being small in size, which was only a height of less than 10,000 meters. The most conspicuous thing is a huge metal cloak battle robe on the back, which is not as soft as the fabric. It is all mechanically structured and looks extremely precise. It was the first time that the Emperor's robe was used in actual combat. Mechanical god Bagdora was very knowledgeable, and the frequency of mental fluctuations suddenly became chaotic, revealing his mood at this moment. If he had the face, he could see the look of being caught off guard and panic on his face. Without saying a word, Bagdora turned around and wanted to run away, and her whole person disappeared instantly and entered a jump in the void. However, Kirkman, who was on the side, was prepared for it. He was also the Lord of the Void. He had some means to stop the other party from running away, swung his long sword, and slapped the void in front of him with the knife surface. The rich void energy burst out, and ripples like shock waves bloomed, easily locking the void dimension space. The next moment, Bagdora's body appeared again and was knocked out of the transition mode by Kirkman. "You!" Bagdora was furious, but before he could try again, Han Xiao in the distance had no intention of watching the show and controlled the mechanical god and rushed over. Seeing this, he did not dare to continue to expose his back. He hurriedly controlled the void energy and launched wave after wave of long-range attacks at the mechanical god, trying to stop Han Xiao from getting closer. The mechanical god did not slow down, so he raised his hand to grab a corner of the Emperor's robe and simply blocked the cloak in front of him. Buzz! The energy shield of a matrix structure immediately emerged from the surface of the cloak, extremely tough and thick, with countless void energy bombarding on it, just like stones hitting non-Newtonian fluid, which could only cause a little ripples and could not even slow down the charge speed of the mechanical gods. At the same time, the Emperor's robe itself has the effect of greatly increasing the flexibility and speed of the mechanical gods. The space at the edge of the cloak battle robe showed signs of distortion, which increased the speed of the mechanical gods by more than a little bit, which was sprinting, which was a strong contrast with the originally slightly bulky action. "Don't come over!" Bagdora was shocked and wanted to retreat, but the way back was blocked by Kirkman, and she couldn't get away for a while, so she could only watch the mechanical god approaching. "Eat my old man with one punch." Han Xiao was very relaxed, raised the mechanical god's arm, and punched it out. The highly concentrated secret energy mixes various electromagnetic and shock force fields to form a light blue energy cover that wraps the fist of a mechanical god and contains amazing multiple lethality. Bang! Bagdora's blocking did not work. His huge energy body was flattened and stuck to the fist of the mechanical god. The bronze short spear of unknown material was beaten into molecular-level fragments. His void worm mount died suddenly on the spot, and his ashes were all raised. Previously, Han Xiao drew Mecha Control Master among several super-level prisoners, greatly increasing the power of mecha equipment in his hands, and particularly strengthening the lethality of melee combat. Bagdora, a Void Lord, could not bear the power of this punch, and was hit hard in an instant. Void creatures have an independent combat power system and are not included in the combat power evaluation criteria of the main universe. So there is no clear comparison, but at Han Xiao's current level, he naturally knows it. With the home court advantage of the Void Dimension, the Void Lord can compete with ordinary super A-level dozens of moves. But that's all. Only the superior lords, higher-level Void Masters, and Void Yuanzu can truly compete with super A-level. As for the peak super A-level, it far exceeds their combat power limit. By this calculation, Bagdora's combat power is probably equivalent to his apostle weapon between level 260 and level 280, which is the quasi-super A category, crushing natural disasters downwards and being beaten up by super A-level slap. With such a huge gap in combat power, Bagdora was not killed in seconds, and her special physique was greatly affected by the Void Lord, and her various resistances were extremely high. Bagdora's flattened body stagnated on the mechanical god's fist for a moment, and the next moment, it suddenly flew out like a pinball and directly hit a blank path in the battlefield. The mechanical god stayed in place, stretched out his 2 fingers, aiming at Bagdora, who was flying farther and farther away. His fingertips deformed, turned into a spout, and a dazzling light lit up. The demonic light killing cannon. Han Xiao was full of evil thoughts. Call out. The energy beam shot out from the fingertips of the mechanical god, instantly catching up with Bagdora and directly penetrated his body. Bagdora's body suddenly froze and began to evaporate from the inside, like the snow under the scorching sun, gradually melting. Soon, only a gray sphere was left floating here, which was the wreckage of Bagdora, the core essence of the Void Lord. This guy is finally dead. Kirkman was very excited, jumped over, grabbed Bagdora's core with one hand, and felt the remnant feeling above, and couldn't help laughing. The Lord was killed, and Bagdora's army immediately fled. Most of the void creatures fled in scattered areas and were chased by the head of the head. The rest surrendered on the spot. The situation immediately became one-sided, and from fierce battle to cleaning up the mess. Seeing this, Han Xiao removed the mechanical god and smacked his lips with unfulfilled intentions. The Void Lord couldn't help but fight. I'm not satisfied yet. At this time, Kirkman took Bagdora's core and returned to Han Xiao's side. His mental fluctuations were filled with unstoppable joy. Haha, I did not read the wrong person. Bagdora was beaten to death by you in 2 or 3 strokes. You must be an amazing figure in the main universe. Overall, the 3rd in the world. Han Xiao made a modest move. According to our agreement, half of the void creature core collected will be distributed to you. We will be good friends in the future. If you need any battles, just call me. This is my energy mark. If you have any questions, please notify me. Han Xiao took Kirkman's energy and turned it into a mark on his arm. He originally had many enchant tattoos on his body, which looked very social, and it didn't matter if there was one more. Han Xiao took a look at the panel. The mission display is completed, the reward settlement, and the 120 large experience is acquired. The Kirkman camp's favorability reaches respect. At the same time, I got a character card which is Kirkman's. It's void confinement, and it is a pretty good control skill. It can be used 5 times. Comparing the difficulty of this time, this reward is quite generous, but Han Xiao, a super A level, can easily solve this task, and with strength, everything is easy to do. The milestone mission of Void Conqueror has also been started. The progress of destroying the Void Lord's forces is 18, and the progress of respect for the Void faction is 14. If the efficiency can be maintained today, the milestone should be activated soon. At this time, Han Xiao's eyes turned and he smiled. Are you interested in continuing to expand territory? Oh, are you going to continue to help me? Kirkman paused, displeased but surprised, and hesitated. In his opinion, Black Star wanted to conquer it. Just like Sour, let the Void Lord become a subordinate and fight for it. Kirkman didn't want to be loyal to others, so he didn't go to Sui, and he felt embarrassed at this time. Han Xiao understood his thoughts from his hesitation, thought for a while, and said, You can rest assured that I have no plans to learn from Sui. Since you are willing to be my helper, then enhancing your power is equivalent to helping myself in disguise. The stronger the allies, the greater the help. The Void Dimension is Sui's territory. If you come here to develop your power, you will undoubtedly offend this Void actor. Therefore, Han Xiao plans to support some Void Lords in the form of signing mercenaries. As long as the other party promises to become his spare tire, he helps the other party to annex the forces of the Void Lord, which not only facilitates the completion of milestone tasks, but also obtains new troops. It's not bad. Kirkman felt relieved. I just saw Han Xiao's combat power. He knew that he was not an opponent. If the other party had plans to subdue his subordinates, he would not be able to resist as long as he came. So he felt that Black Star had no need to lie to him. After a few simple conversations, Kirkman went to enjoy the essence of Bagdora. Emmers, who had not moved, couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. You really never forget to expand your power at any time. I'm used to it. After all, I'm a qualified camp leader. As he said that, Han Xiao glanced at Emmers, and the meaning was self-evident. What's your look? Emmers raised her eyebrows slightly. Appreciate your beauty. I'm sorry. In the next few days, Han Xiao took Emmys to run around the Void Dimension, constantly looking for new collaborators, annexed the forces of each Void Lord, and had the peak super A-level combat power to pioneer the way. The milestone of Void Conqueror progressed very quickly. Such frequent actions also attracted the attention of more Void Dimension bosses. When the wind reached Suri's territory, the subdued Void Lords reported the news to him one after another. The main universe shines in somewhere in the world, in a spacecraft. Black Star ran to the Void Dimension, and is still there to help the Void Lord annex the opponent. Looking at the Void Messenger crawling in front of him, Sour frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and felt alert. Could it be that Black Star has set its sights on the forces in the Void Dimension and wants to gather the Void creatures like me? cultivate a force and occupy one side? In his opinion, Black Star also has void bloodline, and has reached its peak, and has reached a certain level of divine transformation, which is likely to produce new abilities related to void. Xui actually didn't care what happened to Han Xiao and the void dimension, because the void dimension was large enough and the energy was endless. It was fine to share one more person, and it had no impact on him and was not considered a competition. But he was very worried that the uninvolved people were involved in the Void Legion. The Void Dimension was his base camp, and all Void creatures were his compatriots in his eyes. Now the behavior of Black Star made Sui a little unhappy. It would be okay to dig some soil in my vegetable garden, but stealing vegetables would be too much. The whole universe knows that the dimension of Void is covered by me. It is my hometown and my back garden. Hey Xing, you are a dead ghost. If you don't say hello, you will run to my house to make trouble. I'm afraid you won't take me seriously? Sui thought for a while and spoke slowly. Go back and convey my meaning to those lords. Let them contact Black Star, stumble on the wind, and test the other lords of the void he helped. The messenger shook his body, returned to the void dimension, and disappeared without a trace. With Saori's status, it is most convenient to call Han Xiao directly, but there is no room for maneuver. He hopes to take a little more relaxed action and ask Han Xiao's meaning through the middleman. Now that the so-called Super A-Level Association is about to be established, he doesn't want to provoke the leading Black Star. Speaking of this, Manison seems to be very active recently and has been in contact with each other. It seems that he really wants to be the person involved. Thwiller's eyes rolled. His expression was very interesting. Sui himself had no idea. He was not concerned about the Super A-Level Association, but he saw that the Super A-Level group would become a trend in the future, so he just wanted to get a veteran. As for the president's position, he doesn't want it even if he is given free. Sitting in this position is equivalent to standing at the forefront and will receive the focus of high-level civilizations. Some of the peak Super A-Level players have the same idea as he is trying to run for president. With Manison and Black Star, there are only 4 interested candidates in total. Well, the association can only have one chief officer, and it cannot be the direct lineage of the 3 major civilizations. Otherwise, it will deviate from its original intention. I don't know if Black Star has any ideas. Although he has a little less experienced, as a local snake shining in the world and the main initiator of this operation, it seems that he has a chance. Void Conqueror. Mission has been completed. Milestone was successfully activated. Looking at the last Void Lord being beaten into a cake by a mechanical god, Han Xiao finally heard a pleasant prompt popping out of the panel. For the past 10 days, he took Emeth to search for other Void Lords to cooperate, active in various edge areas of the Void Dimension. Because not everyone has the intention to hire outsiders, the 2 of them delayed some time, but overall the efficiency of completing the task is not bad. As long as they reach a cooperation intention, with Han Xiao's strength, they can easily sweep the hostile Void Lord's forces. It's finally done. In the battlefield, Han Xiao was excited, removed the mechanical god, and opened the panel to view the mission income. The milestone bonus of Void Conqueror has taken effect, and various Void talents have been slightly enhanced. They have provided 1,600 free attribute points and 1 divine transformation point. The Void creatures are natural favorable plus 20. At the same time, they also gave a legendary degree, Void Celebrity, which introduced that the name Black Star is circulated among Void creatures. The free attribute points continue to be saved. Currently, nearly 4,000 points have been saved with strong confidence. With that divine transformation point, Han Xiao continued to maintain the thinking of filling the way, throwing it into the main career route. Divine transformation mechanic unlocked the 4th level of effect. Stage 4, mechanical skill level in the Apostle Mechanic and Emperor Mechanic, stages +3, the basic success rate of drawing development +25%, the basic success rate of drawing improvement +15%, the basic success rate of gold drawing development +3%, the probability of exclusive expertise +1.5%, and the ability to strengthen the sub-branch plus 15%, not bad. Han Xiao glanced. The profession skills of the two stages of the Apostle and the Emperor are very important, and it is very useful to strengthen a wave. According to this trend, Han Xiao estimated that the next stage will be to improve the skills of the two stages of the Lord and the God's Seal, which is even more important. Overall, the bonus of this level is mainly focused on strengthening R&D. After all, Han Xiao is not a player who reads the post. At his level, it is very common to derive new drawings based on professional knowledge. It is the same with improving drawings to improve the basic quality. The drawings he often uses now are all enhanced versions that he has improved by himself and are all good products. What Han Xiao cares more about is his exclusive expertise. Old people like Manison and Sorokin all have their own exclusive expertise. Because players in their previous lives did not have such ability, Han Xiao has never had a clue about how to obtain this thing, and there was no similar prompt on the panel, so he could only explore slowly. The sub-branch strengthened and improved Han Xiao's skills in armed and energy direction, and basically all mechanical skills outside of virtual technology can be included. Han Xiao was looking at the panel. At this time, the Void Lord who cooperated this time swallowed the opponent's core and came to his side. Black Star, a Void Lord under Lord Sui, wants to see you. I finally came here, and I knew he would not ignore my actions. Han Xiao had expected it, but was not surprised, and met with the other party under the arrangement of the Void Lord. The body shape of the Void Master seems to be deeper than the Void Lord. At this time, when he saw Han Xiao, he couldn't help feeling intimate, and inexplicably felt that Han Xiao looked very pleasing to the eyes. This Void Master had a good first impression of Han Xiao, but this would not affect his attitude towards doing things for Sully. He asked, Black Star, we have noticed your frequent wars in the Void Dimension recently. Do you want to subdue the Void Lord and build your own forces here? Don't worry. Tell Sully that I just signed some mercenaries and had no intention of establishing a force. In fact, my goal has almost been reached. I have been preparing to leave the Void Dimension in the past 2 days. Han Xiao knew what the other party was worried about and said that he was not here to compete with Sully for territory. This is the best. As long as you don't interfere too much in the Void Dimension, we welcome you to visit us. You can come to us if you have any needs. The Void Lord is quite polite. As a subordinate of Sour, he is not ignorant of the strong people in the main universe, and knows that Black Star is someone you can't afford to offend. Okay, we may have the opportunity to do business in the future, Han Xiao said casually. Souri's territory has a stable industrial chain and produces various void specialties. It is a good business. If you have any needs, you can cooperate with the other party. At this time, the Lord of Void took out a tube of potion, filled it with blue solution, and emitted a misty light on its own, saying, This is a gift from Lord Xui, which is specially given to you. It extracts the liquid void essence made by the dimensional source energy, which will help purify the void bloodline. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and was not polite. He took the potion and smiled, then thanked Sui for me. As the saying goes, eating people is short-spoken, and this move is equivalent to giving away guests. Xui subtext is to ask Han Xiao to take the gift and don't stay at his house for too long. Han Xiao didn't plan to dig his vegetable field at first, so he naturally had no objection. The negotiations between the two sides went smoothly, and the great Lord of Void left with satisfaction. Han Xiao also put away the potion, which was estimated to increase the attributes of the next species sublimation to a certain extent. Finally finished. At this time, Emmers chuckled. These days, he's been busy with tasks and has not fulfilled his initial commitment to travel. Han Xiao couldn't help feeling a little owed Emmers. After finishing the business, he felt relaxed. He waved his hand and said proudly, Let's go, I'll accompany you to have fun in the secondary dimension world. When the two of them were traveling in the secondary dimension world, the situation in the main universe was also changing. Although the plan of the Shining World Super A-Level Development Federation has not been made public to the outside world, the abnormal actions of many peak Super A-Level forces have caused many well-informed organizations to smell an unusual smell. After the leaders gathered together, everyone gathered together to hold the first meeting. In a round-table conference room of a spacecraft, many long-range projections of the leaders gather here. Sitting in their own seats, they are basically at the peak of the Super A level. The huge round table was empty, and there was only one seat, which was Han Xiao, who did not come to attend the meeting. Madison clapped his hands, let everyone see it, and slowly said, Black Star went to the secondary dimension world. It is inconvenient to contact us. We are the only ones who held a meeting today. He is the main leader. The Development Federation needs the Black Star Legion to match up with him. Is it appropriate not to call him such an important meeting? The secret master raised a question. Everyone agreed. Han Xiao is very important in the Super A-level circle. Although he has not come, no one will regard him as heir. In addition, the importance of the Black Star Legion in establishing a Super A-level association. Many peak Super A-level present have agreed to his right to speak. Even if he is not here, he will take the initiative to consider him. It was Black Star who said he would not come to participate. Madison waved his hand. He was not going to deceive people in this regard. He said, he has already expressed his opinion. Everything is based on the consensus of the talks between the gods. Let us discuss the result and just notify him at that time. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then get to the point. Madison said slowly, since we want to establish a development federation, we must first formulate rules, regulate the functions of the association, clarify the nature of the organization, establish development ideas, and formulate member codes. Sui became the supporting actor. It's right. Our original intention is to unite all Super A-level forces, whether it is present or future. The structure of the ancients is too loose, and the threshold for joining the society is too high. This development federation cannot repeat the same mistakes, and it must have a clear rule and system. A peak Super A-level spoke out. The plan proposed by Black Star shows that the main function of the Development Federation is to peacefully mediate disputes between Super A levels. This idea is feasible. It is best to start from this aspect, such as allowing members not to easily provoke conflicts other than negotiations to maintain the appearance of Super A-level unity. There are also members who should not deliberately intensify conflicts, avoid peaceful consultations, and ensure that members obey the results of mediation, set up punishments, prevent people from remorse, and damage the authority of the organization. Everyone discussed it all over the place and quickly improved various rules and regulations. At this time, Sorokin, as a big financial owner, suddenly spoke. Although the rules are good, the biggest problem is to ensure that the Super A level is willing to abide by the rules of the organization. Everyone knows that the Super A level are all rebellious people and enjoy privileges. It is not easy to restrain them. Yes, this is the core issue. Madison said, not only should members be bound by the rules, but they should also choose to join the Development Federation after outsiders see these rules. The consensus of the gods talks is one thing, but not everyone buys it. In order to prevent others from ignoring us, it is nothing more than using deterrence and inducement together, which not only allows other Super A levels to see the price of violating the rules, but also the benefits of joining the Development Federation. Deterrence is simple. We veterans don't need to do anything, and it is a deterrent itself. Inducement needs to be carried out from multiple aspects, building a network of interest that exceeds A-level forces, integrating and sharing their respective resources, and providing economic, networking, political support to other people's forces. For future newcomers, we use our own resources to help the other party establish Super A-level forces and provide some peak and Super A-level experience guidance, etc. Even, we can also regard the ultimate knowledge of the 5 major systems as a benefit. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ultimate knowledge? This is the business that robs the 3 major civilizations of recruiting Super A-level allies. They will definitely strongly oppose it. This is not a joke. Madison said slowly. What is our original intention? I forgot so quickly. If we cannot break the tough monopoly of the 3 major civilizations on ultimate knowledge, then even if the Super A-level association is successfully established, It will be just a cripple and is still controlled by the advanced civilization. We have to work hard for them. Some people nodded in agreement, but more people remained silent, thinking that the steps were too big, the eggs were slightly higher, and there were differences in opinions. If you insist on doing this, then the three major civilizations will have a dispute with us. Suai was helpless. So, Manison looked around the audience, and the picture was revealed. We need a leader. He must withstand the pressure and never compromise. Only I can take on this responsibility. Everyone glanced at him sideways. Someone next to him started to whisper, Manison is strong, has a wide connection, has great power, and has experienced seniority. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. Many people present were friends whom Manison brought in, and some of them were originally planning to support him. At this time, another top-level super A-level campaign couldn't help but speak. Who doesn't know what you think? Everyone is the leader of the Development Federation. I think I'm more suitable than you. Everyone is super A-level, and it is impossible to have a one-man show. Even if you become the president, you only have a greater say and cannot truly order people at the same level. Most important decisions must be made together by many veterans. However, due to the special organizational nature of the Super A-Level Association, this opportunity to establish seats for everyone is rare. At this time, Milizao slowly said, although Black Star is not here, he also has the intention of running. There is no doubt that the Black Star Legion's power in the Shining World is powerful. As the president, our organization is worthy of its reputation, and evolutionary totems will be sold publicly. At that time, Black Star's face in the three major civilizations will increase a lot, suitable for serving as lubricants for both parties, which can greatly alleviate the pressure of the association. I support Black Star as a talker. Han Xiao did not attend the meeting in person, but was not a handoff manager, mainly because he was unwilling to face other competitors, including Manison. Since his connections could not compete with the other party, he might as well show the benefits he could bring and let these people make their own choices to avoid head-on conflicts with other peak Super A-level directors, especially because he did not want to tease Director Mai. Black Star is indeed very useful, but he has too little experience. I don't want a young guy to ride on my head. Sierra snorted coldly. Everyone supported different candidates, and they argued with each other, and many people supported Han Xiao from afar. After a while, someone said, I think the management structure must be balanced. The president's seat cannot be a lifetime system. It has to be changed every once in a while. This statement has been widely recognized by everyone. They just don't want to be the first one now. When the association stabilizes, when the president naturally has more benefits than disadvantages. From the perspective of balance, no one wants a person to be the president forever. At this time, Manison looked at Suai, who had not expressed his opinion for a long time, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, You support me this time, and I will fully support you as the person in the next session. Upon hearing this, Suai suddenly felt a chill for some reason. Why do I suddenly feel that I should turn on a mental shield at any time in the future? All of us are top powerhouses who have explored the universe, and we have forces from different industries, including warlords, chaebol, giant crocodiles in the gray zone, and the head of the interstellar regime. This group of powerful bigwigs don't like to argue, so things were discussed very quickly. It didn't take long to determine the prototype structure of the Development Federation, which was based on the platform for mediating conflicts of Super A. The inside was the nature of the organization that united Super A. There were drafts for various charters and reward and punishment systems, which could be adjusted according to the situation. At the same time, the formal preparations of the organization were put on the agenda, and the leaders began to pass the message to each Super A level, recruit members, and go to the base camp of the Shining World Site Selection and Construction Association, which requires the help of the Black Star Legion. Every super-level force needs to set up an embassy-like office there, which feels like a United Nations. The preparations will take about several months, and before the establishment of the Development Federation is formally announced, the future management will be determined, which is currently set up as the president, vice president, and council structure. After everyone discussed, They determined that the chief and vice presidents were once every 30 years and were allowed to re-election multiple times, with a maximum re-election period of no more than 3 times. After leaving office, they could still serve as directors, and after leaving office for 2 terms, 60 years, they could run for election again. The president has the greatest responsibility, which is to have appeal and withstand the pressure of the 3 major civilizations. At present, Madison has the highest call, but before Han Xiao returns, others will not kick him away and determine the candidate without authorization. As for Madison's proposal to break the development path of ultimate knowledge monopoly, there are currently mixed reviews. For a long time, ultimate knowledge has been monopolized by higher civilizations and used as a means to win over allies of Super A level. Even if allies learn it, they're not allowed to teach others easily. Han Xiao has encountered such a situation before. If the Development Federation turns ultimate knowledge into its own welfare, it is equivalent to breaking the ban on the 3 major civilizations and seizing the basic base of super-level combat power. It will arouse fierce opposition from the 3 major civilizations. However, if we can really succeed and regain power from higher civilizations, the Super A class can indeed get rid of many restrictions and become more independent. This is a step that must be taken to improve the status of the Super A class, so that future Super A class newcomers do not have to join advanced civilizations for the ultimate knowledge. On the contrary, this facilitates the Super A class association to attract newcomers, especially for those peak Super A class who have mastered the entire set of ultimate knowledge of this profession. On this issue, the point that everyone is controversial is the choice of timing. Some people believe that this measure should be implemented after the association has gained a foothold. This is a direct fight with the 3 major civilizations. The pioneering association cannot withstand such a fierce conflict. Some people also believe that we should take advantage of the momentum of starting a new business and regain power, so as to highlight the significance of the association's existence. These details have time to discuss slowly. On the other hand, establishing a development federation also requires an excuse and opportunity to be accepted by the outside world. Everyone intends to contact some of them, pretend to have conflicts with each other, and conflict with each other in the next few months. The key point of the plan is that the fire in the city gate will affect the fish. The Super A level each other is just acting, and only the aftermath is needed to ensure that the aftermath causes losses to different forces. Not only should we fight in the shining world, but we should also encourage the forces under our command to have friction in various star fields, so that the public and forces from all walks of life will once again recognize the negative impact of the fight between Super A level and create a turbulent situation, so that the outside world hopes to fight over A level and pave the way for the establishment of the Development Federation. This not only puts pressure on the 3 major civilizations, but also gives them a step forward. Both sides do not want to expose the conflicts between the 2 sides to the outside world. Many bigwigs finalized their strategies and soon began to take action. The already lively shining world became more and more turbulent. The free competition zone became more and more chaotic, and at the same time, there were more or less conflicts among various star fields that were more or less. Regarding this phenomenon, the 3 major civilizations temporarily left behind their differences, and the senior management held a 3-party remote meeting to discuss response plans. In the completely confidential conference room, remote projections from senior leaders from Guanghui, Zuling, and Empire gathered together. The head of the Empire, Ulan Riel, the glorious President Bedell, and the head of the Zuling cult led their own senior officials, each occupying one side of the triangular conference table, which was clearly distinguished from each other. On weekdays, the 3 families fight openly and secretly. You stab me in the back and I stab your chrysanthemum. But when the exploration of the universe pattern is shaken, the 3 parties will unite to jointly determine the fate of this universe. Vader glanced at the audience and said, "I can't remember when the last joint meeting of our 3 families was held." "Of course you can't remember. The last joint meeting was not in your term," Su Ling's sect leader said lightly. Vader glared at him with nothing to say. In contrast, the glorious Federation is indeed the one who has the most diligent exchange for leaders. The head of the Zuling cult has experienced several glorious presidents. Discuss the main things. Ulan Riel said lightly. Unity of the Super A level is the general trend. If our attitude of stopping is too tough, Super A level will have a strong disgust. In order to get rid of the fate of becoming a tool, more and more Super A level newcomers will choose to conceal their strength and survive in a low-key manner. The efficiency of our recruitment of allies will decrease a lot, and it is more difficult to count the total number of Super A-level combat power in the universe. Vader nodded in agreement. We cannot allow Super A-level to successfully create that development alliance, and the means cannot be too hard. Let's cooperate. We cannot deal with our own allies, so put pressure on each other. The Empire will deal with my allies. I target Su Ling's allies, and the people of Su Ling play the Empire to attack some of the Super A-level forces from various fields, especially those who are swaying. This is just a way to set up obstacles and increase the difficulty of the Development Federation to attract people, but it does not have a decisive effect. The head of the Zuling sect said calmly, if the Super A-level groups are united, they will have terrible influence in all-star fields, which can shake the pattern of the interstellar society to a certain extent. Vader shook his head. It's a pity that it is impossible to clear all Super A levels. Not to mention that we need to pay a huge price. We must ensure that the existence of such great powers in the universe has been explored. It is not only used to suppress those Super A levels that conceal their strength and escape to the subdimensional world, but also to ensure our advantage in exploring unknown fields. Maybe one day they will encounter other unknown higher civilizations, and we cannot give up such weapons by ourselves. Ulan Rur said in a deep voice, in the interstellar social calculation model established by the Empire, this will sooner or later problem. Just like in the early society, workers spontaneously established trade unions in order to protect their own interests from exploitation. What we are facing now is a similar situation, but the object has become a special individual who has mastered great power. Since the exploration history, we have squeezed them too much, and there will always be a day of rebound. So we need to make second-hand preparations. If the establishment of the development union cannot be stopped, we need to use differentiation methods. The other party's management must have Super A level with different ideas, which can be bought or won over as our eyes and ears, and indirectly affect the other party's overall decision-making. The head of the Zuling sect narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two of them, and said, speaking of this, the Machine Kingdom and Black Star are the main leaders, and their opinions are different. Humph! The people of both of you seem to be in charge, but they are still my Suri obedient. Menison is very ambitious. Vader frowned and said, dissatisfied. In recent years, he has done many tricks in secret, and it is very likely that he wants to further get rid of Guanghui's control. In fact, we can no longer control him now. Hearing this, the head of the Zuling sect looked at Ulan Riel. What about the Empire? Your Black Star is also very good at causing trouble. Will you teach him a lesson? Don't worry about this. The Empire has its own arrangements for the Black Star. The evolutionary totem will be open as usual. You don't have to worry about this issue. Ulan Riel said casually. The Empire intends to continue to ease relations and does not want to create cracks, so it decided to endure and wait for Gouda to grow up in secret in order to solve the technical problems of the evolutionary block, so that it can get rid of the dependence of the evolutionary totem business on Han Xiao and regain the initiative. And this kind of plan, Ulan Riel will naturally not explain it to others. Seeing this, Vader pulled the topic back and said, in addition to differentiation, we also need to penetrate. We cannot let our direct descendants be rejected by the other party. If they want to establish an association, they must come up with some management positions to exchange with us so that some of our direct descendants will become senior leaders, which is equivalent to an open nail to grasp the other party's movements. Everyone discussed and came up with various countermeasures, gradually reaching a consensus. Time passes by in a hurry, as the situation in the universe changes. A few months later, the Black Star Palace. Buzz, a flash of light flashed, and 3 figures appeared in the Legion commander's office. It was Han Xiao and Emmers who returned from the secondary dimension world and the secret power used as vehicles. The two of them automatically removed the mecha, and a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Hey, are you willing to come back?" The two of them turned around and looked at the room. There was a Sawia lying comfortably on Han Xiao's seat. At this time, they quickly bounced up as if there were 2 springs on there, but seeing this scene, Han Xiao couldn't help but joke. "Okay, little thing, are you sitting in my position every day while I'm not here? Are you going to usurp the throne? How is that possible? It just... Zaiwia's face turned slightly red. Her eyes were rolling around, looking for excuses, and hesitated. "Ahem, it's just that your chair is very comfortable to sit on." She was talking, and suddenly she was stunned. Her eyes turned down, locking Han Xiao's arm, and she was hugging Emeth's waist. Emeth didn't even repel it, as if she was used to it. Aware of her eyes, Emmys twisted her body and let her waist take off Han Xiao's palm. Then she raised her hand to touch Han Xiao's cheek and chuckled. "I'm very busy. Then I'll go back to the Broken Star Ring first. Jenny probably is going crazy. It's so hard for you to remember her." Han Xiao smiled, trying to catch the palm of Emmy's put on his face, but Emmy's had already put his hand back, blinked at him, and a graceful smile appeared in the corner of her mouth. Then, Emmy's turned his head and looked at the dazed Sivya, smiled gently, dragged her long black dress, and walked out of the room. Suiya stood there blankly, almost glaring her eyes out. The two of them went on a secondary dimension double tour, and their behavior became so close. What happened? Yu. Hearing this, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, lowered his smile, and said with a stern face, "What are you and ours? Can we distinguish between priorities? How is the situation in the main universe these days when I am not here? And what about Hyla? What is she doing?" Seeing Han Xiao's appearance of being unquestionable, Zaiwiya gritted her teeth, endured her strong curiosity, and explained the changes in the situation over the past few months. Earlier, Hela inherited the dimension of the underworld and established a link through branding, so she did not need to stay in the underworld and recharged it. She had long returned to the main universe. Now she has gone to the free competition zone and continues to preside over the exploration work. Over the past few months, the popularity of the Hela Rescue War has gradually cooled down. As the exploration of the free competition zone deepens, many forces have already made their brains. Moreover, many super A-level pretending to be friction and constantly break out in conflicts, which is quite lively. The player's level has increased a lot, the actions have become more organized, and the sense of existence in the universe has continued to rise. It is said that some small and medium-sized forces have privately called the player as the cancer of the universe, and gradually moving towards the familiar direction of Han Xiao. But the player's nickname has not been completely opened. A lot of news came from the Empire, all about the Development Federation. Han Xiao went out to hide for several months and avoided the Empire's direct inquiries. The preparations for the Development Federation are almost done, and the people are basically together. During this period, the 3 major civilizations took a lot of action. The two sides secretly fought back and forth, and many of them were suppressed to varying degrees, but unfortunately the effect was limited. Although Han Xiao did not participate directly, his influence played some role in it. Under his instructions, the Black Star Army provided a lot of help with the power of the local snake. On the other hand, the Dark Emperor had already run out of the space turbulence and recently publicly caught a new neutral Super A level. As the direct line of the Empire, he stayed in the Shining World at this juncture and was being hostile and warned by many Super A-level hostility. All these changes did not affect the Empire's policy of publicly selling evolutionary totems. The Legion Logistics Department has produced a large number of evolutionary totem prototypes, just waiting for Han Xiao to recharge with evolution blocks. The reservation orders from countless forces came one after another like snowflakes, and the deposit alone was lenient. Looking through the information, Han Xiao murmured secretly, "It seems that when I was away, things were going smoothly. The elderly Manison, indeed, are not vegetarians. Okay, the establishment of the Development Federation is a foregone conclusion. It is time for me to go there. Countless forces have extremely high enthusiasm for the shining world. With the progress of the development of the new star field, the exploration area of the free competition area is getting deeper and deeper into the hinterland, and the efficiency is far beyond the previous 3 phases of closed development. Fine Star, a hub planet of the Emerald Cluster, is located at the junction of the outer galaxy and the inner galaxy, and is in a superior position. Originally, this was the territory occupied by the Modo civilization first, but the aftermath of the 2 super A-level forces unfortunately affected here. The Modo civilization troops stationed here encountered an accident, and the planet returned to its own state. Soon afterwards, the Black Star Army's fleet occupied the place and generously dedicated to serve as the future headquarters of the Shining World Super A-Class Development Federation. Nowadays, this barren planet has been completely renewed and full of traces of artificial transformation. The engineering ships of countless Black Star Legion have been rising and falling, and various surface and satellite buildings have been built on a large scale. The most conspicuous landmark building is a towering building, the headquarters of the Development Federation, which is the overall shape of a trophy. At the top is a huge sphere, like a floating fortress, with rich facilities inside the sphere, and a special roundtable room for meetings of Super A. At this moment, an important meeting is being held here. A slight flash before his eyes, Han Xiao's remote projection had already arrived at the roundtable conference room. He glanced at him and found that there were already many seats, and new remote projections were constantly coming. This is the first time Han Xiao has attended a meeting since his return. This is a plenary meeting, convening all the Super A-level players who are willing to join, not only Manison and other leaders. Soon, there were people in all seats, and Manison knocked on the table, asking everyone to stop whispering. Everyone, Black Star is the main advocate of the Development Federation. Now that he is back, all the members are finally here. This is our first plenary meeting. Some of you may not be familiar with each other, so let's introduce it first. Even if the Super A-level present had never contacted others, they knew each other's names. This move was just a process, and everyone simply signed up for their names. Han Xiao looked at it one by one and found that most of them were people in the talks of the gods, but there were also many new faces, including the direct lineage of the 3 major civilizations. At the same time, there are fewer old faces, such as the unlucky guys locked in amber. In fact, the number of people is even higher than the gods' talks. Seeing him looking over, everyone nodded slightly to Han Xiao. The direct descendants of the 3 major civilizations are also here. Han Xiao knew it. The reason is not difficult to guess. The Development Federation has been fighting with the 3 major civilizations for several months, and both sides have made concessions and compromises in secret. These direct descendants must be one of the conditions for exchange. Although the association cannot allow the direct line to control the power of the senior management, since it is necessary to call out the Super A-level association, it is naturally impossible to exclude the Super A-level membership, even the direct line members of the 3 major civilizations. Everyone's original intention was to surpass the A-level United Front and improve the status of the entire class, but it is unrealistic to become a fat man in one bite. In the early stages, no one wanted to really break up, and they would inevitably make a certain degree of compromise with the 3 major civilizations. This will not deviate from the original intention, because as long as this platform is built, a new interest network will be formed, and at the same time, the function of mediating conflicts will be used to ignore part of the struggle originating from the ownership of the camp. As for more rights, we must fight for it slowly in the future. Han Xiao has not come back for several months, but he has been paying attention to the preparation progress of the Development Federation, has mastered a lot of information, and is clear about the basic system and personnel status of the association. After taking turns to introduce it, Manison looked at Han Xiao and said slowly, "In the past few months, the Development Federation has been well prepared. Black Star, You have only been back recently. You're the first time participating in the meeting. Is there anything you want to say? You are one of the main initiators. We want to hear your opinions. Everyone's eyes immediately focused. Han Xiao cleared his throat and said cliches. I have no objection. Everyone did a good job. We talked about this issue at the meeting of the gods. Finally, I was responsible for building the exchange platform. Now, there have been results. Everyone knows that the primary purpose of the Development Federation is to mediate conflicts between Super A levels. I heard that many of the people here have not had a harmonious relationship recently, so I hope this platform will be established as soon as possible. The whole universe is urgently needed to bring peace to them. Black Star said it very well. Madison took the conversation and said, everyone here knew that the Development Federation encountered some obstacles on the way to establish it. Now these obstacles have been basically eliminated, and the negotiations on the ultimate knowledge cannot continue. We need to put this matter aside for the time being. The more critical issue at present is to decide the candidates for management and let the Development Federation be officially established as soon as possible. There is no doubt that the three major civilizations have not given up on the issue of ultimate knowledge. After a series of fierce fighting, both sides maintained a certain degree of restraint and decided to transfer this issue into a secret negotiation process. However, they could not give each other enough chips and could not do anything to each other for the time being, so there would be no result in the short term. Therefore, some peak Super A-level players, including Madison, have changed their minds and are unwilling to be delayed by this issue. So they temporarily put aside this demand and do not publicly regard ultimate knowledge as the association's camp welfare. As for whether it will be taught privately, this is another matter. The last hurdle for the formal establishment of the association is that the management has not decided for a long time, and the reason is that Black Star has not come back. Now that Han Xiao has finally arrived, everyone is impatient to solve this key problem. Yes, it's time to decide the president's choice. An ancient man looked around the audience and spoke actively. In the past few months, Your Excellency of the China Machinery Kingdom has been under tremendous pressure on behalf of the Development Federation. His performance is obvious to all. I suggest that Madison be the first president. As soon as this conversation was opened, many supporters agreed, and for a moment, Madison's momentum overshadowed the entire audience. For several months, Madison has not been idle. He has used his network advantages accumulated over the years. Not only has more than half of the peak A-level super support him, but many of the other super A-level members have also been attracted by him, especially the people from the ancients. Most of them agree that the military country will serve as president, and their momentum has been achieved. The other two candidates have been completely suppressed in the past few months, knowing that they have no chance and basically withdrew from the competition. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Han Xiao, intentionally or unintentionally. He disappeared for several months, and the only thing everyone was unable to know was his thoughts. Madison couldn't help looking at Han Xiao, which was the ultimate variable to stop him from becoming president, and he had no choice but to ignore it. However, Han Xiao just smiled and said nothing, without any intention of opening his mouth. Sowery's eyes wandered between the two and tentatively said, "If there is no objection, then let's vote. Do you agree with Madison's first president of the Development Federation?" Agree. Supply. Abstention. Agree. Because everyone is a big shot in the audience, and the number of people is small, it is enough to not complete the complex election ceremonies, and it is enough to vote. Everyone expressed their opinions, and Han Xiao also voted for an abstention. Seeing this scene, Madison completely relieved. As long as Black Star didn't come out to make a fuss, his position was sure. All the direct descendants of the three major civilizations abstained, and obviously reached an agreement early, and eventually Madison obtained absolute support. Seeing this, Suri took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Then it's decided that Mr. Madison, the ancient Papa Chi, will officially serve as the first president." Okay. The muscles on Madison's face remained motionless, and there was no emotion visible. He was not polite, and there was no need to be modest. "Papa," Everyone puffed up their palms symbolically. After the applause stopped, Sui looked around the audience and asked, "Then who is the position of vice president?" At this time, Han Xiao suddenly spoke and smiled. The association was established and relied on the power of the Black Star Army in the Shining World. I have made a lot of contributions. This position is more suitable for me. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with no surprise expressions. With Black Star's strength and status, he is also a director at the worst. With the important assistance provided by the Black Star Army, he is naturally qualified to take the position of vice president. In fact, there is a reason why Han Xiao did not compete with Madison. When he learned that the president was in a new term, he put away his thoughts of becoming the first president. On the one hand, he has a slightly weak foundation and is indeed unable to compete with Madison's connections. On the other hand, he once again analyzed the pros and cons and did not want to bear the main pressure in the early stage of the association. If he was pushed off the position by others later, it would be like being used as a gun. Han Xiao ran to the secondary dimension to hide for several months and had this idea. I couldn't do everything and couldn't be elected as the president in the end. So he simply let people like Madison take the main pressure, and he ran back to pick peaches. Anyway, we're the main initiators, and the power of the Black Star Legion has also helped the Development Federation, which is a great contribution. Han Xiao is not in a hurry when he has the opportunity to change his term. He does not want to fight with Madison head-on, but instead settle for the second best, find a position as vice president, and strives for the president in the future. In fact, even if I choose to fight head-on, I can't pick Madison's big peaches. Han Xiao did not intend to compete for his connections, but instead conveyed the benefits of his as president through Kant and Lao Long. The people present still supported Madison at this time, which means that they had made a profit decision. Therefore, even if I just publicly challenge Madison, I would not get the support of these people. Although he has some resources in his hands and can use opportunities such as evolutionary blocks as bargaining chips to exchange for support from some people, he can't do this every time the term changes, and many resources are one time. If you use this time, it's hard to say about the next term change. Since Han Xiao understood the situation, he was no longer able to hold on. Only when his qualifications, connections, and influence reached a higher level can he steadily compete with the characters above the Madison level. After repeated consideration, he decided to let Madison, a tall man, stand in the sky and enjoy the cool under the big tree, continue to accumulate wealth, and slowly leverage the corners of Madison and others. After all, I have leeks to harvest, and my growth rate is far higher than that of others. Since I have this unique advantage, a strategy similar to keeping a low profile is more suitable for me. There are many people who have intentions about the position of vice president, but unfortunately there are no strong competitors, so Sui and others are not interested in competing. Because Han Xiao is a local snake, most people give face, and Madison, who is in a good mood, also reciprocates, so there are no twists and turns, and the position of vice president finally fell on Han Xiao. Han Xiao felt relieved after getting this position. This is the reflection of status. You can get the position of vice president without spending much money, which is more cost-effective than the competition for president. There is no suspense about the next board meeting, and it has been decided long ago, and it is all a group of peak Super A-level players. In addition, 3 honorary directors were also set up without actual management rights, and they were allocated to the top of the 3 major civilizations, which was naturally one of the conditions for compromise, and the intention was self-evident. The first leadership team was established, and the date of the establishment of the Development Federation was also set. After talking about these important matters, the meeting ended, and one series of remote projections disappeared, and in the end, only the remote projections of Madison and Han Xiao were left. "Congratulations on being the president," Han Xiao said casually. Madison showed a long-lost smile and said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged. This is too early for you. The future belongs to you." Han Xiao blinked, his expression of fun. Although the plot of the previous life is different, Manison's goal should not change. He knows a little bit. In his previous life, Manison had both ambitions and selfishness. He wanted to make the cake bigger, and it was also to make the power of the entire Super A class his backing to help him go further. The two have different opinions, but there are also overlapping parts. At least for a long time, Manison's attempts cannot be realized. If he wants to have a strong enough support, he must wait for the entire class to grow stronger with time. Han Xiao put away his thoughts, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked, what are the quotes for the 3 major civilizations regarding the negotiation of ultimate knowledge? When talking about this issue, Manison restrained his smile, and his tone was meaningful. Superstar Cluster Civilization. Han Xiao immediately understood and shook his head helplessly. It turned out to be a move to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, plus a cauldron to remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron, which not only uses the association to deal with more important opponents, but also destroys the association's credibility. Will you promise him? I don't know. Let's see again. Manison did not answer. After saying this, his projection was also offline, and Han Xiao was the only one left in the conference room. Han Xiao looked at Manison's empty seat and suddenly laughed twice. The big director, this position is not easy to sit in. On July 11th, 730, Xinghai Li, a sudden news bomb exploded in the shining world. Nearly 100 Super A-level joint announcements have been made that, feeling the frequent frictions in recent days, they decided to form a trade union-like organization to mediate military conflicts between Super A-level to reduce public losses caused by the battle. It is reported that the organization is headquartered at Fine Star of the Shining World Emerald Star Cluster. President Manison, Vice President Black Star Han Xiao, currently has nearly 100 Super A-level members. The 3 major civilizations publicly stated that they did not deny the legitimacy of the organization and called on superpowers from all walks of life to take this as an example to reduce the abuse of power. The Shining World Super A-level Development Federation was officially established on that day. After several months, following the explosive news of the Hela Rescue War, countless citizens and forces in various star fields were in an uproar again. Have you heard that hundreds of Super A-level teams have jointly established a new organization in Shining World? In a non-commissioned officer bar at a military closed base in the Empire, there was no longer the warm atmosphere of the past. Some people hang their glasses by their mouths and forgot to drink. Some people covered their palms on the mouth of the glass, subconsciously rubbed the cup with their fingers, and some people squinted their eyes and held a thick cigarette, which was filled with smoke, allowing them to burn. Everyone has different postures. The only thing in common is that everyone's heads twisted in the same direction, and their eyes gathered on the virtual screen on the bar wall. At this moment, a current affairs chat program was playing on it. In the picture is a studio, and a host is guiding several guests to talk freely. The issues being discussed are related to recent big news. In the quiet bar, only the enthusiastic voices of the show guests remained. I know the Shining World Super A-level Development Federation was just established not long ago. They invited a large number of interstellar media and published press releases. Now, the whole universe is spreading. Almost all the Super A-level high-profile franchise. Hey, these big names are really unwilling to be lonely. Host. The data shows that the purpose of this organization is to mediate more and more frequent Super A-level conflicts. On the day of its establishment, they held a plenary meeting. With the watching of the interstellar media, they conducted more than a dozen mediations publicly and resolved dozens of Super A-level conflicts in the form of peaceful negotiations. The facts proved to be very effective. These people stopped the disputes. The recent frequent Super A-level conflicts have been effectively curbed, and no one is unlucky to be involved in the conflict. Thus, this organization is still very useful. A guest who serves as an executive of the consortium complained, the Super A-level destructive power is too great. The disputes between them often bring huge public losses. Either a planet was blown up or the onlookers were killed by the aftermath. It is rare that there is an organization now that we can take care of this group of people. Yes, I have a friend who lives in the Broken Star Ring. He went to watch the Black Star's appointment with the domineering master decades ago. Because he was too close, he unfortunately died, and there was no compensation afterwards. Someone complained, "I don't know what the people who joined the fund thought. They thought it was a concert." Are there still few ordinary people who accidentally killed superpowers? How long has this been the social contradiction? According to research, the number of ordinary people who die directly or indirectly in the universe every day is about 10 to the power of 10. Think about how terrible this data is. This is a big problem closely related to our lives. A guest was indignant. He was a representative of an equal rights organization between ordinary people and superpowers. So I think this organization is of great significance. Super A is worthy of their peak super-level identity. It sets a good example for superpower people in the universe and is very responsible. The host smiled and avoided this sharp topic. He showed off the virtual avatars of Madison and Han Xiao on the screen behind him, saying, "The two main initiators are Machine Kingdom and Black Star. They serve as presidents and vice presidents of the Development Federation, respectively. Oh, these two are big figures among the big figures." A socialite made an exaggerated gesture. No need to say about Madison. He is an old super level. Everyone is familiar with him. He sat in the position of president. No one finds strange. On the contrary, Black Star, he is a person who has only risen in recent decades, actually suppressed other old qualifications, and took the second seat. Super A-level guys are a group of strength-first guys. Not long ago, Black Star only fought against 12 and achieved a historical record. Qualification is not a factor limiting him. A star-chasing slime tribe danced. Speaking of this, Black Star proposed the idea of the Development Federation, and it seems that the fuse was this battle. Madison was just the partner he brought to him. No, right? I have to see, there are clues in the talks between the gods. They had planned it for a long time. Black Star made a match with them because they made the greatest contribution and got the position of vice president. As for these super A-level purposes, who knows? Perhaps it was also taking advantage of the opportunity of Shining World Development to reshuffle them together, and everyone is the same anyway. I checked the information. Black Star has been very active recently. He not only took the lead in establishing the Development Federation, but also served as a new shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. The formal sale of evolutionary totems in the Empire has been put on the agenda, and he has even entered the entertainment industry. In the archives of the Star Film Association, the film adapted from Black Star's deeds has been officially launched. The director is Benny Traverall, a well-known producer. Perhaps we can soon witness the rise of Black Star on the screen. The host talked with the guests. Bang! At this time, an Imperial officer put down his wine glass, curled his lips, and said disdainfully, "What a bullshit mediation, a group of super A-level acting. It's really done. I believe that their talking nonsense is a bunch of idiots." Everyone in the bar burst into laughter. Everyone present was a discerning person and a soldier from the Empire. Standing on the Empire's standpoint, he couldn't help but start talking. This is a super A-level official association. It seems that they finally want to regain some power from the three major civilizations. I didn't expect that Black Star is the main leader. Hey, it turns out that outsiders can't believe it. I have admired him for a while before. No wonder. He is not an imperialist after all, and there is no reason to demand his absolute loyalty. The future of the three major civilizations is difficult, and there is another competitor that forces cannot ignore. Listening to the discussion of his colleagues, Gauda shook his wine glass with amber wine, silently staring at Han Xiao's virtual avatar in the show with a meaningful look. Your status is getting higher and higher. Because the chaos secret can be robbed, Gauda has always kept a focus on Han Xiao. Watching Han Xiao continue to acquire capital, and his status in the universe is getting higher and higher. The Hela rescue battle some time ago also made him amazed at Han Xiao's growth rate again. As soon as Gauda stopped his wrist, the wine continued to sway and rotate in the wine glass with inertia. He lowered his head, stared at the vortex in the cup, and the corners of his mouth curled up a playful curve. Madison had this idea before, but now he finally has the opportunity. It is a good excuse to develop the Federation. When I become a super A-level, 80% of them will join the association. But I didn't expect you to support this approach. Do you agree with Manison's theory of super A-level united front? Or have you discovered that? Black Star Palace, Legion Commander's Office. It seems that the first appearance of the Development Federation is very successful. Han Xiao leaned against the chair, put his legs on the table, and quickly checked the news of various media in the quantum network, showing satisfaction. Not long ago, the Development Federation officially announced its establishment to the outside world, and as the vice president, it also made its debut at the ceremony. For ordinary people, the establishment of the Development Federation is without warning, and nearly 100 trends above a level are eye-catching. So once the news was released, it aroused widespread discussions from all walks of life in the universe. The most shocking thing is the Shining World, where most forces in the free competition zone were shocked by this emergencies. There are many forces exploring the Shining World, but in the eyes of these organizations, the real situation in the current free competition zone is actually a three-legged stalemate. The Empire alone, the Light and the Void Spirit unite, and the Superstar Group Alliance is the last. In contrast, other forces that are freely exploring are only economic issues, and they're all a group of traitors. These three parties are political confrontation and disputes between the top giants, just like the gap between corporate and national struggles. Although there are many super A-level forces, they have their own belongings. But now they are in a group and form a consortium of interests. There will be an extra giant, and the situation may change from a three-legged stalemate to a four-way battle for hegemony. However, this is just a speculation from the outside world. Neither Manson nor Han Xiao intend to carry out fierce actions. In the negotiation of ultimate knowledge, the three major civilizations tried to let them deal with the Superstar Group Alliance. Even if Han Xiao wanted to take the opportunity to target the Moto civilization, in order to take the overall situation into consideration, he could only refuse. In the planning, the biggest function of the Development Federation is to provide an exchange platform. The primary task is to slowly integrate the resources of each member through the platform and try its best to form a super-level interest consortium. Only by condensing this loose sand to build a huge interest network and laying a solid foundation can it have the significance of a united front. Otherwise, the Development Federation will be just an empty shell. It will take a long time to do this, and the three major civilizations will definitely keep obstructing it. So before it is completed, the Development Federation will not have the energy to do other things. Even if those super A-level people have their own ideas, they will not show it in the early stage. They will only support such resource integration and achieve a win-win situation. Han Xiao scratched his chin with his thumb and said to himself, "The Super A-Level Association has just been established. Whether his Manison or his own ideas, it is still a long way to go. This is a long-term career with a time unit based on at least 10 years. You can't even get anxious, so you don't have to keep in mind." It is worth mentioning that Sorokin, as the only alien, used money and connections to open up the road and squeeze into the chairmanship that was crowded with Super A-level. After Han Xiao learned Sorokin's attitude from the Traveler, he was calm on the surface, but actually focused on this guy in secret. Now the situation has changed, and it has become the enemy's openness and secretness. As a shareholder of the consortium, Han Xiao did not exclude Solo Gene, as this would only arouse the other party's vigilance. However, as the saying goes, Maja became rich, and not to mention anything else, Sorokin is quite good at making money. In this way, my goal will be achieved. When the super disaster breaks out, I can intervene in a high position and even guide the main line of this version. Han Xiao exhaled and relaxed. As the top of personal power, Super A is the idol of countless superpowers. The Super A-level group can guide the movements of the entire superpower class to a certain extent. This is also an important reason why the influence quickly swept the universe after the superpower disaster broke out. Let go of this matter for the time being. Han Xiao opened the forum to browse players' opinions on this matter. As expected, The focus of players is not on the significance of the Development Federation, but on so many super A-level names that talk about these top NPCs. He even saw a post from a Chinese player putting Liang Shambo style on the Super A-level association, ranking each Super A-level member. Hobeo Yiminison, Yuchilin Black Star, Jidua Shinkasui, Milizaos, Huamonk Sarayan, Little Tornado Sorgen, Juanlong's Secret Lord. Seeing acquaintances being picked up by the match, Han Xiao's mouth rose wildly. When he saw Hellas' nickname, he finally couldn't hold it in and slapped the table and laughed wildly. Female Yasha Hyla, ha ha, what are you laughing at? At this time, Aurora walked in and was shocked when she saw Han Xiao's joyful look. Ahem, nothing. Han Xiao held his smile, wiped the corners of his eyes, waved to Aurora, come here. When Aurora heard this, she walked to Han Xiao and was suddenly called to the office, looking puzzled at this moment. Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Aurora's forearm, pinched it gently, and pinched it all the way to her shoulder. Aurora's body stiffened, and she stood there without dodging, both curious and nervous. What are you doing? Han Xiao looked up and down, withdrew his hand, and pondered. I'll look at your bones and be surprised, even if they are backfired. What does it mean? Bang. Hearing this, Han Xiao took out the storage device of the holy light particles, slapped it on the table, and smiled and said, I went to the secondary dimension this time and found a new primitive superpower body. I want to inject it into your body. What do you think? Han Xiao explained, and after some consideration, he decided to find a host for the holy light particles. He attaches more importance to the new power system brought by the holy light seed, which consumes the essence of the original. So finding a host that can use life medicine to treat kidney deficiency can be more useful than making it into a secret. Aurora, who has her own life ability, is naturally the first choice. Letting her become a host will basically eliminate kidney deficiency. If there is a mismatch, Han Xiao will consider Evans, the host of his previous life. Primitive superpower? Aurora opened her eyes wide and looked at the golden energy in the containment device curiously. The holy light particle was unhappy and emitted a resentful mental fluctuation. Hey, is this the host you were looking for me? She is too tender. What a tender thing. She is about 10 years younger than me. Han Xiao rolled his eyes secretly. What? You are at least a few hundred years old like this. The holy light particle became even more angry. Then she's also hundreds of years old? She is so shameless. She is still pretending to be young. Can I pinch it to death? Aurora had a black thread on her forehead. My mom. Bah. My sister. I am very energetic, and I am so young. Pretending to be you. The holy light particle was still relentless and shouted, I want a strong male host so that I can deserve my strength. Han Xiao had already figured out its temperament and said angrily, Where did you come from so much nonsense? If you make a fuss, I will give you to the chaos secret energy and let it play with you. The holy light particle shut up instantly, very efficiently. Han Xiao pressed the containment device and ejected the needle. Seeing this, Aurora reluctantly reached out and bit her lip, allowing Han Xiao to insert an injection on her body. Boom! The next moment, the strong light suddenly exploded in front of Han Xiao's eyes, as if a flare exploded. The holy light particles were injected into Aurora's body and began to fusion with the cells. The life abilities in her body also instantly became restless and had a fierce reaction. The white gold light spread out from every inch of Aurora's skin, and her whole body turned into a dazzling human-shaped light source. Every strand of hair seemed to have become a substantial light. She floated away from her body in the air, releasing a noble, moist, and holy aura. The eyeballs quickly adapted to the strong light. Han Xiao opened his eyes wide and stared at the transformed Aurora, holding the empty storage device. Once there was a sign of backlash, he gave Aurora a needle and sucked out the holy light particles. What made Han Xiao feel relieved was that the fusion process was very smooth. It was not until the light disappeared that Aurora slowly landed on the ground, as if immersed in the taste just now, looking like she had not yet come back to her senses. Bang! Han Xiao snapped his fingers in front of her eyes. How do you feel? It seems quite comfortable. Aurora covered her heart with uncertainty. Since there is no backlash, you are already the host of the holy light particle. Have you felt its power? Are you talking about this? Aurora closed her eyes and felt it for a moment, stretched out her palm facing up, and shook slightly, and a golden light popped up with a strong sense of grain, like a group of fireflies gathered together. It's actually so fast to master it. Generally speaking, the host has just merged with the original superpower and has a period of adaptation. It is said that the shorter the adaptation period, the higher the adaptability of the host. The life powers are indeed very compatible with the characteristics of the holy light particles. Maybe some chemical reaction will be produced. In this way, the holy light particles can be used maximally, and it is convenient for my plan. Han Xiao touched his chin. He raised his hand to touch the light ball in the palm of Aurora's palm. The light ball actually hid to the side. Han Xiao immediately laughed and said with a smile, "Ah, Sheng, I know that you can share the senses of the host after fusion. You can hear me speak. Don't pretend to be dead. How about this host?" The holy light particles bubbled up and made a comfortable purr, like a cat stretching. He didn't dislike Aurora and immediately changed his mouth. It's so comfortable. This is the first time I have felt such a surging vitality. This is the best host I have ever experienced. That's not what you said just now. Aurora wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. I'm wrong. No one is worthy of me except you. The light ball of the holy light particles circled around Aurora like a puppy that was wrapped around his master and acted coquettishly. Han Xiao curled his lips next to him. TSK, I was quite tough just now, but I turned around and became a licking dog. Just say it's delicious. Aurora practiced for a while and quickly retracted and released freely. In her perception, it was like a new limb suddenly appeared like an arm-instructed person, which was not difficult to control. When you go back and practice more, the original superpowers have multiple effects. With the holy light particles, your self-protection ability will also be improved. Han Xiao reminded. Aurora is positioned as a nurse. Her life abilities lack combat power. Now that she has become the host of the holy light particles, she has obtained new abilities such as strengthening her physique, speeding, dimensional shuttle, and punishing evil. Especially the dimension shuttle has allowed her mobility to cross several levels. If she encounters any danger in the future, it will be much more convenient to escape. However, what Han Xiao attaches most importance to is the ability to provide the holy light seeds. After testing it, he was surprised to find that his idea was correct. Aurora's life power can indeed supplement the consumption of the original core of the holy light particles, which means that it is feasible to provide a new power system for batches of holy light seeds. This is quite useful for the Black Star Legion. On the one hand, it can serve as an incentive for players and Legion warriors, and on the other hand, it can attract a large number of ordinary people, allowing them to see the hope of becoming superpowers and replenish grassroots power. Han Xiao said the idea, and Aurora was a little timid and said in a timid tone, "Do you want to popularize it on a large scale? It's almost the same, but now you are the host, and I have to go through your consent." Upon hearing this, Aurora wanted to speak, but stopped. She just tried the ability to split the seeds of the holy light. Although her body can withstand it, it will consume a lot of life energy. If it is used on a large scale, she doesn't know if the vitality she naturally accumulates is enough every day, and maybe she will experience the feeling of being squeezed out every day. After hesitating for a while, Aurora suddenly turned her heart, closed her eyes, and said firmly, "Okay, I can hold on. Why do you look glorious and loyal?" Han Xiao pinched her nose and joked, "Don't worry, I won't let you bleed in vain. You can reclaim the seeds of the holy light. This can not only supplement your deficit, but also help you grow up quickly, much faster than you accumulate vitality every day. It's not good to take away other people's efforts." Aurora was a little resistant, which did not conform to her principles. "Ha ha," Han Xiao laughed and said in the tone of a big capitalist, It's not simple. Money cannot solve everything, but it can solve most of the problems. Especially hire a group of people. The job is to cultivate the seeds of holy light and pick them for you after they are trained. In fact, this is no different from working, it's just that the work content is different. In essence, they're all devoted to time and create value for me. As long as the reward is enough, it is a deal that you are willing to do without any guilt. It seems to make some sense. Although Aurora tends to be orderly and kind, she is not stupid. After saying this, she has no resistance. Without saying hello, taking away other people's labor results is a job, and the nature of the two is completely different. The work of cultivating holy light particles through meditation and sacrifice can also be checked into work. In essence, it is no different from those clerks in the army. They are all working people. Han Xiao chose Aurora as the host, not only to maximize the ability of the holy light seed, but also to allow Aurora to enjoy the leak-cut growth of the holy light particles and accelerate her upgrade speed. Anyway, Aurora has no bottleneck, and cutting leaks accumulates vitality many times faster than nature, which means that a lot of people help her accumulate experience, which seems to him quite like a shadow clone technique. As soon as possible, let Aula reach a new level, and the budding organization will be a 3 Super A. After encountering the underworld dimension, Han Xiao had this idea. His goal is not to make Aurora's milk power go further, but to take a fancy to the effect of the underworld. Only when Aurora reaches Super A level can she complete the reincarnation of the impurity operation. Compared to her milk power, Han Xiao is more interested in the group of strong men sleeping in the underworld. This is a group of super combat power. I'm such a little genius. Han Xiao smiled secretly. The only hidden danger is the Covenant organization. This group of people has an extraordinary interest in primitive superpowers. If they know that the holy light particles are in Aurora, they will probably find opportunities to grab them. However, this just happened to lead the snake out of the hole. If the Covenant organization kept hiding, it would not be able to find them. The Covenant organization might not have the courage to attack itself again, but they would still dare to attack its superpowers. As for Aurora's safety, Han Xiao naturally would not ignore it. He was going to make a set of Emperor Mecha for Aurora. Not only that, he also planned to build a few more sets of spare royals, put the teleportation locator throne on different people, ensuring that he could come at any time, and simply treat the Imperial concubine as a teleportation device. The Emperor is expensive, and it is very luxurious to do so. However, the profitable business of the unlimited consortium shareholders and the evolutionary totem can make him an extra large amount of Einel every year, and the ability to pay for this part of the money is more than enough. After instructing her, Han Xiao asked Hua to pull her back and develop the posture of the holy light particles. After she was ready, she would carry out the plan of the holy light messenger. Watching Aurora leave the room, Han Xiao couldn't help but think of Evans. The old Tai's 2 golden fingers in his previous life were pried away by himself. How is Evan's situation now? Philip emerged. He is still fumbled for supernatural powers. Han Xiao looked at the surveillance camera. Since Evans was sent back by him, he has been receiving secret training. Because without his instructions, there is still no supernatural power, no combat power, and is at the lowest level of E. Have I found the target I asked you to find? Han Xiao asked. The immortals who have already locked in the ability matching. The list is as follows. A pocket-sized bookcase appeared next to Philip. He rummaged through the boxes and cabinets and took out a stack of information, threw it into the sky, and the flying pieces of paper turned into virtual screens, showing the files of different characters floating in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao couldn't help but glance at him. Young man, why are you doing so many dramas? Are you doing it for me? While stretching out his fingers to hold Philip's face, he pressed him on the table and rubbed him back and forth. Han Xiao quickly read these files on the other side. His new God training program implements the plant absorption path, plans the growth path for Evans, and is always looking for the most suitable abilities to have in the early stages. The players in these files are 2 specific types of abilities, namely the physical strengthening category and the mental strengthening category. The load rate of E-level is not high, and the reproduction of the two is the most suitable. The body and mind are important basic qualities, which is the optimal configuration. Evans has his own support and does not need to follow the old path of the strange gods growing out of fighting. So there's no need to worry about the early combat effectiveness, and everything is based on laying the foundation as the main goal. Those two. After choosing 2 players with the best abilities, Han Xiao asked Philip to release exclusive missions to them. At this moment, the panel suddenly moved. Liberate the Beast Ancestors force has been completed. Oh, the troops sent out a few months ago succeeded? Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Before going to the second-dimensional double tour, a group of Beast Ancestor cadres, led by Jatina, defected to him and made a request, which was the base camp of liberating Beast Ancestors. At that time, Han Xiao handed over the mission to the troops of the Broken Star Ring headquarters. Now, after a few months, there have been results. It seems to be very successful. Soon there will be a lot of newcomers who recognize the thief as their father. The last planet of the Beast Ancestors base camp was blazing with flames. As if the Earth was burning, the planet's defense facilities had all collapsed, and a large number of spacecraft fragments were floating in outer space. Black Star Legion battleships were suspended above the planet, absorbing a large amount of supplies and countless prisoners with the traction beam, most of which were rescued mothers and ignorant young descendants. In the cabin of one of the transport ships, prisoners of various species were crouched into a group of 3 or 3, full of anxiety. Teams of Black Star soldiers pulled everyone apart and separated different prisoners such as soldiers, mother bodies, and young offspring. "Don't move, stand up," the captain of the transport ship directed loudly. On the side, Mia, wearing a black combat uniform and dressed in Hela style, crossed her hands, leaned forward with her forearm, pressed her upper body against her arm, held a bag of snacks with her fingers, and bounced her beans into her mouth for some time, and glanced at a large group of prisoners in front of her. Teams of prisoners of Beast Ancestor soldiers were sucked into the cabin, and the crowd was a little turbulent, as if they were intent to resist. But when they saw Mia standing by the wall, these restless prisoners trembled and quickly gave up. In the battle just now, they saw with their own eyes a natural disaster-level cadre guarding the base camp being brutally cut into pieces by Mia, and no one dared to do anything in front of her. At this moment, a riot appeared not far away. Mia turned her head and looked over. It was suddenly a few rescued mothers quarreling with the Black Star warrior, pulling and tugging. "Who are you? Do you know who our spouse is? You dare to offend us. Let go, don't drag me. When Lord Beast Ancestor comes back, he will crush you to death." These clamoring guys were pushed into the crowd by the Black Star warriors, and they were still cursing. Their 3 words are inseparable from the name of Beast Ancestor. Looking at this scene, Mia curled her lips and shook her head. At this time, the transport captain next to him sighed. "It's very sad, right? These mothers who were under house arrest by the Beast Ancestor are basically isolated from the outside world. For most people, this is a dark and desperate life, but a few people are distorted. Instead, they worship the Beast Ancestor and take pride in this identity. Although our mission is to rescue these mothers, many people in it may not want to be saved by us, but just want to continue their former life." Mia glanced at him. "I only have tasks in my eyes when doing your work, and I'm not interested in this kind of thing." The transport captain asked boring, stopped talking, and continued to direct his subordinates to work. At this time, Mia's communicator rang, and after it was turned on, Jatina's charming and wild face popped up, but this face was now filled with a holy maternal glow. "How are those mothers and young offspring? Have they all been rescued?" Jatina asked impatiently. Mia Zhanyin smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone has been saved, and they are all very moved." "That's great. I'll ask the Legion commander to report the good news." Jatina was overjoyed. "By the way, when you come back, I will teach you some powerful tricks." Before she could reply, Jatina hung up the communication. "What an impatient." Mia laughed. Although Jatina made a request for mating to her immediate boss in public, she was shocked But with the subsequent get-along, the army cadres found that she was actually easy to get along with and had a straightforward and decisive personality. After a few months, she had a good reputation. Especially Mia has the best relationship with her. Both of them are big-skinned girls and have endless common topics to talk about. Putting away the communicator, Mia looked at the crowd in front of her again, her eyes swept across her face, either ignorant or panicked, and she let out a sigh of relief. Nilo, your godfather is really an amazing person. He is worthy of being the man that Lord Lien Hela is willing to follow. Although Black Star defeated Garutan out of personal grudges from the result, he did a great thing for the entire universe. Mia admired it from the bottom of her heart. The silver alloy door slowly slid to both sides. Inside, it was a room completely made of polymer materials. The walls and floors were spotless and milky white, just like the reflection of the glaze made it feel round. 5 large display cabinets are distributed in the center of the room in 5-pointed stars. Each display cabinet contains a Super A-level solidified by space-time amber, with different postures, and everyone's expressions are frozen on their faces. There is nothing else in the room. This is my collection room. The group walked into the room, and the person who was the leader was Han Xiao, followed by Jatina and other groups of former Beast Ancestor cadres. The troops who were out destroyed the Beast Ancestors base camp, and Jatina pulled a group of brothers and sisters to come over and thank them again. Han Xiao still remembered promising them to visit Garutan, so he brought everyone over. This is the collection room, where he placed 5 Super A-level prisoners. The display cabinet contains the names of each prisoner, namely the Red Devil Tolian, the glorious Lone Walker Jack Gonitz, the Power Wormer Heidi, and the Beast Ancestor Garutan. 5 Super A-level specimens are displayed here, which is the best proof for the record. This scene alone has already shocked everyone. Jatina locked on Garutan at a glance, and she felt extremely happy as she watched the enemy who had made her fear for many years freeze into the amber. You have this day too. Jatina clenched her fists excitedly, feeling that this was the happiest day in her life. The dark days of the past no longer exist, and the world in front of her seemed to have color again. It seemed as if a fresh breath rose in my mind, cleaning up the hatred, despair, and anger that had been overwhelmed with mountains, leaving only the refreshing and full of hope for life to begin again. She turned around and looked at Han Xiao, her eyes full of admiration and tenderness that could not be dissolved. In her eyes, Black Star seemed to emit a holy light, which was a street light that led her to a new life. Han Xiao's face shook slightly when he noticed Jatina's warm eyes. He didn't have much contact with Jatina, but his straightforwardness and enthusiasm remained fresh in his memory. The rewards of Liberate the Beast Ancestors' power have been settled, and a huge, favorable feeling has increased. He estimated that Jatina's loyalty is almost overwhelming. Han Xiaogan coughed and said, "Some of you have not arranged specific positions. We have rescued a large number of young descendants of the Beast Ancestor. This group of people has given you the guidance. Is it okay?" "No problem." Everyone nodded, very happy with such an arrangement. "Then you guys watch it here. I have something to deal with." Han Xiao found an excuse to leave alone. Jatina and others have been suppressed for many years. He was not going to disturb the group of people and vent their emotions. Anyway, with Philip staring at him, he didn't need to stay here. Back at the office, Han Xiao thought about the personnel configuration within the Legion and pondered, the top-level natural disaster-level combat power under my command is currently only Hardaway, Rothel, Ferdine, and Jatina. The other potential stocks have not yet fully grown. These dozens of Beast Ancestor cadres who defected to him are very powerful. In addition, these young descendants of the Beast Ancestors rescued will form a new faction in the Legion in time. There are no factions within the party, and there are all kinds of strange things. The Black Star Legion is also divided into various hills. If Han Xiao himself is not counted, it can be roughly divided into several major factions. One is the veteran school led by Melos, which is subdivided into small hills such as Sunil, Godora, and Aquarius. This faction represents veteran members of the Legion. Second, the academic school led by Raki and Nilo is basically composed of previous graduates of the Super Academic Academy and is very active. Third, some mainstream schools led by the natural disaster level that later joined, which is the largest faction, mainly formal soldiers and mercenaries without backers. Fourth, the administrative faction led by Sevilla and Renard are mainly non-combat clerks, who are in charge of the daily affairs of the Legion, economic and logistics, and other fields. After Jatina and others gained a foothold in the Legion, they would probably join forces to form a Beast Ancestor sect, or it might be called the Abandoning the Dark and the Light sect. As for Hela, he was alone, did not manage as confidant, and had no faction. The guards had limited influence on the various departments of the Legion and did not overlap, so they could not form factions. Rothel, who operated the Assassin Coassistance Association outside, was a secret, and it was not considered any faction within the Legion. These factions will also fight in private, but they are suppressed by themselves, and they are very restrained. Every large organization will continue to fight in the internal struggle with time or expansion, but the Black Star Legion has not been established for a long time and is still very young. So the degree of internal struggle is very mild, which is limited to internal competition for some businesses. It is impossible to completely eliminate it. Everyone has their own ideas and cannot ask others to make selfless contributions. Even a loyal backbone like Melos also has personal interests, which is to seek more benefits for the Senials. Power can constantly change people's minds, and the longer senior cadres work for the Legion, the more they want. Moreover, the superpowered people who subsequently joined the Black Star Legion were originally intended to seek a broader future. Everyone was going to a higher level, and no matter how big the cake was, the competition would not disappear. The same is true for the Development Federation. Now, it is just a startup with a vague factional concept. When the resources are integrated to a certain extent, they will definitely be divided into different factions. Han Xiao said intimately. He guessed that the three major civilizations would use differentiation to penetrate this super A-level association. There were always some people who did not agree with the theory of the super A-level united front from the bottom of their hearts, which were easily attracted, and more people were swaying fences. Super A-level people are rebellious. The root of the division of factions is different opinions. The structure of the Development Federation is destined to be inseparable from the beginning. The senior officials above the director must understand the importance of grouping together. The resource integration stage of the association is an important period of accumulation. As the vice president, I was nominally suppressed by Manison, but this could not undermine myself. The source of my voice is one's own strength and power, and the other is my influence in the association. The resource integration stage is also my opportunity. I will use my strengths to make friends with more members, form my own party, and slowly shorten the gap between me and Manison. As long as there are many people who support me, they can compete with Manison in daily decision-making, and it will also be conducive to future re-election. If I don't do anything, I may not be able to maintain the position of vice president. Han Xiao pondered, and he chose to take a step back just to accumulate. There's a good opportunity now. Although the three major civilizations have accused the legitimacy of the Development Federation, the Dark Emperor's mission has not yet been terminated. In other words, the nominal honorary director Claudia will also attack other members, which will undoubtedly damage the credibility of the Development Federation. This is a provocation and contempt of the cosmic civilization, and it is also an offensive temptation. In this way, those neutral super A-level hired by Superstar Cluster Civilization should feel panic. This seems to be my opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If I exert influence on the Empire and let the senior management terminate the Dark Emperor's actions, it will not only show the importance of me, the Vice President, but also gain the favor of these neutrals. Thinking of this, Han Xiao asked Philip to send a message to the neutral Super A-level in the association, first asking about his well-being, then mentioning the Dark Emperor and striking indirectly. Although he decided to come forward to solve this matter in person, Han Xiao did not want to be low-key. Silently helping others is usually a backup tire. He either did not do it or let everyone know that this was done by himself. Therefore, Technician Han planned to first contact with these neutral super A-level people who were targeted by the Dark Emperor so that they could raise this matter in public at the next plenary meeting. All super A-level members will hold plenary meetings every once in a while, and the reason for the Development Federation makes this behavior legitimate, which is also one of the original intentions of building an exchange platform. Speaking of this, the Dark Emperor captured the Traveler. This guy blames Sorgen. The Empire would definitely not give up. I don't know what means it would use to punish the Infinite Consortium. Han Xiao smiled. Beep. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Guanghui and Zuling sent a message before and after, which was the 11th revised redemption clause. Han Xiao browsed it once and found that compared with the first edition, the compensation conditions for Guanghui and Zuling are much richer. Because he has not responded to the amendment opinions, the personnel who drafted the terms of both companies are almost crazy and deeply felt how terrifying a party who did not make specific requirements is. It's been several months, and the torture is almost over. It's time for a result. Han Xiao smacked his lips and changed some conditions based on the two terms, such as replacing part of the resource compensation with golden drawings. The two cosmic civilizations have a rich number of golden drawings in stock, and the ones they are exchanged for are screened conventional equipment, but this is not important. Since this is one of the sources of the divine transformation points, Han Xiao has a huge demand for golden drawings. As soon as the two quotations were issued, Guanghui and Zuling's diplomats were immediately excited and sent out a communication application without saying a word to ask Han Xiao to start formal negotiations. Han Xiao did not torture the other party again this time, and after bargaining, he decided to make an agreement, which would successively receive 3 cosmic treasure-level drawings. The prisoners he was preparing to return to the first period were Tolian and Heidi, one of them in each family. He has not sold the glorious person to Su Ling for the time being. Although such provocation is useful, it also has its disadvantages. Anyway, there are 2 other glorious prisoners left in their hands and can be sold at a price. Han Xiao now needs influence on cosmic civilizations to increase his voice in the Development Federation. The way to maximize interests is to remain in his hands. As long as there are still prisoners left in his hands, the Guanghui Federation must take care of his face to a certain extent, and Su Ling will have the last hope, so he will not let all prisoners go easily. After confirming the agreement, Han Xiao looked at the 2 relaxed diplomatic officials and slowly said, I am waiting for the day when you publicly apologize. Guanghui and Zuling publicly apologized for the attack on the Black Star Army, which was the first requirement of the compensation agreement. Okay, please pay attention to the news. The 2 diplomats performed different etiquettes, then disconnected the communication, and the remote projection disappeared in front of Han Xiao's eyes. Han Xiao leaned back, raised his legs, and murmured, The Guanghui Zuling has temporarily surrendered, and the Empire has also fulfilled the public order of evolution totem to repair the relationship with me. They will not use force to deal with the Development Federation on the surface. In this way, the 3 major civilizations should be calm for a while. He knew very well the nature of the 3 major civilizations, and it was estimated that they would be calm for several months or even a year. But this is just the calm before the storm, because there is still one old enemy to deal with in the 3 major civilizations, which is a Superstar League alliance that silently mutters, "You can't see me," and has been expanding in the free competition zone in a low-key manner. When the 3 civilizations are ready, they will inevitably give the Superstar Group alliance a headache. This time, they will not be as gentle as they treat the Development Federation. They must be a thundering method to dispel the unrealistic ambitions of these Superstar Group civilizations. Or in other words, the reason why the 3 civilizations are tolerant of Super A-level is because the Superstar Group alliance is the #1 enemy that urgently needs to be dealt with. These 6 months to 1 year have just allowed me to accumulate low-key. Han Xiao glanced at the panel and found that there was a massive influx of experience every day. Although the cost of upgrading from level 320 to level 340 is an even more exaggerated astronomical figure, it will be collected sooner or later in front of the ruthless leak-cutting machine. Now players are familiar with the gameplay of the Shining World version and gradually get on the right track, exploring and PK and fighting fiercely. Han Xiao planned to enrich their game experience and take advantage of this free time to hold the Legion competition I had previously planned to turn it into a large-scale festival event in the camp. As the saying goes, a horse is not fat without nightgrass. Players are more motivated when they are excited. At the same time, there's a hidden location somewhere in the Black Star Palace. A player named Alicia Disco, led by 2 mechanic soldiers, walked through numerous access controls and walked in a deep passage. There is no decoration in this corridor. Only the pale ceiling lights extend all the way to the distance. At the end of the site is the metal wall at the corner. The passage is silent, and only monotonous footsteps can be heard. Alicia Disco only felt the atmosphere was intoxicating and couldn't help but speak. "Brother, where are we going?" The 2 mechanic soldiers had no intention of answering, and they didn't even look back, and their steps were still neat and uniform. "It's mysterious." Agile Disco shrank his head, opened the panel, and muttered in a low voice, "What kind of task is this?" In the task list, a task called Special Experiment is shining brightly. Disco remembered that he did nothing, and the task suddenly triggered himself, asking him to follow the mechanics to the designated location to conduct a special experiment. There was no other introduction, but the reward was very generous, which was worth 7 or 8 times of B-level employment rewards. Curiosity drove him to accept this task and open his brains along the way. Is this a secret involving the Black Star Legion? The Legion has actually been conducting secret experiments that violate certain taboos. Why did it be me that triggered it? Could it be that the smuggling through Europe was successful this time? Just as he was thinking a lot, the 2 mechanical soldiers in front stopped and the passage reached the end. This was a simple and unpretentious alloy door. After sweeping open the access control and opening the door, Agile Disco looked in curiously, and a white laboratory jumped into his eyes. At this time, another player had already looked over in the room. The 2 of them looked at each other for a moment, and they were both stunned. "You took on the mission too. Special experiment, right?" "Yes, that's right, that's it." "Do you know the content of the mission?" "I don't know, I just arrived." "So mysterious. I like it very much." The 2 of them gathered together to exchange information, and their curiosity became stronger. "Since you are here in such a secret place as the headquarters, it is definitely not a trivial matter." At this moment, a team of mechanic soldiers walked in with 2 devices similar to a survival pod. The 2 mechanic soldiers took out mask equipment that was isolated from the senses and handed it to the 2 players. The leader of the mechanic soldier said in a voice without any emotion, lying into the cabin, putting on a mask, and waiting for the experiment to begin. The 2 players looked at each other and had to do as they did, suppressing their curiosity, and slept into the cabin. Elysium Disco put on a mask and fell into darkness in an instant, with vision, hearing, and smell deprived, so that there was no way to know anything that was happening outside. His hands and feet were tightly clamped, and his whole body could not move. In this state, the waiting time is particularly difficult every minute and every second, and the life is like a year. Agile Disco became more and more curious, and even had several impulses to break free from the constraints. He took the mask and saw what was going on, but the high penalty for failure in this task made him a little disappointed. I don't know how long it took, but just as he was about to get impatient, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Your B+ potential level superpower, flesh strengthening, muscle bone inflatable, has been deprived. You enter the ability freeze state. You cannot use any skills related to superpowers, duration, unlimited what? Agile Disco was stunned for a moment, and suddenly lost his appearance. Where is my superpower? In the panel, a large number of skills turned into a gray freeze state, and even the passive attribute bonus brought by the superpower was gone. Agile Disco was anxious and struggled to leave the fixed cabin. At this time, the cold metal palm pressed his chest and pressed him tightly. It was obvious that the mechanic soldier was stopping him from moving. Disco Alicia wore a mask that obscured his perception. At this moment, there was only darkness in front of him. He could not see what was happening outside. He barely gave up his intention of struggling and lay uneasy on the spot, waiting for the experiment to end. After a while, Child Disco felt the device that imprisoned his hands and feet suddenly loosened. He couldn't wait to stand up, took off his cover, looked around nervously, and found that the scene was still the same as before. The mechanical guard seemed to have stood there without moving. My superpowers are gone. Are you the same? Another player who participated in the experiment was also freed, looking surprised. Yes, mine is gone either. The two of them quickly communicated with the situation and found that they were in a state of ability freezing with unlimited duration, and they were in a state of panic. Child Disco hurriedly asked the mechanic soldiers beside him, "What did you do to us just now?" The mechanic soldiers followed Han Xiao's preset answer and said sternly, "It's just an experiment. The Legion is developing a special device to suppress superpower genes, which may be widely popularized on a large scale in the future. It turns out that they are developing secret weapons." The two looked at each other and saw the clear expression in each other's eyes. Disco Gile couldn't wait to ask the two of them the most concerned questions. Can our abilities be restored? Of course, in the R&D plan, the Immortal is the best experimental target. According to the inference of the logistics department, the Immortal is only required to recover from the dead once to refresh the physical state and restore its abilities. In the future, the Immortalist may be equipped with such weapons on a large scale. The mechanical soldier had no expression on his face. Hearing that his ability could be restored, the two of them felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them have no doubt about the authenticity of this explanation. After all, there are examples of Black Star Legion badge evolution in front, and developing secret weapons sounds like what the Legion will do. In the eyes of players, this evil organization style is exactly the same as that of the Black Star Legion. This is the Legion's secret plan. You all signed a confidentiality agreement. Remember not to disclose what happened here to anyone. The mechanic soldier said, returning the communication equipment confiscated before the experiment to the two, acting quite serious. Child Disco took back the communication equipment and looked at the players next to him and saw a secretly happy expression on the other party's face. Disclosure agreement? Hee, that can't prevent us. I think taking away our communication equipment can prevent leaks. How is it possible? The Legion can't care about the forum. Let's post. Can the Legion still find out? The two were secretly excited and were already thinking about sharing this secret on the forum. It was not to destroy the interests of the Legion, but to be unable to stop the spoiler urge. Didn't I hear the mechanic soldiers say that the Legion may popularize this weapon on a large scale in the future? Wouldn't that be another suicide attack weapon that follows the nuclear explosion backpack and the evolution's badge? We know earlier than anyone else. Just brag about others. Naturally, the two of them didn't know that this was the excuse Han Xiao found. He didn't want to expose Evans's existence, so he thought of a reason to hide it and prevent the outside world from being suspicious. The intentional mechanic soldiers told the two of them that they were trying to use them to spread misleading intelligence and make players think that this was a research and development project of a secret weapon. In this way, they would absorb other players in the future and no other excuses could be pushed to it. The panel pops up the prompt for completing the task. The two of them took all the things and were too lazy to return the same way, so they simply asked the mechanic soldiers to take them to the Pure Land. A white light flashed, and the two resurrected appeared in the lobby of the people coming and going, checking their status as soon as possible. The ability has really recovered. Child Disco was completely relieved, immediately opened the forum, recorded what happened just now with great enthusiasm, and wrote the title Shock. The secret weapon of the Legion turned out to be, and it was sent out. Facts prove that it makes sense to shock the Minister Shangbushing. This post quickly attracted the attention of some players. Some people started to reply, "Is it true? Why have I never seen this task? Suppress the genes of superpowers? I remember that Black Star himself used to have a happy hut, which specializes in extracting genetic potions from star pirates. Is it not improved? If we have this weapon, is it the same as killing chickens? Can you have some imagination? This kind of treasure may be able to overturn the NPCs and make those powerful characters lose resistance and let others deal with it. Stop talking. I already have 10G notebooks in my mind. That's right. The secret weapons developed by the Legion are becoming more and more evil, and the distortion has gone too far. Now I'm still developing Shixiang soft gene, sand dedicated to superpowers. Are we really serious? It seems that the deputy commander is a superpower. Could it be that the commander of the Legion is not unspoken? So he secretly developed such equipment and wants to use the strong? The husband party is furious. Hashtag, the old Black Star thief is destined to be honest, and I am living and dead with Hela. Duh. Just when the players on the forum were full of thoughts, deep in the base, a secret door of a secret training room opened, and a black hooded man walked out. He took off his clothes and exposed his face. It was Evans. There's a secret passage in this training room that leads directly to the laboratory just now. According to Han Xiao's instructions, he quietly sucked the superpowers of 2 players who could not move. Before that, he repeatedly confirmed to Han Xiao that the inability of the Immortal One was only temporary. This is the feeling of extraordinary power. Evans raised his right arm and clenched his fist violently. A slight force flowed out of the cells and poured into the muscles and bones of his arm. Bang! The next moment, the arm expanded significantly, as if it was a stimulant breath, and the muscles and bones became more tough, and their strength soared. In his hands, the superpower can only exert its E level for the time being, and with his meager strength, it cannot even support the consumption of inflatable throughout the body. He waved his arms a few times, making a rumbling sound of breaking the wind. Just inflating one arm was nearly twice as powerful as his original strength. All abilities have potential ratings. Generally speaking, ratings represent the level upper limit that this abilities can ultimately reach. Although players do not apply this rule, ratings also represent the growth and rarity of abilities. The rarer, the more powerful it is. Some players keep opening new accounts to Krypton Gold to brush superpowers in order to create rare abilities. The physical enhancement class is a large branch of superpowers. Even the same type of superpowers have many variants. Some ordinary physical strengthening abilities may only be evaluated at level D and C, while flesh-strengthening muscle bone inflatable has a B+ evaluation, which means that this is a high-quality ability under this category. This superpower is still a semi-transformed shape. Once activated, the thin bamboo pole can immediately expand into a muscle-strong man. Another psychic ability absorbed also has B-level potential evaluation and is of excellent quality. Among the player group, A-level evaluation is already a rare top-level ability. Although the B-level potential is 1 level later, it is also excellent enough. Han Xiao made a special plan to choose these 2 high-quality abilities to give Evans, and will not waste his ability slot. The combination configuration of the body and mind, which is conducive to improving the basic attributes. As long as his own level is improved, these 2 abilities will continue to provide additional strength, agility, endurance, and mental resistance. Evans couldn't put down these 2 new abilities and had fun playing. He stopped panting and his eyes lit up until he ran out of strength. I have been ordinary for decades, and today I have enjoyed the satisfaction brought by power for the first time. The shortcut to seizing power from others exudes an unparalleled temptation, as if I can seduce a person's hidden greed. Evans felt a sense of hunger in every cell in his body, and his instinctive desire to absorb new abilities, like overreading an uncontrollable desire. Well, Mr. Blackstar said that changes in body will also bring about changes in mind, which should be the changes brought to me by superpowers. Evans thoughtfully, and the tenacity he developed in suffering made him suppress the hunger brought by superpowers. He is not a greedy person. Han Xiao changed his life and arranged a prosperous road for him to become stronger. All he thought was to study hard and practice hard, repay this kind of grace for changing one's fate in the future, and only to live up to Black Star's expectations. In recent months, it has been a turbulent period. First, the Guanghui Zuling joined forces to attack the Black Star Legion stronghold and was repelled by Black Star. Then, the Super A-Level Association was established. The three major civilizations stood at the forefront and have been focused on by countless citizens and forces. Today, the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect finally made an official positive response to the Hella Rescue war a few months ago. The press releases of the two companies are different, but the content is consistent, claiming that the joint efforts a few months ago were an impulse under misunderstanding. At the same time, they publicly apologized to the Black Star Army, saying that they would bear the losses and make additional compensation. In fact, as early as a few months ago, the black markets in various places started gambling, betting on whether the cosmic civilization will bow to the Black Star Legion this time. The odds are huge. Most interstellar citizens believe that the cosmic civilization will continue to be stubborn even if it does something wrong. They don't think that the Black Star Legion can get apology from Guanghui and Zuling, and at most they will compensate privately. So this statement caused a significant impact after it was issued, and most interstellar citizens were surprised. Looking at the history of the dominance of the three major civilizations, only a few situations will give in to the civil organizations. After all, public apology will damage the authority of the cosmic civilization, but Guanghui and Zuling chose to give in this time, making the Black Star Legion the very few private forces that enjoy this honor. The Empire was not willing to be lonely. After Guanghui and Zuling issued a statement, they officially opened the evolutionary totem business, announcing that the product will no longer be subject to limit regulation and officially entered the free market and can be bought and sold at will. Countless civilizations have been waiting for this day for a long time and raised their hands and feet to like it. For a time, a large number of orders filled the Black Star Legion's mailbox. The backlog of inventory in the Legion began to be continuously transported and exported. The huge cash flow rushed into the Legion account like a rushing river. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that the Red Empire's move is to get close to the Black Star. The three major civilizations express kindness to a person at the same time. In the hearts of others, the reputation and status of Black Star have been increased again, and even the Super A-level circles have the same view. Not to mention anything else, at least Han Xiao's voice in the Development Federation has been further consolidated. Today's players will naturally not miss this kind of current affairs, and they will discuss it endlessly in the forum's Shining World section. Qingningzi. The Legion commander still has a rank unknown first name. Do old players still remember 1.0? Who could guess at that time that Black Star was such an important NPC? Look at the protagonists of those novice planets in the past. No one who mixed into Black Stars is all younger brothers. PG, what happened suddenly? There were 4 versions in a flash, and it felt like I was watching my own baby grow up. Legion Commander's big machine. My son Black Star has the posture of an emperor. Repeatedly important things. The one upstairs is your life. The player was already surprised once when Han Xiao defeated 12 Super A-level players. He has seen the world, and now he is much calmer. At most, he sighs about the changes in several versions of Black Star. As Guanghui and Zuling fulfill the transaction, Han Xiao also keeps his promise and releases Torian and Heidi. The portal of Gaolu Star Cluster, Black Gate Star, a closed airport terminal. The official personnel of Guanghui and Zuling are waiting here, and the two teams are clearly separated and ignore each other. This group of people came specifically to pick up their captives and came to the territory of the Black Star Legion. After waiting for a while, a Black Star fleet came from a distance and stopped into the dock. Brush, the main ship cabin door opened, and a team of mechanic soldiers walked off the spaceship with Torian and Heidi's amber specimens, put the 2 artworks on the ground, and Han Xiao followed behind. Seeing this, Guanghui and Zuling's greeting team immediately stepped forward and surrounded Han Xiao and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Black Star." "Yes." Han Xiao glanced at everyone casually, without being polite, and waved his hand and said, "Since they have all arrived, then you can take the people away quickly." As he said that, he signaled everyone to retreat, and then the nanoparticles were isolated from their sight. Rush for a few minutes before poking through the amber bubble, wrapping Torian and Heidi. Bang! The two of them were free again, and they staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Han Xiao snorted and said coldly, "Guanghui and Zuling have redeemed you. Be careful in the future. If they cause trouble again and fall into my hands, don't blame me for removing some parts from you." Tolian shivered and couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes looked at Han Xiao were full of fear, and he couldn't harden his mouth. These months had been a hellish experience. He felt that if he continued like this, he would be driven crazy by life in Amber. He no longer wanted to experience this feeling. Now he just wanted to stay as far away as Black Star. He was also afraid of Heidi on the side, but he could barely control his expression without losing his composure. But he was extremely disappointed and thought that this action would at least gain some reputation. But he didn't expect it to fall. Although being defeated by Black Star is not a shameful thing, this label may have been with me for a long time. I haven't even made a nickname, and there are no deeds worth mentioning. If someone asked about his famous deeds in the future, how should he answer? Could it be that I was proud to say that I had been imprisoned by Black Star before? Seeing the two of them standing there without moving, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "Why? Can't bear to leave? Do you want to live with me for a few more months?" Hearing this, the two of them were immediately shocked, and they didn't even dare to say harsh words. They returned to their own welcome team in shame and hurried onto the spaceship and Autistic. The official personnel quickly took off and took their respective allies away. In Zuling's spaceship, Tolian looked depressed. "Zuling has 6, and only 1 has been caught. Why is it that I am so unlucky?" Just as he was complaining, the spacecraft connected several communications, namely Saruman, Telordi, and mechas who participated in the Hela Rescue War. The remote projection appeared in front of him. "Haha, are you okay?" Saruman smiled. "I'm not good." Tolian was depressed. "Don't be so pessimistic. We were also imprisoned by the Black Star before, but now we are not the same." Tyler Dye smiled and comforted. "You are so big." After coming back, "Let's find a place to gather," Modus said in a muffled voice. Tolian looked at the 3 smiling faces in front of him with a close look and suddenly realized, yes, everyone has been in jail and has a common topic. Could it be that this is the tacit understanding between inmates? He has not been joined by Su Ling for a long time. He was a wanted criminal before, and he could not squeeze into Su Ling's super A-level circle like a marginal person. Unexpectedly, I was imprisoned once by the Black Star, but I became a blessing in disguise and received the acceptance of a group of former inmates. Talian's mood suddenly improved. I finally found the organization. P.S. Brothers, please like Technician Han, please see if you have a chance to get a first-class star. After releasing the 2 prisoners, Han Xiao did not leave Hyman Star immediately, but called the planet leader to accompany him to inspect the orbital giant structure project of Hyman Star and put forward some experience guidance. On the way back, Han Xiao inspected the operation of Xingmen Toll Station. The Stargate transportation network in the territory of the Black Star Army has always been connected from the Galu Star Cluster to the Free Competition Zone, which is convenient and fast and has a wide range of connections. It is currently one of the few complete transportation routes in the Shining World, and it is circulating huge passenger flow every day. However, outsiders naturally have to pay the fee to borrow this Stargate route. Han Xiao fully utilized the Chinese people's sole talent to build roads first if they want to be rich, and set up a highway toll station in each section of the Stargate. This is the real, I drive this road, so I will leave it to buy money. With such a natural treasure pot, the Shining World has been open for less than a year, and the cost of the Legion building a Stargate channel has been made back. Such a terrifying profit margin fully demonstrates a truth. The income of engaging in business is no better than the king of land. Back at the Black Star Palace, Guanghui and Zuling made the first final payment for redeeming people. Guanghui lost the most, and he issued all 3 golden drawings. This time, the information on the first golden drawing was delivered. Exclusive weapon of mechanical gods, a cosmic treasure-level mechanical creation, a star-killing blade. In the office, Han Xiao gnawed the concentrated nutrition stick with a magma flavor while looking through the drawings and information sent by the Guanghui Federation. Most of the drawings that Guanghui took out to exchange were super-powered weapons for combat, which was one of the choices Han Xiao had chosen. According to the notes of the Light Federation, this is an idea proposed by the fanatical admirers of the mechanical gods of the Saint Telkes tribe. After inheriting their knowledge, Guanghui improved it, incorporated some unique technology, and finally turned this unfinished idea into a drawing. The complete design drawing of this weapon is drawn on the drawing, which has some similarities with the Emperor's robe technology. It looks like a long-handled mechanical sword with complex structure, which has powerful melee technology and can be transformed into a giant cannon form, launching long-range attacks with multiple energy, with the same power as the name, and the killing of stars is the basis. The star-killing blade is a giant structure project like the Emperor's robe. He is more proficient in the arm system. Although Han Xiao is a virtual system, he can still create it with all his professional knowledge. But why is this style so strange? She is wearing a battle robe and holding a big knife. Next time, I will give me a mechanical red rabbit, and I will play the mechanical version of Guan Eri. Han Xiao complained secretly. Speaking of which, why do these Saint Telks like to design melee-style weapons so much? As expected, a qualified mechanic has a martial arts soul hidden in his heart. No matter how much he complains about it, things still need to be made. Han Xiao asked Philip to add the raw materials for the Star Blade to the next purchase list. After getting this matter done, Han Xiao checked Philip's message box. There was a reply to the message sent to those neutral Super A-level members hired by Superstar Group not long ago. Everyone replied to it. Most of them were worried that they would become the target of the Dark Emperor's murder under the orders, and only a few people didn't care. It's easy to deal with if you need it. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he chatted with these Super A-levels for a while, including Garose, the head of the Golem, who was once scared away by himself. He hinted a little, and the people immediately understood and clearly expressed their willingness to try their best to support Black Star in the Development Federation in the future. Most of these Super A-level civilizations do not join the 3 major civilizations, and they do not want to be bound by them. But this set is difficult to work in the Development Federation. They are just ordinary members in the association and have limited voice, so they need an energetic senior management to represent their interests and seek better treatment for them. This is a two-way transaction. Mutual support can benefit. Several Super A-level players, including Garose, agreed to publicly propose the proposal at the next plenary meeting, and Han Xiao promised to operate on this matter and eliminate the threat they face. After winning over these people, Han Xiao turned to contact the Empire and prepared to vent his anger first. He expressed his intention and waited for a while. The secretary transferred the communication to Ulan Rier. As his vision changed, Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the office of the head of state, and in front of him was Ulan Riel sitting behind the table. HSIN Law. Han Xiao nodded and greeted. Black Star. Ulan Riel also greeted Han Xiao, staring at Han Xiao's eyes, and said straight to the point. Do you want me to call Claudia back? Yes. The purpose of the Development Federation is to eliminate the dispute over Super A-level force. Now Claudia is an honorary director. If he attacks members again, it will violate the purpose of the association. Ulan Riel expressionlessly. What identity did you make this suggestion to me today? Or the Imperial Allies or the Vice President of the Development Federation? Han Xiao said calmly. Black Star, how do you think the Empire has been doing to you in the past few decades? Win-win. Han Xiao smiled. Ulan Riel paused for a moment and said slowly, I need to remind you that the business of evolution totem and the territory of the Shining World are all benefits that all allies can enjoy. The Empire values you very much, and you are clear about this. Some things are hard to say explicitly, The Empire does not oppose Black Star becoming the vice president of the Development Federation, but does not want to see Black Star sitting too crookedly. I hope that his position is more inclined to the former between the two identities of the Empire's ally and the vice president. The military country is a lesson from the past. It has made too many contributions and has to be rewarded and supported again and again, which has led to the military country being hard and out of control. The Empire does not want to create a second military country. Han Xiao pretended not to hear Ulan Real's beating and said to himself, Claudia captured the Traveler in another super A level, reawakening others' fear of him. In fact, the mission has been completed. If you continue to deal with other people, it will be too much or too much. Moreover, when I was in the secondary dimension world, I helped him, otherwise there would be some surprises. Well, this makes sense. Ulan Real pondered. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed and said, Claudia should have reported the Traveler's interrogation results. Sorokin also made a move behind the scenes. I wonder if the Empire put him in the Dark Emperor's handling list. The authenticity of the testimony still needs to be verified. Sorokin's motive is unknown, so Claudia is not suitable for coming forward. Ulan Riel waved his hand. If the evidence is conclusive, the Empire will deal with him. Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly gloated. Sorokin has always been at the forefront of the three major civilizations, and the Traveler's fault may cause major problems in the situation he has worked hard to manage. I don't know if the Empire will use force as it does against the Traveler. In that case, Sorokin's hidden strength will probably be exposed. The two talked for a while, but Ulanrer did not give a certain attitude, but just said that he would consider the suggestion to terminate the Dark Emperor's mission. Han Xiao accepted it when he saw it, and politely gave up. A few days later, the headquarters of the Super A-Level Association, Fengxing. In the round table room, nearly 100 remote projections of super-level members gathered to hold a regular plenary meeting. The Development Federation is now integrating resources, and the focus of the discussion is on various super-level cooperation plans. The atmosphere was warm, everyone was well-known and expressed their opinions, and there was no bureaucratic style. Everyone put forward their own interests, and then exchange interests with members who have different resources, slowly integrate each company's business, and build a huge network of interests. For ordinary Super A-level, this is a great opportunity to cooperate with other large Super A-level forces for win-win cooperation. As long as you are promoted, you can get rich profits. After talking about daily affairs, Manison changed the subject and said, in the next meeting, the Development Federation will introduce two new members, namely Tolian and Heidi. They missed the opportunity to establish the association for some private reasons. Now the procedures are basically completed, and they will attend the next meeting. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xiao, who is sitting in the deputy position. Regarding the private reasons of Tolian and Heidi's absence, everyone present knew that, and the room was suddenly filled with happy air. After saying that, Manison looked around and said slowly, if there is no other problem, then this meeting ends here. At this time, Garose raised his hand and said, I have a question I want to ask Honorary Director Claudia. Hearing this, everyone looked over, and Claudia, who had been silent, opened his eyes and glanced lightly. I want to confirm that everyone is now a member of the association and is subject to rules and regulations. Your Excellency Claudia cannot attack the members. That's right. I only follow the orders of the Empire. Claudia had no expression on his face and did not buy it at all. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. The three civilized direct descendants who had closed their eyes and rested opened their eyes one after another, showing an interesting expression. Garose mustered up his courage and said in a deep voice, I hope the association will handle this matter and ensure our personal safety. I don't want the Dark Emperor to have sudden idea one day to place me a non-existent crime and attack me at home. As soon as he finished speaking, several neutral Super A-level spoke one after another, expressing their support for this statement, and it was obvious that they had planned it. Manison narrowed his eyes. The association is now subtle. Although these three civilized direct descendants have joined the association, It is obviously impossible to obey the association's mediation. This proposal has brought the contradictions to the open. Although these neutral super A-level requirements are reasonable, they are beyond the association's current capabilities, and he is not qualified to let Claudia stop. However, the purpose of the Development Federation is to mediate conflicts over A and must be implemented to the end. Madison cannot say that he cannot do it. Otherwise, it will shake the cornerstone of the association and make people worry about the association's ability to execute its own rules. I will try my best. Madison was about to agree first and then look back and find a way. However, before he finished speaking, Han Xiao next to him suddenly interrupted and stole the topic. "Leave this issue to me. I'll deal with it." Garros and others understood, and all thanked Han Xiao. "Please ask Mr. Blackstar. We are waiting for your good news." Claudia glanced at Han Xiao deeply and said nothing. Han Xiao smiled at Claudia and had no intention of speaking. Both of them knew that the person who could make the decision was not here. Han Xiao also pretended to comfort Garros and acted in the whole set. At this time, Madison next to him came back to his taste and gave him a meaningful look. Madison didn't mind Han Xiaoshu's right to speak. In his opinion, He Xing and he were on the way, and as long as they could do practical things, everything would be easy to say. 7 or 8 days later, Claudia received the order from the head of the empire, stopped the mission, and embarked on the journey back with the prisoners in his hand, leaving the shining world. The news soon reached all the members' ears, and in their hearts, Han Xiao's reliability was much higher. Black Star took the initiative to take over this matter and successfully resolved it, proving his own energy. If others know that he has the ability to handle things, they will naturally respect him. This principle is applicable everywhere. For Han Xiao, this was just a small episode and did not spend much energy on him. As his status improves, his opinions are increasingly likely to affect the decisions of the senior leaders of the empire on some irrelevant issues. The head of the empire still took care of his face and promoted the voice of the imperial allies who were the vice president, which was naturally better than being overshadowed by the glorious Manison. On the other hand, after more than half a month of exploration, Aurora has mastered the 18 postures of manipulating the holy light particles. Han Xiao did not delay and immediately announced the existence of the holy light particles to the outside world and emphasized the new system granted by the holy light seeds, claiming that as long as he is a member of the Legion, he can spend his merits in exchange for the holy light seeds. The new source of power has aroused the interest of players and superpowers, but it is just interest. The most popular group of ordinary people was the one who caused an uproar. Almost everyone hopes to have power beyond mortals. This is the shortest shortcut to transcending the class. As long as you awaken, you can immediately be promoted to the privileged superpower class. But people are born different, due to their talent. Most people are destined to be mortals all their lives. Now, an opportunity to change one's destiny is in front of you, and the hope is not slim. As long as you work for the Black Star Legion and accumulate enough merit, you will have a 100% chance of gaining extraordinary power. Once the notice was issued, countless ordinary people were crazy about it, and the sensational effect caused was even more terrifying than all the previous deeds of the Legion. The previous deeds were just deeds, but now this notice is closely related to the interests of everyone. Ordinary people have their own way of living. Even if they know that the Black Star Army is awesome, there are still a few people who are willing to apply for warlord forces. But now everything is different. The Black Star Legion's attraction to ordinary people instantly surpassed 99% of the industry. It took only 5 days to apply to join the Legion, and the number of ordinary people applying to join the Legion exceeded the current total number of Black Star Legion. The number of ordinary people in the entire universe is far higher than that of superpowers. A secret scientific research base in the Covenant organization. A scientific researcher placed a refrigerator in front of Luo Yufei, opened the lid, reached out to insert the white air conditioner, and took out a device that looked like a small radar. "To your excellencies, I have developed a detection device using the characteristics of chaos secret energy, specifically used to sense holy light particles. Luo clapped his hands encouragingly. Well done, so that we can find holy light particles. Fei pondered. The holy light particles have not been born for many years. They probably have been sleeping in a certain secondary dimension. Now they are a masterpiece. This is our opportunity. Is the detection range of this device large enough? The scientific researchers looked confident. Don't worry, this device can be used with cross-dimensional detection radar, which is definitely enough. That's good. Fei nodded with satisfaction. Luo urged, assemble quickly. We must get the holy light particles as soon as possible. Understand, Before he finished speaking, an adjutant hurriedly ran in, holding a communicator in his hand, and said anxiously, Toot, toot, toot. Please watch this news. Luo and Fei leaned over and took a look and were stunned. The picture in the communicator is about the announcement issued by Han Xiao. It's over now, Luo murmured to himself. Not only the chaos secret energy, but also the holy light particles were taken by the Black Star. What luck is this? The last time I successfully attacked Black Star was because the other party was not prepared and did not understand their weapons. The two of them thought they would never deal with Black Star again. So they felt relieved, but they didn't expect that Black Star had another primitive superpower they needed in their hands. The two looked at each other and saw that they were at a loss in each other's eyes. It's better to change to a super A level. Why is it a Black Star? Black Star was prepared, and the risk of taking action again increased by at least 10 times. He still wanted to attack the same as last time, but he was afraid he would live in a dream. Is it still robbed? Don't pull me with me for death. Fei said disgustingly. What should I do? The holy light particles are in his hands. We always have to find a way to get them back. I don't know what to do. The two of them had a little burst of mentality. What can you do about this? The scientific researchers looked left and right and couldn't help but speak. Does this detection device I developed still need to be installed? What do you think? P.S. Thank you for the reward of 2.47 million yuan from Buying League, and I gave Technician Han a first-class star at once. It's so powerful. Unfair. Unfair. In the exclusive practical room of the Black Star Palace, the secret standing by the door made people unwilling to be lonely. They kept talking to the two people practicing in the field and were furious. Han Xiao raised his hand and crushed the holy light impact from Aurora. He couldn't help but scrub his ears and felt that he was almost calloused. Since learning that Han Xiao had found a host for the holy light particle, the mentality of chaos secret energy immediately became unbalanced. He originally wanted to pull his old gay friend into the water, and everyone would be happy as a tool to keep himself trapped in a lifeless carrier and avoid being lonely. But unexpectedly, even though he was the leader who made contributions, the treatment of the holy light particles was much better than that of him. Why can you find a host, but I'm trapped in a tin sheet? I want a fragrant host, too. During this period, as long as Han Xiao called him out, chaos secret energy kept muttering in his ears, and life continued to harass him. Host! 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 Han Xiao looked helpless. Can you stop urging? I'll just urging. A blue vein popped up on Han Xiao's forehead and couldn't bear it anymore, saying, Do you want to force me to turn on a silent mode that can be used in secret? You can't even speak. Hearing this, the chaos secret can indeed calm down. It was already miserable enough to be trapped in the tool, which means that He Xing was kind and opened up his authority to speak. If he couldn't even speak, he would have no entertainment at all. However, Chaos Secret Nung was still angry. After shutting up for more than 10 seconds, he couldn't help speaking again. His tone was weak, like an angry young wife. But they also want the host. Han Xiaoshu said with his eyes, How old are you? Can you have a little bit of a primitive abilities? Are all the primitive abilities as unrestrained as you? The holy light particle, who was watching the show happily, hummed and said, Nonsense. Most of the primitive abilities are calm, and they are all because of Chaos Secret Nung, which ruined our reputation. Chaos Secret Nung was furious. Shut up. How good can you be than me? Hey, the host body is so comfortable, much warmer than the iron can. The holy light particle sneered in a lazy tone. It is comfortable and comfortable in Aurora's body. It is as comfortable as taking a hot spring bath. No matter how Chaos Secret can scold him, it only stimulates the other party in this way and is proud. Listening to the two supernatural abilities quarreling, Han Xiao couldn't help but rub his temples. These two guys must be the lower limit of moral integrity in the original superpower. Okay, let's stop here today. No more practice. Han Xiao waved his hand. Hearing this, Aurora obediently retracted her abilities, and the noisy holy light particles immediately looked like ducks pinching their necks, as if they were making a hiss sound, and they were instantly banned. Uncle, how do I behave? Aurora looked a little nervous. Because she was not a combat type before, she rarely received Han Xiao's combat training. The only few times she used as a supporter of Hela, and that was something that happened many years ago. During combat training, Han Xiao is not as easy to talk as usual and is quite strict. Aurora has a lot of backstage and usually has no chance to fight alone. She has limited experience in frontal combat, so she is afraid that she will not perform well. It's okay. Your choice of opportunity should be smarter. Han Xiao called Aurora in front of him and guided him step by step. After Aurora mastered the holy light particles, she had a frontal combat power. Although she generally did not have the chance to fight, Han Xiao still personally trained to help her master the combat skills of the holy light particles. By the way, Han Xiao also tested the characteristics of the holy light particles to punish evil. This function is particularly idealistic, and the criteria for judging evil depends on the hearts of the host and the target. The punishment he received was very weak. According to the feedback from the holy light particle, in Aurora's heart, he was a great person and did not think that Han Xiao was evil. The weak damage mainly comes from Han Xiao's inner judgment of himself. He never thinks he is a good person. After guidance for a while, Han Xiao sent Aurora away, summoned Philip, and inquired about the changes in the Legion after the publication of the Holy Light Seed System. The announcement of the Holy Light Particle has been issued for many days, and the impact is significant. The branches of each star field have welcomed a large number of candidates. The Legion naturally needs to screen it. No one will be recruited, and this salary expenditure is not a small number. The good news is that a large number of ordinary people are basically coming to the opportunity to obtain extraordinary power with clear goals, which means strong resistance to stress. So Han Xiao felt at ease that Sivya reduced the basic salary of this group of newcomers and saved expenses, so that he could recruit more people at the same cost. Anyway, these people did not come for money, which allowed the army to obtain a large number of cheap labor. In order to accumulate merit, these people will definitely work hard and basically won't be able to catch up. What is this pressing? No, this is called striving for dreams. The skill of painting cakes is a compulsory course for qualified leaders. After seeing the soaring performance of the Legion's various businesses, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and asked another thing. Was the plan for the Legion competition planned by Ziwia? Let me Kong. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual screen in front of him switched to a planning document, which was the plan planned by Ziwia. Han Xiao carefully browsed it. Ziwia basically designed it according to the framework he gave. Competition and combat is just one of the projects, and there are various technical, sports, and entertainment competitions. There are many events, including sports and entertainment. Moreover, members of the army can also apply for projects by themselves. As long as they are reliable, they may adopt them. Han Xiao has no doubt that players will apply for football and turn the style into Shaolin football. According to the strength of the Legion members, each rank is divided into one group, ensuring that everyone encounters competitors at the same level. At the same time, he decided to give the player the right to choose, which can be used as a separate group or the rank group where the NPC is located. Of course, this kind of activity is indispensable for incentives. For different groups and projects, as long as you get a good ranking, the Legion will give you generous rewards, so as to ensure that most Legion soldiers are interested in participating. In order to allow members who do not participate or are eliminated early to participate, Sivya suggested that the official opening bets be set up for each event and event. In this way, it will attract the attention of the entire army. As a warlord organization, there are quite a lot of gambling dogs, and even those who are not easy to gambling will be driven by most people. At the same time, he can also take the banker to pump water and earn back the cost of the event. Sivya even plans to sell tickets and charge broadcast fees to the universe live, making money. Han Xiao felt that this method was very good. Maybe he could take this opportunity to run a competition league, just like the leagues of various sports activities in his previous life, and specially create a platform for super people to show themselves. It is estimated that there is a great audience in the entire universe. In the future, other super-level A-level forces may also be joined. Since the Development Federation has stopped armed conflicts, it may be possible to regard this event as a form of showing its strength and make its cadres famous for their power. According to the planning of this plan, this will be a grand event for the whole army to participate, which will affect the efficiency of normal work. However, the cohesion bonus brought by such large-scale camp activities is considerable. Not only players, but also normal army members need to be adjusted in addition to work, just like the school organizes a sports meeting or team building. Han Xiao murmured in his heart. For players, the focus of the Shining World version is to use the wave of the times to fight each other and carry out the first round of national battles since 4 versions on this stage, and the club's ultimate goal is to achieve good results in the International League. Then if I hold a larger scale competition as an NPC and hold it in the middle of the version, it will inevitably be sought after by players, becoming a preheat for the professional league and stealing attention. In this way, the attraction of the camp will be sublimated from a powerful organization with a lot of benefits to the organizer of the event in the eyes of players. If you want to participate in the Legion competition, you must join the Legion. If you belong to other camps, you cannot participate in this event. Once the player group agrees with the importance of the Legion competition, the Legion, like the Guide Camp in version 2.0, becomes a force that many players have to join. This kind of large-scale camp activities are not suitable for frequent purposes. It is best to do it once every 5 to 10 years, and you have to get a loud name. The Legion competition is too uncharacteristic. Thinking of his scattered naming talent, Han Xiao was not very confident, so he simply pulled Philip out. Give me a name. Philip tilted his head. Why call it the Legion Gala, Buzz? Han Xiao's face shook. Why don't you call it the Spring Festival Gala? It's so rustic, change to a cool one. Then, the Star Sea is super exciting. The first martial arts meeting of the peak madman in the Black Star Army. Buzz, his grandma. What messy information did those Japanese players upload to Philip? It's better to be a little simpler. Philip changed several names, and Han Xiao decided to officially name it the Black Star Cup All-Military League, abbreviated as the Black Star Cup. It is concise and clear, and also highlights his name. After improving the planning plan, Han Xiao sent it to Zaiwia and decided to issue an announcement on the first Black Star Cup on a date. It took a lot of time to prepare for such a large event. He decided to refer to the Players' Professional League and issue a notice of the operating popularity first. The scale of the Black Star Cup is much larger than that of the Professional League. The Professional League is just played by the players themselves, and this is the participation of the entire Legion. Although there are more than 8 million Legion players, compared with the total number of members of the entire Legion, this is just a small number. However, most players have reached the B-level level now, and their importance is incomparable. They are already the pillar of the middle-level strength of the Legion. In the universe, B-level superpowers are the backbone, and any non-super-level power can be considered a master. The total number of B-level warriors in many super-level powers is not as large as that of Legion players. In recent months, I have made a lot of attention and need to digest the influence. I just turn my attention to the inner Legion. This is the best time to hold the Black Star Cup. Moreover, Han Xiao has another more important goal. The period when players' consumption impulse is the strongest before each version of the professional league. Every time they encounter a large event, players will generously donate money and turn money into combat power. Now the Shining World is gradually shifting from the early stage to the midst, although the player has not yet reached the full level. After nearly a year of accumulation, many players' pockets have bulged up again. Some leaks are cooked. Han Xiao sighed softly. It seemed as if a ray of light flashed over the sickle. Free competition zone, Emerald Star Cluster, a certain planet. On the rocky, earth-yellow wasteland, hundreds of shuttle-type, low-altitude combat vehicles are fighting fiercely, shuttled between obstacle-like cliffs and rock peaks, using them as cover. The scorching light cannons flew across, hitting the cliffs along the way. Protruding stone mountains collapsed and gravel rolled. There are 4 types of power marks for these low-altitude vehicles, one of which is Jiangxing's guild marks, and the other 3 are different foreign club emblems. Jiangxing was in a bad situation at this time and was besieged by these 3 foreign clubs. He had to fight and escape while preventing him from being surrounded. In a vehicle, Feng Yu stood in the driver's seat, holding the spherical control device specially used by mechanics on both sides with both hands. The mechanical force flashing with electric light connected the device, making the spacecraft become an extended limb, move as he wants, flexibly rotate, avoiding the fire, and shooting out a main gun to explode one of the pursuers. However, several black shadows visible to the naked eye flew out from the flames of the vehicle explosion. It was the players in the enemy ship. One of the mechanical players threw out the compress ball and turned into a new vehicle, carrying several people to catch up again. Seeing this, Feng Yu couldn't help but open the squad channel and said helplessly, "Dao Dao, there are too many enemies. If we continue like this, our inventory will be exhausted. Otherwise, we'd better go back to death. We don't want this batch of resources. So stay in a while. Allies are coming." Quang Dao focused on dealing with the enemy's ship, secretly a little annoyed. This planet was originally controlled by a small mining organization, and guilds such as Jiangxing and Chongkong cooperated with it to provide force guarantees in exchange for sharing of mining income. This is the common gameplay of the player guild in the free competition zone now. However, several middle-level cadres of this mining organization were turned against each other by several foreign clubs in Southeast Asia, secretly helping them hide on the planet. When Quang Dao brought people to routinely receive this batch of resources, the 3 ambush clubs immediately jumped out and caught Quang Dao and others off guard. Nowadays, the form of fighting between players is becoming more and more complicated, and the use of small forces is becoming more and more convenient. He has learned the interaction methods, such as bribery and threats, by himself. This time, Quang Dao encountered only a small fight. Larger guilds are now starting to play merging vertical and horizontal gangs, and various infiltrations, backstabs, and jumps are emerging one after another. The vehicle of the Jiangshan Guild was blown up one by one, and many players could only land on the plane. Feng Yu led the mechanical players to organize the fortress position and counterattacked in the air. The opponent also put down a group of players and fought in the wasteland. Because the number of people is not superior, the situation in Jiangxing is worrying. After a while of fighting, several warships suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky and quickly approached. It was the Chongkong and other alliance guilds that were rushing to help. Seeing this, these 3 foreign clubs immediately took off and returned to the spacecraft on standby in outer space. Before reinforcements arrived, they fled with a jump, with a very skillful posture, and obviously they had already prepared. "Are you okay?" Hao Hian and Chongkong team members fell beside Quang Dao and others and glanced at the mess on the ground. "Oh, I was hit. I lost a little this time. Some people died several times and lost some experience." The crazy knife was helpless. Players had a limit on the number of deaths every day, and the punishment gradually increased with the number of times. Players were not afraid of death, but they had to die as much as possible. Such deaths that were not good would naturally be a loss. Now these foreign clubs have focused on our Chinese guilds and joined forces to target us every few days. Feng Yu complained. "There is no way. Who told us to make the most money and the strongest camp?" Ming Wuchang finally shrugged. Now, the Chinese club is riding the halo of the Black Star Army and is doing well in the free competition zone, which is accompanied by the targeting of foreign clubs. These clubs' previous plan to provoke national hatred failed. Players in their own camp could only take part in the battle themselves. In recent months, they often harassed the Chinese clubs with the goal of delaying their opponent's development. Guangdao was a little worried. It's okay, but if you're also sniped in the professional league, it will be difficult for us to come up with results in this class. If we win this class, our China will be the 3 consecutive championships, and we enjoy the popularity of 3 sessions. Clubs from other countries will definitely not want to see this scene. Zhang Yulua said lightly. Participating in events is to gain popularity. Visibility is traffic, and traffic is profit. The ultimate goal of professional clubs is profit. The International League is the only large-scale public event for professional teams to increase their popularity. In addition, there is no platform where so many people pay attention to make professional teams shine. So if China is the leader, it is blocking the way for wealth. Clubs from other countries are unwilling to just drink some soup, and some people can't even drink soup. So some people use any means to attack powerful enemies. Everyone is a competitor. If one side is too strong, the others will definitely snipe in groups, which is understandable. Ding bay bay bay. At this moment, everyone's communicator sounded at the same time. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, looked at their communicators, and saw the news clearly, and were slightly stunned. Black Star Cup. I saw a freshly released Legion announcement on the communicator. Legion announcement, Black Star Cup All-Military League Convening Order. To the entire Legion, the Black Star Army has been on the road of rapid development. With the expansion of business, our personnel are getting bigger and bigger. In order to enhance the understanding between members of various departments and enhance cohesion, and to select talents for various fields, the Legion decided to hold a military parade activity. The preparations for the first Black Star Cup All-Military League will begin today. For details, you can see Appendix Event Rules, folded and expanded. As long as you are a member of the Legion, you can participate. As long as you achieve excellent results, the Legion will not be stingy with rewards. Everyone is welcome to participate actively. Legion Commander, Black Star, just looking at the content of the announcement, everyone doesn't think there is anything. However, as soon as they open the appendix, the dense content unfolds in front of their eyes. Everyone's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and they're all shocked by the big moves of the Black Star Cup. My God, the scale of this camp activity is too big. Phone, you covered her mouth with a look of surprise. And can you apply for project by yourself? Shining fried, Rice glared at her eyes. Just by looking at the introduction, the players present were very excited and itchy. Compared with the scale of the Black Star Cup, international events have become small-scale fights. Guangdao and Hao Yin looked at each other, and both of them thought of more things. This is a good opportunity to increase popularity. Guangdao said with excitement. There is definitely no shortage of attention for events of this scale, and there are nearly 10 million Legion players as natural audiences. That's right. Although it is an event held by NPC, as long as the attention is increased, it can also bring traffic, replace international events, and even have better results. Hao Yin agreed. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes changed. Looking at the announcement, it seemed like they saw a huge amount of money. Everyone realizes that this is probably a new platform for professional players to shine and heat up, and there are far more projects than international events, which can bring extremely high exposure. Although clubs and other camps are unable to participate, resulting in the fact that the Chinese club has no opponents and the confrontation is not as fierce as international competitions. On the other hand, isn't this an exposure opportunity exclusively for Legion players? Especially in the early and mid-stage of the version. The professional league is still early, and many players are in need of an entertainment program, and the Black Star Cup League just fills this gap. If the attention is high enough, they are even willing to show their enthusiasm for dealing with the International League to prepare for the Black Star Cup and turn the accumulated experience and wealth into combat power in advance and spend crazy money. Why do we save money? It's just to spend it at the right time. Such a good opportunity fell on our Huaxia club again. Thinking of this, everyone felt a stream of passion flowing in their hearts, and a strange feeling surged. Hei Xing is afraid. He is a party member. Black Star Cup. After seeing the Legion's announcement to the outside world, many foreign clubs were sore. Every club can see that this is an excellent opportunity to expose and is the stage they need. However, only members of the Black Star Legion can participate in the Black Star Cup. Clubs belonging to other camps can only watch such a good opportunity miss themselves. It's like watching a neighboring village make a fortune and build a villa, and you can only guard an umbrella house an acre of 3-point land, and you are greedy for others' big fish and meat all day long. If it is a simple task benefit, these foreign clubs can still tolerate it. But now that they encounter this opportunity to expose, many clubs' belief in insisting on not changing jobs has been shaken. Why is the Black Star Legion so skillful in poking our G-spot? Or got it? What is this guy Black Star doing? On the other hand, some Super A-level people were puzzled by Han Xiao's actions. In the eyes of this group of people, such large-scale activities not only cost the people and money, but also occupy the working hours of their subordinates. But after thinking about it, many Super A-level people feel that they understand Black Star's good intentions. With the Development Federation, we may have fewer and fewer opportunities to take action in the future, which is not conducive to maintaining personal deterrence. Black Star may be looking for a new way to show its fist to the outside world. Many Super A-level secretly sighed. The Vice President has considered it very long-term. This is the practical worker who seeks benefits for us.